Outside the Qi Huangshan secret realm, a swirling vortex ripples in the sky, blasting out continuous arcs of lightning. Qi Mengdi watches Chu from outside, her gaze locked on Chu Xiu, who's chilling in front of a giant stone stela. The human cultivators outside are all chattering. A dude in brown robes wonders, seriously, who could even break that stone stela? Beside him, a young man in green throws out his guess, my money's on Ming Yaozi. Chu Xiu probably just used his minor accomplishment, desolate ancient sacred body, to flex for a bit. The cloaked dude next to him chimes in. Wang Xuan Grand Venerable is also keeping an eye on this whole thing. If this forbidden secret realm vanishes, that big shot will definitely show up himself. Hearing that, Qi Mengdi freaks out internally. The demon clan overlord himself? He's coming? That little troublemaker killed 3 Wangshan clan generals back to back. Bro's definitely stirred up some major trouble. Now what? Scene shifts to Taisu residence. Luo Qingyu is teaching Qin Yi some serious martial arts. She munches on a chicken drumstick, praising Qin Yi. Not bad, you can power up to the Divine Bridge realm now. Hearing that, Qin Yi excitedly asks, seriously? Luo Qingyu narrows her eyes, grins, tosses the chicken bone behind her, and replies, alright little girl, you keep cultivating. Big sis will be back in a bit. Scene shifts to Taisu Peak in the Taisu Sacred Land. Luo Qingyu meets Hua Luofei in a breezy pavilion. Hua Luofei greets Sacred Land's Taisu secretes fellow Taoist. Luo Qingyu eyes Hua Luofei, a smile playing on her lips, her gaze quickly scanning, then she remarks, your cultivation is seriously deep. Hua Luofei covers her mouth, crinkling in a smile, and replies, your cultivation is far deeper. No idea if these two are talking about cultivation or something else. Y'all can guess for yourselves, fam. Luo Qingyu sits down, calmly stating, I heard you helped that brat Chu Xiu get through his tribulation, which is why you took Dao injuries. Your talent isn't bad, you could even challenge for the Empress seat. Sacrificing so much for a desolate ancient sacred body, is it really worth it? Hua Luofei doesn't even hesitate, replying immediately, worth it. Luo Qingyu sips her tea, then casually says, looks like you managed to peek at a sliver of heavenly secrets too. No sooner had she finished speaking, Luo Qingyu yeets her teacup straight at Hua Luofei. Hua Luofei quickly snatches it out of the air, thinking to herself, so powerful. Is this what a quasi-emperor feels like? With an expert like this, if she ambushed me, who could even react in time? Seriously, why did she even come looking for me? Luo Qingyu continues, that little bro Chu Xiu, when he headed to Qi Huangshan, already planned to take down the entire demon beast nest. Hearing that, Hua Luofei jumps up, worried. That's too dangerous. Why didn't you stop him? Luo Qinghid's got a devious mind. Don't worry. He'll figure out a way to dodge the risks. Hua Luofei clasps her hand, saying, then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Luo. Please protect Chu Xiu if the situation spirals out of control. Scene shifts back inside the secret realm. Chu Xiu is setting up a formation in front of the 3 live stone stelae. Ripples of energy surge around him as he closes his eyes, focusing his mind. Ming Yaozi sees this, smirks, and says, this formation is kinda massive, isn't it? Chu Xiu raises a hand, pointing a single finger. From Chu Xiu's finger, a beam of crimson light emerges. The crimson light shoots straight for the 3 live stone stele, and instantly the 3 live stone stele cracks and shatters. Everyone watching is absolutely flabbergasted. After the 3 live stone stelae shatters, the Wangshuan River immediately manifests behind it. The crowd yells, Chu Xiu succeeded. The system notification pops up. Challenger Chu Xiu has cleared the 3rd trial. The heavenly Dao suppression on this secret land will vanish in half an hour. All challengers, listen up. The first cultivator to reach the other shore of the Wangchuan River will receive the 9 secrets fighting word secret. A demon stares at Chu Xiu, impressed. Chu Xiu is too strong. He's actually the first one to comprehend it. The dude next to him scoffs. Haha, so what if he comprehended Wangchuan? He's just prepping the loot for us, isn't he? The system continues its announcement. The first to reach the other shore gets all the rewards. Now, let the scramble begin. The entire demon horde charges Chu Xiu, weapons drawn. Kill Chu Xiu, we want that fighting word secret. Chu Xiu glances behind him, then cracks a smile and says, you guys seriously want to steal my loot? You might want to think twice about that. Footsteps echo nearby. Chu Xiu immediately spins around to look. It's Ming Yaozi. He smirks, saying, perfect timing. I was just itching for a fight with you. Suddenly, a female demon beast yells, hold on, guys, check it out. The stone stele looks like it's melting. Another dude looks down, shouting, look, the ground is shaking from the steel's impact. This thing's seriously heavy. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu is casually prepping to lift a massive stone block. Moments later, he's got the stone block hoisted onto his shoulder, making the dude standing nearby super curious. Wait, does this stele only stop melting if someone's carrying it? Ming Yao sees this and asks, you really gonna fight me while lugging that stele around? Chu Xiu just smiles and replies, feeling disrespected, are we? Even if this venerable one fights you all one-handed while carrying the 3 live stone stele, it's more than enough. No sooner had he spoken, Chu Xiu, steel still on his shoulder, charges forward, forming hand seals, unleashing 36 forms of Zhenwu, the Zhenwu mountain-shattering seal. Instantly, Chu Xiu is behind Ming Yaozi, his hand glowing with crimson light. Just as the punch closes in, Ming Yao suddenly smirks, forming hand seals to cast a spell. Instantly, his demon power transforms into razor-sharp blue petals attacking Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu can only back off for a moment, but those petals immediately chase after him, relentless. He continuously dodges the petal attacks, weaving left and right. The demoness standing below also swiftly forms hand seals, unleashing the bewitching heart technique. She smirks, brimming with confidence. My move isn't exactly easy to dodge, you know. Chu Xiu immediately gets lost in an illusion surrounded by dazzling, vibrant pink flowers. Chu Xiu quickly realizes this is an illusion. Ming Yaozi snorts coldly, channeling his magic to control those petals, sending them to attack Chu Xiu. Instantly, Chu Xiu uses the stone block as a shield in front of him, blocking the onslaught of petals. The moment the petals hit the stone, they instantly shatter into fragments. Seeing that, the demoness is startled, thinking to herself, how is this possible? How did he break my bewitching heart? Chu Xiu, still carrying the stone block, flies straight at her, coldly stating, if you want to walk away in one piece, don't meddle in other people's business. Noticing Chu Xiu's exclaims in shock, his speed is too damn fast. Chu Xiu coldly points at the demoness, ready to unleash a fatal blow. She panics internally, damn it, why can't I move? Suddenly, a giant demon ox appears from behind, roaring loudly. Stop right there. Chu Xiu, completely unfazed, unleashed a thunderous kick that sent the demon ox flying. The demoness, witnessing this, turned even paler with fear and desperately cried out to Ming Yaozi, hoping he'd save her from this predicament. Chu Xiu casually stood there, his hand forming a seal, controlling his spell to conjure a massive boulder right above the demoness's head. She froze, stunned by the sight, unable to move a single muscle. She started feeling the chill of death nearby, tears welling up, deeply regretting ever messing with this absolute madman. The colossal boulder slammed down onto the demoness without a single obstruction. When Chu Xiu lifted the boulder, all that remained was a crimson pool. With a blank face, he casually uttered, the tail is dead, let's keep moving. Ming Yaozi roared in fury. Fine, let me show you the true might of the Jushao Qingpu. With that, he raised his hands, conjuring countless azure light streams into a monstrous waterfall. The waterfall radiated sharp azure light, like ancient divine weapons, descending from the heavens and slashing through the sky, rushing straight for Chu Laomo. Our boy just stood there, completely unfazed. Then a faint smirk touched his lips as sacred flames erupted around him. Slowly, he unsheathed his tyrant sword. Chu Xiu unleashed his legendary move, Wan Shi Ji Xiu, and a terrifying powerful sword strike cleaved downwards. That one sword strike instantly cleaved Ming Yaozi's tidal wave of power right in two. Ming Yaozi's eyes bulged in disbelief. How can he shatter my Jushao Qingpu so effortlessly? Impossible. Before Ming Yaozi could even recover, Chu Laomo, carrying the Sanxing stone tablet, charged in with a devastating punch. Ming Yaozi swiftly countered, throwing his own punch. Fist met fist, and the earth itself quaked from the surging energy waves. The ground beneath their feet started to crack like a spider web, sending dust and rocks scattering everywhere. Chu Laomo glanced at Ming Yaozi, a sneer playing on his lips. Your current state isn't bad. You still dare to clash bodies with me? Your physical body is truly formidable. Anyone else would have been reduced to a bloody pulp by now. Just then, a voice transmitted to Ming Yaozi. Ming Yaozi, this guy's Huanggu Saint body is beyond my wildest predictions. He's incredibly bizarre. You should retreat for now. With no other choice, Ming Yaozi unhappily fell back, but his eyes were still burning with fury as he stared at Chu Laomo. Chu Xiu, you're strong. We'll clash again next time. Chu Laomo frowned, musing, the power of this Shuitong is truly remarkable. I shouldn't recklessly chase him. If I push him to the brink, he might just drag me down with him. After some contemplation, Chu Xiu decided to put his plan to enlighten Ming Yaozi on hold. When Feng Zhao arrived, Chu Laomo stated, the heavenly Dao rules are fading and outside powerhouses will soon flood in. My target is too big. It's not convenient for me to act with you. Feng Zhao nodded, advising, all right, be careful. Just transmit a message to me if you need anything. Chu Xiu used the Sanxing stone as a makeshift seat, chilling on the Chuanhe River. This royally pissed off the demon race on the bank, who roared, block him, seize that stone. Outside, Qimengdi looked utterly distressed. You unruly disciple, don't you dare overdo it, young man? Sensing the incoming powerhouses, Chu Xiu didn't bat an eye. He mumbled, all you seniors are Dasheng powerhouses. Why lower yourselves to compete for opportunities with a mere junior like me? Don't you feel any shame? The demon race heard this, and despite their anger, couldn't hide their glee. A new Zhu demoness said, just hand over the stone tablet and we won't chase you anymore. Other demonesses up front leered, you're quite handsome, why not come back with me and be my family's son-in-law? Just then, a Meiyao demoness flew over. Do you think you can escape? Today, whether you flee to the heavens or burrow into the earth, I will find you and make sure you die. Chu Xiu just blinked, completely dumbfounded by her threat, and blankly asked, who are you? The demoness replied, Tianyi is my sister. I'm here to avenge her. You'd better surrender obediently, or you will suffer greatly. After learning his opponent's identity, Chu Xiu simply continued to float serenely down the river. To the demoness, he calmly stated, oh, you're scared to death. Suddenly, Chu Xiu spotted Qimengdi and immediately sent a sound transmission. Master, you're here. Everyone, follow me. Just don't rush it. Understanding her unruly disciple's intentions, Xianzi Qimengdi gave a slight nod. She immediately leaped into the Wangshuan River, then turned to the Taisu Holy Land disciples, loudly declaring, everyone, follow me, but don't rush it. Tianmian Zhenjin, observing from the bank, frowned, a bad feeling bubbling in his heart. He thought, this isn't good. Something huge is about to go down. Beside him, Qingyu watched the unfolding scene, arms crossed. Tianmian Zhenjun instantly turned to Dasheng Qingyu and pleaded, Qingyu, quickly find a way to tell our Dasheng to turn back. Stop chasing Chu Xiu. Qingyu looked at Tianmian Zhenjun's anxious face in surprise and helplessly retorted, Tianmian, do you seriously think they'll listen to me? Chu Laomo caught Tianmian Zhenjun's worried expression, a sinister smirk curling his lips. He thought, heh, someone finally figured it out. Too bad it's too late. Today, I'm going to break through to the Shentong realm right here on the Wangchuan River, and you Dasheng demon powerhouses are all invited to taste my Lei Jie. With that thought, Chu Xiu quietly called out to his system, "Break through the Dao seed for me." Just then, above the Wangshuan River, dark clouds erupted and thunderous purple lightning continuously struck, shaking the heavens and cracking the earth. Chu Xiu closed his eyes, meticulously comprehending as an emperor-grade divine ability Dao Seed of Unity hovered above his head. Chimengdi's pupils slightly twitched. She immediately gestured for the human powerhouses to halt. "Everyone retreat quickly. I'm afraid this unruly disciple, Chu Xiu, is about to pull a massive stunt." At this moment, Chu Xiu's emperor-grade divine ability Dao Seed of Unity suddenly spun violently, its blood-red hue gradually deepening to crimson. From the heavens, a terrifying purple lightning bolt struck straight down onto Chu Xiu's head. The Dasheng powerhouses of the demon race stared up at the sky in sheer horror, exclaiming in panic, "It's the power of the Lei Jie. Chu Xiu, he wants to undergo tribulation right here? Damn it, I can't move. We're completely trapped. Chu Xiu is truly evil. He's using his tribulation to drag us down as his meat shield." As the Dasheng and Shaosheng demon powerhouses endured the Lei Jie alongside Chu Xiu, Dasheng Yuji cheered, overjoyed. "Dasheng Yuji isn't affected by the Lei Jie." Another demon roared, "Chu Xiu is dead for sure," his face beaming with smugness. Yuji charged forward, yelling, "Chu Xiu, you're dead meat. Today I will rip you to shreds and burn your soul with yin fire for 1,000 years to avenge my sister." Chu Xiu glanced at her, a faint mocking smile playing on his lips. "Oh, you can try." The words barely left his mouth when Chu Xiu's figure vanished, reappearing instantly behind Yuji. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending Yuji rocketing backward like a bullet. Her body slammed hard against the Sansheng stone, and she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood from the devastating blow. Yuji, eyes blazing with furious fire, glared at Chu Xiu and screamed, "You stinking brat, that was just me being careless." Around her, numerous fire butterflies suddenly materialized. The butterflies swiftly flew towards Chu Xiu. Chulomo simply raised an index finger, disdainfully scoffing, "You want to use Meishu on me? You're not even qualified."
Dunji screams in terror. How can this be? At this moment, Dunji lies helpless on the 3 live stone tablet, only able to watch Chu Xiu slowly float in front of her, smiling. As expected of the demon race Saint King's woman, you truly are beautiful. With that, our boy Chu Xiu immediately landed, grabbing Dunji by the collar and lifting her high. Dunji panicked, quickly retorting, "If you know I'm the Saint King's woman, then let go immediately." Chu Xiu sneered, "Oh? How about we make a bet? Let's bet whether the Saint King will still want you after he sees your next form." Done talking, Chu Xiu pulled out a bottle of magic pills and poured them straight into the great Saint Duji's mouth. Then he let go. Duji scrambled back, frantically asking, "Chu Xiu, what did you just make me drink?" Chu Xiu gently lifted Duji's chin, calmly replying, "It's called the Kui Yan Qing Jiao, on the Azure Roar, a new concoction of mine. You're the first to try it, so I'm not sure about its effects." Duji cursed Chu Xiu furiously. "You shameless scoundrel!" Chu Xiu smirked, a wicked smile playing on his lips, casually saying, so what?" As he spoke, Chu Xiu reached out a hand to inspect Great Saint Duji's twin peaks. One hand wasn't enough, so he used both to powerfully knead and grope, making Duji pant in pain and curse Chu Xiu. "You pervert! Let me go now, I'll definitely kill you." Just like that, our boy Chu Xiu continued his playtime with her ample twin peaks. At this point, she no longer had the strength to curse, only heavy moans remained. Tired of kneading her twin peaks, Chu Xiu turned to inspect her cherries. He blew a breath, making Duji's face turn languid and numb. Witnessing this perverted scene, Tian Mianzhenjun could only helplessly cover his eyes, sighing, "Wait for the lightning tribulation to pass, then prepare to save her." The demon race member behind him chimed in, "If this continues, Great Saint Duji will be played to death by Chu Xiu." Right at this moment, a gigantic hand suddenly descended from the sky above the Wangchuan River. Seeing this, Dunji cried out in joy, "Zun Shang, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, your beloved concubine would have been bullied to death by this beast." Hearing his beloved wife cry and complain, the Saint King Zunji was utterly enraged, coldly snorting, "Courting death!" His gigantic hand slowly pressed down, carrying a streak of fiery essence across the Wangchuan River, heading straight for Chu Xiu's head. Chu Xiu remained calm, standing proudly, tilting his head up, and letting out a faint cold snort. Just then, Tai Suzi appeared, blocking Chu Xiu. She swept her hand, dispersing all the flames. Tai Suzi turned to the Saint King, speaking in a cold voice, "Yanzun, you're a Saint King realm expert. Bullying the younger generation like this? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Yanzun emerged from the void at this moment, flames blazing around his entire body. He spoke in a hoarse voice, "Tai Suzi, your Tai Su Holy Land's holy son, Chu Xiu, has truly gone too far this time." Tai Suzi stared at Yanzun, coldly chuckling, Gone too far? Is it not too far for a group of your demon race great saints to hunt down a junior like him? Yan Zun replied in a cold tone. He led a lightning tribulation that killed over 10 of our great saints. It was clearly premeditated. Tai Su Zi replied with a cold expression. Empty words are useless. If you want to fight, then fight. Let's see if you can still escape with your life from this Zun's hands this time. With that, Tai Su Zi immediately took out the Tai Su Divine Pagoda, holding it in her hand. Seeing this, Yan Zun laughed loudly, seemingly unafraid. Tai Su Zi, your Dago wound isn't fully healed yet. How much power can you really unleash? Stop boasting and trying to scare this Zun. You can't frighten me. Tai Su Zi coldly snorted. Then let's see. Even if this Zun can't exert full power, killing you is still more than enough. Just then, Jin Yuan Demon Zun suddenly appeared, revealing his sharp fangs and a smile. Is that so? What if you add us to the mix? No sooner had Jin Yuan Demon Zun finished speaking than 2 more Saint Kings appeared next to Yan Zun, the current tribal chief of the Man Shen tribe, and Yin Ye Dai Shan Di Zun. Seeing the situation turn grim from below, Shi Meng Dai immediately signaled for the human race great saint experts to prepare for battle. Yan Zun then made his move, letting out a cold snort. You don't know your place. Today will be the day your Tai Su Holy Land is annihilated. Tai Su Zi chanted a cultivation technique, her golden eyes blazing, and loudly commanded, all members of the Tai Su Holy Land, heed my order. Demon race scum appearing in this secret realm today, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Scene change to the Tai Su Holy Land in the southern region. In front of the Tai Su Holy Land's main gate, 3 demon race Saint Kings suddenly appeared. Leading them was Qi Zun, a character with long red hair and a black horn growing from the center of his forehead, a Zun Zihei from the Wujian Purgatory. To Qi Zun's right was Wangshan Zun Jie, a tiger-headed humanoid, one of the 3 great Zun Zieis of the Wangshan clan. Finally, there was Kai Dai, one of the 2 Zun Zies of Yin Yu Daishan. Qi Zun smirked. We've arrived. Yin Yu Daishan's Kai Dai, with a seductive smile, said, Yan Zun's calculations are truly brilliant. Let them kill the Tai Su Holy Sun in the secret realm, while we come and steal everything from the Tai Su Holy Land. Even if Tai Su Zi returns, the Holy Land will already be annihilated. What can she possibly do to us? As she finished speaking, she laughed loudly, full of smug triumph. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared out of nowhere, lazily lounging atop a boulder behind the 3 demon race Saint Kings. The figure stretched, then spoke in a lazy voice. It's been so many years since I last fought. I'm starting to feel rusty. Hearing these words, the 3 demon race Saint Kings immediately stiffened, their pupils contracting. Yin Yu Daishan's Kai Dai quickly turned around, her eyes wide with terror, and asked, You are? That shadowy figure was none other than Luo Qingyu. Sister Luo lazily replied, Who I am isn't important. You just need to know one thing. You're about to die. The 3 demon race Saint Kings' faces immediately changed, filled with both fear and anger. Just as Kai Dai uttered a single word, You! Her expression instantly shifted to sheer terror, because behind the lithe figure of the purple-dressed woman, the colossal shadow of a ferocious beast suddenly appeared, covering the entire sky. This beast had 6 small eyes, evenly divided on 2 sides, and 1 large eye in the center, and it possessed 3 mouths, all filled with razor-sharp fangs. Kai Dai shivered as a memory from ancient records flashed in her mind, her face filled with horror as she gasped, It's Tao Tai! You're a quasi-emperor, Tao Tai! Save me! The terrified Kai Dai and her comrades immediately cried out, recognizing the true power before them. Save us! The 3 panicked demon race Saint Kings immediately turned and fled, but it was too late. Tao Tai let out a long roar, opened its colossal mouth, and sucked all 3 into its belly in the blink of an eye. After dealing with the demon race punks, Sister Luo smiled, turned, and walked away. Time to go back and eat some rabbits. Scene change to the Wangchuan River in the secret realm. Tai Su Zi was currently being ganged up on by 4 individuals: Jin Yuan Demon Zun, Yan Zun, Yin Yi Dai Shan Di Zun, and the tribal chief of the Man Shen tribe. She was pouring all her heart and strength into confronting the 4 demon race Saint Kings. Below the Wangchuan River, Chu Xiu was still sitting with his eyes closed, cultivating. On the fragments of the 3 live stone tablet, he drifted downstream. Who knows how much time had passed. Just then, not far from Chu Xiu, a wooden boat suddenly appeared. On the boat was a woman with long braided blue hair, her back turned towards him. Sensing something amiss, Chu Xiu immediately opened his eyes even while cultivating. At this moment, the woman on the boat turned around, smiled, and said, Chu Xiao? Since you're here, Why not have a cup of tea before you leave? Chu Xiu was startled to hear this, thinking to himself, she knows my name? Could she be some hidden grandmaster? Chu Xiu immediately vanished from the 3 live stone tablet, then reappeared on the boat, directly facing the woman. Our boy Chu Xiu asked, Senior, do you know me? The woman smiled, turned, and walked away, replying, if not, then who do you think is manipulating this secret land? Watching the woman's pristine white back and shapely peaches slowly move into the boat's cabin, our boy Chu Xiu unconsciously blushed. Inside the boat's cabin, the woman gently gestured, smiling, have a seat. As soon as Chu Xiu sat down, he continued to ask, Senior, are you the creator of this secret land? In response to Chu Xiu's question, the woman took a sip of tea, then gently shook her head. Not I. I am merely the guardian of this place. When you arrived, you must have seen a large tree, correct? I am that tree. Chu Xiao immediately stiffened in shock, taking a deep breath. Senior, you mean? That colossal tree is your true form. The woman calmly replied. Are you truly so surprised? Gazing at the woman before him, Old Devil Chu nodded. Yeah, Senior, that tree was absolutely ginormous. Suddenly the woman smiled and said, just call me Shu. She then drifted into her memories. A long, long time ago, in a primordial era, I was just a tiny seed. A super powerful human cultivator planted me in his backyard. After some time, I sprouted and grew into a tree. Because I was constantly tempered by his great Dao for years, I eventually gained sentience. When he saw that I'd gained sentience, he was utterly astonished. He said since I had intellect, I needed a proper name. He wanted to name me, and I was so happy. But this dude thought for a whole month, only to name me, Shu, haha, isn't that just ridiculous? She covered her mouth, giggling happily. Seeing this, Chu Xiu also forced a wry smile. Honestly, he thought it was pretty funny too. He quickly changed the subject. Senior, that human cultivator must have been incredibly strong, right? Shu nodded, her gaze growing distant. Strong, incredibly strong. Invincible might be a more accurate word for him back then. He and another human powerhouse teamed up and almost completely wiped out the myriad races of that era. Hearing myriad races, Chu Xiu's eyes lit up. He quickly asked, the myriad races? Do they truly exist in this world? Shu gently closed her eyes and calmly replied, the myriad races of the starry sky are nothing but livestock nurtured by humans. Have you ever been to the primordial desolation? Chu Xiu nodded. Indeed, I've passed through the primordial desolation, but I didn't dare stay long. I did learn a bit about the status of humans in the starry universe. Shu smirked. What you saw isn't the whole picture. If you want to understand more, go to the primordial desolation once your cultivation reaches the minor saint realm. That's the true battlefield for powerhouses. With that, she seemed unwilling to discuss the matter further and changed the subject. Have some tea. Chu Xiu picked up the teacup, tilted his head back, and chugged it all down. The moment he drained the teacup, a peculiar great Dao law instantly enveloped Chu Xiu's consciousness, drawing him deep into his Dao palace, pushing him into a state of sudden enlightenment. Within his Dao palace, Chu Xiu's blood-colored spirit continuously surged, forming a blood-colored throne. This was the system's notification, derived from the Dao seed merging into one. Blood-colored throne information. Host can use the system to break through Dao restrictions on the blood-colored throne, enhancing the blood-colored spirit Dao seed, which is equivalent to breaking through a realm. Additionally, it has another function. It can revive cultivators who have been modified by the host. For example, if the chicken demoness Ai Kun dies, just place her on the blood-colored throne for revival, and a new body can be sculpted for her. Chu Xiu exclaimed joyfully. Holy moly, this is insane! From now on, I can not only expand my forces, but also create an immortal army. Time passed, though he didn't know for how long. Chu Xiu felt a ray of sunlight hit his face. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to find he was no longer on the wooden boat. Unbeknownst to him, he was now sitting on the 3 live stone tablet, and its fragments had automatically drifted to the other side of the river of oblivion. Chu Xiu, astonished, exclaimed with utter shock, did I just reach the other shore? At this moment, the system's voice chimed. Congratulations, Chu Xiu. You are the only one to bring the 3 live stone tablet here. You will receive the Dao Zi secret inheritance. A scan reveals you are qualified to refine Mount Megru. After accepting the Dao Zi secret inheritance, follow the next instruction. Proceed to Mount Megru. The instant it finished speaking, a golden fragment of the Dao Zi secret inheritance appeared, floating before Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu stared intently at the Dao Zi secret. Simultaneously, the true form of the tree within the secret realm also underwent a peculiar transformation. The surface of the river of oblivion suddenly rippled. causing those standing on it to gradually vanish. A group of demon race great saints, seeing this sight, cried out in terror, "What's going on? Is the secret realm about to close?" On the platform of Qi Huang Mountain, the Jade Lake Saintess, Feng Zhao, had unknowingly been waiting for Chu Xiu. When she saw him step out of the secret realm, Feng Zhao immediately asked, "Have you received the Daozi secret?" Chu Xiu showed no expression, only giving a faint, Suddenly, he reached out and wrapped an arm around Saintess Feng Zhao's slender waist. He gently pulled her into his embrace, smiling as he said, "It's a pity I can't transfer the Daozi secret to others right now. Otherwise, I would definitely give it to you." Feng Zhao was momentarily flustered, quickly saying, "I merely asked if you received the Daozi secret, not that I wanted it. I only came to congratulate you." Chu Xiu chuckled, gently holding her, his hand conveniently sliding down to her peaches, making Feng Zhao's face flush scarlet. Just then his master, Shi Mengdi, coughed from behind, a clear warning. Ahem, you rebellious disciple." Chu Xiu's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly released Feng Zhao. Feng Zhao shyly bowed to Shi Mengdi. "Greetings, Fairy Cloud Miss Peak Master." Shi Mengdi didn't say a word to Feng Zhao, only coldly telling Chu Xiu, "Follow me." Having said that, she turned and entered the flying ship. Chu Xiu, knowing he had no choice but to obey, let out a soft "oh" and quickly followed his master into the ship. The flying ship swiftly soared towards Taisu Holy Land. Inside Shi Mengdi's room, she slammed a teacup onto the table, coldly scolding Chu Xiu, "You rebellious disciple, get over here." This man, a demon lord who kills without batting an eye, was now docile as a puppy, kneeling before his master and flashing the brightest possible smile. Seeing Chu Xiu's disgusting smirk, Shi Mengdi reached out and pinched his cheek, coldly chiding, "Oh, you're just so good, you rebellious punk. Do you need this master to personally arrange your wedding, huh?" Chu Xiu grinned mischievously. "Sure, but, master, you'll have to join in too, otherwise, I'm not doing it." Hearing that, Shi Mengdi immediately blushed, averting her gaze and muttering, "Who'd want to participate with you? Dream on!" Seeing his master's adorable side, Chu Xiu smirked triumphantly. "Master, I really love your arrogant look." Struck right in her soft spot, Shi Mengdi's face flushed red with outward anger, but inwardly she couldn't help but feel a thrill. She huffily turned her face away, coldly stating, "Stop that! I don't like your shameless antics." Seeing his master was no longer angry, Chu Xiu stood up and poured her tea. Shi Mengdi, now calmer, gently asked, "Have you obtained the Daozi secret?" Chu Xiu smiled and nodded. Shi Mengdi nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "Good then. You must be careful and not be too arrogant. Many people are targeting you now. Not just the demon barbarians, but humans too." Chu Xiu smiled, continuing to tease, "Master, are you worried about me?" Shi Mengdi feigned anger, turning her face away. "HMPH, this master is worried about the future of Taisu Holy Land. If you die, what will become of the Holy Land?" Chu Xiu knew his master always worried about him, but she was too proud to admit it. He hugged her tightly, smiling as he gazed at her with affection. "Master, bottom line is, you can't bear for me to die. You'd be heartbroken if I died, wouldn't you?" Shi Mengdi immediately denied it, snapping, "Dream on! Who cares about you, you rebellious brat? Let go!" Chu Xiu continued, "Master, a short separation makes the reunion sweeter, you know? We haven't seen each other in so long. Do you even know how much I missed you?" The moment he finished speaking, the rebellious Chu pushed his master darling onto the bed. He caressed her face, flashing a wicked smile as he whispered, "Darling, tonight, I hope master will impart her great dabio to this disciple." Both indulged in an intense exchange of moves, each technique following the last, filling the room with gasps and lingering sounds throughout the entire night. The next morning, the flying ship carrying Shi Mengdi and Chu Xiu landed at a courtyard. The two immediately headed straight for the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Jiang Wudi, the Jiang clan Saint King, Yi Tianhong, the Yi clan Saint King, Zhao Guang Saint Lord, and Taisu disciple Hua Luofei, the 4 Saint Kings, were already seated, drinking tea. Seeing Shi Mengdi and Chu Xiu emerge from the flying ship, they all turned to look. Chu Xiu immediately cupped his fists in greeting. "Chu Xiu pays respects to all seniors. I apologize for making you wait so long." Jiang Wudi smiled upon hearing this. "Not at all. You did exceptionally well this time, slaying over 10 demon great saints and alleviating the war pressure at the Heaven Abyss Great Wall." Chu Xiu politely replied, "Senior Jiang, you praise me too much. It was merely a coincidence. I wish to thank you all for your assistance." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 3 jade bottles appeared on the stone table, directed towards the 3 Saint Kings. He smiled and said, "This is some rootless divine water I brought for the 3 seniors. Please accept it." Zhao Guang Saint Lord, Ye Tianhong, and Jiang Wudi joyfully stood up and smiled at Chu Xiu, saying, "All right, all right, all right. From now on, if you need anything, just say the word." Their business concluded, the three Saint Kings departed together. Chu Xiu cupped his fists, respectfully bidding them farewell. "Seniors, please take care." After they left, only 3 people remained in the courtyard: Hua Luofei, Chu Xiu, and his master darling. Knowing Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei wanted to talk privately, Qi Mengdi closed her eyes, feigning indifference, and said, "All right, you two take your time talking. I'll go to the flying ship to sleep for a bit. I didn't rest well last night." After Qi Mengdi left, Hua Luofei immediately fed Chu Xiu a piece of cake, smiling as she said, "Chu Xiu, we really owe you this time. If not for you, our Taisu Holy Land would have been in deep trouble." Chu Xiu placed his hand on Big Sis Hua's, happily replying, "I believe that even without me, Taisu Holy Land would still overcome this crisis." Suddenly, Hua Luofei's face turned pale. She quickly covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Chu Xiu rushed to support her, worriedly asking, "Holy Lord, you suffered a Dao injury because of my holy body tribulation, yet I still haven't had the chance to thank you." Hua Luofei froze, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Chu Xiu. "So, you already knew. Protecting you is protecting the future of Taisu Holy Land. The Holy Land will rely on you to endure later, so no need to thank me." Chu Xiu nodded, then waved his hand, conjuring a massive gourd. Hua Luofei stared, asking, "This is—" Chu Xiu smiled. "Just take a look." Hua Luofei immediately opened the cap, and a rich aroma burst forth. Her eyes lit up, her voice filled with astonishment. "This is rootless divine water." Qi Mengdi, observing from the flying ship, felt a twinge of jealousy, thinking, "Show me some favoritism. She gets so much while I get so little." Hua Luofei looked at Chu Xiu, her expression deeply moved, and gently asked, "You're giving me so much, do you still have any left?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu cheerfully replied, "Holy Lord, just take it and use it. I still have half a pond of rootless divine water left. If you don't have enough, just come back for more." Over on her side, Qi Mengdi saw her disobedient disciple treating Taisu Holy Sun so well, and her heart filled with sourness. She kept punching the side of the ship, silently cursing, "You naughty brat, you're so generous." After putting away the rootless divine water, Big Sis Hua's gaze softened as she turned to Chu Xiu, asking, "What's next? Where do you want to go?" Chu Xiu pondered for a moment, then smiled. "First, I want to return to the Holy Land, to cultivate in seclusion, and consolidate my cultivation base." Hearing this, Hua Luofei beamed with joy. "Perfect timing. I was also about to return. I can take you all with me." Just then, Fairy Masteress Qi Mengdi appeared behind Hua Luofei and Chu Xiu, interjecting coldly, "No need to trouble Holy Lord Highness. We'll return on our flying ship." Hua Luofei and Chu Xiu turned back in surprise to look at Qi Mengdi. Taisu Holy Sun asked, puzzled, "A flying ship's speed is so slow, you usually prioritize efficiency, don't you? I can get you back much faster." Hearing this, Qi Mengdi coughed twice, then nonchalantly said, Holy Lord Highness, Chu Xiu has some cultivation questions he needs to ask me. It's the perfect opportunity for me to guide him on the way back." As she spoke, Qi Mengdi shot Chu Xiu a sharp look, and coldly asked, "Disciple, isn't that right?" This brat, Chu, flinched in terror at her gaze, thinking, "Didn't we just practice last night? Can't you just let me rest?" Immediately after, Chu Xiu turned to Big Sis Hua, scratching his head with an awkward laugh. "Why, yes. I indeed have some cultivation questions I need to ask, Master. Haha." Hua Luofei nodded with a slight smile. "If that's the case, I'll take my leave first." With that, Hua Luofei opened a teleportation gate and quickly departed. As soon as she left, her lingering fragrant scent still wafted, making Chu Xiu feel comfortable, and he secretly thought, "Big Sis Hua smells so good, ah." As he was lost in that captivating aroma, Qi Mengdi suddenly pinched Chu Xiu's ear and lifted him up, snarling, "You're truly impressive, truly generous." Startled, Chu Xiu looked at Qi Mengdi and quickly asked, "Babe, what's wrong now?" Fairy Qi Mengdi said nothing, simply dragged Chu Xiu away by his ear. He whimpered in pain as he went, "Ow, ow, Master, a little gentler." Back on the flying ship, Qi Mengdi immediately tossed the disobedient Chu into a room. Seeing that his babe's expression wasn't good, Chu Xiu immediately flattered, "Master, your disciple knows his mistake. All the remaining rootless divine water is yours." Qi Mengdi pulled out a whip, a sinister smile playing on her lips, and said coldly, "Heh, too late." Seeing this, the naughty Chu quickly begged, "God-tier Master, my goddess, please calm your anger." Despite Chu Xiu's pleas, Chi Mengdi was determined to give him a beating he wouldn't forget. Feeling that wasn't enough, she continued to drag Chu Xiu by his ear straight to her room. This disobedient brat didn't dare to resist, only begging, "Wasn't that enough venting on the flying ship just now? Please spare your disciple's life." Chi Mengdi coldly threw Chu Xiu into the room, her face expressionless, her voice tinged with both sulkiness and sarcasm. "Spare your life? Tai Su Holy Son sure knows how to joke. If you died here, how could your big sis Hua ever forgive me?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu immediately knelt down, clasping his hands earnestly towards Chi Mengdi, who was standing above him. "Master, what can I do to make you forgive me?" Chi Mengdi coldly took out a golden object, its surface covered in sharp spikes, and blandly said, "Kneel on that." Chu Xiu's expression changed, but he obediently knelt down anyway. He closed his eyes and said, "If I have to kneel, I'll kneel. A true man knows when to be firm and when to yield." Ignoring the kneeling Chu, Chi Mengdi pretended to be cold as she sat on her throne, flipping through pages of a book without even looking at him. Old Devil Chu couldn't help but softly call out, "Babe." Seeing that Master Babe remained silent, Chu Xiu continued to call out, "Master, Master Babe." Chi Mengdi frowned and looked up, snapping, "What is it?" Chu Xiu pointed at the book Chi Mengdi was holding, a peculiar smile on his face. "Babe, you're holding the book upside down." Hearing this, Chi Mengdi was startled, but quickly regained her cold composure. She casually flipped the pages, pretending, "I like to read it this way. If I change direction, this seat won't be used to it anymore." Saying this, Chi Mengdi glared at Chu Xiu and said coldly, "Also, how this seat reads her book is none of your business. Do you think you can control me?" Chu Xiu could only remain silent, knowing that it would be hard to appease his baby, who was deliberately causing trouble today. So old Devil Chu decisively stood up, brushed off the dust, and said nonchalantly, "Can't appease you, huh? Then I'm leaving. Master, get some rest early." With that, Chu Xiu turned and slowly walked away. Chi Mengdi angrily yelled, "You stand right there! If you leave now, then don't ever come back." She had thought Chu Xiu would turn back and coax her like before, but this time, he didn't turn around, only coldly replying, "Perfect timing. This daddy wants a few days off." "Thank you, master." Seeing this disobedient brat calmly walk away right in front of her, the more Chi Mengdi thought about it, the angrier she became. She waved her hand, pulling out an effigy of Chu Xiu from her spatial ring, and forcefully stabbed it with a needle, cursing furiously, "You damn naughty brat! You damn naughty brat! Go to hell!" Chu Xiu quickly returned to his room. After that, old Devil Chu sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. He silently called out to the system, "Check my harvest from the secret realm for me." Instantly, a fist-sized golden mountain appeared. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations, host! This system has checked your harvest, and it is the Sumeru Mountain. However, there is a slight regret. The information is somewhat incomplete. The Sumeru Mountain is an innate supreme treasure, its grade unknown. It is extremely heavy and durable, impervious to wear, and can break all techniques. The higher the host's strength, the greater the power of this magic treasure." Looking at the notification panel, old Devil Chu's eyes lit up, and he was incredibly excited. What a treasure! What a treasure! Another innate supreme treasure. Just as he was rejoicing, he suddenly detected fluctuations in the restriction formation. His consciousness immediately returned to his physical body. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, staring at the restriction, wondering, "Someone is breaking my restriction formation?" At this moment, two female disciples of Taisu Holy Land passed by, curiously asking each other, "Hey, what is Yunhe Peakmaster doing?" Seeing this, Chi Mengdi pretended, muttering, "This disciple really? Even his restriction formation isn't set up properly. This seat must go and patch it up for him. Next time, I definitely need to scold him properly." Hearing this, the two female disciples nodded slightly, admiring, "Yunhe Peakmaster is so good to Holy Sun Highness. A great saint powerhouse of her standing isn't afraid to personally patch up a restriction formation for His Highness." Inside the room, Chu Xiu heard this, and giant question marks appeared in his head. Very quickly, the restriction formation was completely broken by Chi Mengdi. She pushed open the door and stepped in. The first thing that caught her eye was Chu Xiu, lying on the bed, covered by a blanket. Chu Xiu pretended to be asleep, wondering inwardly, "Why is Master coming to find me so late?" Chi Mengdi walked to the bedside, gently placed her hand on Chu Xiu's wrist, and transmitted a gentle current of spiritual energy into his body. It subtly circulated around Chu Xiu's body once, then returned to her hand. Master Babe slightly frowned, her face anxious, muttering, "Idiot, you didn't even notice your internal injuries." Finishing her words, she took out a magic pill from her spatial ring and fed it to Chu Xiu. Right after chugging those magic pills, Chu Xiu's wounds just, poof, vanished. Meanwhile, Qi Mengdi's cheeks are puffing up, silently cursing. This rotten punk! I shouldn't even bother. Just wait till your old injuries flare up again. Then you'll come crawling, begging, this venerable one. Nah, forget it. Saving a life is better than building 7 pagodas. Guess I'm just piling up good karma. With that thought, she spun around and bounced, as our boy Chu Xiu watched his masters retreating back. A cheeky smile played on his lips. He thought, didn't expect my master to be this kind of master, but hey, I'm kinda into it. But just as she was walking away, Qi Mengdi suddenly froze. Our boy, old Demon Chu, was instantly startled. Qi Mengdi sensed something was off. She mused. That brat is always super cautious. Even if he's deep in slumber, he'd wake up at the slightest peep nearby. With that thought, she swung back to Chu Xiu's bedside, giving him a full-on, contemptuous once-over. Chu Xiu immediately broke into a cold sweat, silently groaning. Uh-oh, why is she back? After a moment, Qi Mengdi knew our boy Chu Xiu was totally faking it, but she didn't bother to wake him. Instead, she pulled out a handkerchief and gently wiped his lips. Chu Xiu saw that, and his brain immediately went, oh, my master is totally about to drop a passionate kiss on me. The more he imagined it, the more hyped he got. Is master seriously gonna sneak a kiss? But life ain't no dream, fam. No sweet romantic vibes here. Instead, a fist straight from the heavens delivered a face slap. Fairy master? Qi Mengdi's veins were bulging with rage. She roared. Faking sleep on this venerable one, are we? You've got some nerve. And she wasn't done. Qi Mengdi followed up with a punch to Chu Xiu's gut, making him immediately spray essence blood everywhere. Done blowing off steam, Qi Mengdi stomped out. Our boy, Chu Xiu, instantly shot up, reaching out desperately. Master! My great master! You got it all wrong! Qi Mengdi's slender brows shot up, and she sneered inwardly. Heh, misunderstand you? Go die already! Meanwhile, back in the human cities, the taverns and tea houses have been absolutely packed for days. Cultivators are all gathered, gossiping about the Taisu Holy Sun. Everyone's buzzing. The Taisu Holy Sun is seriously too OP. Nobody's ever pulled off what he has. You guys weren't in the hidden dungeon, so you missed him triggering the lightning tribulation and annihilating countless great saint demons. That scene was absolutely unheard of. Everyone was shook. A disciple from the Endless Sword Domain at a nearby table scoffed. Heh heh! That day, our 4th swordmaster was also chilling in the Wangchuan River. But that Chu Xiu? Malicious to the core, no loyalty whatsoever. He used the lightning tribulation to off your clan's great saints, and you guys still worship him? Seriously, how ridiculous. Hearing that, 2 human cultivators instantly shot up, slamming their hands on the table in rage. What? There's that kind of story? Right then, a female disciple from Jiaoqi Holy Land couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. Haha, seriously, how absurd. The Endless Sword Domain disciple's face instantly went dark, his eyes darting a chilling glance at the woman. This woman was Qin Dai Fairy, from Jiaoqi Holy Land. Fairy Qin Dai fixed him with a disdainful stare, a cold sneer playing on her lips as she continued. Let me ask you, that day, with so many human great saints present, why was it only your Endless Sword Domain's Swordmaster disciple who died? The disciple of the 4th Swordmaster from the Endless Sword Domain, Qingfeng Xueyue, straight up declared at the Taisu Holy Sun's grand ceremony that he wanted to off Chu Xiu, and in the end, he got killed by the Holy Sun himself? Everyone knows this, right? So what do you really think that Swordmaster's disciple went into the Wangchuan River for, huh? The Endless Sword Domain disciple, fuming, shot up and jabbed a finger at Fairy Qin Dai's face, roaring, Fairy Qin Dai, stop messing with everyone's heads! Fairy Qin Dai, too bored to argue, immediately slammed the table and shouted, Waiter! Bill! Then, she and her 2 junior sisters strutted out of the tavern. At the door, Fairy Qin Dai gave everyone a frosty look. You know your intentions, right? No need for me to spell it out. Let's roll. A few days later, back at Taisu Holy Land, the flying ship finally dropped off Qi Mengdi and Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu stood admiring his face in the mirror, gently rubbing it. Master really goes all out, huh? My mouth's finally back to normal. Suddenly, an intoxicating aroma wafted straight into his nose from outside. Chu Xiu closed his eyes and took a deep, delicious breath. He gasped. Man, that smells amazing! He quickly rushed out to find Luo Qingyu and Qin Yi happily munching on some roasted pork. Seeing Chu Xiu, Luo Qingyu turned to him, then sweetly told Qin Yi, Girl, your Uncle Chu Xiu is back! Qin Yi heard that, her face bursting with joy. She spun around, her eyes practically sparkling as she yelled, Uncle Chu Xiu! She immediately dashed over and hugged him tight. Chu Xiu chuckled, Yi, you're doing awesome. Looks like you haven't been slacking off. You've already reached the divine bridge realm. Yi leaned in and whispered, I wouldn't dare be lazy, otherwise Sister Luo and White would totally hit me. Chu Xiu grinned. Well then, Sounds like you owe Sister Luo a big thanks for her excellent supervision. Then he turned to Luo Qingyu, smiling. Sister Luo, huge thanks for stepping in this time. Luo Qingyu looked up, flashing him an absolutely alluring smile. Just a verbal, thank you, huh? Chu Xiu was caught a little off guard, chuckling awkwardly. Sister Luo, how exactly do you want me to thank you? Luo Qingyu leaned in close, a soft smile on her face. Come to your big sister's room tonight. Chu Xiu heard that, and his heart absolutely soared with excitement. His nose couldn't help but gush blood, and he hastily wiped it away. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu pulled out an item, gently saying, Big sister has a little treasure, want it? Chu Xiu's eyes flared, gazing at the bronze compass Luo Qingyu just revealed, radiating an ancient aura. He hastily asked, Sister Luo, is this an array artifact? And a top-tier one, at that? Qin Yi, standing beside him, curiously asked, What's an array artifact? Luo Qingyu gently explained. An array artifact, as the name suggests, is a weapon of the array Dao. Formation flags are technically array artifacts, but they're one and done, so they don't really count. True array artifacts are different. You can use them forever, just like magic treasures. They're super precious and rare, the kind of legendary loot you only stumble upon, never find when you're looking. I snagged this baby after offing 3 Saint Kings. It's a quasi-emperor grade compass array artifact. You probably know its insane value better than I do. Chu Xiu's hand shot out, his eyes squinting with a greedy smile. Big sister, I want it! Hearing that, Luo Qingyu immediately teased. Little brother, be specific. Wouldn't want any misunderstandings now, would we? Chu Xiao heard that, his face instantly covered in cold sweat. He awkwardly coughed. Sister Luo, just name your price. How can I get my hands on this compass? This thing is super useful to me. Luo Qingyu winked and grinned. In 2 days, that white-robed lady is stepping out. Figure out a way to make her blush. If you pull it off, this compass is all yours. Hearing the terms, Chu Xiu stroked his chin, his face turning serious. He thought, this condition looks simple, but it's actually insanely hard. First off, Auntie Lei in white is a bona fide Ice Mountain beauty, super old school. Making her blush? That's already a nightmare. Secondly, the white-robed Auntie Li is incredibly strong. If I push it too far, I might just get one shot, slapped to death. Seeing Chu Xiu's hesitant face, Luo Qingyu gently prompted, So, got the guts or not? Chu Xiu scratched his head, admitting, Alright, I'm kind of freaking out. But if Big Sister can guarantee this compass is mine, then I'll take on this quest. Luo Qingyu smiled. Excellent, little brother. Such courage. Just then, Chu Xiu pulled out a bottle of wine. Sister Luo, this is peach blossom drunk that Holy Maiden Qi gave me. You have to try it. Luo Qingyu reached out and took the bottle of peach blossom drunk, she gently said. Alright then, I'll have a little chat with her. I'll make sure she doesn't actually lay a hand on you. With that, she brought the bottle of peach blossom drunk to her lips and took a generous swig. Hearing that, Chu Xiu happily cupped his hands. Then I'll trouble Big Sister Luo. But seriously, why are you doing all this? Luo Qingyu wiped a drop of wine from her lips, giving Chu Xiu a hazy, dreamy look. Duh, it's for the thrill? Big sister telling someone to woo her? Just thinking about it gets me hyped. Faced with Sister Luo Qingyu's soul-captivating beauty and intensely provocative teasing, Chu Xiu totally lost his cool. His heart hammered faster and faster, and his nose started gushing blood again. Instantly, our boy Chu Xiu slammed his eyes shut, raised his hands, and chanted, Form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. Even the prettiest waifu is just a withered pink skeleton, not worth talking about. Even immortal fairies gotta poop. Seeing his reaction, Luo Qingyu couldn't help but let out a soft giggle, covering her mouth. Okay, no more messing with you. Truth is, I'm about to make a bet with her. Whoever wins gets to chill outside for a whole month, and the loser has to stay put, locked up in yen. She winked, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. In other words, whether your big sister gets to go out or not, that's all riding on your performance. Chu Xiu heard that, and his face instantly turned serious. He asked, What if Luo Yi actually falls for me? What then? Will she stay with me, or will all of you stay with me? Luo Qingyu was momentarily stunned by his audacious question, but quickly regained her composure, smiling. Little bro, you've got some serious confidence. If she follows you, then I'll follow you too. How's that sound? You-oh. That evening, Chu Xiu returned to his cultivation cave, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. He called out, System! See bro! Open my personal info panel for a quick look. The system immediately displayed his personal info. Host, Chu Xiu. Special physique, Huangji Yu Sheng T+. Sword intent, Tiansha Jian Yi. Cultivation techniques, Daojing Zhu Ji Tiansheng Ti, Taisu Dijing Daogong Huan. Secret Arts. Xing Zibi, Ren Huang Quan, Chen Wu, Wang Chuan Ji, Dao Zibi, Zhanju Wan Shiji Shu. Remaining points, 1127. After checking his stats, Chu Xiu frowned and muttered, "My cultivation speed is still a bit slow. System, got any cheat codes to speed things up?" The system replied with a mischievous chuckle. "My dear host, this system has a suggestion. You can use me to deduce a cultivation technique unique to you. But this process will consume a lot of breakthrough points and materials." Chu Xiu, surprised, asked, "What kind of materials?" The system responded, "You need to collect cultivation techniques related to the Wu Xing and Zhu Yuan, then hand them over to me. I'll fuse and deduce them for you. The more techniques you gather, the better. Ideally, you should try to gather all the Wu Xing cultivation techniques." Zhu Yuan. Chu Xiu sighed at that. "All right, this isn't something that can be finished overnight. I'll come up with a plan." The more he thought, the more his head started to ache. Rubbing his temples, he glanced at the system panel, and suddenly noticed a plus sign next to his. Huang Ji U Sheng Ti. Curious, he pointed at the plus sign and asked, "Sibro, what's this little symbol all about?" The system replied, "Ah, that. If the host can find the corpse of another Huang Ji U Sheng Ti similar to yours, then use the Gi Yi Dao Zhong to devour it. You can gain unique attribute points specific to the Huang Ji Yu Sheng Ti." Chu Xiu's eyes instantly lit up. Interesting. Cultivation points get boosted. Saint body advances. Isn't this essentially infinite power-ups? However, he immediately clutched his head in dismay. But still, the Tian Kong Dalu is so massive. Where am I going to find a Huang Ji Yu Sheng Ti corpse? That's like trying to find a needle in a cosmic haystack. Soon after, Chu Xiu stepped outside. Wasting time inside wasn't an option anymore. Just then, he ran into Elder Mo Feiyan, who was approaching with a basket. Seeing Chu Xiu, she happily called out, "Your Highness, knowing you've been busy lately, I haven't come to disturb you. You don't blame me, do you?" Chu Xiu regained his senses, taking Elder Mo's hand and smiling. "How could I? Feiyan, what have you been up to recently?" Mo Feiyan gently lifted the basket, overflowing with spirit herbs and immortal medicines, and smiled. Yi Yi has just begun her cultivation journey. While her foundation is stable, her body still needs tempering. I've brought some spirit medicine and instructed the servants to prepare a medicinal bath for her. Chu Xiu smiled with satisfaction, pulling Mo Feiyan by the waist into his embrace. "You've gone through so much trouble." Elder Mo yielded, proactively leaning into his chest, eyes gently closed, her voice soft. "Your Highness is busy cultivating. Just leave these trivial matters to Feiyan." Elder Mo's attentive devotion deeply pleased Chu Xiu. He subtly pinched her backside, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Truly my perfect waifu. Come, let's head into the room." Under the soft glow of the candlelight, Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan intertwined, each passionate move eliciting intense cries from her. "Your Highness." The room was filled with gasps and Elder Mo's sweet murmurs as she savored every moment with Chu Xiu. Time flew by, and it wasn't until the next morning that they finally stopped to rest. After a passionate night, Chu Xiu turned to her and asked, "Oh right, Feiyan, I need your help with two things." Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Feiyan replied, "Your Highness, please speak." Chu Xiu leaned close to Feiyan's ear and whispered, "I need to find a Huang Ji Yu Sheng Ti corpse and some high-grade cultivation techniques." Scene change. That afternoon, Chu Xiu sat in tranquil meditation by the lotus pond, feeling the air around him become unusually serene. He thought to himself, "I wonder where Luo Yi took Yin Yi. They've been completely out of sight all day." Just then, Elder Mo Feiyan returned from outside, dressed in a red gown, silently approaching his side. She wasn't alone. Another woman accompanied her. Elder Mo called out, "Your Highness!" The woman beside her also bowed and greeted him. "Your Highness. Cloud Peak Dao Elder Wei Rong greets Saint Sun, Your Highness." Chu Xiu opened his eyes from his meditative state, stood, and cupped his hands at Wei Rong. "Elder Wei, no need for such formalities. I hear Feiyan mentioned you have news about a Huang Ji Yu Sheng Ti corpse?" Wei Rong nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before calmly replying, Over 100 years ago, I had just entered the Divine Abilities realm. The Holy Land dispatched me to the Tian, Yuan, Changcheng battlefield. The battle situation back then was brutal. I was being hunted by a Zhao Sheng from the Yao Zhu. That Yao Zhu Zhao Sheng cornered me against a cliff face. Seeing no escape, that demon junior flashed a smug grin. "Beauty, don't run! You can't escape. Why not just obediently listen to me? Just as despair set in, the ground beneath my feet suddenly split open and I plummeted into a peculiar location. Inside, it was pitch black, save for a glowing golden pool of water in the middle. On a jade platform by the pool sat a figure, their aura absolutely terrifying. Before I could even ask who that person was, that Yaozu Zhaosheng also jumped down, planning to ambush me from behind. He brandished his sword and roared, "Beauty, you think hiding in here will stop me from killing you?" Just as I was sure I was a goner, the golden pool of water suddenly surged up, creating massive waves that swept up that Yaozu Zhaosheng. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed whole. Back then, I had no clue what that golden pool or that supreme expert truly were. But thinking back now, that had to be the blood essence of a Huang Jiyu Sheng tea. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's pupils flickered. He thought, based on Elder Wei's description, this sounds exactly like a Huang Jiyu Sheng tea corpse. With that thought, Chu Xiu immediately asked Elder Wei Rong, "Elder Wei, do you still remember the location of that special place?" Wei Rong frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before replying, "Back then, I was only focused on saving my skin and getting out of there. After the war ended, I returned to the Holy Land. The exact location isn't clear, but I can still remember the general area." After speaking, Elder Wei Rong pulled out a map of the Chengcheng Abyss. "Your Highness, the battlefield I was first assigned to was right in this area." As she spoke, she pointed at the map, then continued, "That saint body corpse must definitely be here." Taking the map, Chu Xiu cupped his hands to Elder Wei, his eyes narrowing into a joyful smile. "Elder Wei, many thanks." "Fei Yan, see Elder Wei back, and remember to give her a generous reward." Mo Fei Yan nodded slightly. "Yes, Your Highness." She then escorted Elder Wei Rong away. Chu Xiu is chilling on a rock, looking down bad. He's thinking, okay, news on the desolate ancient saint body? Check. But where's that OP cultivation technique? Old Devil Chu lets out a big sigh. Patience, young grasshopper. It'll show up eventually. Tomorrow's the big date with Sister Luo. Our boy's got a scheme on how to make her blush. As he's deep in thought, chilling on the rock, he feels something. Yo, the mother-son seal is buzzing, he thinks. Someone's coming. Is it Master Bao Bao or Hua Jiji? He peeks over and, surprise, surprise, it's the familiar figure of Hua Luofei. Hua Luofei walks in, searching for Chu Xiu. And let me tell you, she's still an absolute stunner, with a body that's just chef's kiss. Hehe. Chu Xiu pops up and heads straight for her. Hua Jiji, seeing him, drops a shy, beautiful smile and asks, "Am I, like, bothering the Sacred Land's crown prince or something?" Chu Xiu just laughs, beckoning her over. "Sister, cut the formalities. Just call me by my name. Come on, sit with your boy for a bit." The moment they both settle down, Chu Xiu flashes a sly smile. "All right, Hua Jiji," he says, "I've got something good I totally forgot to give you earlier." As soon as he finishes, he reaches into his robe. Hua Luofei, curious AF, asks, "Oh, what treasure is it?" Chu Xiu whips out a jade box, revealing a spirit fruit. He quickly hands it to her. "Hua Jiji, this is a beauty-preserving spirit fruit. May you stay eternally young and beautiful." Hua Luofei is straight up shook. "A beauty-preserving spirit fruit? You're just giving this to me?" Chu Xiu just grins, smoothly saying, "Well, obviously it's because I like you, sister. If I got the good stuff, you bet I'm sharing it with you." Standing not too far off, Luo Yi is secretly watching the whole drama unfold. She lets out a mischievous grin, thinking, this kid really has a thing for mature women, doesn't he? Hua Luofei, not to be outdone, pulls out a command token as a return gift. Softly, she says, "I heard you're collecting cultivation techniques. This baby has quite a few recorded within, even the full primordial emperor scripture. Copy it, then destroy it. And remember, no leaks." Chu Xiu's eyes practically turn into dollar signs. He solemnly takes the jade token, conveniently squeezing Hua Jiji's hand as he grins. "Hua Jiji, don't even trip. I'll trash it the moment I'm done. 0 leaks, promise." While he's saying all this, our boy is secretly laughing like a villain. Hold up, the Taisu Sacred Lands rules say only the Saint Lord can peep the Emperor Scripture. But Hua Jiji is letting me check it out now? Guess all that sweet talking and goodwill wasn't for nothing, huh? As this thought crosses his mind, Old Devil Chu suddenly yanks Hua Luofei's arm, pulling her into a tight embrace. The primordial violet maiden is completely caught off guard. Noticing 0 resistance, this absolute fraud Chu gently lifts Hua Luofei's chin, a smirk spreading across his face. "Hua Jiji," he purrs, "you smell so good." And then, out of nowhere, he plants a kiss right on her cheek. She freezes, eyes wide, totally motionless. Bro just went for it. After a beat, the primordial violet maiden finally snaps out of it, pushing Chu Xiu away, face crimson. She glares at him, stammering, You You! She's a mix of furious and flustered, trying to unleash hell on him but can't find the words.
This absolute menace. Chu immediately puts on his best, who, me? Innocent face.
My bad, Huajiji, he says, smiling. You're just too stunning, I couldn't control myself. What a fraud. Then, he leans in, whispering more sweet nothings into Huajiji's ear. The moonlight tonight? Simply gorgeous. And as he says this, his hand starts to wander. The primordial violet maiden can only stand there, breathing heavily, completely at his mercy. Bro is smooth AF. Next morning, bright and early, Chu Xiu is radiating pure swagger. Folding fan in hand, hair slicked back, clothes on point, an unparalleled stud. He opens the door and steps out. A smirk plays on his lips. Today's the day Auntie Li shows up, he thinks. Good thing I saved some stamina yesterday for a little test. With Auntie Li, he lets out a truly devious grin. Auntie Len, he muses, she's built different. With Master Bao Bao, he's got to be dominant but also show that soft, tender side. But with Huajiji? Purity and innocence, with a dash of stubborn clinginess. With Fei Yan, just being the domineering CEO is enough. And for Luo Qingyu Gigi, he's got to play to her tastes, sweet-talking his way into some benefits, or letting her snag a small win. But for the ice-cold Luo Yi? That's a whole different game. Psychological warfare.
Right now, the Yachu, acting Emperor, Chu Xiu, rolls up to their rendezvous. Luo Qingyu, aka Luo Yi, is already there, standing still like a celestial fairy descended to the mortal realm. She's just blooming in the morning light.
Old Devil Chu spots Luo Yi, and instantly clasps his hands, bowing respectfully to her. Talk about a quick change of pace. Luo Yi doesn't even bother to turn around, just chillingly says, You won't win. Give up. I don't like anyone, and I definitely don't like your type. You and that purple-clad dude messed up your calculations from the jump. Chu Xiu just lets out a breath, then casually smiles. Losing? Whatever, I don't really care, he shrugs. Does Luo Yi actually think I'd go out of my way to butter her up, just for some quasi-emperor compass?
Luo Yi, still rocking that white dress, looks slightly annoyed. You! If you lose, your sister Luo gets sealed for a whole month. And you're telling me you don't care? Chu Xiu shakes his head, putting on his most sincere face. Honestly, to me, Luo Yi and Sister Luo, same difference. Losing is just losing. She'll just be gone for a month. Not life-threatening, right?
And here, our acting emperor, Chu Xiu, really cranks up the performance. He gives a supernatural smile and drops the bomb.
Honestly, Luo Yi, I just can't like you.
On Luo Yi's stunning, ice-cold face, a flicker of surprise immediately appears. She did not expect Chu Xiu to hit her with that line. Scummy Chu keeps on with his psychological games. Yeah, Luo Yi, you're drop-dead gorgeous, truly peerless. And your strength? Off the charts. Your destructive power over men is practically impossible to resist. But hey, if I don't like you, I just don't like you. With that, our boy coolly closes his eyes and snaps his fan shut. Sigma moves, am I right? Luo Yi's delicate eyebrows furrow, her voice tinged with anger. Hold up! That day, you and that purple-clad guy said something completely different. You even said you loved her so much. Chu Xiu's face floods with shock, putting on the ultimate innocent act. He casually replies, Huh? I said that? Wow, I actually said those things? Our acting emperor, Chu, keeps a straight face, but inside, he's cackling like a madman. This is it, the psychological warfare in action. Gotta shock her, hit her with that Sister Luo comparison. Luo Yi and Sister Luo are practically twins, but I'm just gonna act like I don't like her specifically. That's gonna mess with her internal balance, big time.
And just as planned, Luo Yi, still in her white dress, totally falls for Chu Xiu's mind games. She immediately demands, Why? Our acting emperor, Chu, plays dumb. Why what? Luo Qingyu, aka Luo Yi, is visibly annoyed, arms crossed, and asks coldly, Why do you like her? Why do you like her?
When Chu Xiu heard Luo Di ask, he fanned himself and replied, All right, since you've already figured it out, I won't hide it anymore. Because she's beautiful, powerful, and very big. She's my type, all right? Hearing this, Luo Dia's face immediately soured, her willow-like brows furrowed as she spoke. My looks and hers are the same, my power is the same, and mine are just as big as hers. You could say I am her, and she is me. As she said this, Luo Di's expression shifted slightly. Thinking of something, she glanced Chu Xiu up and down, her eyes calm. Don't tell me you're trying to use this method to make me jealous, and then achieve your cunning scheme, right? Chu Xiu's expression remained unchanged, but in his heart, he silently cursed, Damn, this Aunt Luo is reacting way too fast.
No way, I gotta hold firm to Mount Qingshan and not let go. Old Chu immediately switched into Oscar-worthy acting mode. Feigning a yawn, he said, "Say whatever you want, as long as you're happy." Seeing his act, Luo Dai's heart was once again filled with suspicion, and a sense of unfairness surged. I'm standing right next to him, and he's already bored? Sleepy even? He's straight up ignoring me. Could it be that I don't really love Yan Ru, that purple-robed guy? Then, Luo Di called out loudly, "Hey!" But old Demon Chu just stood there with his eyes closed, as if he didn't hear a thing. Luo Di called out loudly again, "Hey!" But it was the same this time. He still didn't respond. Luo Di then walked closer. Reaching out, she called, "Hey! I'm calling you!" But immediately, old Demon Chu grabbed Luo Di's wrist and pulled her close to him. He smirked and said, "My name isn't Hey." Then he decisively let her go. He waved goodbye and left. "Aunt Luo, see ya! If there's nothing else, I'm heading back to Cultivate." Behind him, Luo Dai's face immediately darkened and she snarled, "Stop!" Hearing this, Chu Xiu glanced back at her. Luo Di walked closer to Chu Xiu and slowly said, "I haven't told you to leave yet." Hearing this, instead of retreating, he stepped forward. His nose was practically touching hers as he calmly replied, "Aunt Luo, aren't you being a bit too domineering? I've already given up on the task Sister Luo gave me, so I can't even go back to Cultivate." Luo Dio took a deep breath. She grabbed Chu Xiu's hand and asked, "Didn't you want to make my face flush and my heart race? Follow me." Chu Xiu, dumbfounded, asked, Go where?" Luo Di coldly replied, "Don't ask." Luo Di quickly tore open the void. Behind her, Chu Xiu revealed a subtle smile. A true hunter always appears in the form of prey. Even if there's no chance to become the prey, one can still create the opportunity to become the prey. 2 hours after Chu Xiu and Luo Di left, Qimeng Dai arrived at his door. She entered but didn't see Chu Xiu come out for a while, so she wondered. How strange. Logically speaking, the moment I appeared, that unfilial disciple should have noticed me immediately, right? Why isn't he coming out to greet this esteemed one? Just as she was pondering, the little girl Qin Yi Yi came out holding a candied hawthorn skewer and greeted, "Master's wife." Qimeng Dai glanced at Qin Yi Yi. "Very good, Yi Yi has progressed quickly. She's already at the Divine Bridge realm." Then, Meng Dai stepped forward and asked, "Where's your master? Why don't I see him?" Yi stammered. He went out for something," the little girl secretly thought. "Master once said that Master's wife hates him playing around with other older sisters, so there's no way I can let her know that Master went out to play with Sister Luo." Qimeng Dai continued to ask, "He went out? Did he say where he went?" Yi immediately covered for Chu Xiu. "No, he just said he was going out." The reason Yi covered for him was because every time Master's wife got angry, Uncle Chu Xiu would return the next day looking unwell. He definitely got a lesson from Master's wife. Qimeng Dai sighed. "Forget it. I wasn't here to look for him anyway." Then, she patted Qin Yi Yi's head and asked, "Is fellow Taoist Luo Qingyu here? I have something to discuss with her." Qin Yi Yi shook her head, sweating as she replied, She's not here either." Hearing this, Qimeng Dai's face darkened, and she forced a smile as she continued to ask, They went out together?" Yi awkwardly avoided eye contact and replied, Probably not. Uncle Chu Xiu went out bright and early, but Sister Luo was still here just a moment ago. Scene change. Southern Domain, Bloodwind City. This is an ancient city with a very long history, surrounded by mountains on all sides. At this moment, Luo Di and Chu Xiu were strolling through the streets. Her peerless beauty and outstanding aura attracted the attention of many cultivators in the city. Our boy Chu Xiu, though, he was rocking a face full of pure reluctance. Not only that, he'd occasionally let out a yawn, like he was literally bored out of his mind. This attitude caused Lu Qiudio's anger to erupt. What is this? Is being with me really that boring? Even if she suspected Chu Xiu was playing mind games to provoke her, she still felt utterly disrespected and like she'd lost. Her pride and competitive nature just wouldn't allow it. Therefore, she wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Then, her red lips parted, and she suddenly blurted out, "Hug me." Chu Xiu was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "What?" Luo Di's face was cold, her eyes practically shooting daggers. "Didn't you hear me? I told you to hug me." She originally thought that if she took the initiative, he would immediately fall in line, and then reveal his true intentions. However, what she absolutely didn't expect was Chu Xiu opening his folding fan to cover his face, his eyes shifty. "Aunt Luo, men and women should keep their distance. Please have some self-respect."
Luo was annoyed, thinking, what is the meaning of this? Is he looking down on me? On what grounds? Then, she grabbed Chu Xiu's hand and placed it on her slender waist, her voice filled with an icy edge. Kid, you better not challenge the limits of my patience. Chu Xiu feigned shyness and said, what's so strange about that? Even if you get my body, you won't get my heart. Luo Di pulled him along. Kid, you dare to spout such nonsense? Do you believe this Empress can curse you to never touch a woman for the rest of your life? Chu Xiu took a deep breath, thinking, this fierce woman is truly vicious. Nearby, Saint Lord Qianxingyu and Saint Lord Zhao Guan, accompanied by 2 others, stepped forward. Qianxingyu asked, Brother Tianhong, you feel it too, right? Yin Tianhong nodded and replied, it seems the Quasi-Emperor Senior we wanted to visit is now in Bloodwind City, probably nearby. Jiang Wudi grunted, let's go, let's pay our respects. After a while, Qian Xinghai's expression suddenly turned astonished. He exclaimed, this? Am I seeing things? His gaze fell upon a man and woman, Chu Xiu and Luo Qingyu, who were walking hand in hand, arms around each other's waists, strolling through the streets with candied hawthorn skewers. He muttered, the person that kid Chu Xiu is hugging definitely isn't that quasi-emperor, right? Ye Tianhong immediately stepped forward. No, the woman Chu Xiu is holding is Empress Taoti, who had the qualifications to contend for the great emperor position in the desolate ancient era. Jiang Wudi broke out in a sweat, turning to ask, gentlemen, are we still going to say hello? Yi Tianhong immediately said, say hello, my foot. They're enjoying their private time. Wouldn't going over there just make things awkward for them? Qian Xingyu closed his eyes and sighed. Let's go to the Grand Purity Holy Land to avoid displeasing this quasi-emperor senior. Oh, and one more thing. Go back and properly educate your family disciples. Don't offend the Grand Purity Holy Son, he's not someone you can mess with. Scene change. At a clock tower, Luo Di held a candied hawthorn skewer in her hand, her delicate tongue gently licking it. It was unclear why she was so fond of this little treat. Chu Xiu stood beside her, arms crossed, not saying a word. Luo Di glanced at him and asked, Kid, it's getting dark. Your bet with that purple-robed guy is about to be lost. Aren't you in a hurry at all? Chu Xiu calmly replied. Do you think I care? Even if I wanted to make you blush, I wouldn't use a betting scheme like that. It would be disrespectful to Aunt Luo. I have many flaws, but one of my few merits is respecting women. Aunt Luo glanced at Chu Xiu. HMPH. So what will you do then? Chu Xiu fanned himself and smiled. I'm no Casanova. How could I have methods to make all the women in the world fall for me? Aunt Luo replied. It's good you know yourself, Chu Xiu continued. Higher cultivation realms and eternal life are my lifelong pursuits. Love and romance are all superfluous matters. He walked to the window, gazing into the distance. Aunt Lugo, you cultivate the Tao of ruthlessness. Pursuing it is the natural, heavenly Tao. Sister Lugo cultivates the Tao of freedom, pursuing straightforward liberty. Hearing Chu Xiu speak, Lugo Digai didn't refute him. That's right, she told you all this, she said. Right? Therefore, your objective was destined to fail from the very beginning. I won't fall for anyone, Chu Xiu gently replied. All things in the universe are interconnected and mutually restraining. When water overflows its banks, Aunt Luo, have you ever considered that the end of the Tao of ruthlessness might actually be the Tao of sentiment? The end of the Tao of freedom is actually the Tao of ruthlessness. Since when did Sister Luo see through the mundane world? You, Aunt Luo, comprehended sentiment within ruthlessness. Perhaps the combination of the two is the day you both achieve the Dafio. Chu Xiu glanced at Luo Di, thinking. Looking at her expression, perhaps I randomly hit on a crucial point. Watching comics on Earth back then wasn't in vain after all. The system chimed in with a laugh. Hee, you're truly a cow riding an airplane, meaning you're hitting stratospheric levels of awesome. Luo Di walked closer to Chu Xiu and asked, so what should I do? Chu Xiu secretly chuckled in his heart. Not easy, but finally, we're getting to the main point. Chu Xiu gave a sly smile and said, how about this? You directly give me the quasi-emperor compass, and I'll figure out a way to make you fall in love with me. That way you can experience what sentiment truly is. Then, Chu Xiu smirked and thought, this move is called turning passive into active. It's about manipulating Luo Di's emotions so she realizes how special I am, then taking advantage of the situation to trick her out of the compass. And I can also find an excuse to flirt with Luo Di. If I manage to flirt with Luo Di, can Sister Luo be far behind? 1 arrow, 3 targets. He imagined Luo Di and Sister Luo both serving him, as he lay back, thoroughly enjoying himself. Luo Dio spoke. What you say makes a lot of sense. How can one cultivate the Tao of ruthlessness without experiencing sentiment? Can you really make me comprehend sentiment?
Chu Xiu reached out his hand, hiding a smirk. No problem. Luo Di, trust me, it's absolutely no problem at all. Luo Di secretly thought. True, he's never lacked women around him. He can even entice a woman like Grand Purity Empress. Perhaps he really does have some extraordinary abilities.
Ending her thoughts, Luo Di took out the quasi-emperor compass and handed it to Chu Xiu. All right, the compass is yours. You're now responsible for making me comprehend what sentiment is.
Chu Xiu received the compass with both hands, quickly replying, Got it! Inside Luo Di's body, Sister Luo was absolutely furious, practically exploding. Hey! You two are seriously too much. You just made a deal as if I wasn't even here. Kid, you dare to betray me? You're literally having your cake and eating it too.
Luo Di then asked, All right, how do you plan to do this? He raised a finger and replied, During this process, I might make some intimate gestures towards you. You must ensure you don't attack me. He broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking, My small body can't handle the torment of a quasi-emperor expert.
Luo Yi, with a totally helpless look, replied,
Look, if you can make me love you, whatever works. But, no funny business, okay? Or I can't guarantee you'll make it out alive. Chu Xiu's face was priceless. What's funny business?
Girl, you're making it impossible for me to work with you. Should I just return your compass already?
Luo Yi's face went crimson. She closed her eyes and blurted, It's just all the embarrassing stuff you and your master do. Don't you dare try that with me. Chu Xiu just blinked. Our boy panicked internally. What the heck is she trying to say? Has she been peeking at me all this time? OMG. Does she know about me leaning against the wall every time I exit?
Delay, blushing furiously, couldn't meet his gaze, mumbling, It wasn't me. It was the dude in purple. Chu Xiu slapped his hand to his forehead. A picture of helplessness. You guys, just how much have you witnessed? Dilemma replied. We actually know you always lean on the wall when you come out. Suddenly, Dialue, slightly puzzled, asked, But aren't you the primeval saint body? How could that possibly drain so much stamina? Chu Xiu stammered. Blame her for sealing my cultivation. Otherwise, I'd be. But Luo Yi immediately clapped back. She doesn't always seal your cultivation. Chu Xiu was utterly speechless. All he could do was grit his teeth in furious silence. Our boy quickly changed the topic. Right, we should probably discuss how you're going to fall in love with me. Luo Yi, surprisingly, agreed and asked, So how do you plan on doing that? Chu Xiu advanced, wrapping his arm around Luo Yi's slender waist. So, feeling anything yet? Luo Yi offered no reply, merely staring at him in silence. Chu Xiu then leaned his face in, inches from Luo Yi's, and swiftly planted a kiss on her. His face flushed slightly as he thought, Cold, sweet, pure bliss. That was amazing. Meanwhile, deep within Luo Yi's body, Luo Ji screamed in fury, Hey! My first kiss! What are you people doing? A moment later, Chu Xiu reluctantly pulled away from Luo Yi's lips, asking, Still no feeling, huh? Luo Yi simply replied, Chu Xiu then put on a perfectly serious face. It seems you're going to need some intensive long-term treatment. Your situation is proving quite complex to resolve. Chu Xiu, wearing a truly mysterious grin, continued, Here's the deal. In a few days you're coming with me to a special place. I guarantee you'll fall for me there. Luo Yi's face was now filled with intense curiosity about the place Chu Xiu was talking about. Scene changed to that night. Chu Xiu casually strolled towards Shimeng Dai's cave abode. He had finally leveled up to the divine Tao realm. Early tomorrow he'd be heading to the Heavenly Abyss Great Wall with Luo Yi to hunt for the primeval saint body's corpse. With Luo Yi tagging along, who in their right mind would dare mess with him? A smug grin spread across his face just thinking about it. Then, he opened the door. Shimeng Dai was already there, perched elegantly on a lotus throne. Chu Xiu purred. Master, your humble disciple is here to cultivate with you.
Did Master know I was coming? Is she just sitting there, waiting to seduce me? At this moment, Meng Dai was quietly reading a book.
Seeing him, her elegant eyebrows furrowed. She snapped the book shut and said coldly, Dream on. Who in their right mind would ever specially wait for you? She then slowly descended, walking directly towards Chu Xiao.
As she closed in, she brought her nose up to sniff him, then narrowed her eyes and asked, Is that Luo Qingyu such a temptation to you? You spent the entire day with her and now you're drenched in her scent.
Chu Xiu quickly reached out, wrapping his arm around Meng Dai's waist, forcing a smile as he said, I was merely consulting Luo Yi for some cultivation experience, that's all.
Meng Dai pushed his hand away, a look of pure vinegar on her face as she coldly snorted, Oh, consulting experience, huh? Who knows how you consulted? For that experience? Perhaps it was exactly like how you consult with me?
Chu Xiu swiftly grabbed her hand again. Don't push me away. I actually came to say goodbye. Tomorrow, I'm heading on a trip to the Heavenly Abyss Great Wall. Hearing that, Master Bei immediately snapped. Didn't you just get back to the Holy Land? Why are you leaving again? The demon and barbarian races both want your head right now. You better not die out there. Chu Xiu gently placed his hand on Master Bei's soft face. Oh, are we worried about me? Master Bei suddenly bit his finger, frowning. You're overthinking it. I actually wish you'd just die out there already. Spill it. What are you actually going there to do? Chu Xiu forced a wry smile. My goal isn't some mere training, it's to retrieve the primeval saint body's corpse, and that's why I'm not going alone this time. At that, Master Bei immediately demanded, Who are you going with? Don't tell me it's Luo Qingyu. Chu Xiu visibly flinched, his face breaking into a sweat. He quickly explained, I'm only taking her because she's a quasi-emperor. No one would dare mess with her, right? Meng Dai, still looking utterly jealous, simply turned her face away, not uttering a single word. Seeing her reaction, Chu Xiao immediately started spewing sweet nothings. Master, you don't have to blame yourself for not being able to protect me. How could a true man ever let a woman protect him? You just need to stay beautiful as a flower for me, that's all I need. Chi Meng Dai coldly flicked his hand away, her voice icy. Scram! This venerable one has never once considered protecting a clown like you. Dream on! Afterwards, Chu Xiu gently guided Meng Dai towards the lotus throne, murmuring, Master, it's getting late now. Why don't we take advantage of this beautiful night and help your disciple cultivate? Then, he gently pressed Master Bei onto the lotus throne, whispering, Once your disciple leaves tomorrow, Master, you'll have to wait a very, very long time to teach me anything. Chi Meng Dai, as always, fell into the familiar routine, scolding Chu Xiu, You rebellious brat. But then, her soft moans and gasps still echoed throughout the room, and just like that, the two exchanged techniques with each other all night long. Scene change. A few days later, at the Heavenly Abyss Great Wall, a place now completely blanketed in white snow, Chu Xiu and Luo Qingyu arrived at the massive gates of the Heavenly Abyss Great Wall, where someone was already standing, waiting. Upon seeing them, the man immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. May I ask if your excellency is the Taisu Saint-Sun? This was Xiang Tai, captain of the 4th Company, 3rd Army, under General Jiang Qi. Chu Xiu replied nonchalantly. That would be me. Zhang Tai hastily said. General Jiang Qi knew His Highness, the Saint's son, would arrive at the Heavenly Abyss Great Wall, and specifically ordered me to invite you over. Chu Xiu simply nodded. All right. Zhang Tai then glanced at Luo Yi, asking, And this distinguished guest is? Chu Xiu quickly introduced. This is my Dao companion, Yu Qingquan. Zhang Tai gestured. Please, come in. So this is His Highness, the Saint's son's Dao companion. This Zhang truly had no eyes to see. Since that's the case, I invite both of you to proceed to the 3rd military camp. Once Zhang Tai had left, Luo Yi immediately asked, Why did you give me the name Yu Qingquan? Chu Xiu smiled, meeting her gaze, and replied, Because I want to plant flowers in jade. Luo Yi heard his explanation, and though she didn't quite grasp it, she still didn't ask anything further. The two walked towards a large building. Zhang Tai then announced, We've arrived. Chu Xiu turned to Luo Yi and said, Wait outside for me a bit. I'll call you if anything comes up. Luo Qingyu didn't object, simply nodding and murmuring, Chu Xiu lifted the curtain and stepped inside. A girl was already waiting there, and upon seeing him, she immediately spoke. Chu Xiu, you've finally arrived. She moved close to Chu Xiu, placing her hand on his chest. This is our first private meeting. I've heard tales of your exploits, and you're truly not bad. This woman was General Jiang Qi herself. Chu Xiu softly replied. Coming here for training this time, I'll have to trouble Senior quite a bit. Jiang Qi smiled, replying, Saint-Sun, you're being far too polite. But, your Taisu Holy Land currently has no one stationed here to guard it. Why not simply enlist with my army? Rest assured, I won't restrict your freedom. Chu Xiu, with a sly grin, replied, Yeah, I was kinda thinking that too. Cheers for the effort, Senior. Jiang Qi pulled out a token. Alright, take this token. You're officially a member of my 3rd Army now. He took the token and the info flashed. Name, Chu Xiu. Rank, Grunt. Affiliation, 3rd Army. Merit points, 0. After Chu Xiu got his token, Jiang Qi kept going. Too bad if he'd shown up a bit earlier. Heavenly Abyss Border City was recruiting for some big positions. Killing 10 great saints in the secret realm would have given you a ton of merit points. You could have traded for so many good items. Anyway, since our Holy Son is here, how about we check out the merit hall? And with that, the two of them headed straight to the merit hall. Chu Xiu gawked at everything in front of him, thinking, Hold up, merit points can actually get you this many good things? Too bad indeed. Some info then popped up, giving Chu Xiu the full breakdown. Killing a Wheel Sea Realm fiend.
1 merit point. Killing a Divine Bridge Realm Fiend, 5 merit points. Killing a Nirvana Shore Realm Fiend, 10 merit points. Killing a Dao Palace Realm Fiend, 50 merit points. Killing a Saint King Realm Fiend, 5 billion merit points. Killing a Quasi-Emperor Realm Fiend, 500 billion merit points. Looking at all that info, Chu Xiu mused. These are just the reward mechanics. Half an hour later, Chu Xiu and Luo Yi had already dipped. They were now trekking through a snow-covered forest. Luo Yi spoke up. You trying to rack up some merit points? Chu Xiu replied. If there's an opportunity, why wouldn't I seize it? He thought, killing fiends isn't just for cultivation, and it's not just for refining origin essences. Now, there's an additional perk. Trading for merit points. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. How awesome is that? Over in the Tushan Fiend territory, by an ancient tree, a fox fiend knelt before someone, reporting, Lord Yu, we've got intel. The Taisu Holy Sun has appeared on the Heavenly Abyss border city battlefield. The one sitting above was Tushan Yu of the Fox clan. She spoke. So he's killed so many great fiend monsters, and he still dares to show his face at Heavenly Abyss border city? How interesting. Does he have a Davio protector with him? The subordinate replied. Only 1 female junior saint is accompanying him. After hearing that, Tushan Yu said, I understand. You're dismissed. She thought. My brother always says that Chu Xiu guy is cunning. Would he really show up without a dagger protector? Immediately after, Tushan Yu called out, Qingxu! The girl Chu Xiu had previously adjusted, slowly walked over and asked, What is it, master? Tushan Yu then asked. This master is super curious about this kid, and I've decided to go check him out. Are you willing to come with me? Tushan Qingxu, with a calm expression, replied. If master wants to go, this disciple will naturally follow. Tushan Yu gave a sly smile and muttered to herself, My stealth technique is unrivaled in the world. Even a Saint King would have a hard time detecting me. No worries about getting busted. Let's go see who this Chu Xiu truly is. Back with Chu Xiu and Luo Yi, the two were steadily making their way through the snow-covered forest. A moment later, Luo Yi suddenly stopped and spoke. I found that small spatial pocket you were talking about. Chu Xiu glanced at her. You found it already? Luo Yi replied. It's just that the spatial pocket is hidden by a super powerful restriction. It only reveals itself when the blood moon hangs in the sky. Chu Xiu turned back and asked, Is there a way to open it directly? Luo Yi quickly replied, We can try, but it'll take a bit of time. You'll need to wait here for me for a few hours. Chu Xiu then leaned his back against a tree, thinking, Standing here doing nothing is such a waste of time. I might as well go hunt some fiends. Suddenly, some commotion in the distance caught his attention. He cast his gaze into the distance. Oh? Humans and fiends were clashing in the distance. Time to check it out. He quickly moved to a rock outcrop, and with a smile he peered down. Below, several fiends and humans were fiercely battling. He stroked his chin, thinking, Oh, it's a full-on brawl down there. Amidst the battle, a powerful golden energy blast suddenly came crashing down from behind. The human cultivators couldn't react in time to this sneak attack, causing them to immediately spit out mouthfuls of blood, their faces contorted in agony. The fiends cheered in delight. Qi Yuan, what took you so long? The one who just attacked was none other than Qi Yuan, a monkey fiend. He cackled, Ha ha, Ming Shi, don't get your scales in a twist. You know how that Liu Hongyi woman has been stirring up trouble in Heavenly Fiend City lately? The siege just finished, and I came running. I'm already being super loyal. Hearing Liu Hongyi's name, Chu Xiu's face immediately turned serious. His brows furrowed tightly. Without a second's hesitation, Chu Xiu immediately, and stylishly, leaped down from above. A Ming Shi fiend immediately spotted him, pointing and shouting, It's a human! Qi Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Who is he? Chu Xiu didn't say a word. He just raised his hand and unleashed the 36 forms of true martial arts. The true martial mountain embrace. Immediately after, a massive mountain powerfully crashed down onto the fiends, shaking the entire ground. Chu Xiu stepped forward. Qi Yuan, crushed under the mountain, gazed at him with chilling eyes and demanded, Where is Liu Hongyi? Qi Yuan's mouth gushed blood, and terrified, his voice trembling, he replied, She's imprisoned in Heavenly Fiend City. Upon hearing that, Chu Xiu silently resolved, Looks like after I get the ancient desolate holy body, I'll have to make a trip to Heavenly Fiend City and bring my girl back. Not far from there, Qingshi hid behind a tree and sent a sound transmission. Master, it's Qingshi. Chu Xiu didn't turn back but transmitted his voice. Tushan Qingxu, why are you here? Qingxu quickly replied, I came with Master. She's interested in you, and was about to have me go with her to find you. Chu Xiu smiled happily, thinking, Just when you need it. A pillow appears. I was wondering how to safely enter Heavenly Fiend City, and now a great saint has delivered herself right to my doorstep. Immediately after, Chu Xiu vanished. Qingxue then said to Tu Shanyu, "Master, he's gone." Tu Shanyu slowly stepped out from the void and immediately said, "All right, let's follow him." A moment later, the two of them, disguised as humans, appeared before Chu Xiu. Tu Shanyu softly called out, "Dao brother." Chu Xiu played along with the act. "Who are you? And why are you blocking my path?" Qingxue spoke up. "We beg Dao brother to save us sisters." Tu Shanyu continued, pleading, "Please help us." She secretly chuckled to herself. This master is truly amazing. First, confirm if he has a Dao protector. If not, capture him and drag him to Heavenly Fiend City. Selling the human Taisu Holy Sun? If auctioned off, he'll definitely fetch a sky-high price. Chu Xiao smiled at the two, his face amiable, and said, "I can save you, but you must tell me your names and backgrounds." He thought, Tu Shanyu's acting skills are decent, but sorry, in front of this old demon Chu, your acting is still way too green. Tu Shanyu stepped forward, 2 tears even welling up in the corners of her eyes. "I am Tu Yuer, and she is my elder sister, Tu Shuer. We are the wives of Chen Ba Jun, a warrior of Heavenly Abyss Border City. 2 months ago, my husband disappeared here. His sisters were worried, and specifically came to look for him. Unfortunately, we were targeted by fiends." Chu Xiu casually asked further, "What realm are these fiends pursuing you from?" He thought, even the wisest plan has a flaw. Tu Shanyu would never expect that her closest disciple was already working for this old demon Chu. Hearing his question, Tu Shanyu immediately replied, "Our realms are low, so we couldn't discern the specific realm of that fiend. We only know he could casually tear space apart." Tu Xiao stroked his chin, feigning contemplation, then said, "In that case, it's at least a great saint. But with your cultivation levels, how could you possibly provoke a great saint?" Tu Shanyu hadn't expected him to ask so many questions, and her face immediately showed a hint of panic. Doubt instantly sparked in her heart. This dude's that chill? Must have a secret protector lurking around. Right after, she skipped over to Suo Zhu, plastering on her most damsel in distress face. She gently tugged his sleeve. "Oh big bro, you wouldn't believe it. That fox demon is totally depraved. It saw our peerless beauty and decided to get all grabby, wanting to capture us and then... Well, you know, ABCXYZ." Suo Zhu, after hearing this, instantly put on an enraged expression and bellowed, "The demon race truly deserves to die." He paused for a beat. Then, with eyes still closed, added, "And they're even better at playing than I am." That line stunned Tu Shanyu, her face flushing crimson, completely at a loss for words. Seeing her silence, Suo Zhu pressed on. "So what exactly does this demon look like?" She immediately launched into a description. "Oh, it's super beautiful, with silver hair, a pair of fox ears, and 9 tails." Hearing her, Suo Zhu immediately blurted out the name he had in mind, Tian Mian Zhen Jun, but then he frowned. "No, that's not him." Tu Shanyu, surprised, asked, "You know that demon race?" Suo Zhu instantly puffed out his chest. "Of course! All right, you two, follow me, I'll keep you safe." The two of them sauntered behind Suo Zhu through the icy snow. After a bit, Tu Shanyu inwardly smirked. "I've probed with my divine sense multiple times. Within tens of thousands of miles, there's absolutely no expert stronger than me." So she stopped, covering her mouth with a delicate giggle. "Oh, so naive, truly, truly naive." Suo Zhu, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, turned to look, utterly baffled as to when this girl started acting high on cultivation pills, without him noticing. He turned back and asked her, "What's up? No more pretending, huh?" Suo Zhu mused internally. Tu Shanyu slowly shed her facade, a savage grin spreading across her face, and his haughty. "I never thought Saint Son Suo would be so arrogant, so foolish, to come to the Tianyuan battlefield all alone, without a single protector by your side. Ha ha, this venerable one is so utterly disappointed. Suo Zhu, you've been played. I am great sage Tu Shan, and everything just now was a ruse to see if you had a protector with you." She guffawed triumphantly, her laughter growing louder and more maniacal. "Ha ha ha! Call out, scream until your throat ruptures. No one will come to save you. Run. Run until your legs shatter. You still won't escape this venerable one's grasp." Right after, she turned to Qingxue and preened, "My disciple, isn't that right?" But after a beat, Qingxue remained utterly unresponsive, leaving Tu Shanyu a bit flustered. "Disciple, why aren't you laughing?" As she whipped back around, Tu Shanyu herself became enraged, bellowing at Suo Xiu. Suo Xiu, why aren't you terrified? You shouldn't be looking like that. You should be utterly shocked and screaming bloody murder. Suddenly, Chu Xiu spoke up. My apologies, master.
Tu Shanyu's face twisted in confusion as she stared at her disciple.
Right after, Chu Xiu continued. Actually, master, I'm an inside agent. Hearing that, Tu Shanyu instantly panicked. Chu Xiu just strolled right over, casually took her place next to Suo Xiu. Completely ignoring the flabbergasted Tu Shanyu, unable to process this reality, she shrieked.
Chu Xiu, what are you talking about? Chu Xiu, did Suo Xiu threaten you? Don't be scared, tell your master, I can help you.
Chu Xiu didn't even glance back. Instead, she turned to Suo Xiu, a brilliant smile blossoming on her face as she softly cooed, My lord. Suo Xiu, in turn, gently stroked her cheek, a loving smile gracing his lips. Seeing such an intimate display, Tu Shanyu shrieked, No! Absolutely not! This can't be happening! You despicable dog thief! What in the cultivation world have you done to Chu Xiu? Chu Xiu, nestled in Suo Xiu's embrace, heard this, and her face instantly darkened with annoyance. She turned to Tu Shanyu and stated, Master, I ask that you show some respect to my lord. Hearing that, Tu Shanyu's rage absolutely erupted. She jabbed a finger at Chu Xiu, shrieking, Tu Shan, do you even know what you're doing? I am your master, and you dare to speak to me like that? What kind of soul-bewitching concoction did he force down your throat, making you abandon everything, betray your master, and destroy your ancestors? Chu Xiu, utterly unconcerned, simply turned and actively kissed Suo Xiu on the lips. Then, with a sweet smile, she said to Tu Shanyu, My lord has already attained the supreme great Tao master. You should just join us, too.
Tu Shanyu could no longer suppress her towering fury. She instantly gathered demon power in her palm and bellowed, Supreme Great Tao? My ass! Today, this venerable one will kill this little brat, then drag you back to see what demonic charm has truly bewitched you. Suo Xiu simply raised an eyebrow, his face utterly devoid of fear. He remarked, Straight to the ultimate move, huh? Our boy clenched his hand into a fist, his face adopting a gravely serious expression, as if ready to unleash an ultimate counterattack. But then, unexpectedly, Suo Xiu threw his head back and, with all his might, let out a resounding shout, Aunt Luo, save me! This single cry left Tu Shanyu utterly dumbfounded, her eyes bulging and her jaw literally on the floor, unable to close. Suddenly, right after, the ethereal figure of Luo Qingyu inexplicably materialized in the sky above. Her hair danced in the frigid wind, her face perfectly impassive as she slowly descended, effortlessly taking a protective stance in front of Suo Xiu. Tu Shanyu was absolutely horrified the moment she recognized the arriving figure. This is the legendary quasi-emperor? She screamed internally. Then she remembered Suo Xiao's words. Could Suo Xiao actually know soul-controlling arts? From behind his protector, Suo Xiu instantly made his demand. Aunt Luo, please seal this little fox girl's cultivation for me. Without uttering a single word, Aunt Luo stepped forward, elegantly extending a finger towards Tu Shanyu. A shimmering blue formation instantly coalesced at her fingertip. Tears instantly welled in Tu Shanyu's eyes, her heart churning with utter regret. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Big bro said this Suo Xiu wasn't simple, and I still foolishly provoked him. Before long, her cultivation was completely sealed by Luo Yi. Though utterly panicked, she still managed to squawk, Don't you dare come any closer! I'm very fierce, you hear me? Even if my cultivation is sealed, I can still bite people. As if Suo Xiu would be scared by those threats. He strolled right over, gently pinching Tu Shanyu's cheek, his voice dripping with playful challenge. Oh? You've got the guts? Go on, bite me then. Qing Shui, standing sweetly beside him, smiled and said, Master, please don't cry anymore. Soon you'll definitely be thanking my lord. Tu Shanyu, with the unyielding resolve of someone who would rather die than submit, declared heroically, If I've fallen into your hands, then so be it. Consider me unlucky. Come on then. I, Tu Shanyu, will absolutely never submit. Suo Xiu didn't say a word. He simply raised a hand to the sky, and from his palm, torrents of blood-red power began to pour forth, gradually coalescing into a menacing sphere. The blood-red orb grew larger and larger, and Tu Shanyu's defiant expression slowly morphed into genuine terror. Luo Yi, observing nearby, mused inwardly. What in the world is this? A divine ability seed? How could it be so utterly bizarre? Could this be the different Dao that kid spoke of? No wonder he possesses a blood-colored destiny. Truly, he's far from ordinary. Suo Xiu's divine seed rapidly advanced towards Tu Shanyu, who shrieked in panic, What is this? Let me go! But before she could finish, the divine seed had completely engulfed her. Fast forward. 3 hours later,
The divine seed began to show faint signs of cracking. Chu Xiu stood nearby, meticulously observing the unfolding situation. He mused internally. Remolding a great sage is significantly tougher than revamping a divine ability realm cultivator like Tushan Qingxue. The resource consumption is also way higher. At this moment, the divine seed split in half, and Tushan Yu's figure re-emerged, though she remained unconscious. Luo Qingyu stepped closer and stated, "If my conjecture is correct, you previously twisted and altered her Dao, connecting her path directly to your own. In essence, to her, you are now no different from the heavenly Dao itself. No wonder Tushan Qingxu is so utterly reliant and fiercely loyal to you." Chu Xiu glanced at Luo Yi, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You saw through it?" he asked. Hearing his casual admission, Luo Yi's heart was instantly seized by dread. This brat, Chu Xiu, is he trying to defy the heavens themselves? Luo Yi, her gaze still somewhat unfocused, continued, "Your Dao is truly peerless, immensely potent. However, when you finally achieve quasi-emperor status, I fear you'll face a terrifying backlash from the heavenly Dao itself. The heavenly Dao is merciless. It lacks consciousness, yet it will absolutely never permit a Dao that can stand shoulder to shoulder with it, or a being that exists beyond its control." Chu Xiu merely gazed up at the vast sky, replying without a shred of fear, "Heaven never completely blocks a person's path. There's always a way to crack this code." After the two of them chatted for a bit, Tushan Yu slowly began to stir, her eyes fluttering open. The moment her eyes landed on Chu Xiu, her entire demeanor shifted. Not a single trace of anger remained. She beamed, then swiftly sprinted towards Chu Xiu. "My lord! Thank you, my lord, for granting me this new life." Chu Xiu gently patted her head, praising, "Good girl, Tushan Yu." Her face absolutely beamed with pure bliss, her eyes practically disappearing into a joyous squint. Qingxu then spoke up, "Congrats, master, on your glow-up." Tushan Yu, pouting, scolded, "My girl, you've been under the Lord's thumb this whole time and didn't tell master? If I'd known, I'd already be his waifu." Luo Yi watched for a bit, then blurted out, "This transformation is wild. This fox chick's bloodline is practically screaming ancestor mode." Hearing that, Tushan Yu quickly asked, "Senior, you know my ancestors?" Luo Yi, poker-faced, calmly replied, "The nine-tailed heavenly fox, a quasi-emperor from the primordial era, was a total beast, even clashing with the demon butterfly. With your bloodline awakening, you've got a shot at that quasi-emperor tier yourself." Hearing she could hit quasi-emperor, Tushan Yu was utterly pumped. She practically flew into Chu Xiu's arms, peppering his cheek with kisses. "Gotta thank my lord for yours new life too." Then she kept calling out, "Lord! Lord!" Chu Xiu, kinda confused, asked, "What's up?" Tushan Yu slowly laid out her demand, "Can you give my big bro a new life? Right now he's neither man nor woman, it's driving me nuts." Chu Xiao heard this and was totally clueless. Luo Yi immediately cut in, "Your Dao is way too green right now. You can't handle the Dao of two great sages." Hearing Luo Yi's warning, Chu Xiu thought to himself, no wonder transforming Tushan Yu felt kinda tough. Does this mean my army building plan is on hold? Tushan Yu's face fell. Doesn't that mean Big Bro's lost his chance at a new life? Bro, my bad for snagging your spot, but don't sweat it. Later, when we get a chance, I'll definitely get the Lord to transform you into something even more epic. She then turned to Luo Yi. "How's that pocket dimension?" Luo Yi replied, "I was literally just about to bust the seal when I came to rescue you. Now that things are settled, I'll go back to breaking it. Wait here for a few hours." Hearing that, Tushan Yu instantly proposed, 3 hours is so boring. Why don't we, do something?" Chu Xiao, confused, asked, "What do you mean, do something?" Tushan Yu immediately said, "Master, our Tushan clan has a cheat code that can speed up cultivation." Hearing that, Chu Xiu instantly pictured Tushan Qingxue and Tushan Yu serving him at the same time, flashing a lewd smirk. With that thought, he excitedly agreed. "Alright, let's find a nice, quiet spot to cultivate then." 3 hours later, Luo Yi smoothly popped into Chu Xiu's cave. She announced, "The pocket dimension seal is busted." But when she peeked into the cave, what greeted her eyes was Tushan Yu and Tushan Qingxue, utterly spent, cuddled right next to Chu Xiu. Meanwhile, our boy was just chillin', cultivating cross-legged. Luo Yi's face flushed. "Wait, did they just..." she thought. Chu Xiu, meanwhile, was still deep in cultivation, not having stopped once. A long time later, Chu Xiu finally spoke to Tushan Yu. "Cough, cough, you two wait for me here." She dutifully replied, "Yes, Lord." Once Chu Xiu and Luo Yi left, Tushan Yu immediately turned to her disciple. "You little rascal! When did you learn all those tricks?" Tushan Qingxu just smiled, pulled out a book titled 69 Cultivation Postures, and replied, "Just picked them up recently."
I've got the book, master. Want to see it? Tu Xiu pouted slightly and demanded, well, hurry up and hand it over. Without a second thought, Tu Xiu snatched the book. Inside the pocket dimension, Chu Xiu walked over to check out the guy chilling in a stream of golden water. He was stunned, thinking, my heart's going wild. Is this that? Same root, same source, vibe? No cap, a primordial sacred body. Dude's been dead for ages and he's not even rotting. Chu Xiu quickly moved closer to the corpse. He was shocked to see some words carved into the ground. I, Du Ji U Bai Tian, cultivated for 5,000 years, a great sage with a saint body, but my lifespan was only tens of thousands of years. Star-hopped to this continent, searching for a chance at rebirth, and finally found a clue. After reading the message, Chu Xiu's face was pure confusion, but he quickly brushed it off. Whatever, I'll just devour this corpse first. Shutting down his thoughts, he commanded his divine seed to float above the dude's body and started to assimilate it. Before long, Chu Xiu flashed a sinister grin, saying, Senior Du Ji Yu, you're quite the schemer, aren't you? Instantly, an old phantom shot out from the body, praising, you're definitely not ordinary. To actually spot the issue, my weight wasn't for nothing, haha. Young man, hand your body over to this old man. With that, he pointed a finger at Chu Xiu. Powerful, blood-red spiritual energy started to swirl and condense. Chu Xiu, fearless, smirked, holding up 2 fingers. Senior wants to body snatch? Yeah, good luck with that. 10 days later, Chu Xiu stumbled out, groaning. Ugh, who knew that old geezer would be such a pain to deal with? The system popped up. Congrats, host, you've successfully devoured the great accomplishment Saint Body's essence. Plus 50 attribute points received. Allocate at your leisure. Chu Xiu silently decided, nah, I'll hold off on adding points for now. Ahead, Luo Yi was already waiting. Seeing him emerge, she instantly asked, why'd you take so long in there? He scratched his head, dodging the question. How long was I in there anyway? Luo Yi, blunt, replied, 10 days. Luo Yi turned away, pouting. That purple dude is coming out again in 7 days. You promised you'd make me fall for you. Chu Xiu moved in, wrapping his arms around her waist, forcing a laugh. Aunt Luo, don't be mad. That old geezer inside wanted to body snatch me. Wasn't that an epic 300-round battle with him? It wasn't on purpose, I swear. Hearing that, Luo Yi gasped. A quasi-emperor remnant soul tried to body snatch you, and you're totally fine? Chu Xiu squinted, grinning. Guess my plot armor's just too strong. As he spoke, his hand, conveniently, wandered onto Luo Yi's chest. She immediately flicked his forehead. Strong plot armor is one thing, but what's your hand doing in my clothes, kid? Don't push your damn luck, or I'll make sure you can't touch a single woman for the rest of your life. Chu Xiu coughed awkwardly, forcing a laugh. Cough, cough, old habits, old habits. Aunt Luo, no need to be mad. Tu Shan Qingshu and Tu Shanyu arrived right then. Qingshu called out, Lord! Tu Shanyu joyfully shrieked, Master, you're finally back! Tu Shanyu pounced on Chu Xiu, hugging him tight. Master, you're missed you! Chu Xiu smiled. Did anyone mess with you two while I was gone? Master, you worry too much. This is our turf, nobody dares to mess with us. Chu Xiu patted Tu Shanyu's head. Alright, let's roll. We've been slacking for over 10 days, time to hit Tianyao City. She instantly agreed. Got it! I'll lead Master into the city now. Then, the squad hopped on a flying ship and cruised towards Tianyao City. Seeing they were almost there, Tu Shanyu blushed and piped up. Master, how about you crash at my family's inn tonight? Chu Xiu instantly replied. Right after, the crew headed straight for the Tushan Inn. Chu Xiu looked at the inn, thinking, damn, the Tushan Fox clan in Tianyao City has a pretty sweet setup. And, since Tushan Yu is my girl now, doesn't this inn basically belong to me too? The inn's manager stepped out. Master Yu, what brings you to Tianyao City? Tushan Yu said, I've noticed Tianyao City's defenses are way tighter than usual. Has something big gone down recently? Master Yu, you wouldn't know, but Tianyao City hasn't been chill lately. A bunch of humans are lurking in the shadows, causing absolute chaos. Chung Zhu was surprised by that news. Oh? Meanwhile, on a building's balcony railing, 3 cloaked figures, dressed head to toe in black, were perched on the railing, eyes laser-focused below. One of them spoke. Master Feng. By the looks of it, Liu Hongyi is probably a goner. The guy called Master Feng clenched his fist, grinding his teeth. We've been eyeing that treasure for nearly 100 years. It's with the chick Liu Hongyi rescued. We have to save them, otherwise. Wouldn't all our efforts be a massive L? The person next to him asked. Master Feng's right, but what's the play here? Master Feng heard the question and flashed a sinister smirk, stroking his chin. Then let's just turn Tianyao City into a total chaotic mess. That way, we can fish in troubled waters nice and easy. Back at the Tushan Inn,
Chu Xiu looked up at the sky. The city lord of Tianyao City, Great Sage Xiao, is no joke. Dude's actually planning to use human essence blood to forge divine weapons? He mused. Hong Yi's a real stand-up girl. Heard that when Old Man Lin's granddaughter, the one we took in, got snatched, she went to rescue her. He cracked a smile. In this respect, she's just like him. Hong Yi, just hold on a bit longer. You're almost out. Just then, Tu Shanyu bounced back, grinning from ear to ear. Master, yours back. All the tasks you gave me? Done and done. With that, she once again pounced onto Chu Xiu. I met Liu Hongyi and Lin Xiao Er. They're totally fine. I gave them the formation diagram you handed me too. She recalled giving the formation diagram to the two girls. Liu Hongyi had opened it up and was staring intently. Su Xiao praised, Yuni, you did great. No one suspected a thing, right? Tu Shanyu immediately replied, Nope, no one suspected anything. That. Tu Shanyu blushed and squinted her eyes with a smile. If Master could kiss Yuni, Yuni would have even more intel to share with Master. Tee-hee. Hearing this little rascal dare to make demands of him, Su Xiu immediately pinched her peach, educating her. What? You dare make demands of your master? Tu Shanyu instantly admitted her mistake. Master, Yuni was wrong. Yuni shouldn't have made demands of Master. Alright, Master forgives you. Spill it, what's the intel? I got info from Big Bro Tian Mian. He suspects that Master is none other than Old Devil Su from the Little Saint ranking. Earlier, Tian Mian knew that Old Devil Su had a very good relationship with Liu Hongyi. He deduced that if you were Old Devil Su, you would definitely reveal yourself to save Liu Hongyi. If so, then all the factions you've offended would once again surround and kill you. Your Big Bro's intelligence truly has improved. Well done. This is Master's reward for you. Saying this, he leaned in close, lifting Tun Yuni's chin, then placed a kiss on her lips. His hands not staying idle, continuously caressing Tu Yuni's peaches. Luo Jiji, inside Luo Yi's body, praised, Ha! Now this is something. This is exactly little brother Su Xiu, so good at coaxing people. So can this big sis learn a thing or two to use on little brother later? Just thinking about it gets me excited. At this moment, Tu Shanqingshu came over with a cup of tea. Master, please have some tea. Su Xiao took the cup of tea, secretly thinking, what is happiness? This is happiness. He imagined the scene of Tu Shanyu and Tu Shanqingxue, master and disciple, serving him, and chuckled heartily to himself. What more could a man ask for in life? Just as he was reveling in his fantasies, Luo Yi spoke up again. What's your next move? Tian Yao Cheng has 4 Saint Kings. The descendant of the Demon Butterfly clan, Dai Zun, has an emperor weapon. And that Shan Zhao also has an emperor weapon. Su Xiu smiled and replied, No rush. Hong Yi and her people need time to set up their formation. Before I make my move, I'll make sure one of the Saint Kings loses their combat effectiveness. Most likely, it'll be Dai Zun. A few days later, in Tian Yao Cheng, crowds of demon folks were walking down the streets, when suddenly, many of the demon folks vomited blood, and one by one they fell to the ground. A male and female from the Rabbit clan cried out in shock. What's happening? What's wrong with them? What's going on? But quickly, blood began to flow from the female Rabbit clan members' 7 orifices, and soon after, they too met the same fate, falling to the ground. At this moment, a group of people wearing full-body cloaks stepped out. The one on the outside spoke up. Feng Da Ren's poison arts have become even more profound. The one on the inside continued. Naturally, this is the Black Plague that Feng Da Ren tirelessly researched. It's highly contagious. If it's not stopped in time, it will quickly spread completely. After observing the results of his creation, Feng Da Ren turned and left. We should go now. Not long after, Tian Mian arrived. She checked the pulse on a demon's neck, then exclaimed, How vicious! Absolutely barbaric! What secret is Liu Hongyi hiding that makes someone so wholeheartedly devoted to saving her? On a rooftop in Tian Yao Cheng, a demon tribe member appeared, angrily roaring, These damn human rats! Aren't you going to all this trouble just to take Liu Hongyi away? HMPH, this venerable one won't let you have your way. This venerable one will definitely capture all of you. Pull out your tendons, flay your skin, extract your souls to refine into artifacts, and bring them back to Qi Tushan. Tu Shanyu reported to Su Xiu. Master, a group of human experts of unknown origin has poisoned a large number of demon folks. Their target is young Miss Liu Hongyi. Yuni worried. Su Xiu reached out and patted her head, replying, Don't worry. Since I'm here, those hidden in the shadows are destined to fail. In his heart, he angrily thought, They dare to scheme against Liu Hongyi? I'll make sure they come but never leave. Suddenly at this moment, Tian Mian arrived. Little Yuni, Tian Yao Cheng isn't peaceful these days. You should leave here first. Tu Shanyu replied, I still have some personal matters to attend to, I can't leave just yet. Tian Mian said sternly, Be good, listen to me, leave here soon. Tu Shanyu retorted coldly, Big bro,
You really shouldn't worry about my affairs anymore. Are you seriously gonna look at people like this in the future? Neither male nor female? Or should I just call you Big Sis from now on? Hearing these words, Tian Mian was so furious his head nearly burst into smoke. Isn't your brother like this because of that damn Su Xiao? Suddenly, Tian Mian noticed a stranger behind his sister, and asked, Little Yu Ni, who is that person behind you? He frowned and secretly thought, why do this person's eyes look so familiar? And why do I feel so strangely uncomfortable seeing him? Tu Shan Yu enthusiastically introduced, Big bro, let me introduce you. His name is Tu Shan Long Yu. He's a fellow clan member I recently met. He was wandering outside when he was little, homeless. Luckily he met me halfway through. Big bro, don't be reserved with him. Hearing what Tu Shan Yu said, Su Xiu smiled and secretly thought, nice. This little fox demoness, I wonder who taught her to be so naughty. She even knows how to play with you. But honestly, this girl is quite smart. At least she managed to divert Tian Mian's attention. Hearing the name Tu Shan Long Yu, Tian Mian's brows furrowed, revealing his anger. Tu Shan Long Yu? What kind of ridiculous name is that? My sister's name is Tu Shan Yu, and this guy's name is Tu Shan Long Yu? How brazen. Oh really? That damn Su Xiao smiled maliciously in his heart, enjoying Tian Mian's expression. This guy is truly a siscon. If one day he finds out that the sister he loves most has become my old Su's woman, won't he go completely insane? Big brother. Suddenly, Tian Mian said to Su Xiu in a serious tone, Junior, name your price. How much will it take for you to leave my sister alone? Hearing these words, Su Xiao's face expressed helplessness, as he secretly thought, this scene feels a bit too familiar, doesn't it? Tu Shan Yu panicked and immediately spoke up. Big bro, what are you saying? Tian Mian loudly said, Yu Ni, don't talk. I'm asking this little brat. Just then, Su Xiu chuckled slyly. We're all family here. Talking about money just makes things awkward. Hearing these words, Tian Mian was furious to the point of going crazy. He stepped forward, grabbed Su Xiu's collar, and roared, Who's family with you? Don't talk nonsense or I'll beat you up. Su Xiu forced a smile and said, Little sister Yu Ni, quickly persuade our big bro. Hearing Su Xiu, Yu Ni immediately rushed over and bit Tian Mian's arm. Big bro, quickly let him go. Otherwise, I'll bite you to death. Tian Mian was dumbfounded, unable to believe this situation. My sister, whom I've raised for over 1,000 years, is biting me for a man? Chu Xiu immediately chided. You what kind of behavior is this towards our big bro? Let go of his arm right now. Tu Shan Yu instantly smiled and released her big bro's arm. Witnessing this, Tian Mian's face plunged into an even deeper existential crisis. Chu Xiu, completely ignoring Tian Mian's body trembling with rage, continued, Don't worry, big bro, I'll definitely teach her a lesson later. She's so unreasonable, how could she bite her own big bro? Unable to suppress his anger, Tian Mian clenched his fist and lunged forward, roaring, You dare lecture my little sister? This old man will kill you! He was ready to throw down with Chu Xiu. Tu Shan Yu immediately stepped in front of Chu Xiu, shielding him. I'm not even mad. What are you getting so mad about, big bro? Tian Mian, going absolutely ballistic, pointed at Chu Xiu and shouted, Didn't you hear her, sis? This punk said he wants to discipline you. This measly spirit profound realm? Nobody wants to discipline a great saint like you, and you're just gonna take it? Tu Shan Yu blushed, softly saying, I like it when he disciplines me. Hearing these words, Tian Mian instantly couldn't take it, practically spitting out blood in disbelief. Helpless, he turned and walked away. Forget it, I'm going to work. Tian Yao Cheng is probably about to descend into chaos. You don't go running around by yourself. With that, he opened a spatial gate from thin air and stepped inside. Chu Xiu then wrapped his arms around Tu Shan Yu's waist and praised, Good girl, you It must have been hard hiding my identity. Next, let me help you relax a little. Scene change to Tian Mian Zhenjun's cultivation cave. She's inside, furiously chugging a gourd of calming wine. Qing Yu opened a spatial gate and stepped in. Tian Mian, what's up with you? You don't look too happy. Nothing, Tian Mian replied. How are the alchemists doing? Qing Yu responded. Your deduction was spot on. Those human rats really did try to make a move on Tian Yao Cheng's alchemists, but Anya Nu successfully stopped that. Good. Next, we just have to wait for the alchemists to refine the antidote. Luckily, they're safe. Otherwise, the common folk of Tian Yao Cheng would all die in a short amount of time. When facing a problem, it's crucial to remove the obstacles immediately and solve the problem at its root, rather than just planning precautions. We must drag those rats hiding in the shadows out. Their target is Liu Hongyi, and we've already got Liu Hongyi locked up. If that's the case, then we'll arrange a scene where Liu Hongyi escapes amidst the chaos. Who knows? Old Demon Chu might even fall for the trap. Tian Mian shared his idea, an illusion technique. We need to use a grand illusion, one that can cover the entire Tianyao Cheng, and simultaneously ensnare even great saints, without them realizing it. Qingyu exclaimed in shock. What? But she said nothing more, stood up, and walked away. Qingyu, wait here for me, I'll be back. In Tianyao Cheng, the space turned ethereal, and the moon gradually shifted to a reddish hue. Inside Tushan Inn, Chu Xiu, Luo Li, Tushan Yu, and Tushan Qingquan were seated at a round table, chatting. Luo Li suddenly sensed something amiss, her brows furrowing. She abruptly waved her hand, creating a circular barrier that enveloped all four of them. Tushan Yu, startled, asked, Luo Li, what's wrong? Luo Li turned to Chu Xian and said, a demon clan saint king is casting a grand illusion technique, intending to drag all living beings in Tianyao Cheng into an illusion. Such a massive move! What are they trying to achieve? Wait, could it be? Luo Li calmly replied, They want to catch the poisoners in Tianyao Cheng. Tushan Yu asked curiously, Senior Luo, an illusion technique this widespread, what are they using as a medium? Luo Lai, without hiding anything, answered her, Moonlight is the bridge. Luo Lai looked up at the moon, and continued. Furthermore, the secret art is filled with a foul, bloody stench. Hearing this, Tushan Yu exclaimed in alarm, This illusion is the Daozhuan Jingyi. Chu Yaozun has made a move. Chu Xuan stroked his chin and said, Another Saint King in Tianyao Cheng. The difficulty has gone beyond expectations. Chu Xiao secretly speculated in his heart. The only reason Shu Yaozun would set up such a massive formation is if those guys angered the leaders of Tianyao Cheng. So what kind of environment do the demon clan want to create that would make those people show themselves? It must be Hong Yi's escape that would make them actively pop their heads out. Scene change to Tianyao Cheng, North District. Blood energy seemed to envelop every corner. On the railing, 3 figures in full-body robes were crawling low to the ground, observing below. The outermost figure exclaimed in alarm, Senior Feng, the restriction is broken. The one called Senior Feng in the middle spoke up. Liu Hongyi, they want to escape. The innermost figure added, I sense Saint Kings clashing. Could it be that powerful experts have infiltrated Tianyao Cheng? Senior Feng immediately stood up, loudly ordering, Gather everyone immediately. We must take Liu Hongyi. On this side, Chu Xiu spoke to Luo Li. Aunt Luo, the plan must have changed. Let's head to the North District. Tushan Yu hastily wanted to follow. Master, I'll go with you. Chu Xiao immediately replied, Don't come. It's to avoid exposing your identity. Hearing this, Tushan Yu let out an oh, and didn't insist on following anymore. Beside Chu Xiao, Luo Li opened a spatial portal. She then picked Chu Xiao up and gradually stepped into the portal, her voice serious. The plan is changing too quickly. Even if Liu Hongyi has the slightest suspicion about the information Tushan Yu relayed, your plan will still fail. And even if she has no suspicion at all, it'll be tough for her to complete your setup in such a short amount of time. Chu Xiao heard Luo Li's words and replied, Aunt Luo, you're right. It's just, can you change positions? Hearing Chu Xiao's request, Aunt Luo let out an oh, and then switched to a princess carry. A fragrant scent quickly entered Chu Xiu's nose. And with a look of pure enjoyment on his face, he secretly thought, Whoa, smells like milk. Seeing his expression, Luo Li coldly asked, What are you doing? Hearing Luo Qingyu's question, Chu Xiu's face turned pale, and he quickly put on a serious face. Hongyi must have prepared to cooperate with me. As for whether we need to act now or not, we'll have to see the specific situation. If the human cultivators who infiltrated Tianyao Cheng are strong enough to hold off the demon barbarians for a while, then we can make our move to save them. Luo Li nodded, seemingly agreeing with his words. Chu Xiu continued, If they're too weak and get wiped out in an instant, then we'll wait a bit longer. At least until Shu Yaozun leaves, before we make a move. The two quickly appeared in Tianyao Cheng, at the North District city walls. Luo Lai then quickly slapped concealment talismans onto herself and Chu Xiu. Above on the city walls, a voice rang out, How's the blood demon illusion doing? Above, a group of demon clan members stood before a figure who was a girl with a horn on her forehead. She raised a finger to her lips, and then said, Wait for it. The rats are coming. In their eyes were currently clashing with Empress Tao Ti of Taisu Holy Land. Jin Yuan Yaozun angrily clenched his fist, gritting his teeth, and hoarsely exclaimed, Those rats are all itching to try their luck. Take Liu Hongyi. Don't kill them all in one go later. This venerable needs to torment these rats. Chu Xiu, observing the conversation, spoke up. Well said. 3 Saint Kings are just waiting here? Aunt Luo, if you suddenly jump out right now, Would you scare these Saint Kings out of their wits? Luo Lai softly said. Whether they get scared or not, I don't know. But you might be in great danger. If you're not afraid to die, I can give it a try. The purple-robed one said. You really like excitement, huh? Hearing these words, Chu Xiu broke out in a cold sweat. Huh? He let out. Meanwhile, a group of black-robed figures was rapidly moving towards a dazzling light, which was Senior Feng's group. Chu Xiu watched the group pass by, exclaiming in surprise, Tian Yao Cheng is hiding so many human cultivators, and their cultivation isn't low either. What kind of power is behind them? Usually even top-tier forces from Holy Lands aren't this strong, right? Aunt Luo covered her mouth and chuckled, then said, Kiddo, you're thinking too simply about Holy Land forces. Desolate ancient families, demon overlords, they've existed for over 1,000,000 years, until now. They definitely hide quite a bit of power. Senior Feng then laughed excitedly. Ha! I can't believe Tian Yao Cheng is being attacked by such powerful enemies. Heaven is truly helping me. Let's speed up a bit. Before those demon clan Saint Kings can react, take Liu Hongyi. They quickly advanced towards the circle of light. Jin Yuan Yaozun loudly ordered. Set up the grand ceiling array. Lock down space. Don't let anyone escape. Chu Xiu, observing all the developments, broke out in a cold sweat. He secretly thought, damn, that's ruthless. Good thing I brought Aunt Luo, this absolute unit, with me. Aunt Luo shot a glance at Chu Xiu and asked, well, aren't you going to make a move yet? Chu Xiu immediately replied, hold on a bit longer, let's observe a little more. Just then, the illusion formation gradually dissipated. Senior Feng's pupils immediately contracted, and his face instantly turned panicked. As the illusion formation vanished, the demon clan members immediately appeared in the sky. Senior Feng immediately shouted loudly, we fell for their trap. Above, Jin Yuan Yaozun clenched his fist and loudly declared, you rats dare to poison right under this venerable's nose? Good, very good. This venerable will definitely dismember you all. Feng Daren panicked, quickly interjecting, Jin Yuan revered one, wait, Saint Kings, aren't you curious why we're so hell-bent on rescuing Liu Hongyi? Honored sirs, this matter involves the heaven beyond heaven. The demons paused instantly upon hearing this, all of them looking astonished. Tian Mian, standing behind the demon crowd, also heard Feng Daren's words and thought to herself, as expected, Liu Hongyi holds a huge secret. Luo Di spoke up, kid, do you know what Liu Hongyi is hiding? Chu Xiu stroked his chin, replying, nope, I do have 2 stone tablets with some info about the heaven beyond heaven, but I haven't had time to study them. What's heaven beyond heaven got to do with Liu Hongyi? Honored sirs, can this information buy us our lives? Our request is simple. Let my people leave safely, and I'll stay behind to tell you everything. The demoness conjured an illusory mirror in front of Feng Daren, then replied, all right, but first, this revered one needs to test if you're lying. Speak to it. If you lie, the mirror will shatter. Feng Daren immediately spoke loudly to the mirror. Liu Hongyi's people are hiding information about the heaven beyond heaven. But the moment he finished speaking, the mirror shattered. Feng Daren's face instantly twisted in horror. No way, I wasn't lying. Jin Yuan Demon Revered didn't believe him for a second, angrily roaring, courting death and still daring to lie, trying to deceive us. Chu Xiu observed everything, a faint smile playing on his lips as he thought, wanting to sacrifice oneself for justice, a spirit of sacrifice, not bad. Too bad you want to sacrifice not just yourself, but also Hongyi. In that case, you can all just die here. He turned and communicated telepathically with Luo Di. Aunt Luo, I'll leave this to you. Lu Qiao Di replied, After we rescue Liu Hongyi, I want to know what they're holding. Chu Xiu immediately said, no problem. Suddenly, his eyes flickered towards the back, muttering, what's that? At this moment, Feng Daren held a strange box, surrounded by a group of dark-skinned people holding chains tightly wrapped around him. His face was contorted as he clutched the box tightly in his hand. Aunt Luo spoke up. This is a treasure talisman. Chu Xiu asked, surprised. A treasure talisman? I've seen quite a few talismans, but what's a treasure talisman? These were extremely rare, even in the primordial era, let alone now in later generations, making them even more precious. It's probably rarely even mentioned in ancient texts. The reason it's so precious is that it can devour heaven and earth yuan qi and certain materials, automatically generating talismans, with effects that are incredibly heaven-defying. Hearing this, Chu Xiu curled his lips into a smirk, thinking to himself, an auto-talisman maker. Sounds suspiciously like a 3D printer. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up. What a treasure! Aunt Luo, quickly go snatch it! Luo Di calmly replied. All 4 Saint Kings are watching. Unless you plan to reveal yourself right now. Chu Xiu buried his head in a nearby fruit basket, taking a deep breath before grumbling. All right, fine. But suddenly, Luo Di's eyes turned vigilant. Wait. Hearing this, Chu Xiu tilted his head up and asked, what's wrong? Luo Di spoke. There's a quasi-emperor's aura. Chu Xiu exclaimed in surprise. What? Luo Di continued. It's a remnant soul. The aura is unstable. At this moment, a person appeared, walking towards Feng Daren. This person had a glowing red third eye on their forehead. At this moment, Luo Di communicated with Luo Jiji in her consciousness. Luo Jiji spoke up. If we are fish living in the sea, then that person is a bird soaring in the sky. It's not simply a different life form. It seems their entire ecological cycle is different. It's like, Luo Di continued, a transcendent life form. Luo Di's face was pensive as she murmured, Indeed. Extraordinary. It seems closer to the heavenly Dato. What is it? Luo Jiji then said, White. Don't you find this feeling very familiar? Hearing this, Luo Di thought to herself, Yes, it's like it was modified by the heavenly Dao Shu, just like Tu Shan Yu. They were once modified by Chu Xiu. Seeing Luo Di lost in thought, Chu Xiu pouted and moved closer. Aunt Luo, don't look at me like that. It's so embarrassing. Moi 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 tilde. But just as Aunt Luo emerged from her thoughts and saw his audacious move, she flicked Chu Xiu's head, instantly raising a huge bump. He cried out in pain, Ow! Aunt Luo, you're so heavy-handed. He immediately started massaging Luo Di's back, a fawning expression on his face. Don't be angry, I didn't mean it earlier. Speaking of which, Aunt Luo, can you use your divine sight to peek at that person? Luo Di, still indulging him greatly, conjured a mirror in front of them. The person's image appeared within the mirror. As soon as he saw the person, Chu Xiu smiled. Oh, so it's him, huh? Interesting. Hearing this, Luo Di immediately asked, You know him? Chu Xiu stroked his chin and replied, Not only that, I've even crossed swords with him before. Luko, Dai said. Those vertical red eyes of his are very bizarre, giving me a really uncomfortable feeling. I didn't expect you two to have met. Chu Xiu made a request. Aunt Luo, take me to capture him. I'm really interested in him. Luo Di asked in surprise. Aren't you concerned about Liu Hongyi anymore? Chu Xiu curled his lips and replied, No rush for that. The scene shifts to another location within Tianyao City. Everything was still in the dark night. Tianyao stood on a rooftop, muttering to himself, Liu Hongyi is imprisoned over there. I heard the Demon Empress used a seal that even an Emperor artifact can't break. Can you truly guarantee you can breach it? The shadow of an old man in a full-body cloak appeared behind him, and replied, That imprisonment contains an immortal, eternal substance, a higher-level heaven and earth energy. To break it, the special substance within must be extracted. Hearing this, Tianyao asked, puzzled, Undying? Immortal? What is that thing? But just then, Luo Di, carrying Chu Xiu, slowly stepped out from the void, startling both of them. Luo Di softly spoke, Hello. The old man behind Tianyao urgently warned, Quasi-Emperor! That woman is a quasi-emperor! The moment he finished speaking, his body gradually dissolved. Tianyao, hearing his words, watched his pupils contract, his face filled with utter astonishment. Before disappearing completely, the old man solemnly instructed Tianyao, You must be careful. But shortly after, in Tushan Qi's underground secret chamber, Tianyao was tied to a pillar. In front of him stood Chu Xiu, Luo Di, and Tu Shanyu. Tianyao loudly demanded, Who are you? Why did you capture me? Luo Di took out a round, yellow object and said, Of course we have our reasons for capturing you. Chu Xiu said to Tu Shanyu, Yurnagar, you're usually quite flashy with your games. He recalled his usual playful interactions with Tu Shanyu. These memories made him involuntarily break into a sly smile. Tu Shanyu winked. Master, these things are specially prepared for naughty children. That feeling is quite magical. Would Master like to try? Chu Xiao put his hands on his hips and scoffed. Oh, so you want me to try it? Little you're being improper now. Tu Shanyu replied with a sly, squinty-eyed smile. Master, don't misunderstand. Yor would naturally be the one experiencing it. As long as Master is happy, Yor will do anything. She purred, guiding Chu Xiu's hand right into her twin peaks. Chu Xiu pulled her into a tight embrace, his hand instinctively caressing Tu Shanyu's plump peaches. My silly little you're my adorable one. How could I ever be rough with you? Tu Shanyu giggled shyly. Just as Yor hopes, Master. Chu Xiu chuckled internally. Guess she's into this kind of stuff. Nice. Meanwhile, Tianyao and Luo Yi were absolutely speechless at this public display. Tianyao awkwardly coughed, trying to shake off the embarrassment. Senior, I truly haven't offended you before. Why are you holding me captive? Luo Yi didn't even dignify him with a reply. Instead, she snapped, Tianyao, shut your trap. Tell the old monster inside you to come out and talk. At her words, the dude's face went white. He gritted his teeth. How? How do they know? Just then a faint light began to escape from the eye on Tianyaozi's forehead. In an instant, a massive eye manifested before Tianyaozi. From within it, a voice boomed. Taoist friend, your divine sense is too formidable. It seems we were detected the moment we entered the city. Hearing this, Chu Xiu, the absolute clown, immediately hid behind Luo Yi. Luo Yi stepped forward, demanding, "What are you?" I thought this demon son had the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor hidden inside him, she mused. But now, it looks like that's not the case. The eye promptly replied, Taoist friend, if I told you I don't even know what I am, would you believe me? Chu Xiu couldn't hold it in, and burst out laughing. Luo Yi remained stoic beside him, not uttering a word. Chu Xiu poked his head out. Don't remember anymore? Oh, awesome. So you're useless then. He turned to Luo Yi. Aunt Luo, this thing doesn't look like anything good. We should just gouge it out, then seal it to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Hearing Chu Xiu's casual suggestion to gouge out the eye, it finally spoke up. Taoist friend, wait! Chu Xiu cocked an eyebrow. Oh? You suddenly remembered something, did you? My memory really is a mess, the eye admitted. I only vaguely recall coming from a continent called Honghuang. That place has boundless, endless territory. No one knows its true size. Beyond that, I truly know nothing. Luo Yi turned to Chu Xiao. Is the Honghuang he's talking about the same Honghuang you mentioned before? Chu Xiao looked at her. Probably not. From what I've learned, the Honghuang in the star sky is an artificial space created by the human race. Its true area can't even be described as vast. It's a conglomerate formed by countless smaller spaces. Hearing this, Luo Yi thought, so it's not the Honghuang this guy was talking about. Then, Chu Xiu turned back to the eye. The Honghuang you're talking about, does it have Nu Wa Nyang Nyang? The eye responded, Don't know. He pressed on. What about the Sanqing Dao Zhu? Still the same. The eye replied once more. Don't know. Chu Xiu then dropped another name, Dong Huang Tai Yi. Hearing that name, the eye finally reacted. Dong Huang Tai Yi. Dong Huang. Dong Huang. Your Majesty. Chu Xiu's face turned serious. Back on Blue Star, I used to binge read ancient myths and web novels, he thought to himself. Legend says Dong Huang Tai Yi was an unparalleled being, nurtured by the Sun Star. He wielded the primordial supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, and co-founded the demon race with his elder brother Di Jun, becoming the lord of the ancient heavenly court. Could it be that a continent named Honghuang actually exists in this world? Luo Yi turned to Chu Xiu. What is Dong Huang Tai Yi, and why did it react so strongly to that name? Chu Xiu replied, I'll explain in detail later. Chu Xiu then spun back to the eye. How much more information do you have about Dong Huang Tai Yi? But it simply repeated, Don't know. All right, then tell me, what's your actual goal for coming to Tianyao Cheng? The eye replied, This kid wants to visit Venerable Shan Zhao, the city lord of Tianyao, so of course, I came along. Tian Yaozi blurted out, Please, Taoist friend, release me. Suddenly, Chu Xiu moved forward and clamped Tian Yaozi's mouth shut. Kid, you're still not being honest. Looks like I'll have to get rough to get the truth out of you. Aunt Lu, go, get ready to dig that eye out. Chu Xiu grinned. My hands have been a bit dry lately, and I've been itching to grab something from this eye. Not bad at all. Luo Yi immediately stepped forward, reaching her hand towards the eye on Tian Yaozi's forehead. If you like it so much, I'll just take it for you. Tu Shanyu, bless her heart, even brought a plate. Master, Yor has a plate. We can use it to hold this eyeball, she chirped enthusiastically. Tian Yaozi's heart thrashed in terror. This blood eye has a semi-life connection to me. If it's gouged out, my soul will be severely damaged, my foundation will be ruined, and my strength will plummet. Even worse, all the secrets within the blood eye will be exposed to them. Just as Aunt Luo's hand grazed the blood eye, Tian Yaozi's face drenched in sweat. Taoist friend, wait! I'll talk! It's fine, I'll tell you! Luo Yi smoothly pulled her hand back. Then speak, she commanded. Chu Xiu, ever the menacing hype man, chimed in. You can keep lying, don't worry, but just so you know, we absolutely won't give you a second chance to open your mouth. So think very carefully before you speak. Tian Yaozi quickly blurted out. We came for an item. The item we're looking for is in Liu Hongyi's hands. Chu Xiu pressed. Be specific. What exactly are you looking for? What's its purpose? And how did you even know about it? The eye spoke up, I can tell you. But you must guarantee that you'll let us go. Chu Xiu immediately pointed 2 fingers skyward. I swear to the heavenly Tao, if you truthfully answer my questions, without a single concealment, I will definitely let you go. Otherwise, may heavenly tribulation descend upon me and turn me to ashes. I've sworn such a deadly oath, isn't that enough?
Seeing Chu Xiu swear, Tu Shanyu, the innocent soul, thought to herself, "Foolish mortals. My master's great Tao isn't even affected by the heavenly Tao to begin with. Their expressions are going to be so entertaining in a bit." The eye, seeing Chu Xiu's ominous oath, reluctantly spoke. "That item is a pendant, and also a key that can open a passage to a certain place. But exactly where, I don't remember anymore. As for why I know about its existence, it's because my memories recall that item falling with me onto the Tiankong continent." Hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes widened in surprise. "Fell onto the Tiankong continent with you? Which is the Hong Huang you mentioned? Bro, what even are you?" What am I? I don't remember anymore. I truly don't remember anymore. I only know I am an eye from some sentient being that has now gained its own consciousness." Once Chu Xiu had extracted all the information, his voice turned cold. Alright then. You're useless now." Hearing these words, Tian Yaozi and the eye immediately flinched. The eye blurted out, "What are you trying to do? Don't forget you swore an oath to the heavenly Tao." Tian Yaozi quickly added, "Kid, if you don't keep your word, heavenly tribulation will descend upon you." But Chu Xiu didn't give a single damn. He swung his hand, aiming to gouge out the eye on Tian Yaozi's forehead. A surge of crimson power rapidly erupted, resisting Chu Xiu's strength. "What is this?" he thought. "An eye actually holds such immense power?" A moment later, Chu Xiu held the eye in his hand, meticulously observing it. Luo Yi, from behind, spoke up. "It didn't lie. It truly is an eye of a sentient being that, for some unknown reason, unexpectedly fell out and gained its own consciousness." Chu Xiu closed his eyes, concentrating on integrating the eye's power into himself. Golden flames erupted around his body. "The energy of a single eye is almost on par with a quasi-emperor's," he mused. "Just how mighty must this eye's true form have been?" Moments later, Chu Xiu's two eyes flashed with a potent red light. He excitedly proclaimed, "Success!" Ming Yaozi, his face drenched in blood, asked, "Who are you? Who are you, really?" Chu Xiu smiled, placing a hand on his forehead, and softly replied, "You still don't know who I am? Kid, you're not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, are you?" Seeing the familiar, dog-like grin of our protagonist, Ming Yaozi seemed to recognize him, stammering, You're Chu Xiu." Chu Xiu stroked his chin and replied, Finally remembered who I am, have we? The quasi-emperor guardian from the Sky Continent back then. There was only one. You're the only one who could do it. I really should have guessed it was you sooner. If you want to kill me, just get it over with already." But would Chu Xiu really let him off that easy? Our boy stepped forward, speaking indifferently. "Your talent isn't bad. It'd be a waste to kill you. This venerable one has decided to redeem you, so I can use you completely." Hearing this, Ming Yaozi panicked, shouting, "What do you want to do with me? Don't you dare come any closer." Chu Xiu summoned his divine ability seed, a sly grin on his face. "Becoming my subordinate is your ultimate cheat code, and my act of mercy upon your pathetic existence." A moment later, Ming Yaozi clasped his hands, his face showing no malice towards Chu Xiu, saying, "Ming Yaozi greets the master. Thank you for granting this one a new life with your mercy." Chu Xiu tossed him a jade talisman, commanding, 2 days from now, head to the City Lord's manor. Find an opportunity to crush this jade talisman. Remember, don't arouse any suspicion." Ming Yaozi immediately replied, "Understood." At this moment, Tu Shanyu spoke up. "Master, it seems Yu Er is about to level up." Hearing her, Chu Xiao was slightly startled and looked over. Luo Yi then added, "Looking at the situation, this isn't just a simple breakthrough from 4th-tier Great Sage to 5th-tier Great Sage. It's probably connected to the eyeball you devoured." Chu Xiu then picked up Tu Shanyu, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "Let me help you ascend." A short while later, Tu Shanyu's sounds of blissful ascension echoed throughout the room. The girl struggled to utter each word. "Master, Yu is about to level up." Just as they both reached the summit, Tu Yu shouted, "I've broken through!" She snuggled onto Chu Xiu, pouting playfully, "Master is invincible!" Meanwhile, inside Tianyao City, the streets were as bustling as ever. In a tavern, Tian Mishan sensed her sister's breakthrough, and mumbled in slight surprise, "Yu actually broke through? Who would have thought my playful little sister would actually break through to the 5th-tier Great Sage realm? Let's go check it out." A moment later, Tian Mixian arrived at Tu Shan's residence. Just as she reached the room's entrance, Tu Shanyu stepped out. Seeing Tian Mian, she immediately asked, "Yugen, you broke through? How did you suddenly break through 2 realms in a row?" Tu Shanyu didn't answer, instead asking gleefully, "You want to know how?" Tian Mian replied, "Of course I want to know." But Tu Shanyu, putting her hands on her hips, shook her head and said, "You might be disappointed,
My current success can't be replicated. Hearing this, Tian Mian asked in surprise. Can't be replicated? Why not? Tu Xiu replied indifferently. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand anyway. Suddenly, Tu Xiu turned and asked, Oh right, do you want to meet Long Yu? Tian Mian annoyedly turned her face away and replied, Why would I want to meet him? No way. Hearing this, Tu Xiu turned back inside without a hint of regret. Alright, I'm going back to consolidate my realm. You can go wherever you want. Seeing her sister completely ignore her, Tian Mian's heart swelled with anger. Ever since Yu got that Long Yu, she doesn't care about me anymore. I need to investigate the true identity of that guy. Scene shifts to the city lord's manor, inside the Tianyao Blackstone Grand Hall. Tian Mian respectfully clasped her hands. Two venerables, we can now confirm that Tianyao City is free of that Lord Feng's accomplices. Then, seeing her hesitate, Dizun from above spoke up. Is there anything else? Just say it. It's fine, you have permission. Tian Mian immediately continued. That Lord Feng always insisted he wasn't lying, and based on my observations, it's highly probable he really wasn't lying. Dizun frowned and spoke. If he wasn't lying, then why was my divine ability mirror shattered? There are only two possibilities. 1. Your divine ability itself truly has a problem. 2. A powerful expert secretly pulled some strings without your detection. Hearing this, Dizun stroked her chin and asked again, Tian Mian, which possibility do you think is more likely? Tian Mian replied, It's highly probable it's that quasi-emperor. Venerables, don't forget that Chu Xiu, the Tai Su Holy Son, is still cultivating at the Sky Abyss Great Wall. Dizun heard this and asked further, Are you implying that Chu Xiu, the Tai Su Holy Son, has already arrived in Tianyao City? Yao Yuanzun beside her asked in a deep voice. What could his objective be? Chu Xiu, despite being intelligent and meticulous in his planning, still occasionally makes unexpected mistakes. We didn't finish him off back then. Blame his own overconfidence for that oversight. At this moment, a demon guard rushed in, loudly reporting, Two venerables! Ming Yaozi from the 10,000 Demons Valley requests an audience. A moment later, Luo Yi and Chu Xiu's figures appeared in the sky above Tianyao North City. Chu Xiu turned to Luo Yi and said, The plan is a success. Luo Yi, begin your move. Luo Yi replied, All right, be careful. Hold up. Chu Xiu's face showed a hint of surprise, his gaze sweeping towards a direction below, where a swarm of demon beasts was hastily rushing somewhere. What's going on? Shouldn't these guys be guarding the city lord's side? Why do they look like they knew I was coming to North City? Luo Yi spoke up. The enemy was prepared. Your plan has been exposed. Chu Xiu stroked his chin in thought. The problem definitely lies with that Lord Feng. Could he not be dead? Honestly, this mission hit a snag. Among the crowd were Tian Mian and Qing Yu. Tian Mian loudly asked, You're saying Golden Ape Venerable is dead? Qing Yu replied, Golden Ape Great Sage suffered the Great Tao's curse and died on the spot. Hearing this, Tian Mian's face broke out in a cold sweat. She couldn't believe it. How could this be? How could a Saint King be so weak? Qing Yu answered, I don't know why Dizun was hit by the Great Tao's curse, but Golden Ape Venerable blocked it for her, and then died on the spot. Tian Mian voiced her thoughts. Chu Xiu. It must be Chu Xiu who tampered with Butterfly Empress's axe. Only he would have the opportunity and the motive. Hearing this, Qing Yu exclaimed in surprise. Chu Xiu, it's him again? Tian Mian hastily tore open a spatial rift. We must hurry to North City. His goal is definitely to take Liu Hongyi away. We have to stop him, and ideally, kill him. On Liu Hongyi's side, she exclaimed in surprise. What's going on? The green-clothed woman beside her also panicked, saying, Demon brutes, why are they here? Could they have discovered we broke free from our confinement? Below, a horde of demon brutes stood ready. Tian Mian, at the forefront, loudly declared, Chu Xiu, I know you're here. Your whereabouts have been exposed, so stop hiding. Hearing this, Liu Hongyi's pupils widened, and she exclaimed in disbelief. Chu Xiu? How? Chu Xiu and Luo Yi then slowly walked out. Chu Xiu let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha! Tian Mian, you truly live up to your name. Behind him, Liu Hongyi covered her mouth in surprise. Is it really you? I can't believe we could meet again in this lifetime. As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. A venerable demon below, hearing Chu Xiu's loud laughter, angrily spoke up. Is it really that funny? Chu Xiu clasped his hands and slowly said, Shan Xiaozun, you are a senior after all, and this junior always gives face to his elders. Dizun then questioned in a loud voice, Chu Xiu, you're the one who tampered with the Butterfly Empress's divine altar, aren't you? Chu Xiu didn't deny it, replying, Indeed I did. Dai Zun continued. The butterfly empress is obsessed with you. This venerable one warned her countless times, but her stubbornness meant she wouldn't listen. And you? You used her feelings against her, setting up her own master? Do you have no shame, you absolute fraud? Chu Xiu heard this and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Dai Zun Senior, you're already this old. Have you still not seen through it? In this world there is no right or wrong. Only profit. Only conflicting agendas. Back then, you Saint Kings ambushed me while I was undergoing my holy body tribulation, causing my Taisu Holy Lord to be severely injured. That was a pretty scummy move, wasn't it? So if I use the Butterfly Empress to trick you, doesn't that just make us even? Don't you dare call my moves dirty, cause let's be real, everyone in this world is playing dirty. The green-robed girl turned to Liu Hongyi, asking, Liu sis, that's big bro Chu Xiu, isn't it? Liu Hongyi glanced at Chu Xiu, a soft mem escaping her lips. He's still Chu Xiu, she mused, facing thousands of demon beasts, completely unfazed, even dropping some serious smack talk. But who is the woman next to him? And why is she so close to our boy? Down below, Tian Mian spoke up. Chu Xiu, you've got a quasi-emperor by your side. If you're planning to snatch Liu Hongyi and bring her to Tianyao City, it might not be so easy to stop. If we can just talk this out, why resort to such underhanded tactics? So, the fall of Venerable Jinyuan and the rage of all Tianyao City's cultivators. Is that really the chaos you're aiming for? And who said I was just doing this to take Liu Hongyi and her peeps? Tian Mian roared. Brat, your cover's blown! What's with the act? From a distance, Tu Shanyu watched, a thought nagging her. What's master planning? Does he still have an ace up his sleeve? Chu Xiu, completely unfazed, shot back. I came to Tianyao City for a little training trip, but then I heard that Venerable Shan Xiao here is rounding up humans, using their blood essence to forge some ancient artifacts. As the human race's saint son, obviously I gotta save my people. And Tian Mian, you wanna sit down and negotiate? Do you honestly think Venerable Shan Xiao would ever agree to that? At that, Venerable Shan Xiao, unable to deny the truth, could only bellow out a single, furious word. You! Chu Xiu, from above, cut him off. If Venerable Shan Xiao isn't gonna agree, then why shouldn't I just strike first and secure the win? Down below, Tian Mian frowned. This kid? Just to clear his name, he's totally throwing away old Demon Chu's reputation, isn't he? Chu Xiu smirked. Oh, you know I'm old Demon Chu? So what? The Taisu Saint San, to save his people, risked life and limb, sneaking deep into enemy territory. Who's gonna say that's a problematic move? Your boy here simply refuses to admit it. So, what you gonna do about it? Down below, Venerable Shan Xiao's face turned dark as a storm cloud. Quasi-emperor, huh? Today, this venerable will test the limits of a quasi-emperor's moves. Witnessing demon power surge around Venerable Shan Xiao, Tian Ye gasped internally. A quasi-emperor? Has Venerable Shan Xiao reached that level? He hit it well. Luo Yi, feeling the same power, muttered, This Shan Xiao has actually brushed against the half-step quasi-emperor realm, and with an imperial weapon in hand, I might actually be in trouble here. Chu Xiu's brows furrowed in thought. Miscalculation. I never expected Venerable Shan Xiao to be this strong. They kept. If that's the case, Dai Zun will definitely seize this chance to move against me. And then I'll be in deep trouble. Suddenly, Chu Xiu grabbed Luo Yi's hand. This kid! At a time like this? And he's still trying to cop a feel? She thought. Chu Xiu leaned in close to Luo Yi's ear, whispering, Luo Yi, take this. Luo Yi took the item, her eyes widening as she realized what Chu Xiu had just handed her. This is an imperial weapon! Phew! She gasped inwardly. And it's a primordial Dao artifact? Brat, just how many secrets are you still keeping from me? Inside Luo Yi's mind, Luo Sis's serious voice cut through. Blockhead! Hurry up and swap us! You're not built for this. Your power can't even tap into this treasure's true potential. Knowing Luo Sis had a point, Luo Yi sternly warned, the 1-month deadline isn't up yet. After this fight, you're swapping back with me. Luo Sis, sounding thoroughly annoyed, grumbled, Fine. Clutching the imperial weapon, Luo Sis smirked inwardly. Who knew little bro Chu Xiu was packing such a sick artifact? Hee hee. Right then, Luo Sis took over, and in a flash, her entire outfit shifted to a vibrant purple. At the sight, Venerable Shan Xiao's jaw dropped. One body? 2 souls? The purple soul is out? Luo Sis spun around to Chu Xiu, her voice icy. Little bro, you dared to team up with that white-robed punk to trick me? Just you wait until this whole mess is over. You'll see how Sis deals with you then. Chu Xiu scratched his head, forcing a sheepish grin. Luo Sis, can we talk about this after? Right now we've got bigger fish to fry. With this artifact in hand, dealing with you lot will be a piece of cake. Right after?
Luo Sis bellowed down at the demon horde below. What's the matter? You want to throw hands right here? Sure, there's been an ancient agreement since the Desolate Era that great saint battles take place in the void, but honestly, I'm cool with breaking that promise. Worst case, this whole damn demon city just gets blown to smithereens. At the threat of their entire demon city going boom, Venerable Shan Xiao reluctantly ripped open a void gate. HMPH. I'll deal with you first, then, Chu Xiu. Up above, Luo Sis casually waved her hand, tearing open her own void gate. And just like that, the two of them peaced out, leaving the demon horde behind. Seeing this, a demon below roared, "The quasi-emperors are gone! Let's go take out Chu Xiu!" Another chimed in, "Yeah, get him!" But Tianmian immediately reached out, blocking them. "Hold up. Don't be reckless. Anyone who disobeys my command will be executed!" The enraged demon horde yelled back at Tianmian, "He's all alone now! Are we seriously just going to stand here?" Tianmian's voice was grim. "This Chu Xiu is a slippery one. I suggest we hold our positions for now, observe, and then decide if we should make a move." Then he shouted towards Chu Xiu, "Old Sixth Chu! Don't think for a second I don't know what other wicked scheme you're cooking up. Same old tricks? You think we're just going to keep falling into your traps? You seriously underestimate our IQ." Up above, Chu Xiu, a sly grin playing on his lips, thought, "Tianmian is getting desperate. Looks like I need to poke the bear a little more. He. Snapping out of his thoughts, Chu Xiu spread his arms wide and boomed. "Listen up, everyone. Venerable Jin Yuan died because of me. His corpse isn't even cold yet. Don't you want revenge for him?" At Chu Xiu's words, the demon horde erupted in uncontrollable rage, shouting over each other, "Great lords, give the order! Let us charge in and avenge the venerable! Yeah! Let's get revenge for Venerable Jin Yuan." Tianmian frowned. What in the nine hells is this old Sixth Chu trying to pull? Just then, a powerful figure streaked down, landing right in front of the demon horde, sending them into a total panic. Recognizing the newcomer, the demon race gasped, "It's Dai Dinu! The female emperor is here!" Dinu, turning her gaze skyward towards Chu Xiu, let out a furious roar. "Chu Xiu, why did you do this to me?" With that, she exploded with speed, launching herself at him without a second thought. The moment she closed the distance, Dinu brought down a mighty axe swing. Chu Xiu, with a casual lean, effortlessly dodged to the side. Down below, Tianmian watched, utterly shocked. Chu Xiu, he just casually dodged such a fierce attack from Dinu? Qing Yu turned to Tianmian. "Should we intervene and stop Dinu?" Tianmian shook his head. "No, we can't stop her. Let her vent. We'll only make our move at the crucial moment. We absolutely cannot let Chu Xiu harm her life." Up above, after effortlessly sidestepping Dinu's attack, Chu Xiu grinned. "That's right. Chu Hen truly is the wellspring of your power. Now, this is starting to look like a true heavenly demon barbarian god." Dinu roared at Chu Yu, "Because of you, I got my master killed." She swung her axe down, but all she hit was Chu Yu's afterimage. Chu Yu reappeared right behind her, a smirk playing on his lips as he mocked, "Isn't it because you were too obsessed with me?" Hearing this, Dinu was left speechless, only managing to hiss out a furious, "You!" She instantly spun around, unleashing a barrage of axe swings, but Chu Yu just casually parried every single one with his bare hand. The next second, he blasted a punch straight into Dinu's gut, sending her immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chu Yu seized Dinu by the throat. She could only grit her teeth, utterly powerless to resist. "Chu, you scoffed. You haven't even unlocked a tiny fraction of your Tianyao Man Shen Ti's true power. How in the hell are you going to fight me? You're way too weak." "I've been holding back this entire time, and you still can't even scratch me." Dinu glared at Chu. You think you're so clever, don't you?" Chu Yu replied, "I messed with your master's fate, so you're probably heartbroken. You absolutely despise me now, don't you? Then I even manipulated you to slaughter all these demon barbarians here. So, if I keep using you to slaughter all these demon barbarians, your hatred for me will just get even more intense, won't it?" As he spoke, Chu Yu's hand crackled with lightning, and Dinu's face contorted in agony. Down below, a horned demon barbarian roared, "Let go of Lady Dinu!" A female demon barbarian next to him shrieked at Chu Yu, "You absolute animal!" A plump demon barbarian chimed in, "Charge! Save Lady Dinu!" But the lightning crackling from Chu Yu's body grew stronger and stronger, making Dinu shriek in pure agony. "Stop! No, please!" Chu Yu then leaned right into Dinu's ear and whispered chillingly, "Actually, I've already laid my traps. If they dare come any closer, I guarantee I'll slaughter every last one of them." Right then, the demon barbarians couldn't hold back any longer. They all charged forward as one, desperate to save Dinu. Seeing this, she shrieked, "Stop! Don't come any closer. I command you. Do not approach." But the demon barbarians were past caring about her commands now. They roared, "Kill! Kill!" Dai Dinu watched, tears streaming down her face, her voice choked with utter helplessness. "No! Why? Why is this happening?" Chu, you finally let go of Dai Dinu, then stated in a cold, deep voice, "Do you know why things ended up this way? It's because you're still not strong enough." The girl in blue, standing beside Liu Hongyi, watched Chu Yu's cruelty and couldn't help but ask, "Why is Big Brother Chu Yu doing this? Didn't Dai Dinu really like him?" She mused to herself, Big Brother Chu used to be so kind. How could he have changed so drastically, becoming completely unlike his old self? Liu Hongyi spoke up from behind. "Do you know why he's treating Dai Dinu this way?" The girl in blue instantly asked, "Why? Is there some deeper hidden meaning to this?" Dai Dinu is like a mirror to Chu Yu. He sees the shadow of his former self reflected in her. Chu Yu utterly despises his past self, hating how weak and utterly useless he once was. That's why he doesn't hesitate to become the very type of person who once tormented him. He wants to use the exact same methods to inflict pain upon Dai Dinu, to force her to hate herself, to break her down and mold her into someone just like him, cold-blooded and utterly ruthless. You're probably thinking he's completely unhinged right now. But honestly, you can't entirely blame the guy. This chaotic world broke him, pushing him to this very edge. The girl in blue asked Liu Hongyi, "Big sister Liu, aren't you scared of Big Brother Chu, seeing him like this?" Liu Hongyi replied with an unbothered shrug, "Why would I be scared of him? He's my only family after all." Liu Hongyi, from behind, chimed in, "Do you know why he's treating Dai Dinu like that?" Hearing this, the green-robed girl asked back, "Why? Is there some deep, dark secret involved?" Dai Dinu is like a mirror, reflecting Chu Xiu's former self. He absolutely despises his past self, hating how weak he used to be, useless. So, he doesn't hesitate to become the very type of person who once hurt him, wanting to inflict the same pain on Dai Dinu, to make her hate herself, to force her to become just like him now, cold-blooded and ruthless. You're probably thinking he's completely insane. But, honestly, you can't fully blame him. He was pushed to madness by this very world. The green-robed girl asked back, "Sister Liu, aren't you afraid of Big Bro Chu acting like this?" Liu Hongyi calmly replied, "Why would I be afraid of him? He's my only family." Just then, Chu Xiu unleashed the confinement-killing array. Golden streams of spiritual energy flickered as a Bagua diagram slowly appeared. The Bagua diagram grew larger and larger, with strange symbols appearing around it. Immediately after, the grand array began to envelop the demon beasts below. Tian Mian recognized the danger and immediately shouted, "This is a confinement-killing array! How is this possible?" Did Liu Hongyi and the others not only break through the confinement array, but also set up this confinement-killing array for Chu Xiu beforehand? Chu Xiao stood imposingly above, looking down at Tian Mian. "So what if you're cunning, vigilant, and can see through my plans? Haven't I still succeeded now? This place is heavily guarded, old Six Chu. When did you mess with this grand array?" Tian Mian secretly calculated, how will he explain this? First, I need to buy some time. If the Saint King returns, there might be a chance to save our fellow demon beasts. Chu Xiu, from above, then spoke, "It was the very day I arrived at Sky Demon City. So Tianmian, do you like this gift?" Hearing this, Tianmian angrily thought, old Six Chu actually managed to steal it like that. With your ruthless decisiveness, if you really wanted to kill Dai Dinu, she wouldn't have survived until now. Why didn't you kill her? Is there truly some remorse in your heart? Tianmian, oh Tianmian, with your intelligence you shouldn't be asking such a foolish question. Do I, Chu Xiu, know what remorse is? How laughable. Alright, don't try to stall for time any longer. I won't be polite in taking the lives of these demon beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu prepared to activate the killing array. Tianmian immediately cried out in alarm. Wait a minute, Chu Xiu. Be rational for a moment. Aren't you killing these demon beasts to obtain their primal energy crystals? Our Sky Demon City can offer divine origin stones to buy their lives. Hearing this, Chu Xiu temporarily halted the activation of the confinement killing array. Killing these individuals won't bring you much significant benefit. It would be best to negotiate with our Sky Demon City and gain something profitable instead. Tianmian, you truly understand me. However, your authority isn't sufficient. You don't represent the will of Sky Demon City, so you're not qualified to negotiate with me. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, I've decided it's safer to just deal with all of you. Just then, a massive rift suddenly appeared in the sky. Several figures slowly emerged from within it, and among them was Luo Yi. The girl in the complete green set was Tian Yunzi, a quasi-emperor who had just had her seal broken.
Seeing Luo Yi, Chu Xiu was also surprised and thought, Sister Luo actually didn't kill Shan Xiao and Daizun?
And who's the person next to Luo Yi? Despite their small stature, their cultivation realm is incredibly high.
Daizun then loudly commanded,
Chu Xiu, release Dai Di Nu immediately.
Since Senior Daizun has spoken, of course,
I won't disrespect you. Besides, she's useless now, so I'm giving her back to you. Alright, tell me. What will it take for you to agree to open the array and release my clan members? Unexpectedly, Luo Yi, holding the Sumeru mountain in her hand, spoke up. Wait a minute. Don't forget, your lives are also in my hands. Little brother Chu Xiu, your big sister is asking you, do you want these people to live, or do you want them to die? If you want them dead, your big sister will make a move right away.
Hearing these words, Venerable Shan Xiao, Dizun, and Tian Mian all stared blankly, unsure of what to say.
Tian Yunzi, sitting nearby, smiled slightly and spoke. Please, little friend, spare these three a path to life.
Little friend, don't be too ruthless in your actions. You should always leave a little room for retreat, don't you agree?
Hearing this, Chu Xiu's face darkened, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it! Lecturing me? Who the hell do you think you are? At this moment, Sister Luko stepped forward and spoke. She's a quasi-emperor who just broke her seal, and her true form is a Xuangyi. Don't be afraid of her. With Sumeru Mountain in my hands, she'll never be a match for your big sister.
Tian Yunzi then sent a voice transmission to Chu Xiu. Little friend, I have information about the Dao origin. If you're willing to make concessions, I can tell you where the Dao origin is. Chu Xiu replied via voice transmission.
Really? She continued her voice transmission. Of course. I'll swear on a turtle shell, I definitely won't deceive you. The Sacred Lord of the primordial sacred land was injured because of you.
If you want to heal her wounds, the only way is to find this Dapterio origin. Hearing this, Chu Xiu could only helplessly reply via voice transmission. You certainly know a lot. She smiled and sent a voice transmission back. Heh, the longer you live, the more you naturally learn.
After the negotiation, Chu Xiu cupped his hands and spoke. Senior's earlier lesson was absolutely right. One shouldn't be too ruthless in their actions. It's essential to leave some room for retreat. I can spare the demon beasts trapped by the confinement killing array. However, I didn't catch these demons easily. Sky Demon City must pay a corresponding price, right?
Venerable Shan Xiao angrily shouted,
Chu Xiu, you again! Do you really think I'll satisfy your demands for these petty demons?
Hearing this, Tu Shanyu immediately got into character, crying loudly, Wah! Wah! I'm trapped in here! Save me! Seeing his younger sister in danger, Tian Mianian immediately called out worriedly, You're... Afterwards, he cupped his hands and spoke towards those above. Venerable, Yor is trapped inside. I only have one younger sister. Chu Xiu, at this moment, calmly stood there counting. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs.
Seeing his indifference, Venerable Shan Xiao and Daizun's faces became serious, beads of sweat forming on their brows. A moment later, Chu Xiu coldly stated, I'm done counting. There are a total of 7 individuals in the Grand Array. Among them are 8 great saints, 47 lesser saints, and 784 in the divine abilities realm.
Hearing this, Shan Xiao immediately conceded.
Alright, tell me, what exactly do you want?
Chu Xiu,
unhurriedly, raised one finger and stated the price. 100 million divine origin stones.
Fine, I agree to your terms. Release them. After Shan Xiao finally gave in, our boy Chu Xiu slowly pulled back his killing formation.
In a flash, the array disc was back in his inventory. Just then, Shan Yu stood up, flashing a bright smile. Master, how'd your girl do? She purred.
Not bad at all, he said. When we get back, you'll get your reward.
Hearing that, Shan Yu instantly recalled a certain mind-blowing memory she shared with Chu Xiu.
She shyly mumbled.
Then I want it to be just like that night.
Chu Xiu immediately agreed. Alright, easy peasy. You head back and wait for me. Liu Hongyi and I have some important stuff to talk about, Shan Yu happily replied. Yes, Yor will be waiting, master.
Fast forward to that very night.
Chu Xiu went to meet up with his best girl, Liu Hongyi.
He walked right up to her, a soft long time no see escaping his lips. At this point, Liu Hongyi couldn't hold back her tears. Chu Xiu gently wiped them away, saying, What's with all the crying? We've met again, isn't that a good thing? Liu Hongyi then asked, Why didn't you ever come looking for me? Bro said, I've offended way too many big shots. If I came looking for you, it would only bring you trouble.
Hearing this, she grabbed his hand, her voice trembling.
When I heard you were dead, I was furious. I hated those who hunted you, but I also hated you for being so reckless.
Chu Xiu gently reached out, caressing Liu Hongyi's head.
If you hate me so much, why would you want to avenge me?
You idiot! Liu Hongyi immediately snapped back.
No, you're the idiot. You clearly knew those factions were crazy strong,
yet you still poke the bear. Hearing this, Chu Xiu just smiled. I didn't exactly plan for it to happen. Then, Liu Hongyi pulled out an item. You're probably super curious about this thing, aren't you? Chu Xiu took the item from Liu Hongyi. Looks like that blood pupil wasn't Cap after all. This pendant must have dropped in that misty puppet realm, he pondered. But why isn't it reacting to anything special? He then handed the pendant back to Liu Hongyi. Here, I don't know what this thing does yet, but you should probably keep it safe for now, Liu Hongyi countered. Why don't you keep it? My cultivation is too weak. I might not be able to protect it. If you ever figure out its cheat code, just let me know. Chu Xiu immediately agreed. Got it. Then, he asked, Hongyi, what's your next move? Liu Hongyi didn't answer. Instead, she flipped the question. Where are you headed? Chu Xiu leaned in close and took her hand. My status now? I'm the saint son of Taishu Holy Land, and I've got Luo Jiji as my personal Dao protector. Power? Status? I'm stacked. No one's gonna dare come after you anymore. How about you come back to Taishu with me? Liu Hongyi shook her head. My sword heart needs to wander. If I settle down, it won't benefit my cultivation path. Just seeing you again is satisfaction enough for me. Chu Xiu pulled her into a hug, gently stroking her head. You've grown up, he whispered. Then, she stood on her tiptoes, planting a soft kiss on Chu Xiao's cheek. We'll meet at the peak, she promised. Chu Xiu looked at her with pure affection. Let me be the demon who handles all the dirty work alone. You're the only beautiful thing in my life. I don't want that beauty to be tarnished, not even a bit. From now on, I'll protect you. You don't need to go through all that fighting and killing anymore, isn't that better? Hongyi leaned her head against Chu Xiu's chest. If you're a demon, then I'll be a demoness. I'm not some damsel in distress to hide behind you. I want to fight shoulder to shoulder with you. Before we say goodbye, grant me one wish, okay? Without even waiting for Chu Xiu to answer, Hongyi immediately closed the distance, pressing her lips onto Chu Xiu's. She unleashed her expert tongue skills, holding absolutely nothing back. And boy, she wasn't holding back. And her hands? They weren't idle either, reaching for Chu Xiu's precious package. Scene switched to Heavenly Demon City. Luo Jiji was chilling under a massive tree, facing Tian Yunzi, with a mysterious turtle shell on the table between them. Tian Yunzi spun the turtle shell. Taoist Luo, what cosmic secrets do you wish to divine today? She asked. Luo Jiji, ever so chill, replied. What I want to divine? Can't you figure that out yourself? If not, I'll spin you right out of here. Tian Yunzi said nothing, reaching her hand towards the turtle shell. Streams of emerald demonic energy swirled around it, making it spin wildly. A moment later, her eyes went wide. What? You want a reading for that Chu Xiu guy? Luo Jiji's face instantly lit up. Bingo! You really do have some skills. So can you divine his destiny? Tian Yunzi sighed. You're really putting me on the spot, sis. His fate is like an endless ocean of waves. I can't read it. Luo Yi's inner voice chimed in. Well, if you can't do that, then ask about his love life. I'm super curious if I'll ever fall for that little punk in the future. Luo Jiji immediately scowled, raising her voice. I despise you. How shameless can you be? You're thousands of years old. Can you maybe chill out a bit? Luo Yi's inner voice coolly retorted. What do you know? We can use our connection with that scoundrel, or his karmic destiny, to sneak a peek into his future. Chu Xiu's future is tied to the bloody destiny of the human race, secrets of the outer realms, and even eternal life. Luo Jiji then made her official request. All right, divine my love life. Tian Yunzi immediately agreed, thinking, as long as I don't have to calculate Chu Xiu's actual fate, I'll divine anything else. Then, she unleashed her divination techniques. A moment later, the turtle shell suddenly stood on its edge. Tian Yunzi smiled. Taoist Luo, your karmic threads are perfectly intact, with a complete lineage of descendants. But then, unexpectedly, wisps of ominous dark smoke began to curl out of the turtle shell. Tian Yunzi sensed something was seriously wrong, and immediately blurted out, Wait a minute! Luo Jiji, confused. What's wrong? Without warning, Tian Yunzi coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Luo Jiji frantically demanded, What did you see? Tian Yunzi feebly replied, I followed your threads of fate, gazing into the future. I witnessed the heavens rip apart, forming a colossal maw, from which eerie, gray skeletons spewed forth, blanketing the continent. Within those gray bones, countless monsters writhed terrifyingly, sweeping over the entire world like a tsunami. Their singular goal? To slay a great emperor. I couldn't discern the great emperor's face, but I can unequivocally state that he is unlike any emperor recorded in history. And you, my friend, were right by his side. It seems this great emperor is deeply entwined with your destiny. Luo Jiji piped up, Bro, why are you puking blood? Luo Di's voice echoed in Luo Jiji's mind. The one Tian Yunzi saw just now could very well be our junior brother, Chu Xiu. In this entire era, only he possesses the potential to become an emperor. His datago. It's just too damn unique, Tian Yunzi then responded. While I was observing the future through those threads of fate, a monster hiding within the gray bones spotted me. Just one casual glance from it was enough to heavily injure me. My very soul nearly extinguished. Hearing this, Luo Jiji mumbled thoughtfully. That monster is that formidable? What in the world is going to happen in the future then? Scene change. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu and Liu Hongyi were chilling under the open sky, their clothes serving as makeshift blankets. Liu Hongyi then awoke and dressed herself. Chu Xiu quickly stirred as well, asking, Hongyi, you're really leaving already? Hongyi replied, I need to get stronger. I refuse to be a burden to you any longer. She turned, gently caressing Chu Xiu's cheek, and whispered, Only when I'm powerful enough can I truly stand by your side and assist you. With those words, she leaned in and pressed a tender kiss to his forehead. Chu Xiao's voice held a touch of melancholy as he spoke. We're parting ways yet again, Hongyi responded. Parting only leads to a better reunion next time, isn't that what you told me before? Hearing her words, Chu Xiu didn't try to hold her back further. Alright, if your mind's made up, then I won't stand in your way. Tomorrow, I'll escort you out of Celestial Demon City. Oh, and there's something I want to give you. What is it? As soon as Chu Xiu returned, Tu Shanyu rushed forward, saying, Master, the humans imprisoned by Shan Xiao Dasheng have been released. You should go claim them. He patted Tu Shanyu's head, praising, Yufer, you did exceptionally well this time. I'll make sure to reward you. Tu Shanyu's face glowed with pure bliss as she replied. Serving Master is yours greatest honor, Chu Xiu said. Let's go, lead the way. As he spoke, he casually reached out and patted Tu Shanyu's rear. Tu Shanyu's face flushed a deep red as she replied, Thank you, Master. The two swiftly entered Celestial Demon City. Inside, paper money fluttered everywhere, and white funeral shrouds were hung throughout the streets. Xu Zhao asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Are they really mourning that Jinhao? Who knew the demon race had such traditions? There's a legend in Celestial Demon City. When a clan member passes and is interred in the Celestial Demon Abyss, they'll be reincarnated in their next life, and after reincarnation, they'll live a wonderful, joyful existence. Hearing this, Chu Xiu mused to himself. The demon race actually believes in this kind of superstitious nonsense like reincarnation? Suddenly, from behind Chu Xiu, a demon ape wielding a staff lunged forward, roaring, I will kill you! For Jinyuan Zunjie! But as it slammed its staff down, Chu Xiu casually raised a hand and effortlessly blocked the attack. With that, he instantly delivered a single kick, sending the demon ape sprawling. Chu Xiu coldly retorted, You, a mere low-level demon, want to avenge Jinyuan? Are you trying to be funny? The demon ape, still seething, roared, Jinyuan Zunjie saved my whole family. He was kind to all our demon folk, and yet he died because of your malicious scheme. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will make you pay. Chu Xiu strolled over and casually placed a foot on its body. More than 30 years ago, your Jinyuan Zunjie led the demon race to utterly annihilate human cities. Over 1 million people perished. Not a single soul escaped. My taking Jinyuan Zunjie's life? That was already an act of immense mercy. Go on, get out of here. I'm not in the mood for more killing today. With that, Chu Xiu delivered another casual kick, sending the demon ape spinning several times backward. Our boy Chu Xiu then turned his back and indifferently remarked, When will this endless cycle of vengeance ever cease? But if you truly wish to seek revenge against me, I won't back down. Just remember this. You're far too weak right now. If you lack the power, then you must learn patience. Blind, incompetent rage solves absolutely nothing. Hearing those words, the demon ape gnashed its teeth, muttering fiercely, Jinyuan Zunjie, one day I will avenge you. Scene change back in Celestial Demon City. At the main square entrance of the City Lord's mansion, a crowd of humans was forced to kneel in the center, encircled by demon folk, who merely stood by, watching. The girl in yellow robes fearfully whispered, What's going on? Are the demon race about to execute us? The girl in pink robes burst into loud sobs. Wah! I don't want to die. What are we going to do? Who can save us? Suddenly, the girl in yellow robes pointed excitedly. Look everyone, what is that? It's Di Zun and Di Nu Sheng Wang, leading the grand funeral procession. Wait, who's in that coffin? An ox demon standing next to the girl in pink angrily snarled. It's Jinyuan Zunjie of our Celestial Demon City. You humans, your Tai Su Sheng Zi has a truly venomous heart. He masterminded a plot to harm our venerable.
How else could Jinyuan Zunjie have possibly died? The girl in yellow robes whispered to the girl in pink, Tai Su Shengzi Chu Xiu. I've heard tales of him. They say he's incredibly powerful. Hearing this, the girl in pink then gasped, I can't believe it. This young lord came all the way to Celestial Demon City and actually killed a Saint King. Just then, a young man pointed to the side and exclaimed, Look everyone, who is that? It's Taisu Shengzi. The girl in pink robes recognized him instantly, gasping, It's Chu Xiu. It's him. It's actually him. We're saved. The girl in yellow robes blushed, sighing, He's genuinely handsome. The girl in pink robes wasn't much better, staring blankly as she blurted, I never knew a saint's son could be this handsome. Chu Xiu, completely unfazed, simply strolled right past Dai Dinu. Dai Dinu shot him a look, then declared, Chu Xiu, mark my words, one day I will defeat you. Chu Xiu nonchalantly shrugged. Welcome to try, anytime. But I've already given you a free pass once. Next time, I won't be holding anything back. So, I guess I should thank you for sparing my life then. You must think my affection for you is utterly laughable, don't you? No, I've never once mocked you. In this world, genuine feelings are the one thing no one has the right to ridicule. Hearing those words, Didinu's tears simply spilled forth. Our girl Luo Jiji stood atop a nearby rooftop, murmuring to herself, Perhaps I finally understand why Chu Xiu spared Dai Dinu's life. Luo Yi immediately asks, Why? Luo Jiji just laughs, Bro, you are such a blockhead. Don't let our boy Chu Xiu fool you with his cold-blooded moves and claims of being the big bad, old demon Chu and all that. Deep down, he's a total softie when it comes to feelings. He ain't about to let anyone laugh at true emotions. Hee. That's why he didn't off Dai Dinu. If it were anyone else in his clutches, they'd be respawning dozens of times over by now. Oh, so that's the T. Guess I picked the right one. Right then, Chu Xiu walks up to the humans. A girl in pink, kneeling, bows and says, If not for your highness, I would have been blood sacrificed just like that person before me. Chu Xiu just chills and says, We're all human. No need for all this formality. Saving our people? It's just what I gotta do. Holy son, I'm with you. And all the humans instantly shout, We're with you too. Alright, no need for the pleasantries. If there's nothing else, let's bounce out. Khalida here with me. The two girls immediately pull up their sleeves, revealing crisscrossing scars. The pink-clad girl says, Holy son, we're afraid we can't leave Tianyao City like this. The yellow-clad girl chimes in. While the demon clan held us captive, they were straight up evil. Not only did they starve us, but they kept beating us. We're covered in injuries. Chu Xiao glances to the side and says, Shan Zhao, my people are seriously messed up. We might need one more day in Tianyao City to heal up. You wouldn't mind, would you, senior? Shan Xiao replies. Whatever, just don't wander around or mess with Tianyao City's citizens. Hearing this, Chu Xiu cups his hands and grins. Then, many thanks, senior. Meanwhile, venerable Shan Xiao stands before a coffin and sighs. Brother Jin Yuan, I was too weak to avenge you. You won't blame me, will you, right? But don't worry, I'll get my revenge for this eventually. If my calculations are right, the Taiji Ji Yuxing is probably about to dip from here soon. Scene change, Tianyao City, Tushan Inn. Chu Xiu pours tea for Luo Jiji. Luo Jiji, this is some top-tier spirit tea. Please, have a taste. Don't be mad at me for being such a schemer, okay? Luo Jiji takes the tea and softly says, If you ever plot against me again, be careful. This sis will make sure you never touch another woman in your life. Chu Xiu just forces a laugh. I wouldn't dare. Just then, Tu Shanyu and Tu Shan Qingquan arrive. Tu Shanyu says, Master, the rescued humans are all settled. Chu Xiao replies, Good, thanks for your hard work. There are two more things I need you to do. First, go check up on those humans. If their cultivation potential isn't bad, invite them to join the Tai Su Shengdi. Second, brainwash them. Forcefully spread word of my efforts and struggles, especially about my assassination of Venerable Jin Yuan. The two immediately cup their hands and shout in unison, Understood! Chu Xiu adds, Remember to shift into human form. Don't let anyone discover your true identities. Scene change. Meanwhile, Tian Mian instructs two of his clansmen. Go! Spread the word that Chu Xiu is ruthless and unjust, that he killed my demon clan's great sage. Spread the worst rumors about Chu Xiu you can find. Don't hold back. His two clansmen reply, Yes. He thinks to himself, HMPH, I'll control the narrative. Chu Xiu will become the ultimate villain, someone everyone wants to beat up. But unexpectedly, endless chatter erupts from below. Tai Zu Shengzi is noble and righteous. He assassinated Venerable Jin Yuan. Tai Zu Shengzi risked his life, venturing alone into Tianyao City to rescue our captured humans. Such a brave, fearless, and awe-inspiring holy son. Having a holy son like him is truly a blessing for humanity. Hearing these words, Tian Mian's face turns utterly enraged. He screams, "Damn you, old sixth Chu! How are you always one step ahead of me?" Just then, Venerable Shan Xiao's voice transmission rings out. "Tian Mian, go keep an eye on Chu Xiu. That guy is sly and treacherous. Don't let him stir up any more trouble." He helplessly replies. Understood. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu stands under the falling snow, his face expressionless, idly fanning himself with a paper fan. But the moment Tian Mian arrives, Chu Xiu coldly asks, "Young Tian Mian, are you really not scared of death? Do you really think I won't tell my big sis to end you right here, right now?" Hearing that, Tian Mian panics. "Old sixth Chu, if you're so great, don't let that big shot get involved. Let's throw down, just the two of us." Chu Xiu, unfazed, softly says, "Luo Jiji, get ready to move." Hearing that, Luo Jiji gives Tian Mian an icy gaze. Seeing Luo Jiji's gaze, like King Yama himself demanding his life, Tian Mian immediately breaks out in a cold sweat. He turns to Chu Xiu and yells, "You despicable punk! Forget it, I'm not gonna bicker with you anymore." With that, he rips open a spatial rift. Luo Jiji, holding a barbecue skewer, sees Tian Mian leave and can't help but say, "Ha, coward!" Chu Xiu walks over to Luo Jiji and takes a skewer from her hand. Just smelling this is enough, it's so good. Tu Shanyu then arrives and asks, "Master, are you free?" Hearing her, Chu Xiu turns and asks, "Little Yuer, do you need me for something?" Tu Shanyu shyly says, "I wonder if Master has time to mentor his disciple." Chu Xiu immediately stands up, tossing the skewer from his hand. "Yor wants to cultivate with me? Of course I have time." Luo Jiji sees this and curses, "HMPH, you pervert!" Scene change. In a guest room, Chu Xiu is lying leisurely with Tu Shanyu by his side. Chu Xiu says, "Little Yuri, try out the first move Master taught you." Tu Shanyu immediately blushes and replies, "Yes, Master." After that, strange, ambiguous sounds begin to echo from within. A long while later, Tu Shanyu, lying next to Chu Xiu, asks, "Master, can you take Yugir back to human territory? Yugir wants to go with you." Chu Xiu replies, "My good Yugir, you stay here in the Demon Clan and continue as my spy, sending me intel. When I have free time, I'll come visit." The next day, Chu Xiu and the humans board a flying ark and depart. The demon clan below watch the flying ark disappear. A fox demon says, "That plague god finally left." The fox demon next to him sighs, "We can finally breathe a sigh of relief." At this moment, Chu Xiu is cultivating in a cross-legged position inside a room. Suddenly, the room's restrictive array trembles. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Who's making all that racket outside?" A girl softly replied, "This humble maiden, An Qi, greets His Highness, the Saint's son." Chu Xiu called out from inside, "And what business does fellow Taoist An Qi have with me?" An Qi responded, "Your Highness, may I come in and explain in more detail?" After that, Chu Xiu allowed An Qi to enter. He asked, "All right, spill it. What do you need?" An Qi stammered, "Well, Seeing her hesitate, Chu Xiu reassured her, "Don't worry, no one dares to eavesdrop in my domain." As he spoke, he handed her a cup of water. An Qi replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." Then, An Qi raised 2 fingers to her forehead, and a faint, pink stream of spirit energy quickly appeared at her fingertips. After that, an object slowly emerged from within An Qi's forehead. Once it was fully out, An Qi declared, "His Highness, Saint's son, this is a divine item passed down through my family, capable of altering the very rules of times." Seeing this treasure, Chu Xiu thought to himself, "Even Saint Kings struggle to fully grasp the laws of time. A treasure like this is unbelievably rare across the entire Sky Dome continent." An Qi continued, "I wish to present this divine stone to Your Highness." He replied, "State your request first. If it's not too troublesome, I might consider helping you." "Your Highness, have you ever heard of the Chu clan from Azure Star's southern region?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu thought, "After I succeeded as the Grand Primordial Saint's son, Master did mention this clan. In the southern region, this clan's status is incredibly special. They have a long history, tracing back over 100,000 years. Legend has it that back then, the founder of the Grand Primordial Holy Land and the Grand Primordial Earth Venerable were accompanied by 2 others, a man and a woman. The man's surname was Chu. No one knows the woman's name. The Grand Primordial Holy Land only has a statue of the woman, but her face is uncarved. As for why there's no statue of the man's surname Chu, even Master doesn't know. And the Chu clan of the southern region is the very lineage established by that man. Snapping out of his thoughts, Chu Xiu asked, "Don't tell me your request involves the Chu clan?" Anqi immediately replied, "Exactly. I wonder if Saint Son is willing to help me." Chu Xiu stated, "No rush. First, I need to examine this stone before deciding whether to help you." With that, he took the stone, thinking, "Gotta check the goods first. No need to invite trouble over trivial matters." Immediately after, he quietly called out in his mind, "System, I haven't seen this thing before. Scan it for me." The system, hearing his call, immediately cackled. "Hee hee! Consuming 50,000 breakthrough points. Scan initiated." Seeing the price, Chu Xiu frowned. "System, you're being outrageous. You actually want to deduct my money?" The system retorted, "Why don't you give this system some money? It's really hard to work for you, you know." After that, the system finished its scan. Item information as follows. Item, Sand of Time. Type, Special Item. Grade, Emperor Grade. Description, originates from the River of Time. A single grain, hasn't been found in 5,000 years, extremely rare. Item function, can be used for artifact refining and pill concoction. Special function, consume 20,000 breakthrough points to view details. Hearing that it needed more breakthrough points, Chu Xiu couldn't help but curse. "System, you're such a profiteer. Everything needs money." But he couldn't do anything else, so he reluctantly agreed. "Fine. 200,000 more ought to be enough, right?" The system immediately displayed. Special function. Upon infusing with primordial energy and crushing, the River of Time will manifest, and the user will be drawn into it. Warning. The River of Time is extremely dangerous. If the host cannot withstand the cleansing of the rules of time, they will instantly perish within the River of Time. Reminder. Host, please value your life. Do not court death. Upon learning of this special function, Chu Xiu couldn't help but stare at it a few more times, thinking, "I never expected this Sand of Time to have such a heaven-defying effect. This means I could use it to sneak through the River of Time to seek out the future, or even the past." He smiled and said to Anqi, "I am very satisfied with this stone. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? I don't know why the Chu clan imprisoned me and my parents. I seized the opportunity when the servants weren't paying attention, and used a secret movement technique to escape, but as soon as I ran out, I was captured by a demonic beast. Thankfully, your highness saved me. If you can help me rescue my parents, I'll be willing to do anything for you." As soon as she finished speaking, Anqi's face flushed as red as a grapefruit. Wait, no, more like a tomato. After hearing her promise to fulfill any request if he helped her, our boy's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "All right, I agree. You'll come with me to Nanyu. I'll order someone to the Chu clan and demand they release your parents." Hearing Chu Xiao agree to help, Anqi was so overjoyed she nearly burst into tears, wanting to kowtow. But Chu Xiao stopped her with a wave of his hand. After thanking Chu Xiu profusely, she then departed. Then, 7 days later, in Nanyu Azure Star City, as promised, Chu Xiu brought Luo Yi along with Anqi to Nanyu Azure Star City. Along the way, Luo Yi seemed annoyed, and couldn't help but ask, "Little bro, why'd you bring me here? When are you finally going to make me fall for you?" Chu Xiu tilted his head, smiling as he said, "Aunt Lu Bo, just help me with one more thing. When we get back, I guarantee I'll make you fall for me." Oh, she conveniently brushed that off. After that, the trio headed straight for the Jubao Lu commercial building. Chu Xiu, hands behind his back, walked with an air of proud arrogance, stopping right in front of the Jubao Lu entrance. Immediately, a female cultivator greeted them, asking what they wished to purchase. With a welcoming smile, she said, "Our shop has a full array of treasures. Please, esteemed guests, come in and take a look." Chu Xiu's eyes, sharp as blades, gleamed with a cold light. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable majesty as he told the female cultivator, "Go tell your shop manager, Chu Xiu has arrived." The female cultivator, upon hearing this, didn't flinch, still smiling like a blooming flower as she replied, "Please wait a moment, esteemed one." But as she walked away, her face instantly drained of color, cold sweat breaking out on her back. She dared not delay, stumbling and rushing inside. Within the Jubao Lu, Jin Chengshu, the shop manager, stood there. Seeing her urgency, he sharply asked, "What's her problem? Why the rush? What kind of etiquette is this?" She frantically blurted out, "Saint Sun! His Royal Highness, the Saint Sun, has arrived at our branch. He's right outside." Hearing those two words, Saint Sun, the manager, jumped, cold sweat breaking out as he wondered, why would the Saint Sun come to Azure Star City? Could he have found out about my bribes? His face turned ashen, hands trembling, as a series of possibilities flashed through his mind. Only one thing terrified him the most: his bribery being exposed. Jin Chengzhu took a deep breath, quickly composed himself, then rushed out to greet them. He bowed low, his voice filled with respect. "Jin Chengzhu respectfully greets Your Royal Highness. May I ask what instructions Your Royal Highness has for visiting Azure Star City?" Chu Xiu didn't beat around the bush.
His gaze swept over Jin Chengshu as if he were an ant. Then he coldly stated, "Her parents were captured by the Chu clan. I want you to send people there and tell them to release them." I'm sure that's not an issue, right? That intimidating tone and gaze sent shivers down the manager's spine. Jin Chengshu was momentarily stunned, but immediately bowed, repeatedly assenting. "Your Royal Highness has spoken, of course. There's no problem at all." He swallowed hard, trying to hide the fear in his eyes. "As long as it's not about being punished for taking kickbacks, you can tell me to do anything." Witnessing Chu Xiu's overwhelming might, An Qi, standing to the side, had a flicker of astonishment in her clear eyes. Just a single word from the Saint's son was enough to sway a powerful clan like the Chu clan. She couldn't help but whisper, "The Saint's son only needs to say one word to save my parents." The manager cheerfully welcomed, "Young Miss Anne, please follow me. I'll escort you to the Chu clan to retrieve your parents." "Thank you, Manager Jin," she said, following him to the Chu clan. Luo Yi, frowning, then asked Chu Xiu, "Will the Chu clan really listen to Manager Jin and release them?" Chu Xiu shook his head, replying, "No idea. Let's see if the Chu clan respects my face. Aunt Luo, we just need to wait for the news. In the meantime, come with me to Jubao Lu and let's see what good treasures they have inside." Meanwhile, regarding An Qi's parents being released, back at the Chu clan in Azure Star City, Chu Qian frowned. His tone was sharp and resentful, as he said, "Old ancestor, we haven't even interrogated them for the hidden treasure's location. Are we just letting the An clan members go like this?" The Chu clan's old ancestor sat upright, his aged eyes gleaming with cunning. Stroking his beard, he said in a low voice, "The Saint San personally spoke. My Chu clan must give him face in this matter." Chu Tian, still unwilling, protested, "Old ancestor, but what about the treasure? We expended so much manpower and resources to capture the An clan members. Are we just going to give up because of one sentence from Chu Xiao?" The old ancestor sneered, his eyes sharp as knives. "My child, you're being too impatient. I must give the Saint San his face. But once he leaves Azure Star City, we can simply recapture them." As expected, the old ancestor's wisdom is unmatched. Tian Yu, hearing the plan, became excited and said, "That Chu Xiu, with his noble status, surely won't care about the An clan's affairs. Once he leaves Azure Star City, I'll send people to capture them." Sitting nearby, the old man laughed heartily. "Tian Yu, this matter is entrusted to you. Haha. In this Nan Yu, who does my Chu clan fear anyway?" Later, outside Azure Star City, after being rescued, the three An clan members bowed and clasped their hands in thanks to Chu Xiu. "Many thanks for your Royal Highness's rescue. My wife and I are incredibly grateful." Chu Xiu casually waved his hand, saying, "No need for formalities, uncle. If there's nothing else, we'll head back to the Holy Land. If fate allows, we'll meet again." With that farewell, the two stepped onto the flying shuttle. An Qi couldn't help but stare intently at Chu Xiu's retreating figure. She remained completely dumbstruck, scrutinizing Chu Xiu. Her father quickly reminded her, "Qier, stop zoning out. Hurry up, we need to leave Azure Star City immediately." Instantly, the three boarded the flying shuttle and flew away. On the flying shuttle, An Qi stood still. She let out a relieved breath, her eyes filled with joy and emotion. She looked at her parents, her eyes red-rimmed, her trembling hand grasping her mother's. Finally reunited with her parents, yet their faces held no trace of joy. But she, brimming with happiness, exclaimed, "Parents, we're safe now." Her father's expression immediately turned grim as he said, "Qier, we can't stay here long. The Chu clan won't let us off the hook. Qier, you shouldn't return." An Qi was stunned to hear this. His Royal Highness, the Saint's son, personally intervened. How could the Chu clan still dare to go back on their word? "Father, aren't you worrying too much?" Her mother said nothing, only looking at her with a gaze full of complex emotions. She gently stroked An Qi's hair and said, "Qier, from now on, you must walk your own path. The Chu clan will not let us go. We can only pray they might spare you." Hearing this, An Qi froze, a deep sense of unease rising in her heart. Without another word, her father pushed her off the flying shuttle. "Qier, we must separate." "Qier, our An clan may have fallen, but we once had a glorious past. 100,000 years ago, when the An clan was first established, we bore the mission of protecting the Ji Shui Divine Treasury. Now I will use my divine sense to transmit the map of the Ji Shui Divine Treasury to you. Once this map is handed over, I will forget it. Qier, you must protect it well. Soon, someone will find you." Her father then slowly placed a finger on her forehead, and a faint red light of characters flashed. From there, a streak of red light shot directly into her forehead, and an ancient map appeared in An Qi's mind. An Qi frantically looked at the map. But I don't understand any of these characters," her father gravely said.
The one who can read it is the one my An clan has been waiting for that time. You'll hand the map to him, and our An clan's mission, guarded for 100,000 years, will be considered complete. Sounds echoed from afar. The Chu clan was coming. Cheer, run, take care, live well, father, mother. But no one answered her anymore. Chi gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face as the silhouette of the flying shuttle gradually disappeared. She, at that moment, carried the map of destiny and a turbulent future awaiting her. And she screams out for her parents the moment her feet hit the ground. She gazes up, watching the flying skiff fade into the distance. Finally, the tears start flowing, man. Her mind's a whirlwind of questions. Why? How is this happening? The Saint Sun already showed up, so why is the Chu family still coming for us? Who? She keeps asking herself. Meanwhile, the An family's flying skiff veers off in another direction. As the flying skiff vanishes, Chi drops into a forest, her eyes still fixated on its disappearing form through the tree canopy. But before she can even process the grief, a few more flying skiffs zoom in from above, hot on the trail. Chi's eyes narrow into slits. Just as father predicted, the Chu family really isn't letting us go. Why? Do they not fear the Saint Sun's wrath? Oh wait, is it because their ancestor is backed by a big shot from the Grand Purity Holy Land, making them unafraid of the Saint Sun? Chi finally connects the dots. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulls out the transmission talisman Chu Xiu gave her before he dipped. This is the sound transmission talisman the Saint Sun left me, she realizes. She instantly activates the sound transmission talisman, relaying her dire situation to the Saint Sun. Whoosh! The talisman transforms into a purple bolt of pure energy and streaks away. Please, I hope His Highness gets this talisman and can save my parents, she whispers. Scene change. Hongfeng City. The streets are absolutely packed, alive with bustling crowds. Candied haws! Get your sweet and sour candied haws here, a vendor cries out. Turns out, this was Luo Yi's ultimate guilty pleasure. She's utterly mesmerized, staring at the candied haw stick in a child's hand. Chu Xiu grins. Aunt Luo, we're crashing here for the night and leaving tomorrow morning, alright? Noticing Luo Yi's unblinking, laser focus on the candied haws, Chu Xiu instantly pulls out a coin and hands it to a vendor. Little girl, 1 candied haw stick, please. Thanks, young master, the vendor chirps. Chu Xiu then offers, Aunt Luo, here's the candied haw you love. She gazes at the stick, utterly captivated. Taking it, she pokes out her tongue, licks the top, then pops a sweet, sticky haw into her mouth, chewing it with pure bliss. Nom nom nom. Every single one of her emotions is laid bare as she devours that candied haw. Witnessing this side of Luo Yi, Chu Xiu can't help but inwardly chuckle. Seriously, who would have guessed this legendary quasi-emperor, right here, is obsessed with candied haws? Right at that moment, a transmission talisman drifts towards Chu Xiu from behind him. Chu Xiu senses it instantly and snatches the transmission talisman out of the air. Chu Xiu instantly recognizes it. It's the transmission talisman he gave Chi. He gently taps the sound transmission talisman with his index finger. Instantly, Chi's frantic voice echoes in his mind. Saint Sun, she pleads, her voice laced with terror. The Chu family. They're attacking us again. Please, save us. The sound transmission talisman shatters into a burst of light, fading into thin air. Knowing exactly what just happened, Chu Xiu's gaze drops, and the playful smile on his face slowly freezes into something utterly chilling. Heh, good for the Chu family. They really think I'm nothing, huh? Luo Yi, seeing the shift in Chu Xiu's demeanor, immediately asks, what's wrong? Our boy, Chu Xiu, cool as a cucumber, replies, Aunt Luo, we're taking a quick detour back to Azure Star City. I'm very curious to see just how formidable this Chu family truly is. Aunt Luo leads him away, not even bothering to ask for a reason. She just grabs Chu Xiao's hand and shatters the void, teleporting them away. Scene change. Azure Star City, right in front of the Chu family's main gates. As the Chu family's flying skiff drew closer, the 2 An family members knew what was coming. They embraced each other one last time, then lit the kindling to immolate themselves. Once they were both burned to a crisp, their charred remains were paraded right in front of the Chu family gates. They were already dead. Yet the Chu family still tormented their remains, psychologically torturing them to force Chi to show her face. Seeing those battered corpses, the townsfolk sigh and start gossiping. Man, these 2 thieves had some serious guts, daring to steal from the Chu family. Heard there's still a female thief on the loose they haven't nabbed yet. The Chu family put out a huge bounty. What did these guys even steal? It doesn't matter what they stole. Pissing off the Chu family never ends well, bro. Just as all this is going down, Chu Xiu steps onto the scene.
He casually cocks his head and asks a girl gawking at the spectacle, "Yo, where can I check out this bounty warrant?" "Here you go," the girl says, retrieving something from her personal valley and handing it to Chu Xiu. Our boy just gives her a charming smile in return. "Much obliged, miss." He then glances at the bounty warrant, and it's An Qi's face staring right back at him. "So, those two bodies strung up in front of the Chu residence? Her parents?" He deduces. Luo Yi speaks up, a hint of accusation in her tone. "If you hadn't let the Chu family off the hook, maybe they wouldn't be dead right now." Chu Xiu, with an almost unnerving nonchalance, replies, "Everyone has their own destiny." Luo Yi tilts her head. "So, are you going to avenge them, or what?" "No," he states. "It's not just about avenging them. These Chu family dogs dared to play games with me, treating my words like absolute garbage. If that's the case, they don't need to exist anymore." Chu Xiu's eyes go arctic, his hand ignites with a deadly flame as he strides toward the Chu family gates. Luo Yi then asks, "I heard the Chu family has some deep ties with the Grand Purity Holy Land. Aren't you worried your big sister Hua will get pissed?" Hearing that, Chu Xiu doesn't utter another word. He just walks straight into the Chu family's grand plaza. Inside the plaza, those two poor corpses are still being mercilessly desecrated. Above, two guards are watching the entire gruesome show, practically giddy with excitement. One guard, looking a little nervous, mutters, "Big bro, I heard the Grand Purity Saint San has a terrible temper. One wrong word and he'll kill you. He wouldn't actually dare come breaking down our door, would he?" Tian Yu cackles, utterly smug. "Him? Lay a hand on our Chu family? Does he really have the guts?" "Don't you forget," Tian Yu sneers, "our Chu family ancestor was one of the founders of the Grand Purity Holy Land. If he even tries to touch us, the leaders of the Holy Land themselves would be the first to object." "Second brother, just chill, sip your wine, and patiently wait for An Qi to waltz right into our trap. I refuse to believe she's heartless enough to watch her parents' bodies get defiled without showing her face." "An Qi? Oh, she's definitely here." After getting the news, she disguised herself as some ordinary NPC, blending right into the crowd. When she makes it to the plaza, she sees it with her own eyes. The Chu family's savage treatment of her parents' bodies. She's beyond enraged, practically driven to madness, her eyes tearing up until they sting. She despises that she can't just rush in and snatch back her parents' remains. All she can do is stand there, weeping, and waiting for Chu Xiu to show up and rescue her family. "Father, mother, your unfilial daughter is here. If I can't get revenge for you, then in another hour, if the Saint San doesn't appear, I'll leave Azure Star City and fulfill your dying wishes." Suddenly, a figure streaks past her. Chu Xiu, his face an emotionless mask, brushes right past her. Seeing him, An Qi is stunned. The Saint Sun. He actually came. Chu Xiu's icy footsteps carry him straight towards the Chu family's grand statue. Seeing this absolute unit walk up, the crowd immediately buzzes with whispers. "Who's that guy? Dude, what is he even doing?" Chu Xiu then, with ridiculous ease, lifts the colossal stone statue high into the sky, and then he slams it straight into the Chu family's main gates. Everyone who sees this is absolutely horrified. "Who the hell is that? Bro, no way. He just smashed the Chu family's main gates. It's over for him. It's totally over. He's dead meat." After hearing her say that if he could help her, she'd do anything he asked for, his eyes lit up. "Oh!" he exclaimed. "All right, I accept. You'll come with me to the southern region. I'll order someone to the Chu clan to demand they release your parents." Hearing Chu Xiu agree to help, An Qi was so overjoyed she burst into tears. She wanted to kneel and kowtow, but Chu Xiu waved his hand, stopping her. After thanking Chu Xiu profusely, she finally left. 7 days later, in the southern region, Blue Star City. As promised, Chu Xiu brought Luo Yi and An Qi to the southern region, Blue Star City. Along the way, Luo Yi seemed annoyed, unable to help but ask, "Little brother, why have you brought me here? When are you going to let me love you?" Chu Xiu tilted his head, smiling as he said, "Auntie Luo, help me with one more thing. Once we return, I guarantee I'll let you love me." Oh, she just brushed that off. Afterwards, the three went straight to the Jubao Lu commercial building. Chu Xiu clasped his hands behind his back, his posture arrogant as he stood before the Jubao Lu entrance. Immediately, a female cultivator welcomed them, asking what they wished to purchase. She smiled broadly, welcoming them. "Our store has all sorts of treasures. Please, come in and take a look." Chu Xiao's eyes were sharp as blades, glinting with a cold light. His tone was calm but carried undeniable authority as he told the female cultivator, "Tell your shopkeeper that Chu Xiu has arrived." The female cultivator, hearing this, didn't flinch.
Still smiling brightly as a flower, she replied, "Please, wait a moment." As she walked inside, her face immediately changed. Cold sweat trickled down her back. She didn't dare to delay, stumbling and rushing inside. Inside, Zhubao Lu, Jin Chengxiu, the shopkeeper, was standing there. Seeing the girl in such a hurry, he asked sternly, "What's wrong with her? What's the rush?" She then frantically said, "Your Highness, the Saint's son. The Saint's son has come to our branch. He's outside right now." Hearing those two words, Saint's son, the shopkeeper immediately flinched, breaking out in a cold sweat and wondering, why would His Highness the Saint's son visit Blue Star City? Did His Highness find out about my bribes? His face went pale, his hands trembled. A series of possibilities immediately flashed through his mind, and only one thing terrified him the most: his bribery being discovered. Jin Chengxiu took a deep breath. He quickly adjusted his expression and hurried out to greet them. He bowed low, his voice filled with reverence. "Jin Chengxiu pays respects to Your Highness. Does Your Highness have any instructions for visiting Blue Star City?" Chu Xiu didn't beat around the bush. His gaze swept over Jin Chengxiu, as if looking at an ant. Then he said coldly, "Her parents were captured by the Chu clan. I want you to send people there to order their release. I'm sure that won't be a problem, right?" That threatening tone and gaze terrified the shopkeeper. Jin Chengxiu was momentarily startled, but immediately bowed and repeatedly assented, saying, "If Your Highness speaks, of course, there's no problem." He swallowed hard, trying to hide the fear in his eyes. "As long as it's not about being punished for my commissions, I'll do anything." Seeing Chu Xiu's overwhelming power, Qi stood by, her clear eyes flashing with surprise. Just one word from the Saint's son was enough to shake a powerful clan like the Chu clan. She couldn't help but whisper, "The Saint's son only needs to speak one word to save my parents." The shopkeeper then happily welcomed, "Young lady An, follow me. I'll take you to the Chu clan to retrieve your esteemed parents." "Thank you, shopkeeper Jin." She followed the shopkeeper to the Chu clan. Luo Yi frowned and asked Chu Xiu, "Will the Chu clan actually listen to shopkeeper Jin and release them?" Chu Xiu shook his head and replied, "I don't know. Let's see if the Chu clan will give me face or not." "Auntie Luo, we just need to wait for the news. Come with me to Zhubao Lu and see what good treasures are inside." As for Anqi's two relatives being released, at the Chu clan in Blue Star City, Chu Tian frowned, speaking sharply and unwillingly, "Old ancestor, we haven't even found out the location of the hidden treasure yet. Are we just going to release the An clan members just like that?" The Chu clan's old ancestor sat upright, his ancient eyes flashing with shrewdness. He stroked his beard, his deep voice resounding. The Saint's son personally spoke up. "My Chu clan must give him face." Chu Tian's unwilling words then rang out. "Old ancestor, but what about the treasure? We spent so much resources and effort to find the An clan members. Are we just giving up because of Chu Xiu's single sentence?" The old ancestor chuckled faintly, his eyes sharp as daggers as he said, "My child, you're too impatient. We must give the Saint's son face, but after he leaves Blue Star City, we'll just capture them again." Still the wise old ancestor. Hearing that plan, Tianwu became excited and said, "That Chu Xiu has such a noble status, he probably won't care about the An clan's affairs. Once Chu Xiu leaves Blue Star City, I'll send people to capture them." Sitting nearby, the old father laughed heartily. "Tianwu, I'll leave this matter to you, haha. In this southern region, who does my Chu clan fear?" A little later, outside the gates of Blue Star City, after being rescued, the three An clan members bowed and clasped their hands in salute to Chu Xiu. "Many thanks, Your Highness, for your rescue. My wife and I are endlessly grateful." Chu Xiu casually waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite, uncle. If there's nothing else, we're returning to the Holy Land. We'll bid farewell for now, and meet again, if fate allows." The two then stepped onto the flying ark. Anqi couldn't help but stare intently at Chu Xiao's departing figure. She just stood there, lost in thought, gazing at Chu Xiu. Her father then quickly urged, "Cheer, don't just stand there. Hurry, we need to leave Blue Star City quickly." Immediately, the three boarded the flying ark and flew away. On the flying ark, Anqi stood still, letting out a sigh of relief. Her eyes were filled with joy and emotion. She looked at her parents, her eyes red-rimmed, her trembling hand grasping her mother's. "Finally, reunited with my parents." But her parents' expressions held no joy. While she happily said, "Mother, father, we're safe now," her father's face immediately darkened as he said, "Chinir, we can't stay here long. The Chu clan won't let us go. Chinir, you shouldn't come back." Anqi was startled hearing this and said, "His Highness the Saint's son personally intervened. Would the Chu clan dare to go back on their word? Father, aren't you worrying too much?" Her mother said nothing, only looking at her with a complicated gaze. She gently stroked An Qi's hair and said, "Qi, from now on, you must walk your own path. The Chu clan won't let us go. We only pray they can overlook you." Hearing this, An Qi froze, a sense of unease rising in her heart. Without another word, her father pushed her off the flying arc. "Cheer, we must separate now." Chin'er, although our An clan has fallen, we once had a glorious era. 100,000 years ago, when the An clan was first established, we had a mission to protect the Ji Shui divine treasure. Now, I will use my divine sense to transmit the map of the Ji Shui divine treasure to you. Once this map is given to you, I will forget about it. Qin'er, you must protect it well. Soon, someone will find you. Her father then slowly placed a finger on her forehead, a faint red light of characters flashing, from which a streak of red shot straight into her forehead. And within An Qi's mind, an ancient map appeared. An Qi looked at the map in a panic. But I don't understand any of these characters, her father said gravely. The one who can read it is the one my An clan has been waiting for. At that time, you will hand the map over to him. The mission our An clan has guarded for 100,000 years will then be complete. Sounds rang out from afar. The Chu clan is coming. Cheer, run quickly. Take care. Live well. Father, mother. But no one answered her anymore. An Qi clenched her teeth, tears streaming down, as the silhouette of the flying arc gradually faded away. She now carried the map of destiny, and a tumultuous future awaited her. An Qi cries out, "Mom! Dad!" as her feet hit the ground. She looks up, watching the flying shuttle slowly vanish. Tears finally stream down her face. Her mind is racing. Why? How? The Saint Sun already stepped in, so how can the Chu clan still be coming for us? She can't stop asking herself. The An family's flying ship veered in another direction, and our girl An Qi was flung into a random forest. She watches the flying ship disappear through the gaps in the trees. But before she can even process her sorrow, a few more flying shuttles appear, chasing after. An Qi's pupils contract violently. Just as her old man predicted, the Chu clan really isn't letting them off the hook. Why? Don't they fear the Saint Sun's wrath? Alright, these dudes have ancestors with connections. With the Grand Purity Holy Land's leaders backing them, they're basically untouchable. An Qi finally gets it. No more hesitation for our girl. She whips out the transmission talisman that Chu Xiu gave her before he dipped. This is the sound transmission talisman the Saint Sun left for me. She immediately activates the sound transmission talisman, spilling her guts to the Saint Sun. Whoosh! The talisman turns into a streak of purple lightning and pieces out. Please, Saint Sun, receive this and save my parents. Scene shift to Hongfeng City. The streets are absolutely packed and popping. Candied haws, sweet and sour candied haws, get your candied haws. Luo Yi, finding her ultimate weakness, is completely entranced by the candied haw in a kid's hand. Chu Xiu, ever the smooth operator, asks, "Aunt Luo, are we chilling here for the night and heading out tomorrow?" Seeing Luo Yi glued to those candied haws, unblinking, Chu Xiu pulls out a single coin and hands it to the little vendor girl. "Little miss, one candied haw, please." "Thank you, young master." "Aunt Luo, here's the candied haw you like?" She stares at the sweet treat, her heart instantly melting. She grabs the candied haw, then sticks out her tongue and gives the top berry a tentative lick. Then she chomps off a berry and chews it up, absolutely heavenly. Nom nom nom. Every single emotion our girl has is plastered on her face as she devours this candied haw. Seeing this unexpected side of Luo Yi, Chu Xiu can't help but chuckle. Who would have thought this renowned quasi-emperor, this absolute unit, would be such a snack fiend? Just then, a transmission talisman zooms right towards Chu Xiu's back. Sensing it, Chu Xiu effortlessly snatches it out of the air. A transmission talisman. Chu Xiu immediately recognizes it as the one he handed to An Qi. He gently taps the sound transmission talisman with his index finger. Instantly, An Qi's frantic voice echoes in his mind. "Saint Sun, the Chu clan attacked us again. Please, you have to save us." The sound transmission talisman crumbles into glowing dust, dissipating into thin air. Knowing this, Chu Xiu's eyelids drop. The smile on his face slowly morphs into an icy glare. Oh, the Chu clan, daring to completely disregard me? Luo Yi, catching the change in his vibe, immediately asks, "What's wrong?" Our boy calmly states, "Aunt Lugo, we're taking a little detour back to Lanxing City. I want to see just how much, formidable, this Chu clan actually has in the tank." Aunt Lugo leads him back. Not even bothering to ask for a reason, she just grabs Chu Xiao's hand and whoosh! Tears through space, gone in a flash. Scene shifts to Lanxing City, right in front of the Chu clan gates. As the Chu clan's flying ship drew closer, both An family members had already steeled themselves. They hugged each other tight, then lit a fire, choosing self-immolation. After they were both burned to cinders, Their corpses were then displayed like trophies in front of the Chu clan gates. They were already dead, but the Chu clan was still mentally torturing their bodies, all to force An Qi out of hiding. Looking at the battered corpses, the common folk can only sigh and whisper.
These two thieves had some serious guts, daring to steal from the Chu clan.
I heard there's still a female thief they haven't caught. The Chu clan issued a high reward bounty order. No idea what kind of bag they snatched. Doesn't matter what they stole, crossing the Chu clan never ends well. Just then, Chu Xiu strolls up. He cocks his head, asking a girl among the onlookers, "Yo, where can I check out this bounty order?" The girl pulls something out from her robes and hands it to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu flashes a polite smile. "Many thanks, young lady." Then he looks at the bounty poster, and whoa, it's An Qi's face. Looks like the two bodies dangling outside the Chu manor gates are her parents. Luo Yi speaks up. If you hadn't told the Chu clan to release them, maybe they'd still be alive. Chu Xiu replies with unusual nonchalance. Everyone's got their own fate. Luo Yi tilts her head and asks him, "So, are you going to get revenge for them?" "Or what?" "Not really to avenge them. These Chu clan dogs dared to put on a whole damn show for me, treating my words like farts. If that's how it is, then they no longer need to exist." Chu Xiu's eyes turn absolute ice, and his hand ignites with fire as he stomps towards the Chu clan gates. Luo Yi asks, "I heard the Chu clan and the Grand Purity Holy Land have some pretty deep connections. Aren't you worried your big sis Hua will get mad?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu says absolutely nothing, just strides right into the Chu clan's main plaza. Inside the plaza, the two bodies are still being desecrated. Above them, two guards are watching the show, absolutely hyped. One of them, looking a bit worried, says, "Big bro, I heard the Grand Purity Saint Sun has a terrible temper. He'll murk you if you say one wrong thing. He wouldn't really dare to attack our gates, would he?" Tian Yu laughs smugly and replies, "Dare to attack our Chu clan? Don't forget, our Chu clan's ancestor was one of the OGs who founded the Grand Purity Holy Land. If this dude dares to attack us, the Grand Purity Holy Land's leaders will be the first ones to tell him to chill. Second bro, stop just sitting there chugging wine. Just chill, and wait for An Qi to walk right into our net. I don't believe she'll have the heart to watch her parents' bodies get tormented without showing her face. An Qi is, in fact, already here." After getting the news, she pulled a quick disguise, appearing as just some ordinary girl, hiding among the crowd. When she arrived at the plaza, she saw with her own eyes how savagely the Chu clan was disrespecting her parents' bodies. Our girl was so furious, she almost went feral, her eyes crying, until they felt like they'd literally pop. She hated that she couldn't just rush forward and snatch back her parents' bodies. She could only stand there, weeping and waiting, praying for Chu Xiao to come and save her fam. "Father, mother, your unfilial daughter. If I can't avenge you, and if the Saint Sun doesn't show up in half an hour, then I will leave Lanjing City and fulfill your final wishes." Suddenly, a figure streaks past her. Chu Xiu, face colder than a polar bear's nose, breezes past her. Seeing him, An Qi is shook. The Saint Sun actually came. Chu Xiu, with steps that could freeze hell over, walked straight towards the Chu clan's main statue. Watching this dude stride up, the crowd immediately starts buzzing and chattering. Who is that guy? What in the cultivation world is he doing? Chu Xiu then, with zero effort, hoists the stone statue high into the sky, then hurls it straight at the Chu clan's main gate. Smash! Witnessing this scene, everyone is absolutely horrified. Who is this madman? Oh no, he actually dared to smash the Chu clan's main gate. It's over, it's all over. This dude is 100% toast. Chu Xiu kicked open the Chu family's grand gates with a single blow, shaking the whole place. A domineering aura surged from our boy, making the entire Chu family mansion tremble. Chu Xiu stood there, arrogant and tall, his robes fluttering, eyes as cold as an emperor's, perfectly poised in front of the main entrance. His voice, low yet filled with boundless pressure, echoed out. "All Chu family stewards, get out here, now!" The servants in the mansion scurried around in a panic. Two Chu family elders quickly emerged, their faces filled with tension. Led by an old man with white hair and a beard, eyes sharp as an eagle's, he looked at Chu Xiu, his heart violently shaking, but he still tried to act calm, cupping his hands as he asked, "May I ask why the Saint Sun your highness has graced our Chu family? Did some junior with no eyes offend your highness?" Chu Xiu stood there, a light breeze rustling his robes, his cold gaze swept over each person, a slight smirk playing on his lips, carrying chilling killing intent as he spoke. "I'll give you one chance. Immediately kowtow and admit your wrongs. For the sake of your ancestors, perhaps I'll spare your lives." At this moment, the air froze. The cultivators were stunned and filled with dread. The Grand Purity Saint Sun came to the Chu family, smashed their main gate, and wanted to mess with the Chu family? What game was he playing?
Chu Lin's expression turned ugly. He said with a gloomy face, Saint Song Chu Xiu, our Chu family has deep connections with the Grand Purity Holy Land. We hope you don't make a mistake, or even a Saint Son might find things impossible.
Sensing no fear from these two, Chu Xiu's eyes blazed red. If you don't want to live, then go die. Around him, blazing red flames erupted, and behind him, a human emperor phantom appeared. The surging, world-shaking emperor's might caused many in the plaza to turn pale.
So strong! What an immense aura! Chu Xiu is really this domineering. He said he'd fight, and he fought.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Xiu charged forward, throwing a punch. The fist force exploded like a surging tsunami. The elder's pupils violently contracted. He never thought Chu Xiu would be so powerful and ruthless. He said he'd fight. And he fought. Without overthinking, he flashed his body and stood in front of Chu Lin.
Following that, he also threw out his heavenly emperor first to counter Chu Xiu. The two punches collided, immediately exploding with a loud bang.
The old ancestor of the Chu family, a peak minor saint realm powerhouse, was sent flying by a single punch.
The old man crashed hard to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the old ancestor like this, Chu Lin frowned. Chu Xiu, you. Seeing this scene, the cultivators were all dumbfounded. Sweat poured down their bodies in fear. The Chu family's old ancestor was sent flying by one punch. This is the true power of the Grand Purity Saint Sun. He one-shotted the Chu family old ancestor.
Peak minor saint? Chu Xiao's eyes were frosty, and he frowned as he looked at Chu Lin and asked, Your Chu family also knows the human emperor first? Chu Lin took a step back, trying to act tough, but his voice strained as he replied,
The human emperor first was passed down by our Chu family ancestor. All direct descendants of our Chu family can cultivate it. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, waves churning in his heart. A burst of curiosity erupted in him regarding that Chu family ancestor. Could it be that my human emperor first also came from the Chu family ancestor? Chu Lin, his eyes filled with rage, rushed forward, unleashing the human emperor first towards Chu Xiu.
As that punch shot out, Chu Xiu merely shifted his body slightly and easily dodged. Following that, Chu Xiu slapped the back of Chu Lin's neck hard, making him spit out a mouthful of blood.
He collapsed on the ground. Chu Xiu stomped heavily on his back, looking incredibly imposing. Just then, a figure appeared, exuding dense, murderous aura. Her voice echoed throughout the entire mansion. Chu Lin, Chu family, you stopped at nothing to force my parents to their deaths, all to get your hands on the Jishui divine treasure. Heaven has eyes. Today, with the Saint Sun's help, I will act on behalf of heaven.
Your day of reckoning has come. She raised her foot and pressed it onto Chu Lin's forehead. After that, she pressed down hard, and his skull was pierced, blood splattering everywhere.
Chu Tian saw his father killed. With a fierce expression, he rushed out from the Chu family mansion. Chu Xiu, how dare you? You dare to cause trouble in my Chu family? With that, he rushed forward and grabbed Ang Qi by the neck. Ang Qi cried out in panic. Saint Sun, your highness! Chu Tian, full of rage, yelled into her face. Demoness, you dared to kill my father. Chu Xiu turned around, his eyes cold with killing intent as he glared at him. Release Ang Qi! You're courting death! His eyes blazed crimson, his fingers ready to strike. Just as he was about to chant an incantation, the fat manager of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion suddenly rushed forward to stop him, stammering nervously. Your Highness, the Chu family cannot be touched. The old ancestor of the Chu family is one of the founders of the Grand Purity Holy Land. Please think carefully.
His heart was full of panic and fear. For years, my authority in Azure Star City has been thanks to the Chu family's backing. If the Chu family falls, my good days will be over. No matter what, I have to stop the Grand Purity Saint Sun.
Just then, another figure appeared, grabbing Chu Tian and another guy by their necks. She was extremely calm. Don't move, and if you dare to budge even an inch, I'll break their necks immediately.
Right at this moment, a powerful, resonant voice echoed from the void. Saint Sun, can you spare the Chu family head's life? 3 figures appeared from the void, exuding immense authority. Among the 3 was none other than his master, Qi Mengdi. Qi Mengdi put on a serious, aloof demeanor, making Chu Xiu filled with excitement. Master is here too? I haven't seen Master in a few days, and she's become even more exquisite and alluring, truly captivating. He couldn't help but grin broadly. Great Master, I haven't seen you in many days. Your disciple misses you greatly. Do you miss your disciple?
Qi Mengdi's phoenix eyes held a cold gaze.
She shot him a glance, secretly grumbling in her heart. This unruly disciple is always spouting nonsense.
Chu Xiu chuckled mischievously as he moved closer to his master. It's been too long. Your disciple misses you so much. She snorted softly, but couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. A hint of doting affection in her eyes, she said. You only know how to cause trouble for your master. Then Qi Mengdi spoke in a dignified tone. Chu Tianwu, Chu Tiangxiang, Chu Ra, you stopped at nothing to get treasures. If we cover for you today, how can the world trust our grand purity Holy Land anymore? At this moment, Chu Xiu secretly chuckled in his heart. My dear master is truly the best to me. Liu Shu then spoke. Leave the rest to me and the heavenly Punisher Peak Master. Chu Xiu, you and your master head back to the Holy Land first. The Holy Lord wants to see you. All right, master and I will head back first. Chu Xiu chuckled mischievously, while Qi Mengdi blushed and pouted slightly. Chu Xiu secretly felt happy in his heart. Finally, going back to the Holy Land. Later, I'll have master teach me a few more special moves, hee. And so, he and Qi Mengdi left first. When the manager saw Chu Xiu leave, he was incredibly respectful. But Chu Xiu didn't let him off the hook and spoke up. Oh right. If you're going to handle the aftermath, then investigate the accounts of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion too. The manager was scared out of his wits upon hearing this, while Chu Xiu walked away casually. His hand couldn't resist placing itself on Qi Mengdi's butt. This made her blush and scold him. Unruly disciple, where are your hands touching? Chu Xiu chucked it off and said, your disciple wasn't careful, touched the wrong place. Please forgive me, master. Then he leaned close to her and whispered playfully, Master, you don't know. These past few days your disciple hasn't been in the Holy Land, and every night I dream of you. Seeing Chu Xiu's shamelessness, her face flushed red as she scolded, Unruly disciple, you're too smooth-tongued. Quick, get your pig trotters off. No way! I'm still waiting to cultivate with master. A little later, Chu Xiu and Qi Mengdi traversed the void to arrive at the Grand Purity Holy Land's Grand Purity Peak. Before leaving, he didn't forget to reach out and give Qi Mengdi's butt a resounding slap, saying, Great master. I'm going to report this to Sister Hua first. I'll come find you later. Unruly disciple! Who needs you to find me? She secretly loved it but was still embarrassed. After saying goodbye to her, Chu Xiu walked towards Sister Hua. Approaching her, he immediately asked, Sister Hua, were you looking for? The beautiful woman turned around, her lithe and graceful figure swaying as she spoke. I hear you had a conflict with the Chu family? Chu Xiu smiled arrogantly as he replied, and then said, This Chu family relied on its connections with the Grand Purity Holy Land to act recklessly and atrociously, wantonly killing innocent people. I temporarily felt indignant, so I wanted to teach them a lesson. I know the relationship between the Chu family and the Grand Purity Holy Land, so I thought I should act on your behalf, sister. Sister Hua smiled charmingly and said, I don't blame you, you did well. The Chu family has been relying on its connections with the Grand Purity Holy Land for years, acting like they own Azure Star City. We were afraid of losing face, so we couldn't punish them heavily. Consider this incident a warning to the Chu family. So I did a good deed for the Grand Purity Holy Land, then? If so, how will Sister Hua reward me? Pushing his luck, Chu Xiu said in a light, playful whisper. His two hands weren't idle, but rather found a place each, wrapping around her waist. Right then, Chu Xiu materialized in the grand courtyard. The two beauties caught sight of him, and were instantly struck dumb. Chu Xiu peeped the black stockings on their legs and low-key chuckled, Oh, nice! Both these, big sisters, are rocking black stockings. Is this what all the female disciples of Yunhe Peak are into these days? As he walked off, a satisfied Chu Xiu was out of earshot. The girl in green bashfully whispered, It's all your fault for telling me to wear this. Now His Highness the Saint Sun has seen it. Her companion, blushing, quickly reassured her, Relax, His Highness definitely isn't disgusted. Didn't you see him smile earlier? The other girl, still worried, pressed on. Oh, this? How did you even come up with it? She replied instantly. I saw the Peakmaster wearing something similar, and thought it looked amazing, so I copied it. And not gonna lie, it's super comfy. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu arrived at Meng Dai's room, a wide grin plastered on his face as he boomed, Master, your disciple is here. She, however, was totally unfazed, munching on snacks as she casually looked at him and asked, What do you want? He kept his chipper attitude, replying, Master, I've come to spar with you. Hearing this, she froze on the spot, and for some reason, Meng Dai's face flushed crimson as she stammered a scolding. In broad daylight? You rebellious brat, don't push your luck. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Dai unleashed a spell, slamming the door shut with a bang. This move totally caught Chu Xiu off guard. Master, what are you even trying to do? Meng Dai, a flicker of awkwardness in her eyes, just averted his gaze and said nothing. But then she just walked right past him, muttering, Ugh, you're hopeless. I'll go get those toys you crafted. It was only then that he snapped to attention. Chu Xiu's soul snapped back into his body, and he quickly blocked her. Wait up! There's no rush for that! Meng Dai, utterly bewildered, turned to him and demanded, What now? Why are you being so difficult?
Chu Xiu then put on a playful grin. Master, you didn't actually think I came here to boost my innate talent, did you? Meng Dai suddenly looked at him, flustered and utterly innocent.
Her shame instantly flared into rage, and she yelled back, "Get out!" As if I'd think that. And what's with that look in your eyes? Are you looking down on this venerable one? Go die! Chu Xiu, annoyed at being yelled at out of nowhere, retorted, "You're the one misunderstanding, Master, and blaming me? Don't be so unreasonable." Meng Dai, not backing down, fired back, "Misunderstand what? Don't spout nonsense."
Chu Xiu, done with the argument, just shrugged. Yeah, everything you say is right, okay?
Then he flipped back to teasing mode, leaning in close. "My cultivation has improved again. I want to spar with Master to test my strength. You won't refuse me, right?" Meng Dai, completely unfazed, just lifted her chin and glared. "You rebellious brat, so full of yourself now, daring to challenge me?" With that, she started cooking up a plan for her naughty disciple. HMPH, perfect! A chance to teach this rebellious brat a good lesson. Who told him to make me lose face earlier? He's about to find out. With that thought, she huffed, turning her face away before continuing. "All right, where are we going?" Chu Xiu immediately said, "Let's go far from Yunhe Peak and into the void." Meng Dai, totally confused, shot back, "Are you serious? Your cultivation can handle the void?" No sooner had he spoken than both of them started warping into the void. Meng Dai stared around, incredulous. "How in the hell did you manage that? Your aura is still at the divine ability realm. Did you comprehend spatial Dao laws, or have you already hit the great saint realm?" Chu Xiu casually explained. "Nothing to be surprised about. I just got a deeper grasp of the movement scripture secret art." With a satisfied grin, he added, "Master, you better be careful now." After his little warning, he instantly activated his OP cultivation technique and zoomed off into the distance. Meng Dai was hit with one surprise after another, her heart pounding in disbelief. "I can't believe this rebellious brat's divine ability is this terrifying." But while she was still reeling, Chu Xiu had already prepared his attack, lunging forward. "Master, don't zone out. Take this punch." Meng Dai, snapping into combat mode, retorted, "Rebellious brat, today this master is going to teach you a lesson." As she launched her first strike, Chu Xiu dodged with an excited laugh. "Now that's what I'm talking about. Don't hold back on me." A spark of exhilaration lit up his eyes as he raised his palm, striking towards. Meng Dai was just as fierce, drawing her sword to deflect the massive strike. She chuckled with satisfaction. "Your physique is truly formidable. To actually clash with this venerable one's great saint natal weapon." Chu Xiu gazed at his wound-covered palm, chuckling inwardly. "Master's saint weapon is also no joke, actually able to cut my saint body." "Master, don't go easy on me. I want to see just how strong I am now." The scene was now a blur of small explosions and pure chaos. Outside the battle, Qing Yu assessed with a satisfied nod. After that breakthrough, his strength definitely didn't just multiply by 10. Luo Yi concurred. His progress is incredibly swift, beyond normal understanding. If Chimeng Dai doesn't use her ultimate divine abilities, she simply won't be able to catch him. Little junior brother Chu Xiu's grand destiny is sealed. Give him a bit more time, and I fear even great saints won't be able to touch him. Don't forget, he also has an innate supreme treasure. Qing Yu, nodding, added, "That's good. Once he's strong enough to dominate the Saint King realm, it'll be time for us to handle our own business." Staring at the fierce battle unfolding within the illusion before their eyes, she secretly rejoiced. Once Chu Xiu fully matures, our ancestor will definitely ascend to a whole new level. After an intense, no-holds-barred spar, both finally had a clear understanding of each other's power. Chu Xiu stood before Meng Dai, a respectful grin on his face. "Many thanks, Master, for this trial. You've truly exerted yourself." Then he took her hand, adding, "I wonder if I can cultivate the 5 elements and 9 origins to break through to the great saint level. Just how powerful would I become? Could I perhaps even contend with a Saint King?" Meng Dai, annoyed, instantly yanked her hand away, turning her head. "Look at you, so arrogant. This venerable one only fought you to a standstill today because my condition wasn't optimal." Chu Xiu, without another word, just nodded along. Yes. How could a rebellious disciple like me possibly fight evenly with Maesters? It's clearly because Master loves me, cares for me, and feared injuring me." Meng Dai, thoroughly annoyed, growled, "Scram!" But of course, young Chu Xiu wasn't that easy to get rid of. He smoothly wrapped an arm around her waist. "Master, look, it's really getting dark. Time for some skill transmission." Again, Meng Dai, still salty from earlier, unhappily pushed him away. "Go away! Didn't this master just finish sparring with you? It's late, you should go to bed." Chu Xiu, with a sly grin, leaned in again. "Master, This time your disciple bought a really good book outside. It's got a ton of hidden knowledge inside. Aren't you curious? No sooner had he finished than his dishonest hand smacked Meng Dai's butt, making her instinctively let out a sound that could very easily be misunderstood. The beauty, annoyed but secretly resigned, complained, "Ugh, you damn rebellious brat. Fine, tell this master what it is." The next morning, Chu Xiu swaggered out of Meng Dai's palace, looking quite refreshed. He strolled along a forest path. He gazed at the mystical gear in his hand, lost in thought. Back then, Tian Yunzi mentioned, "This map of the Grand Ultimate Ancient Star holds clues about the Tao source. But the exact location? Gotta wait till we're actually on the Grand Ultimate Ancient Star to find out." The Tao source is basically the cosmic cheat code from when the universe first spawned. Refine it, and cultivators can practically fuse with the great Tao, getting closer to the heavenly Tao itself. For most cultivators, this thing is a legendary treasure. But for me, nah, not only is it useless, it's actually bad news. Chu Xiu sighed, thinking, man, the way of unification I cultivate? It's basically flipping off the heavenly Tao. Aunt Luo even warned me. When I power up to Quasi-Emperor, a massive threat is coming my way. He looked up, pondering. So, how the heck am I going to dodge that bullet? Suddenly, a commotion below grabbed Chu Xiu's attention. A super lively hubbub. "I want it! Me too! Hold up! No pushing!" Our boy, curious as ever, went down to check it out. "Yo, what are you ladies scooping up?" Then he spotted the two girls and thought to himself, surprised, "Wait, aren't these the two disciples I saw at Grandmaster's palace just 2 days ago?" He looked at the stuff laid out on the table, utterly confused. What in the world are these? Chu Xiu's eyes bugged out in disbelief. They're selling stockings again? The two disciples freaked out when they saw him. Holy Sun, you've arrived!" The other girl awkwardly added, "Greetings, Holy Sun." Chu Xiu just coolly replied, "You guys do your thing, don't mind me." After strolling past them, he flashed a mischievous grin, internally doing a victory dance. This venerable one really started a whole wave, didn't I? Or, rather, Grandmaster really sparked this trend. In Chu Xiu's head, it was just pure bliss, a vision of disciples rocking those fishnet stockings. The more he dwelled on it, the more he couldn't hold back the feels. Straight up, if all the female cultivators of the Grand Pristine Holy Land rocked stockings, that would be a whole different vibe, haha. Just then, the system blared a warning. KK host just laughed. Prepare for major trouble. According to the Grand Ultimate Ancient Scripture, somewhere in the vast cosmos, a strange aura had transformed, like a surging wave of blood. It packed a massive, destructive punch, slamming directly onto the surface. Wave after wave of blood kept crashing down. This was all coming from a cosmic entity, an eye-shaped creature. A torrent of crimson blood energy endlessly spewed from it. Below, a tomb was being lifted from the ground by its blood energy. Its immense power coiled around the coffin. Just then, it spoke. "Eek! Tai Yi, you're awake!" From inside, a broken voice responded. I. The blood eye pressed on. "Eek! Tai Yi, the Grand Ultimate Ancient Star is about to open. This time, you can't block me. I will break free." The coffin lid rattled violently from a huge force within, letting out a piercing screech. A mere evil thought dares to cause trouble. The blood eye's lid half closed, as it slowly glided closer to the coffin. "Eek! Tai Yi, you've been battling me for eons, and you still couldn't get rid of me. You're ancient, practically on your deathbed. Why not just let me win? Just give up and let me walk free." A few days later, at the Grand Pristine Holy Land, on Cloudfrost Peak, behind the main mountain, Meng Dai stood before Chu Xiu, giving him final instructions. "The Grand Ultimate Ancient Star has opened. I need to head out with the other great saints first. Take these special sound transmission talismans. Once you get to the Grand Ultimate Ancient Star, you'll face not only threats from the abyss, but also the indigenous natives of the star, who are definitely not pushovers. Plus, there are all sorts of dangerous, bizarre places. Even though you've powered up a bit, don't get reckless." Chu Xiu wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her in close. "Relax, your disciple won't be acting reckless." Meng Dai, flustered, pushed him away. "You naughty disciple!" Wickote. In broad daylight. "Let go this instant." Chu Xiu, completely shameless, pulled her even closer, playfully murmuring, "Let your disciple get a little cozy." Meng Dai, blushing, pushed him back. "Just don't you dare die out there." Chu Xiu, with a sly grin, flicked her forehead playfully, chuckling. "Grandmaster, you're really underestimating your disciple now, aren't you?" Meng Dai composed herself, holding out an artifact. "Take this. It might just save your butt in a critical moment." Our boy, confused, asked, "What is it?" Meng Dai explained. "Inside here is a mid-stage Great Saint Corpse puppet. You can control it with your divine sense. Its defenses are insane. In a crunch, it can tank hits for you." Chu Xiu shook his head, declining. "My saint body is already perfected. And with my false word secret art for body protection, this thing won't do much for me. You keep it, Grandmaster. Meng Dai heard him and put it away. Fine then. Once you get to the Grand Ultimate Ancient Star, contact us immediately. Going solo is just asking for trouble. I'll head off now. You get some solid rest these next few days. Scene switch. At Chu Xiu's cave abode, Luo Yi sensed his return and called out, "Little bro, over here!" Chu Xiu casually walked over and wrapped an arm around her waist. "Aunt Luo, what's good?" She pulled out 2 golden tokens and said, "Grab these." He, ever curious, asked, "What are these, exactly?" She explained seriously, "I know the cosmic rules are going to get wild in the future, and even quasi-emperors might get suppressed, so before I sealed myself away, I left a few tricks up my sleeve. Like these 2 jade talismans, each one seals 2 of my Deo divine abilities. Even a regular quasi-emperor would take heavy damage. Use them right, and you could even off one." Hearing this, Chu Xiu couldn't help but quietly marvel. "Bro, that's OP," Luo Yi added. "Inside this one is a sealed defensive divine ability of mine. Once activated, if you're not a peak quasi-emperor, you ain't breaking it. But remember, it only lasts for a brief moment." Suddenly, overcome with excitement, Chu Xiu just leaned in and kissed her. "Aunt Luo, you're literally my aunt." This bold move made her freeze, but she still managed a soft Qing Yu, from inside Luo Yi, shyly chimed in, "You punk, you dense block of wood, tell him, don't you dare die." Luo Yi then placed a hand on his shoulder and repeated, "The guy in purple told me to tell you, don't die." Chu Xiu grasped her hand, grinning. "Chill. My life plot armor is thick, I'll be fine." A moment later, at Taiji Ancient Star, Chu Xiu appeared from the void, landing on the terrain. Our boy looked around, hyped. "Whoa, so this is the massive Taiji Ancient Star? I just got here, haven't even properly located myself, and I'm already at one of my main destinations? Is this the power of immense luck energy or what?" But the peaceful scenery still made Chu Xiu feel uneasy. "Nah, this ain't right. That lake is way too calm." Thinking that, he didn't hesitate and quickly flew towards it. His hand decisively clenched. Then he punched straight into the lake's surface. Chu Xiu sighed, helpless. "Looks like I can only keep going straight then." But before he could even leave, a monstrous beast furiously appeared from behind him. Naturally, with his sharp senses, Chu Xiu quickly spotted it. The colossal beast in front of him opened its maw wide, lunging at him. Chu Xiu swung his fist to retaliate, while simultaneously analyzing. No signs of life force. It's dead, like some puppet corpse being manipulated. If my punch can't blow it up, that means its body is seriously tough, its power close to a grand saint at the 3rd layer, and it relentlessly swung deadly blows towards him. The scene quickly devolved into chaos, as the beast was sent flying far away by Chu Xiu's attack. It was quickly defeated by him, sprawling lifelessly on the ground. After observing for a moment, Chu Xiu keenly noticed something off. It wasn't just one beast, but an entire swarm surrounding him. Seeing this, Chu Xiu couldn't help but complain. "Dude, did I just stumble into a monkey's nest or something? The best strategy among the 36 stratagems? Run!" Chu Xiu quickly plunged into the water. Good thing he perfected the movement secret art before coming to Taiji Ancient Star. Otherwise, he'd probably be dead meat here. Thinking this, his expression turned serious as he muttered, "Sword Chi." Looking at the magic treasure in his hand, Chu Xiu analyzed. An island? Could the primordial sword embryo be on this island? But suddenly, the landscape turned barren. This confused him. What the hell? The lake is gone? He stared in disbelief at what was unfolding before his eyes. Dry leaves slowly fell, the silence so profound only their rustling could be heard. Just then, a black cat appeared in the distance, cryptically saying, "Finally found you, meow." Then, without hesitation, it flew straight towards Chu Xiu. As soon as it landed, it transformed into a human form. With an alluring pose, a charming voice purred, "Outsider, no need to be nervous, meow. I'm the guardian of this forest. You want to leave this place? I can help, meow." As soon as it finished speaking, it rubbed against Chu Xiu, raising one leg high and nuzzling against him. Chu Xiu chuckled inwardly, a smirk playing on his lips. A cat girl, huh? Didn't expect Taiji Ancient Star to have such wild beasts. But he managed to compose himself and spoke up. "Cough, cough, where is this? How do I get out?" The cat girl looked disbelieving. "Meow, meow, meow, you don't know where this is?" Then, it excitedly moved closer to him and continued. "You managed to cross that lake? Truly a miracle, meow. If you don't know, then this cat spirit will tell you." Countless eons ago, when this ancient star was born, 5 divine spirits appeared simultaneously. The dragon god, desolate god, underworld god, thunder god, and wind god. They were born with the ultimate power, revered as gods by all sentient beings. The island you're currently on, and that lake outside, were built by the desolate god. The reason you could get here?
Definitely because of the primordial sword embryo, meow. Chu Xiu didn't hide his grim expression as he stared at it. Looks like you know quite a bit, it added playfully. I've lived on this island for ages. Knowing a few secrets is perfectly normal. Come on, I'll lead you out of this forest. Just follow my footsteps. Only then can you escape this place. Otherwise, you'll be trapped in this forest forever, meow. As Chu Xiu was being pulled along, he asked, what was the desolate god's purpose in creating this place? It jumped onto a nearby tall rock, sighing as it explained, this place is also the burial ground of the desolate god. Even a god reaches the end of their life one day. How tragic, meow. Chu Xiu calmly spoke up. I heard that beneath the boundless great swamp, there's still a dragon god. This ancient star has existed for countless years. How could she still be alive today? Miao Jing gazed into the distance. You're overthinking it. The current dragon god isn't the original one. After a dragon god dies, their essence, cultivation, and legacy automatically gather, eventually forming a dragon egg, nurturing a new life. The dragon gods use this method, passing down from one generation to the next, until today. Hearing this, Chu Xiu seemed to finally understand the issue. He continued. So that's how it is. With that, Chu Xiu followed Miao Jing and left the area. Arriving elsewhere, Miao Jing pointed into the distance and explained, see that mountain? That's the desolate god's divine corpse after death. Chu Xiu hesitated. The primordial sword embryo. It's there? Miao Jing then turned to look at him. The primordial sword embryo is in its glabella. Or, to use my words, it's in the divine platform. Chu Xiu then turned and playfully lifted Miao Jing's chin, saying suggestively, you lured me here specifically for me to get the primordial sword embryo, didn't you? She didn't hide it, replying, of course. This is my mission. Suddenly, she pounced into Chu Xiu's arms, her tongue flicking across his Adam's apple. But getting the primordial sword embryo isn't easy. There are 3 trials on that mountain. At this opportune moment, Chu Xiu's hand found its way to her waist. The cat spirit kept rubbing her body against him, her tail slithering deeper inside. As she moved, she purred. First trial, sword intent test. Second trial, combat power test. And the third trial? Pass the first 2, and you'll find out for yourself. Outsider, this cat spirit has told you so much. How will you thank me, meow? Chu Xiu, understanding her implication, smirked mischievously at her. How do you want me to thank you? Miao Jing replied suggestively. This cat spirit has been in this desolate place for a long time. The loneliness is unbearable, meow. Chu Xiu didn't hesitate, placing his hand on her rear, acting on his readiness skills. Chu Xiu, following her unspoken desire, placed his hand on Miao Jing's tongue. I understand. Of course I understand. A moment later, Miao Jing was sprawled out, looking totally gassed, while our boy Chu Xiu had already straightened his fit. Miao Jing wore a satisfied grin, licking her lips as she purred. Outsider, may good fortune accompany you on your next path. Chu Xiu didn't even bother to glance back, striding straight into the void towards the first trial. Standing before a colossal mountain range, Chu Xiu looked up and smirked. Finally, I've arrived. Right on cue, 2 twin beauties materialized, each radiating a distinct aura. They spoke in perfect unison. Welcome, outsider. This is the first trial. Chu Xiu completely ignored them, just glided past, muttering to himself, this dead-heavy atmosphere? They don't even look alive. Gotta be some kind of corpse puppets. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a tiny figure stood sentinel beneath an ancient tree. Above him, a one-eyed old demon beast, gossiping excitedly. So an outsider actually made it to Huangshen's desolate island. Sword Maiden, you think he can clear the first trial? The Sword Maiden, with an ice-cold demeanor, simply replied, no idea. The old demon beast continued. This guy didn't even use a sword when he was fighting on the lake. Is he even a sword cultivator? Hard to say. I bet he won't even clear the first trial His Majesty Huangshen set up. The Sword Maiden, without assessing his strength, simply stated with cold eyes, he's about to begin. On Chu Xiu's end, our boy placed his hand on the rock wall, activating the trial. The surroundings rapidly shifted, and hundreds of sword blades materialized in unison. They immediately shot towards him at breakneck speed. Chu Xiu focused his chi, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he stared them down. What faced him was an onslaught of high-level sword techniques. The system started chiming in. Ding! Host's Tiansha Sword Intent has successfully devoured the Sword Intent Orb. Sword Intent rank upgraded, and a whole cascade of stats started popping off. Gazing at the scene unfolding before him, Chu Xiu smirked with pure satisfaction. This ain't no trial, he mused. This is a free gift. Meanwhile, the old demon beast sized him up. An entire hour, and he's still not out. See?
Told you he couldn't clear the first trial, the Sword Maiden seriously countered. But his life aura hasn't weakened in the slightest. It seems he's enduring the cleansing of the Sword Intent River. What a pity his Sword Intent isn't strong enough. Otherwise, his consciousness would have already retreated from this monument space. The old demon beast sighed again, utterly dejected. Such a shame. It's so rare for an outsider to even make it this far. But before he could even finish his sentence, the Sword Maiden below suddenly shrieked in surprise. Look! Lo and behold, Chu Xiu had successfully cleared the first trial, shattering the barrier and awakening. The old demon beast stared in disbelief, wide-eyed with horror. How? How is the Sword Intent steel shattered? This makes absolutely no sense. The Sword Maiden, equally stunned, added, The Sword Intent steel survives by relying on the Sword Intent River. If the Sword Intent River is eternal, so is the steel. Now that the Sword Intent steel is destroyed, it can only mean one thing. This outsider. He completely wiped out the Sword Intent River. She then turned to look at Chu Xiu, her voice filled with awe. His Sword Intent. It's beyond immensely powerful. It might even surpass divine grade. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu glanced at the rubble and mused. My Sword Intent just leveled up again, breaking through to the transformation realm and stepping into the Dao entry stage. Just then, the two twin sisters reappeared. Congratulations, outsider. You may now proceed to the second trials. Follow this path to the mountain's peak, where you will face the second test. He listened to their instructions, then glanced in the direction they pointed. Chu Xiu then tentatively stepped onto the first stair, instantly sensing a hidden formation beneath. He wasn't surprised in the least, a grin of pure excitement spreading across his face. How interesting. Heavenly pressure, just like the heaven stairway of the Grand Ancestor Holy Land. But this level of pressure? It can't even tickle me. Chu Xiu didn't even bother to care, soaring straight to the peak in one go. Witnessing this, the old demon beast practically jumped in agitation. Is this guy tired of living? He actually dares to just run on that path. Suddenly, lightning bolts activated, immediately enveloping Chu Xiu. The old demon beast saw him get zapped by the lightning and roared with laughter. Called it! He got struck by heavenly lightning. He's definitely dead. As that kid continued his antics, the Sword Maiden just chuckled at the old demon beast, cutting him off. Maybe take a closer look before you start talking smack. Over there, Chu Xiu's silhouette began to faintly reemerge. He was completely unscathed, walking out with a delighted, even mischievous, grin. Suddenly, Chu Xiu smirked provocatively at the sky. Come on, is that all you got? Let the lightning get a little more intense. Chu Xiu actually enjoyed being struck by the lightning. A look of pure smug satisfaction and indulgence plastered all over his face. The old demon beast's eyes bulged in horror. That outsider, he's actually using lightning body tempering? A moment later, Chu Xiu casually floated down next to the two of them. With a triumphant grin, he chimed. So, you two are the guardians of the second trial, right? The old demon beast flew down from the tree and landed. Indeed, we are the guardians of the second checkpoint. According to the rules set by His Majesty the Desolate God, you must defeat both of us to proceed further. Chu Xiu readily replied. No problem. Our boy subtly assessed them. These two were also puppets. But compared to the river ape in the lake and the two black and white maidens in the square, they were much more advanced. I wonder how the Desolate God even exists. With just this puppet technique alone, he's probably already dominating the starry sky. I wonder, when I reach the third checkpoint, will I get a chance to snatch that puppet technique for myself? The old demon beast then said, Outsider, rest assured. When we clash with you, our cultivation will be suppressed to your realm. He then inwardly snorted. Even with suppressed cultivation, you'll never be able to handle me and the Sword Maiden together. Chu Xiu didn't waste words and agreed. All right. Thank you for your consideration, seniors. But then the old demon beast exclaimed in surprise. Wait a minute. Kid, you're in the divine ability realm? The Sword Maiden also continued in disbelief. How can this be? How could someone in the divine ability realm withstand the blood lightning to get here? Chu Xiu smiled amiably. Let's start. I've got other things to do, no time to waste here. And just like that, the battle officially began. The two guardians once again probed Chu Xiu's true strength. Then they both shouted in unison, You truly are in the divine ability realm. Our boy nodded in agreement. It's true, isn't it? Now do you believe me? No sooner had Chu Xiu finished speaking than he flashed behind them, his battle fist already primed. His very first punch sent the old demon beast flying far into the distance. The Sword Maiden, who was supposedly stronger, didn't even have time to draw her blade before Chu Xiu struck again. She, too, was sent hurtling away by a single palm strike from our boy. Both were severely injured by just one of Chu Xiu's moves. Kid! You had such a massive advantage, yet you still resorted to a sneak attack? You're absolutely shameless. Chu Xiu chuckled loudly, looking at them. My two esteemed opponents, the battle already began. I strike when I want to strike. Did I need to send you an invite, or are you just salty you can't cope? The sword maiden, clutching her chest in pain, continued. Outsider, you have passed the test. You may now proceed to the third checkpoint. Chu Xiu calmly stepped onto the stairs. Without the pressure of heaven and earth, the path up the mountain is indeed lighter now, but on my way here, it seems I didn't encounter any real difficulties. These checkpoints felt tailor-made for me. Even that black cat leading the way seemed to have some hidden agenda. Things aren't as simple as they appear on the surface. As he pondered this, Chu Xiu had already arrived at the third checkpoint. It was a sturdy wooden cabin, securely hidden. It stood isolated on a tall, desolate mountain, with not a soul in sight. His eyes glimmered with expectation as he gazed at the scene before him. Like a spatial black hole, it contained only a single rectangular stone. It was easily dozens of times larger than Chu Xiu himself. He observed it for a long time, then murmured, "This is the innate sword embryo. This volume, isn't it a bit too extra?" Thinking this, he scoffed. Actually, its true volume is probably, about 10,000 times what it is now, right? Suddenly, Miao Shaoqi, the cat spirit, popped out from nowhere. "Hello, we've met before. I'm Miao Shaoqi, the innate spirit of the innate sword embryo." "Meow," Chu Xiu replied after regaining his composure. "My name is Chu Xiu, Xiu as in cultivating everything." Shaoqi, upon seeing him again, joyfully pounced and hugged him from behind. "Chu Xiu, you can start refining me now." "Meow." "You're being wary of me? We already have that kind of relationship, why would I harm you? Besides, how could a cute little meow like me have any ill intentions?" Meow. Chu Xiu then pinched Shaoqi's chin. "I'm naturally suspicious. Anything too easy to obtain always makes me feel insecure. But such a massive opportunity right before my eyes. I can't resist the temptation." Shaoqi cunningly cut him off. The human heart is truly that complex, Meow. So how will you choose? Will you risk refining the sword embryo, or turn around and leave? Chu Xiu, being less than honest, acted mischievously, looking at her suggestively and asking, "What do you think?" Meanwhile, on the Taiji ancient star, on a high, desolate mountain, Tianxing began to speak. This is the cultivation insight specially left behind by the human race's ancient sages. It records the method to break through to St. King. It's a pity the content isn't extensive, but for us, it's enough. Saying this, he looked at Meng Dai and asked, "Cloud River Peakmaster, are you still worried about the Saint Sun?" She then bowed her head and replied, "The ancient star holds many opportunities, but also great dangers. I hope Chu Xiu can remain safe and sound. Close your eyes and comprehend. This place holds a grand opportunity to achieve Saint King." The nearby mountain suddenly underwent a transformation. Bursts of light appeared, growing more and more numerous. As for Chu Xiu, half an hour later, he was sitting next to Shaoqi, looking at the large stone. Shaoqi lay beside him, looked at Chu Xiu, and meowed. Our boy then pondered and said, 5 days ago, I refined up to 79,999 restrictions. For 5 days, no matter how I tried, I couldn't successfully refine to the 80,000th layer. Saying this, Chu Xiu frowned, troubled. It shouldn't be like this. Shaoqi suddenly interrupted. Do you know why? Because your method is wrong, Meow. Shaoqi added. Because next, we need a blood sacrifice, Meow. Chu Xiu heard this, his eyes flashing with a sharp killing intent, repeating, Blood sacrifice? He gave her a sly, hidden smirk. Blood sacrifice, huh? Zhao Qi, seeing his menacing aura, quickly panicked and explained, Whoa, your killing intent is heavy. This isn't the kind of blood sacrifice you're thinking of. Hearing that, Chu Xiu let out a disappointed oh. Zhao Qi clarified, the innate sword embryo needs to drink blood. So next, we'll need your blood for its refinement. So our boy Chu Xiu, following instructions, dripped his own blood onto the diagram. Instantly, bloodline info popped up. The innate sword embryo leveled up past 79,999 tiers, hitting the 80,000th tier. Seeing the result he wanted, our MC was hyped, thinking, Meow, Xiaoqi really didn't scam me. 1 week later, the info panel flashed. Innate sword embryo refinement reached 80,370. Looking at Chu Xiu's completely drained, withered look, Xiaoqi burst out laughing. Ha! Look at you now! Her laughter only grew louder. This is too hilarious, Meow. He finally turned to look at her. My vital energy and blood are critically low right now. Coincidentally, I'm kinda craving some cat meat. Xiaoqi instantly slapped a hand over her mouth. Okay, I won't laugh at you anymore, Meow. Chu Xiu then asked. So, at this rate, how much longer until I can fully refine this sword embryo? She replied seriously. Roughly 3 more months, Meow. But you've probably figured it out, right? The further we progress, the harder the refinement gets. Our boy didn't say another word,
just closed his eyes and kept on refining. Soon, Chu Xiu's entire body was enveloped by an immense surge of spiritual energy. Staring at the spectacle unfolding, Zhao Qi shrieked with excitement. "It's finally about to start, meow!" The scene before them was blindingly dazzling. The sheer power being unleashed was distorting space itself. Staring at the raw energy, even Chu Xiu couldn't believe his eyes. "I'm refining the very last, most intricate layer of the innate sword embryo. So why is Shu Mi Mountain acting up?" Just then, a rectangular stone tablet, seemingly following an internal structure, flew straight towards the energy source. And just like that, both immense power sources began to merge. Witnessing the unfolding events, Chu Xiu gasped in astonishment. "Wait, what?" Zhao Qi, on the other hand, had stars in her eyes as she chimed in, I finally waited for this day to come, meow." Chu Xiu furrowed his brow, deep in thought, remembering. Big Sis Luo used Shu Mi Mountain to easily suppress 2 peak Saint Kings, beating them so badly they didn't dare to even think of resisting. But she said this innate supreme treasure wasn't perfect, because it lacked a weapon spirit. But usually, even imperial weapons have their own weapon spirits. Shu Mi Mountain is way stronger than an imperial weapon, so how could it not have one? Back then, I didn't overthink it, just assumed its spirit was dormant, waiting for Shu Mi Mountain to become powerful enough to awaken naturally. Just then, the sword flew straight towards Zhao Qi. It burrowed into her chest, and she just accepted it without any resistance. Today, I finally get it. Shu Mi Mountain's imperfection was because it was only one piece of a true supreme treasure. Not just that, the innate sword embryo was also a component. Only after these two merge do they form the complete, ultimate shape of this supreme treasure. Thinking this, Chu Xiu couldn't help but inwardly chuckle victoriously. The actual spirit of this merged supreme treasure is none other than feline Zhao Qi. After fully merging with the sword, she skipped cheerfully towards him. "Looks like you finally figured it out, meow," Chu Xiu replied calmly. "You've been here waiting for me all along, haven't you?" She giggled delightfully. "Always waiting for you, meow." He pressed further. "Who was behind all of this, really? Desolate God, how much do you truly know?" Zhao Qi immediately snuggled into his arms. "Not the desolate God. He's only at the quasi-emperor level, not nearly qualified enough." Chu Xiu probed again. "Then who is it?" She adopted a mysterious air and said, "Some secrets. Only you can unravel yourself. I can't tell you much more. Heavenly secrets simply cannot be revealed. But I must warn you, with your current cultivation level, you're nowhere near ready to face that person. This grand sword still needs a few more days to fully complete its integration within my body. For now, you should just chill and rest here." 3 days later, Zhao Qi suddenly went into labor, clutching her stomach in agonizing pain. A blinding light burst forth from her lower body. Zhao Qi endured, groaning. "Ugh, A moment later, she let out a loud, piercing shriek. Ah! Finally, a brand new sword had been birthed. She shyly presented it to him. "It's all done refining, meow." Chu Xiu took the sword, admiring it with unrestrained praise. "A fine sword indeed. So you're the weapon spirit of this sword now?" Zhao Qi beamed. "That's right, meow." He then probed. "So, you must know all its special properties, right?" She grinned. "If you want to know its characteristics, why not try it out yourself? Don't worry, you're its master. Its sword might won't hurt you." Chu Xiu immediately started to test out his new OP item. The surrounding scenery rapidly warped and changed. He decisively swung the sword forward. A massive, destructive sword intent shot straight towards the cliff face. The cliff face was instantly cleaved clean in half. The info panel immediately popped up, displaying the sword's insane stats. Chu Xiu landed back down, muttering, "Check. Information! Warning. Checking this item's info requires a payment of 100 million breakthrough points. Kaka! Info. If payment isn't made, this humble system finds it very difficult to function for you." "System, you old schemer. You're getting bold. Your appetite is growing by the day, huh?" Chu Xiao impatiently said. All right, System-kun. Just handle the fees, and get that stats screen up, pronto." The info for his treasure sword quickly popped up, flexing some absolutely jaw-dropping specs. Our boy saw this and let out a satisfied belly laugh. "Finally, I've got a weapon that feels just right. This treasure perfectly fuses the best of Shu Mi Mountain and the primordial sword embryo." Talk about OP. System alert. This System-kun sends celebratory messages to host. Oh, and host, don't forget to give this ultimate treasure a proper name, alright? Zhao Qi telepathically whispered to him. "Meow Zhao Qi. Name this sword, Meow Zhao Qi." It's literally the coolest name in all the realms. Chu Xiu fell into deep thought. In the Huaxia legends, Pangu wielded the heaven-splitting axe, the human emperor had the Xuan Yuan sword, the demon god Qi Yu possessed his Qi Yu sword, goddess Nuwa had the primordial artifact, the red ball of destiny, and even the San Qing Dao Zhu all boasted legendary titles. He then eyed the sword, adding, Naturally, my own divine artifact deserves an equally epic name. But what's gonna hit right? Xiao Qi, overflowing with enthusiasm, spouted a few more brilliant ideas. Miao Xiao Qi's a no? Then how about Miao Miao Sword? Or just Miao Sword? Ooh, the invincible great cat sword. But in the end, our boy just swatted her suggestions away. Noise! Chu Xiu looked at the sword, a smirk playing on his lips, ambition soaring to open the 9 heavens, an imperial heart always tied to the wishes of all beings. This magnificent blade shall be known as the Heavenly Emperor's Sword, a bridge to immortality, name set successfully. But Xiao Qi was absolutely not having it, shaking her head vigorously. Ugh! That name isn't cute at all. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery flickered, and an ominous, dark aura descended. Xiao Qi instantly recognized the anomaly, urgently screaming, "This place is gonna collapse! Move, quick!" Getting sucked into the chaotic void means certain death. Chu Xiu, I'm getting you out of here, like, right now. And just like that, Chu Xiu was abruptly teleported to an entirely different space. It was probably that same wooden house from the 3rd trial he'd been in earlier. 3 identical jade tokens were laid out on the table. Our boy stepped closer, thoughtfully tracing the patterns. The white jade talisman controls the corpse puppets in the lake. The purple one handles the desolate god island puppets. Watch out, those guys have independent thought. And the black jade talisman? That's got the desolate god's puppet art. Plus some dope sword nourishing technique. The white and purple ones? Self-explanatory, just your basic control tokens. Now that desolate god's puppet art? That secret technique is insanely potent. It's basically a cross-species growth technique, and if we're talking about the sword nourishing technique, under the right conditions, with a strong enough sword and enough time, its power is literally limitless. If I cultivate this Heavenly Emperor's Sword for, say, hundreds of thousands of years, who knows if, the moment it's finally unsheathed, it could cut down an emperor. With that thought, our boy activated a cultivation technique, instantly absorbing all 3 jade tokens into his body. Outside the wooden house, the old demon beast and the sword maiden secretly observed, their eyes locked on. They simultaneously gasped in utter disbelief. He actually succeeded. The sword maiden then quickly composed herself, her voice now calm. All right, let's go. Time to meet our new master. Just then, a multitude of souls also materialized. As if on cue, or maybe pre-programmed, they spoke in eerie unison. Hail, new master! Hail, new master! Seeing this whole squad, Chu Xiu mused with a satisfied grin. Ha, look at this. After refining these jade talismans, I've basically got myself a whole new squad of loyal homies. Just then, the other 2 also appeared behind him. Their voices filled with reverence, they spoke. Sword Maiden, Dumu, greetings, master. Chu Xiu replied with a stern expression. Rise. He then turned to her and inquired, Sword Maiden, I need to know, how many individuals are here in total? She explained with utmost seriousness. Reporting. Master, there are 4 desolate God Island Peak great saints, with independent consciousness, including myself and the other sword maiden. Then, there are 20 mid-stage great saints without consciousness. And down in the Divine Lake, a staggering 2,000 great saint Tier 3 corpse puppets. By this point, our boy finally pieced it together. Wait, there are that many? Suddenly, 2 more spatial rifts shimmered open before them, and just like that, 2 more demon beasts materialized right before their eyes. Following them were the 2 twins from the first trial, who respectfully bowed and declared, Master. Seeing this whole squad, a truly devious thought sparked in Chu Xiu's mind. Taking this entire crew out for a brawl? Wouldn't that be an absolute blast? Seriously, what right do those so-called great saints from the Sky Continent even have to snatch my fated opportunities? Meanwhile, on the flip side of the Taiji ancient star, Peace was a distant dream, a demoness. Her body riddled with wounds, shrieked in panic. This ancient star has a massive problem. It's getting more dangerous by the day. We've barely found any fated opportunities, and people are dropping like flies, wave after wave. She then rushed frantically towards Yun Er, adding, Oh, right, Fairy Face. Are you actually all right? She gritted her teeth, her voice tight with unwillingness. I'm fine. It's just... Qing Wu. Hearing this, the other girl quickly tried to comfort her. Don't dwell on it! Just run, hurry! In the chaotic void, Chu Xiu wasn't about to argue with the system's greed. Gritting his teeth, he said, Alright, system, deduct the fee yourself. Now, pull up that attribute interface right now. Immediately after, a burst of light flared before his eyes, revealing lines of information. Name, unnamed. Type, limitless transformation sword. Grade, peak chaos supreme treasure. Attributes. Never wears out, immensely heavy. Force can break laws, limitless transformations, nurtures host's will, can merge sword intent for accelerated breakthroughs. Introduction. the perfect fusion of Shu Mi Shan and the innate sword embryo, surpassing even innate supreme treasures, reaching the level of a chaos supreme treasure. Note: the host's current cultivation is too low. You can barely wield this supreme treasure. Reading those lines, Chu Xiu gripped the sword hilt tightly, unable to contain his excitement as he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Finally, I have a weapon that's just perfect. This treasure perfectly fuses the advantages of Shu Mi Shan and the innate sword embryo. Truly powerful, Chu Xiu exclaimed, staring intently at the sword. The system chuckled, saying, "This system sends its congratulations to the host, oh his Hocket. Oh, and host, whatever you do, don't name this supreme treasure." Just then, Miao Xiaoqi's voice appeared within Chu Xiu's sea of consciousness. She named herself Miao Xiaoqi. This sword's name is Miao Xiaoqi. It's the coolest name in all the heavens. Chu Xiu frowned in deep thought. In the legends of Huaxia, Pan Jiyu had his heaven-splitting axe, the human emperor had the Xuan Yuan sword, the god of war Qi Yu had his Qi Yu sword, and goddess Nu Wa had her innate artifact of destiny, the Hongshu Chu. Even the San Qing Dao Zhu have famous titles for their treasures. So naturally, my own artifact needs a grand name too. But what would be a good one? Chu Xiu was still pondering a truly great name for his sword, but in his ear, Miao Xiaoqi's voice kept echoing, refusing to give up. Miao Xiaoqi! No! Then how about Sword Miao Miao? Sword Miao Miao, the invincible great Miao sword! Shut up! She kept chattering in Chu Xiu's ear, so Chu Xiu gave her a mental flick that almost made her short-circuit. How can such a magnificent weapon not have a worthy name? Soaring aspirations reached the 9 heavens, an emperor's heart forever devoted to the common people's plea. He pondered deeply, then blurted out a name full of grandeur. This great sword shall be called the Heavenly Emperor Sword. The moment the name was set, the system's notification rang out. Naming successful. Hearing that name, Miao Xiaoqi shook her head in dissatisfaction. That name isn't cute at all. At that very moment, the void trembled, and the surrounding space seemed to crush itself, proving the name had been accepted by the sword. Miao Xiaoqi immediately panicked. Quickly, we have to leave! This place is about to collapse! Go! Go! If we get caught in these chaotic void currents, we'll definitely die! Chu Xiu, I'll lead you out of here now. She embraced Chu Xiu, and in the blink of an eye, he had escaped the void. At this moment, facing him was a perfectly flat table, on which 3 different jade talismans were placed. Chu Xiu stepped forward, then probed the 3 jade talismans with his divine sense. The white jade talisman was for controlling the corpse puppets in the lake. The purple jade talisman was for controlling the puppets on Wild God Island, especially those with independent consciousness. The black jade talisman contained Wild God's puppet technique, along with a sword nurturing technique. The white and purple talismans were self-explanatory. They were for controlling things with chi. But then, Wild God's puppet technique? Bro, that secret technique is seriously powerful. A method for cultivating unique life forms. And as for the sword nurturing technique, under normal circumstances, as long as the sword is strong enough and given enough time, the power of this sword nurturing technique is boundless. If I nurture the Heavenly Emperor sword for hundreds of thousands of years, I wonder if the moment I unsheathed it, it could cleave a great emperor in half. He flashed a wicked, eerie smile. After that, he refined all 3 jade talismans on the table. Just outside the house on the mountainside, the one-eyed old man and the sword maiden seemed to sense something, simultaneously turning their heads towards the mountain peak. Both were utterly surprised and astonished. He succeeded, the sword maiden nodded. She sheathed her great treasure sword on her back, then followed the mountain path upwards. Let's go! It's time to meet our new master. As she and the old man walked, many different figures emerged from all sorts of hidden corners behind them. Their faces were blank, their expressions empty. All of them moved in unison towards the wooden house on the mountain peak, shouting in unison, "Greetings to the new master! Greetings to the new master!" Looking at the crowd below, Chu Xiu curled his lip and smiled inwardly. Well, would you look at that? After refining the jade talismans, I've gained a whole squad of subordinates. The first to reach the mountain peak were the one-eyed old man and the sword maiden. Their 2 figures flashed as they knelt behind Chu Xiu, paying their respects. Sword maiden and Dumu, greet our master! Chu Xiu crossed his arms, his gaze indifferent but holding a hint of satisfaction. Sternly, he said, "You 2 may rise." Then, he tilted his head, asking the sword maiden how many people were present here. The sword maiden respectfully replied, "Reporting, master. On Wild God Island, there are 4 peak great saints with independent consciousness, including myself and Dumu. There are also 20 mid-stage great saints without consciousness, and within the Divine Lake, there are 2,000 third-level great saint corpse puppets." Hearing that, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? There are actually that many? Very quickly, The void before him opened up. 2 peak great saint golems with independent consciousness stepped out. Both greeted him with a master. The 2 sisters, one white and one black, also respectfully greeted him with a collective master. Quote, Chu Xiu looked at all of them, sensing a powerful aura emanating from their bodies. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Taking these guys to fight? Wouldn't that be absolutely exhilarating? With these so-called great saints from the Tiankong continent. Do they really think they have the qualifications to contend with me for opportunities? The scene shifts to another part of the Taiji Jiyu Xing. The sky was dark and heavy, with bloodstains splattered everywhere, evidence of countless bloody battles. At this moment, Tian Mian and another woman were fleeing at top speed. The woman clenched her fist, her voice low but unable to hide her sorrow. Tian Mian, Tian, are you truly okay? Tian Mian shook her head, a flicker of determination in her eyes. I'm fine. It's just a pity. Qing Yu sighed. But there was no time for sorrow. Behind them, a horde of monsters was hissing horrifyingly, getting closer and closer. Bro, imagine this. Pitch-black darkness, an unseen force choking the air, and the sky bleeding a pale red. Creepy silence, broken only by heavy gasps and frantic footsteps on the cold ground. Mengdai? MIA, no one knows if she's even alive. The whole squad is pushing themselves, sprinting towards the lake, hoping for an escape. But then, the white-haired dude's sharp eyes flickered. And you just know it's about to get serious. Wait, Mengdai got separated during the fight. Is our girl okay? Is she in danger or what? Liu Shu tilted her head, asking Tianxing, senior brother, is this place you're talking about really gonna save us? That lake area is super dangerous. It's like one of the forbidden zones of the Taiji Ancient Star. No one casually strolls in there. Just hold on a little longer, guys. Once we hit that lake, we're safe. They finally reached the edge of the lake and stopped, everyone panting like crazy, looking totally desperate. Liu Shu saw how messed up the scenery was and instantly warned everyone, bro, it's way too quiet here. This place is seriously creepy, be careful. Looks like some other people are bolting out of here too. Shinun turned to Anya Nu. Listen, your speed is our best asset. Can you scout ahead and check those monsters' movements? We can't afford to get jumped. Tian Mian immediately cut Anya Nu off. Don't bother, they're already here. The forbidden array I set up in the void around the outer lake just got triggered simultaneously. We're about to be swarmed. When all the triggers went off at once, it meant a horde of monsters was flooding in. Tian Mian bit her lower lip, hard. This is a major L, fam. And out of nowhere, a massive crack ripped open in the void, and out poured dozens of pitch-black monsters, like freaking caged tigers let loose. They all appeared at once, diving straight for the squad. Everyone's eyes narrowed to pinpricks. Bro, these monsters actually aren't scared of the Taiji Ancient Star's Forbidden Zone? With the monsters showing up out of nowhere and tons of randoms invading the area, the clumsy old man immediately reported to Chu Xiu. Master, outsiders have popped up at the Divine Lake again, and it's not a small number. Chu Xiu was caught off guard. Outsiders, huh? Project the visuals. Yes, master. The screen flickered, showing the chaotic mess outside. Chu Xiu frowned for a second, but then his eyes widened in surprise when he saw the people. Huh? It's all familiar faces. Everyone's here. But then, Chu Xiu noticed one person he really cared about was missing. He squinted at the image. Wait, someone's missing from the scene! His heart filled with doubt. Where's Master? Did something happen? The one-eyed old man respectfully asked him. Should we just kick them out? Chu Xiu paused for a beat, then nodded. No. You and Jian Nu, go save them. Yes, master. The two respectfully cupped their hands and then headed out together. Chu Xiu tilted his head and asked Sha Nu, Yo, do you know what kind of monsters these things are? She just shook her head. Nah, no clue. Chu Xiao then turned to the old man. And you? The old man just shook his head too. This old man's got no idea, never seen anything like him. Just then, Xiao Miao's crisp voice chirped up. I know, Miao. These monsters are actually weapons created by the Tian Nu Miao. Tian Nu? What's that? Chu Xiu frowned. This was a new one for him. She explained, Tian Nu. The name says it all. They're literally the slaves of heaven. They're extreme, evil, ridiculously powerful, with violent, savage, and cunning personalities. Pure demons, bro. They're high and mighty, looking down on every living thing. Basically, you have to be careful. Chu Xiao was still pretty confused, so he pressed on. But how do Tian Nu make these weapons? She explained. They literally use the life essence, soul power, flesh, and blood of living beings as raw materials to forge these instruments of slaughter. The more weapons they make, the more powerful cultivators they hunt down,
draining their essence to create even stronger weapons. Chu Xiao's eye twitched hearing that. Wait, if they get enough time to develop, they could make tens of millions of great saint weapons, even Saint King and quasi-emperor level stuff. Wouldn't they just wipe out an entire world with ease? His words were kinda hard to process at that moment. Xiao Miao shook her head. Nah, Tiannu weapons only last a month at minimum, and a year at most. After that, they just spontaneously die. Dude, I called it! If power like that had no limitations, wouldn't they just be totally OP and invincible? Who knows? Chu Xiu gently ruffled her hair. Looks like you know a lot about this. Do you have any idea about the general strength of the Tiannu from the Taiji Ancient Star? This cat does know a little, meow. But how much I tell you depends on what you're willing to trade for the info, meow. Anyway, back outside the Divine Lake, the monsters were just relentlessly assailing the squad, and everyone was struggling hard. Attack! She knew, with zero fear of sacrifice, charged in. Tian Mian, you're the smart one. Figure out a way to get everyone out of here. I'll hold them off. If we keep this up, we're all dead. Shi Nun slammed into the monster with a mighty blow, but it literally didn't even faze the thing. The monster just whipped her with its tail, sending her flying backward. She knew! Tian Mian screamed in anguish. Go, quick! Qingyu is already dead. Tian Mian, you can't die too. No! Heaven never cuts off all paths. We have to have a chance to escape. In mere moments, the squad was completely surrounded. Tian Mian clenched her fists, her brain racing to find a way out of this encirclement. But before she could even process a plan, another massive tremor rumbled, shaking the ground violently. A beastly roar echoed from afar, literally vibrating through space. What in the actual F is that sound? Everyone looked in absolute horror towards the source of the noise, only to see a flood of monsters erupting from the water's surface. And these new monsters? They looked just as vicious as the ones already attacking them. Tian Minian saw the nightmare unfolding and immediately yelled, Tian Xing, Peak Master! Is this the path you led us down? Tian Xing, the Peak Master, looked just as shocked. I didn't expect this either. Tian Mian gritted her teeth. Seriously? Are we really going to get buried here? Suddenly, Tian Mian's eyes narrowed, getting super serious. Then, unexpectedly, on the lake's surface, stood a one-eyed old man and a slightly gloomy-looking woman. After surfacing, the sword maiden drew the blade from her back, her gaze fierce. She spoke first. Master's orders! Save these outsiders and annihilate every single one of these shadowy monsters. Kill! Following her command, 2,000 monkeys sprang into action, charging forward with lightning-fast movements. She, too, surged ahead, both sides clashing in a brutal, full-scale war. So many great saints clashing made Tian Mianin and his crew's hearts go absolutely wild. Tian Miqian furrowed his brow. The master the sword maiden spoke of is willing to help us. Quote, this proves he doesn't despise outsiders as much as we thought. If that's the case, he squinted slightly, a calculating look on his face. We have a basis for cooperation. If we can team up with such a powerful force, our survival rate on the Taiji Ancient Star will definitely skyrocket. A fierce gust of wind swept through, scattering dry leaves everywhere. The tense atmosphere slowly subsided. The sword maiden flicked her sleeve. It's over. Let's go back. As the two prepared to leave, Tian Mian reacted the quickest. With a swift move, he knelt before them, cupping his hands in a respectful bow. Then, he spoke deferentially. Tu Shan Qianwu, thanks fellow Taoists for your righteous assistance. The sword maiden's expression remained indifferent as she said, no need for formalities. We were merely following orders. Tian Mian, his voice steady but laced with anticipation, cupped his hands and asked, fellow Taoist, would we be so fortunate as to meet the revered elder of your esteemed force? Qi Meng, great saint of Taisu Holy Land, also stepped forward, cupping her hands at a bow. Fellow Taoist, we wish to personally thank the master of your esteemed force. Please, inform them on our behalf. The one-eyed elder smiled faintly. No need to rush. Our master also happens to want to meet you all. Come with us. Saying this, he waved his sleeve, motioning for the group behind him to follow. The atmosphere grew heavier. The cultivators exchanged glances, a mix of hesitation and intense curiosity in their hearts. They followed, their gazes wary as they looked around. A hushed voice spoke up from the group. Tell me, what's the true background of this force's master? Seriously, to be able to control so many peak early great saint puppets, and even 2 peak late great saints, that person must be at least a Saint King, right? Tian Mian, a hint of worry in his eyes, asked the person beside him, I wonder what kind of temperament the other party has. Will they be easy to trick? The snake maiden, curious, tilted her head and asked Tian Mian, can you guarantee that you can win them over? Tian Mian's eyes flashed with confidence. As long as the other party is willing to talk normally,
I guarantee I can persuade them. The group followed the Sword Maiden to the center of the lake. The cold moonlight bathed the calm water, and rippling waves reflected the figures of each person approaching. The two, the Sword Maiden and the One-Eyed Elder, knelt down together. Both faced the person before them in the center of the lake, one hand covering their chest, bowing with a look of utmost reverence. Master! Standing in the center of the lake was a slender figure, their long hair fluttering in the wind.
Seeing this figure's back, Tian Mian and Xing Fengzhu's hearts were suddenly filled with suspicion. Chu Xiu turned around, his voice smiling. We're all old acquaintances. No need to be so formal.
When they saw Chu Xiu, everyone's faces were filled with utter disbelief and shock. They were completely blown away. No way. Absolutely no way. He clenched his fists, his eyes full of astonishment and indignation. He shook his head repeatedly, as if he couldn't believe his own ears.
How could it be Chu Old Six?
Saint Sun!
Seeing the familiar face, Tianjing Fengzhu immediately joyfully grabbed Chu Xiu's hand. Seeing his extreme agitation, Chu Xiu's eyes moved, and he asked, Tianxing Shibo, let's talk about other matters later. Tianxing bit his lip slightly. His voice filled with bitterness and pain, he said, Saint Sun, Meng Di Shimei, she's likely in more danger than safety.
Hearing this, Chu Xiu fell silent, the space around them growing still. A strong gust of wind swept up the hem of his robe. His eyes became profound, yet a sharp glint flashed within them. Which means, you didn't see her die, right?
Shi Meng stepped forward, her eyes helpless as she said, At that time, things happened unexpectedly. Monsters suddenly appeared and attacked us. Their numbers were too vast. We couldn't fight them off, so we could only flee. During our escape, Yunhe Fengzhu and Zhenbei Wang got separated, and their fates are now unknown.
The strange changes in the Taiji ancient star are getting more and more severe. Each day is more dangerous than the last. Moreover, Yunhe Fengzhu was severely injured at the time.
Chu Xiu clenched his hand. A moment later he took a deep breath.
His eyes, cold and resolute like thousand-year-old ice, spoke, I understand. Then, his aura sharp, he asked, Where did you all flee to?
She asked, her voice filled with worry. Saint Sun? Surely you don't mean to go search for Yunhe Fengzhu? Chu Xiu curled his lip, his gaze firm, without the slightest hesitation. If her fate is still unknown, of course, I have to go find her. Everyone looked at each other. Part of them felt admiration for Chu Xiu's resolve, while another part was immensely worried. She said, The ancient star is even more dangerous now, Saint Sun. You must be careful. If you need our help, just send a sound transmission.
Okay? Chu Xiu nodded slightly, then turned and left. As Chu Xiu's back quickly disappeared, Tian Mian let out a sigh of relief. His tone, revealing his tension, said, Finally, this guy's gone. Good thing Chi Meng Dai had something happen to her. Otherwise, with Chu Old Six's temperament, even if he didn't kill us, he'd still make us pay a heavy price.
Who knows what kind of OP luck he stumbled upon, to secretly gain the backing of such a terrifying force. Tian Mian felt jealous, his heart full of indignation. Based on what is his luck so good? Damn it, I'm so mad.
An hour later, in the Taiji ancient star's northern continent, ice and snow plains. Cold winds howled, blizzards swirled like roaring white dragons across the sky. Beneath the pure white snow, three figures strode resolutely.
Chu Xiu took out Chi Meng Dai's sound transmission talisman and held it in his hand. Then,
Chu Xiu activated it. From it, a flame ignited. I hope nothing happens to you before I find you. Immediately after, the sound transmission talisman automatically flew towards its owner. Seeing the sound transmission talisman fly away, Chu Xiu's heart immediately brightened. Master has the child mark of the Heaven's Cry mother-child seal in her body. If she were to perish, the child mark would automatically disappear. Right on cue, one of Long Kui's subordinates strolls in. Holding some kind of command token, he reports to her, quote, Master of Desolate God Island wishes to pay respects to your majesty. Long Kui just gives a casual, oh. She then casually takes the token from him. Oh, so Desolate God Island actually has a new master now? Looking towards the minion, Long Kui commands, Tell that Desolate God Island envoy, their master can swing by whenever. Perfect timing, because I actually want to know who the heck this new Desolate God Island master even is. The minion bows low. Yes, your majesty. Moments later, Long Kui playfully lifts Meng Dai's chin, a teasing smirk on her face. Little Meng Dai, I've got an important guest arriving soon. You gotta help me look good, okay? How about you perform a little dance to set the mood? Meng Dai, clearly at a disadvantage, wouldn't dare openly object. But internally, she's fuming. I'm a great saint powerhouse for crying out loud. And now, I'm reduced to dancing for someone's entertainment? Long Kui, as if reading her mind, leans in.
What? Not willing? Don't tell me you want me to off your man, do you? Because then that kid in your belly would be born without a father, wouldn't it? Meng Dai, unable to hold back, snaps. You're a quasi-emperor powerhouse. How can you be so utterly shameless? Long Kui couldn't care less about the insults, casually walking off. Alright, get up. Come with me to get ready for a bit. Our guest will be here any minute. With a satisfied grin, she then scans Meng Dai up and down. Meng Dai, your figure, your looks. Even I, a woman, can't help but be impressed. And I hear the new master of Desolate God Island is a male cultivator. So what do you say? I gift you to him? Meng Dai, absolutely unyielding, snarls back. Before that happens, I'll take my own life. Even if you're a quasi-emperor, you can't stop someone who's truly determined to kick the bucket. Long Kui just laughs gleefully at that. Oh really? So what if I use your man to threaten you then? Meanwhile, outside the Dragon God Palace, Chu Xiu arrives. The giant guardian turtle at the entrance cordially gestures him in. Master of Desolate God Island, His Highness the Dragon God, invites you to enter and have a chat. Chu Xiu, face completely stoned, calmly walks right in. Much appreciated. Gazing upon the utterly opulent hall, our boy secretly muses, so the legends of Huaxia are true. Dragons really do love sparkling treasures. I wonder, is there a chance I could just pull a quick heist on this dragon god? Hold up, wrong. Legends also say dragons value treasure more than their own lives. Nah, forget it. That plan's gonna have to be put on the back burner for now. After some internal deliberation, Chu Xiu finally makes it deeper into the hall. Long Kui spots him and immediately whispers to Meng Dai beside her. He's here. In the lavish hall, it was just the three of them. Chu Xiu, playing the part of a polite guest, initiates the greeting. Chu Xiu, master of Desolate God Island, pays respects to the dragon god. Meng Dai sees him, and a flicker of utter surprise crosses her face. That rascal! What in the actual cultivation world is going on? How did that troublemaker become the new master of Desolate God Island? Is that rascal impersonating the master of Desolate God Island? Knowing his audacious ways, he even dared to mess with me, this venerable one. What else wouldn't he dare to do? Thinking this, Meng Dai gives a few nervous coughs. That rascal is truly off his rocker. How could the dragon god be so easily duped? I gotta warn him. Chu Xiu, from below, catches her eye and immediately knows what she's thinking. My master is worried about me. But now is definitely not the time for a family reunion. He then shifts his gaze to Long Kui. But wait. Ever since I stepped into this hall, the dragon god has been totally staring at me. Could it be? She's also fallen for my irresistible good looks? Madly in love even? Ha! My cursed, overflowing charm truly knows no bounds. Long Kui, after hearing his intro, finally speaks up. Master of Desolate God Island, please, take a seat. Once Chu Xiu has settled down, she continues. Now, tell me your name. Our boy simply replies, Chu Xiu. Long Kui then says, my name is Long Kui. Desolate God Island has always maintained good relations with the Endless Great Marsh, so I'll allow you to call me by my name directly. At this, she dramatically raises her voice and commands, serve the guests some tea. As the teacup is set down, the servant clarifies. This tea is called Holy Snow Fame, harvested from the Taiji Ancient Starfall Snow Mountain. Its yield is incredibly rare. I'm sure cultivators from your heavenly dome continent have never tasted such a delicacy. But Chu Xiu's eyes are immediately drawn, not to the fancy tea, but to the watermelon juice sitting right in front of him. He takes a deep, appreciative sniff, even praising how fragrant it is. Meng Dai, witnessing this absolute chaos, grinds her teeth, her blood practically boiling. That damn stinky rascal! All my worrying about him was totally wasted. Just let the dragon god beat him to death for all I care. Long Kui, noticing Meng Dai's meltdown, gets it immediately. She sends a mind transmission. Quote, he's your man, isn't he? Chu Xiu, you sly dog. Going for someone that young, huh? You really got skills. Meng Dai, playing coy, immediately snaps back. We're pure! Don't talk garbage. Long Kui gives her a knowing, deep smile. Trisk? Trisk? You've even got a kid on the way? And you're still claiming to be pure? Hearing that, Meng Dai has absolutely zero comebacks left. She just helplessly looks away. Long Kui, done teasing Meng Dai, turns her attention back to Chu Xiu. Strange. Why do I feel an incredibly familiar aura emanating from this guy? Long Kui, getting straight to business, states, Chu Xiu, you didn't just pop by for no reason. Spill it. What brings you to me? Chu Xiu, not holding back, answers, I came for the Tiannu. Long Kui just lightly taps her throne, a thoughtful expression on her face. Chu Xiu presses on. With your immense power, you must have already detected their existence, right? She nods. I know, but they haven't messed with the Endless Great Marsh, so we kinda just Stay in our own lanes, you know? No invading each other's turf. He looks at her with a serious, knowing gaze. The Tiannu are innately brutal, greedy, and cunning. This balance you have won't last forever. Once they've accumulated enough power, they'll absolutely make a move on the endless Great Marsh. Long Kui catches his drift immediately. So, you're bringing this up. Are you trying to get me to make a move? Chu Xiu was deep in thought. The Taiji Ancient Star is sealed once more. To open it again, we'll have to wait another 3 years. Those heavenly slaves, lurking in the shadows, are absolutely coming for us again. For self-preservation, we need to deal with those slaves ASAP. Long Kui looked down at him. The endless Great Marsh I govern is home to the Water Clan. My people are absolute masters of water combat. On land, they can only unleash 70% of their power at best. They're no match for the heavenly slave forces. If we rush into war, the casualties will be catastrophic. Standing beside them, Meng Dai was genuinely confused. Heavenly slaves? What are these heavenly slaves? Are they those monsters that chased us before? No, that can't be right. Those things wouldn't make a dragon god tremble. Chu Xiu finally spoke up, cutting to the chase. Let me be blunt. Your current path is a slow, agonizing death. The heavenly slaves will eventually point their spearheads directly at the endless Great Marsh. Long Kui, your dragon god lineage still owes the desolate god a favor. Now I need you to fulfill that promise. Just then, Miao Xiaoqi also appeared. Seeing it was Xiaoqi, Long Kui involuntarily shot up in surprise. You're the spirit of the innate sword embryo. You're following him? Does that mean he's already refined the innate sword embryo? Xiaoqi chuckled, replying, Meow, of course. Hearing this, Meng Dai was also startled. How long has he even been on the Taiji Ancient Star? This rascal already acquired the innate sword embryo? Long Kui quickly recovered her composure, sat back down, and spoke. A dragon god's promise naturally counts. Tell me, what do you want me to do? You only get one shot, so you better make it count. Chu Xiu genuinely hesitated. Was he going to use this opportunity to free his master from the dragon god? Or use this condition to get the dragon god to personally intervene for him? Long Kui suddenly burst out laughing. Chu Xiu, from the moment you walked into this grand hall, you deliberately ignored the woman standing right next to me. You're both cultivators from the Sky Dome continent. Don't tell me you don't know her? Chu Xiu calmly replied. Of course I know her. She is the Sky Dome continent's grand ancestor, Sacred Land's Cloud River Peak Master. Meng Dai sternly voice transmitted to Chu Xiu. You unruly disciple. Such an important opportunity, you can't waste it on me. After observing these past few days, even if the dragon god doesn't release me, my life isn't threatened. But you're different. Now you're alone on the Taiji Ancient Star. If those heavenly slaves target you, you'll definitely be in grave danger. Chu Xiu immediately replied. Esteemed master, you've got enough worries of your own. Why are you bothering to fret over me? Meng Dai irritably retorted. Stop being so full of yourself. I'm just worried you'll die out there, and I'll have trouble explaining it to the Sacred Land. At this, Chu Xiu looked at Long Kui and declared. She is the Cloud River Peak Master. She's also my master, and she's my woman. Long Kui, if you want to use her freedom as a pawn to exchange for this favor, then that's entirely on you. Meng Dai was startled by this, a look of utter happiness blooming on her face. This unruly disciple, he's doing it for me, again. Long Kui seemed amused by this and chuckled softly. Ah yeah, now that's what I call a passionate connection. But, while your choice is incredibly irrational, I do understand. After all, she does already have your child. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Dai's face unconsciously flushed scarlet. Chu Xiu was no less stunned, his expression darkening a few shades. He looked at Meng Dai, a bit hesitant. Wait, he'd suspected Master had truly hit the jackpot. Before, didn't they say it was hard for powerful cultivators to conceive? Thinking this, he then said, In that case, can I take Master with me? Below, Xiaoqi suddenly spoke up. Wait, Long Kui. She maintained her smile and added, Let's talk. Long Kui also readily accepted. Perfect timing. I also have a few things I want to ask you. Saying this, the two of them used their abilities and departed. Now, only Meng Dai and Chu Xiu remained in the Great Hall. It was then that he looked at her and casually asked, So, when exactly did this happen? Meng Dai blushed, lowered her head, and awkwardly replied, not even a few chapters online ago. Hearing this, Chu Xiu was startled, secretly screaming in his heart, Hold on, so it's almost 2 years already? Chu Xiu walked towards her and pressed, Aunt Luo and the others knew about this too? Why did you all hide it from me? Meng Dai suddenly raised her voice, frowning as she retorted, Whether I tell you or not, what's it to you? But Chu Xiu ignored her annoyance and pulled her tightly into his embrace. Just the hug alone managed to quell Meng Dai's anger slightly, but she still stiffly declared, You unruly disciple, let go of me. Don't think that just because I'm carrying your flesh and blood you can just do whatever you want. I can always. Saying that, she sulkily looked at him and continued. Abandon the father and keep the child. Chu Xiu showed no emotion, sternly challenging. You dare? Suddenly, Meng Dai pouted, frowned, and looked away. You unruly disciple, don't forget, I'm your master. What's there to be afraid of? Chu Xiu then rubbed her belly, asking confusedly. It's been 2 years, why is your belly still so small? Are you carrying Nezha or something? Meng Dai annoyedly swatted his hand away. What do you know about it? She then happily rubbed the little one in her belly. This child is extraordinary. It will absorb massive amounts of heaven and earth yuan qi, and it still needs all sorts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Otherwise, the little one will kick me. Suddenly, Chu Xiu turned pale. What? From that tone, are you telling me it's multiple children? The scene shifts inside a serene jade palace, cold light from the magic treasures reflecting off the shimmering stone walls. The two walked to the pavilion in the garden to talk. Xiao Miao, ever the glutton, immediately reached for an apple and popped it into her mouth. But as she brought it closer, she realized how rude she was being. Long Shen tilted her head, her soft voice laced with a hint of sarcasm as she asked, So, you helped Chu Xiu refine the innate sword embryo? Xiao Miao giggled mischievously and said, Your words are too absurd. The innate sword embryo was always his, how could you say I helped him? It was his to begin with. The moment Miao Xiaoqi said this, Long Shen's pupils contracted, her expression outwardly calm but her heart churning with monstrous waves. After a long while she finally mumbled, No wonder I felt his familiar aura. If that's the case, everything makes sense now. Miao Xiaoqi chuckled. So, your thoughts have changed now? Miao. Her eyes immediately changed. If that Tian Nu discovers Chu Xiu's existence, it will definitely act personally, launching a thunderous strike against him. Tian Nu absolutely won't allow him to continue growing. You're not just going to watch him die, are you? Thinking of that, Long Shen touched her chin and said, I understand. I will protect him when it matters. But her words trailed off, her eyes filled with contemplation. Hearing Long Shen's interrupted words, the innocent Zhao Chao looked utterly confused. Long Shen's voice was like a gentle breeze, as she said, I have no other choice either. The Long Shen bloodline has stretched to my generation, and the path of old nirvana has nearly reached its end. She raised her head, her eyes holding a trace of absolute resolve. If I want to continue extending it, I can only resort to a more primitive method. As long as he agrees, after this matter, to let me have his child, I will absolutely devote myself fully to helping him. Xiaoqi smiled and nodded. All right, I'll pass your message to him. As for whether he agrees or not, this kitty can't guarantee anything. The scene shifts to outside the Divine Lake Forbidden Zone. The people Chu Xiu had saved were all sitting cross-legged by the water, beginning to recover from their injuries. Surrounding them, corpse puppets vigilantly stood guard. Just then, the corpse puppets suddenly became restless, as if sensing an approaching outsider. They all tilted their heads in unison, full of caution. Seeing the intruder, 2 female cultivators, one in white and one in black, appeared with utterly lifeless expressions. Both opened their mouths in unison. Divine Lake Forbidden Zone. If you don't wish to die, do not trespass casually. A strange old man in a blue cloak approached from afar, revealing a weary look as he said, Fellow Taoists, I am Zhu Long. I heard that cultivators from the Tiankong continent are gathered here. Please announce my presence. Hearing this, the 2 lethal maidens nodded slightly, then vanished in a flash. A moment later, a voice echoed from afar, You may enter. Upon entering, a slight smile appeared on his face. As he observed the corpse puppets inside, it wasn't hard to guess. He muttered to himself, There's a group of such powerful experts here. No wonder they could eliminate over a dozen living weapons. Liu Shu walked over, her face full of surprise when she saw him. Zhenbei Wang, you've recovered? It's good that you're all right. Zhenbei Wang chuckled, nodding as he replied, Many thanks for the Heavenly Sword Peak Lord's concern. After getting separated from you all, I stumbled into a secret palace, and gained a few fortuitous encounters. No sooner had he finished speaking, than a massive crack suddenly tore open in the sky above the Divine Lake. Both were startled, and turned their heads. And there appeared Chu Xiu, looking utterly badass. Seeing Chu Xiu, his heart couldn't help but question, wondering, why does Chu Xiu's body have the aura of the innate sword embryo? Seeing Qi Mengdi, senior brother Tianxing, rushed forward joyfully and asked, Mengdi, you're all right. That's wonderful. I was worried sick. She gave a faint, gentle smile in reply. Sorry for making you worry. Meanwhile, Tian Mian Zhenjun's heart began to swell with worry, his eyes filled with unease. Now that we're all easy prey, how will Chu Xiu treat us when he returns? Will he drive us away? or hunt us down and eliminate us completely, or even take advantage of us. If he doesn't act immediately, I can still talk to him and seize the initiative first. So Tianmian Zhenjun stepped forward and spoke up. Chu Xiu, I want to talk to you. Chu Xiu merely gave him a look, then calmly said, your matters can wait. Right now, I have something more important to deal with. Something more important? Hearing this, Tianmian Zhenjun's heart was filled with doubt, unsure what old Six Chu was planning to do now. However, he didn't say much more. He nodded, then retreated. Chu Xiao's gaze once again fell upon Zhenbei Wang, and he mused to himself. The aura on this guy is somewhat similar to the Blood Eye aura on Ming Yaozi's glabella, but that thing comes from beyond the heavens. Logically speaking, the Taiji Ancient Star shouldn't have it. Could it be that this guy is being manipulated and used by Tian Nu in some way? Sensing Chu Xiu's flickering, scrutinizing gaze on him, Zhenbei Wang secretly frowned and wondered, why is Taisu Shengzi looking at me like that? Could it be that he knows something? As Chu Xiu approached, an inexplicable bad premonition arose in Zhenbei Wang's heart. He subconsciously retreated a few steps. Chu Xiu remained silent, not uttering a word, as he raised his hand, simultaneously activating a peak 7th grade grand formation. Tianmian looked at the grand formation, and couldn't help but be astonished. Now Chu Xiu can casually unleash a peak 7th grade grand formation? A Grandmaster of Formations is only this much, right? The Grand Formation immediately pressed down on Zhenbei Wang. He was utterly terrified at this moment, and immediately asked, Shengzi, what are you doing? Both you and I are cultivators from the southern region. Why must you do this? If I have offended Shengzi, I beg you to allow me to apologize. Liu Shu, puzzled, spoke up and asked the Shengzi, what's wrong? Chu Xiu slowly raised his voice at this moment. Do you guys even know what those black monsters chasing you really are? She shook her head, her eyes bewildered. Never seen them before. Tianmian's voice immediately turned serious as he asked, Chu Xiu, do you know their origins? You just returned, and immediately ordered the capture of Zhenbei Wang. It must be because you saw a connection between him and those black monsters. Chu Xiao's lips curved slightly into a smile. Tianmian, you truly understand me. Then he tilted his head, and slowly said, the terrifying existence lurking in the shadows is named Tian Nu. The atmosphere was so suffocating you could cut it with a knife. Chu Xiu captured Zhenbei Wang, and then seriously stated, Tian Nu has at least reached the Proto-Emperor realm. None of you here are likely his match. Hearing that, the others exchanged astonished glances. A Proto-Emperor level mastermind? That revelation hit them like a sledgehammer to the chest. The disciples from Jiaoqi Holy Land, led by Da Sheng Qimeng, frowned. Then they spoke up. If we don't provoke him, will he really chase us down to the bitter end? Right, as long as we don't stir up trouble, we'll be fine. We'll just wait here until the Taiji Ancient Star opens, then we'll scram. Everyone eagerly nodded. Absolutely, that makes sense. Yes, it makes sense. We won't go looking for trouble. We'll just cultivate in seclusion here. Chu Xiu chuckled coldly and said, last time you guys were hunted down by Tian Nu's weapons, was that because you actively provoked Tian Nu? Tian Nu is a born killer, a walking hatred magnet. Do you seriously think just hiding will make you safe? Hearing that, no one responded to Chu Xiu's words. Instead, fear set in, leaving only a suffocating silence. One person spoke up. If what Taisu Holy Sun says is true, then even if we hide in the ancient star, it's no different than trapping ourselves in a coffin. What are we supposed to do? Someone almost burst into tears. Are we just supposed to wait for death? Tianmian True Lord propped his chin, his gaze fixed on Zhenbei Wang as he mused. You found him abnormal. That's why you caught him. Honestly, I also felt like something was off with this guy. Oh. Chu Xiu was surprised, his eyes sizing up Tianmian from head to toe. Bro, you actually have this kind of skill? Tianmian shrugged, then grabbed Chu Xiu's shoulder, saying sympathetically, when I saw him appear, I noticed he'd recovered his vitality. I thought he was coming to fight me to the death. After all, back when I was a man's body, me and Zhenbei Wang Fei. Cough, cough, you know. Chu Xiu didn't pay much attention to his words. Meanwhile, standing behind Master Bao Bao, staring at Tianmishan with eyes full of fire, she accused this damn monkey of being truly shameless. HMPH? Talking like that in front of my disciple? Are you trying to corrupt my rascal disciple? Tianmian, thick-skinned as ever, immediately asked. Spill it. What makes you suspect Zhenbei Wang? Chu Xiu remained silent, deep in thought. Can't tell him. I sensed Zhenbei Wang's aura was off through my Gi Yi Daozhong, right? Hey, in this entire world, only Master, Aunt Luo, Sister Luo, Hong Yi, and a few others I've personally modified know about my Gi Yi Daozhong. If you don't want to say, fine. Seeing Chu Xiu's stance, Tianmian knew this involved Chu Old Six's secrets. His life was more important right now, so he didn't want to offend Chu Old Six. Instead of pressing, he said, so what's next? You call the shots. All our lives are in your hands now. The moment he finished speaking, Chu Xiu waved his hand. A surge of formation power swept out, engulfing everything. Everyone except Chimeng Dai was instantly ejected from the grand formation by Chu Xiu. Chimeng Dai innocently asked, "Where did you send them?" Chu Xiu replied, "My Giyi Daozhong isn't convenient for them to see, so I had to temporarily block them off. Follow me, we're gonna soul search Zhenbei Wang." Stepping forward, Chu Xiu carefully observed Zhenbei Wang. Blood-colored essence slowly rotated clockwise, strands of blood threads raining down, enveloping Zhenbei Wang. Seeing this, Chu Xiu's pupils slightly constricted. Suddenly, Chimeng Dai pointed into the air and exclaimed, "Rascal disciple, what is that?" Chu Xiu looked up, following Master Bao Bao's direction, and his pupils slightly contracted. In the void, an ink-black, sinister, and bizarre stream appeared. Those inky black tendrils continuously burrowed into the glabella of Zhenbei Wang's spiritual platform. Chu Xiu stared at it, whispering to himself, "Is that Tian Nu's Tao? But why is the source of the Black River actually the heavenly Tao?" Thinking of this, an idea surfaced in his mind, chilling him to the bone for no reason. Tao is not Tao, man is not man, linked to my generation, suffering much. So, even the heavenly Tao is enslaving living beings. Just as Chu Xiu's mind was reeling with questions, a wisp of fragrance drifted into his nose. Chimeng Dai used a handkerchief to wipe away the sweat on his face, asking worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" Chu Xiu snapped back to reality. He tightly grasped her hand, shook his head, and forced a smile onto his face, replying, "I'm fine, nothing's wrong." Chu Xiu looked towards the cocoon, his expression suddenly changing dramatically, his voice growing heavy. "This is bad. Zhenbei Wang has already been enslaved, and now I've connected his Tao with my Giyi Daozhong. This is practically trying to steal from Tian Nu. He's definitely going to notice. If Tian Nu discovers the unique properties of my Giyi Daozhong, he'll definitely ignore everything else and come straight to kill me." Hearing this, Chimeng Dai immediately asked, "Then what should we do?" Chu Xiu didn't answer her. Instead, he slowly approached Zhenbei Wang and proceeded to stop the modification process. Zhenbei Wang roared in agony. Following that, Chu Xiu looked up at the black aura and smiled. Miao Xiaoqi once said, "Tian Nu exists because of Tai Yi Great Emperor. Tai Yi Great Emperor is still resisting Tian Nu, and just a minute ago, I sensed a small crack appear in the connection between the Black River and Zhenbei Wang." Chimeng Dai said, "Perhaps Tai Yi Great Emperor made a move, creating an opportunity for you. If not for that, I wouldn't have been able to smoothly inject the blood-colored essence's energy into Zhenbei Wang's body. Next, Zhu Long will be a pawn in my hands." Tian Nu, Tai Yi Great Emperor. Now the chess pieces have changed hands. Tian Nu doesn't even know it yet. Only I and Tai Yi Great Emperor do. At this moment, Zhenbei Wang weakly woke up, begging, "Holy Sun, and Yun He Peak Lord, please kill me quickly. I've been enslaved by a monster." Chu Xiu raised a hand to suppress Zhenbei Wang's terrified expression, waiting for him to calm down slightly before saying in a deep voice, "Listen to me first, Zhenbei Wang. You have 3 Ks of lucidity left. Use this time to tell me everything you saw with Tian Nu. I need to formulate a plan to deal with him." Chu Xiu flashed a menacing smile. And so, within those 3 Ki, Zhenbei Wang recounted everything about Tian Nu to Chu Xiu. After the 3 Ki passed, our boy emerged, then walked over to Tian Mian and the others. Tian Mian immediately stepped forward and asked, "Is everything arranged now?" Our boy hummed an affirmation, then smiled brightly like a flower, saying, "But there's still one final step. I'll need your cooperation." He pulled out a bottle of magic pills, which glowed with an eerie light, and handed them to Tian Mian. Staring at the bottle of pills, Tian Mian exclaimed in horror, "This is the 3-corpse soul-splitting pill. This pill is highly toxic. Chu Old 6, what are you trying to do?" Su Xiao pulled out a bottle of magic pills. Then his low, strategic voice echoed, "My guess wasn't wrong. Zhenbei Wang is currently under Tian Nu's threat, controlled by them, forced to become a spy sent here. But I already slipped a wisp of my soul into his spirit platform." Hearing this, Tianyan Zhenjun trembled slightly. "You mean Zhenbei Wang is now a double agent?" Thinking of this, Tianmian's face twisted. "This, old green, Su Zhu, is truly insidious." Su Xiao slowly turned around, his eyes dark as he said, "Not just that. To prevent Zhenbei Wang's acting skills from being too poor and exposing himself, I specifically erased his memories." Hearing this, everyone's faces changed colors. So the spy we sent out doesn't even know they're a spy? Bro, how slick is that? Tian Nu would probably never guess it, even if they were beaten to death. At this moment, Tian Mian, full of suspicion, immediately asked,
But what if someone among us gets captured and controlled by Tiannu, just like Zhenbei Wang? Wouldn't that ruin the entire plan? Then today's grand scheme would be totally wasted, wouldn't it?
Chu Xiu pulled out a dark jade bottle from his sleeve, a sharp smile playing on his lips as he said, "Tian Mian, you old dog, you're indeed sharp. That's precisely why I specially prepared the 3-corpse soul pill. After consuming this magic pill, the poison will hide within your soul. If anyone tries to forcibly control your soul, the pill poison will instantly detonate. Within half a breath, the soul of the pill taker will be annihilated. Not even a quasi-emperor making a move could save them. Naturally, Tiannu won't be able to control anyone either. I've made myself clear. Now, line up and get your dose." At this moment, everyone was terrified, speechless. Tian Mian's eyes burned with rage. This, old green, Chu Xiu, is truly ruthless. And so, one by one, they lined up to receive their medicine. Tianxing Peak Lord was no exception. Everyone had to take one pill and swallow it themselves. Tian Mian saw Shi Mengdi wasn't taking the pill, and immediately voiced his dissatisfaction, accusing, "Why doesn't she have to drink it?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, "If she doesn't want to drink it, then she doesn't have to." Then, his words held a hint of menace as he continued, "It's just that if that's the case, then this wild god won't be able to trust you all, and for those I can't trust, it's better to deal with them quickly." Hearing this, Tian Mian and the others behind him felt a chill run down their spines. At this point, how could he possibly dare not to eat it? And so, he swallowed the magic pill, enduring the bitter taste with a grimace. Afterwards, he gritted his teeth and declared, "After this, you must give us the antidote." Hearing this, Chu Xiu's face was completely serious. He sternly formed a hand seal and swore before the heavenly Tao, "I, Chu Zhiju, swear by the heavenly Tao that after this plan succeeds, I will absolutely retrieve the antidote to cure everyone. If Chu Xiu dares to break his word, then let heavenly lightning strike me down, body and soul." Meanwhile, in another location, near the edge of the divine lake Forbidden Land, at this moment, Chu Long, whose memories had been erased by Chu Xiu, was sitting there. A few seconds later, he jolted awake, his face filled with bewilderment. He tilted his head, looking around, then mumbled to himself, "What's wrong with me? Wasn't I supposed to go to the divine lake? Never mind. Completing my master's mission is more important right now." Then he tore open the void and stepped towards the edge of the divine lake. As he stepped out, a puppet with a grotesque, smiling face stood in the void, laughing as it said, "Divine Lake Forbidden Land. Trespassers die." Chu Long stepped forward, his expression solemn, and slowly cupped his hands, saying, "This humble one is Chu Long. I've heard that cultivators from the Sky Vault continent are gathered here. May I ask fellow Taoists to inform them?" The puppet tilted its head, indicating he could enter. As he entered, Yunxing Peak Lord looked surprised and spoke up, asking, "Zhenbei Wang, are you all right? This is truly great." Chu Long's eyes gradually darkened. He looked around, then softly asked, "Who are these individuals with great saint auras?" Shi Mengdi immediately replied, explaining, "These are all battle puppets." "Battle puppets?" He straightened his face, his eyes flickering, then asked again, "Then why are you all here?" Shi Mengdi sighed, then said, "Earlier we were being hunted by black monsters. Luckily, the master here stepped in to save us. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have met us." "The master is here?" His eyes lit up, feeling that he had just received crucial intelligence. "This is important info," Shi Mengdi continued. "According to one of their maids, his name is Huang Shen, the master of this desolate god island. He personally ordered these puppets to save us." Huang Shen? Hearing this, Zhenbei Wang's pupils suddenly contracted. Could it be one of the 5 great innate divine spirits of legend? Shi Mengdi's expression was serious as she said, "I don't know if he's that legendary Huang Shen, but generally, the other party is extremely mysterious. We haven't even seen his true form." Chu Long showed a gentle expression and asked, "I wonder if there's a chance to meet the master of this place." On this side, Tian Mian, now having returned to his male form, was full of smiles. HMPH. It's been a long time since I recovered my male body. I'm still a little unaccustomed to it." Chu Long suddenly turned his head, killing, intent surging. "Tian Mian!" Fury flashed in Chu Long's eyes, and a thought sparked in his mind. "Tian Mian, you once disguised yourself as me and messed with my waifu. No. If I act too calmly, I'll definitely be exposed." Chu Long gritted through his teeth, then cupped his hands towards Yunxing Peak Lord and said, "Yunxing Peak Lord, thank you for answering my questions. Now that my vitality has recovered, it's time to settle some old debts." The situation at this moment made Shi Mengdi's expression turn to admiration for Sun Zhu. That rebellious genius guessed it right again. Not even waiting for Qi Mengdi to ask for the reason, he silently grabbed his spear and swiftly charged towards Tian Mian. Tian Mian, prepare to die, come on! Tian Mian smirked, muttering to himself. Su Zhu, that old green, he wasn't wrong. This guy really is coming to fight me. He calmly raised a hand, effortlessly blocking Chu Long's attack. Seeing this situation, everyone was confused, asking each other, what's going on? Why is Zhenbei Wang going after Tian Mian? A person nearby explained, you don't know? Before, Tian Mian captured Zhenbei Wang, then disguised himself as him, and, spent time with the Wang Fei. Cough cough. Chu Long's eyes blazed red as he snarled, Tian Mian, that day you humiliated my waifu. For the greater good I let it slide temporarily, but today, I, Chu Long, am taking your dog's life. Tian Mian held a folding fan in his hand, gently fanning it, and said with a cold face, Kid, you're no match for me. Don't forget the pain once your wound heals. This is the Divine Lake, His Majesty Huang Shen's territory. I'm not messing with you to avoid displeasing that senior. Hearing this, Chu Long's pupils trembled slightly as he thought to himself, could Huang Shen truly still be alive? No, I must use this opportunity to probe the situation. Before he could speak, he heard that punk Tian Mian continue. Speaking frankly, Zhenbei Wang Fei's figure really wasn't bad. So gentle, charming, and supple, it makes one yearn for her and never forget her until they die. Chu Long's fury surged, and he grabbed Tian Mian by the collar. Right at this moment, a punch descended from the heavens beside them, shaking the ground. In that instant, heaven and earth changed color, and a formidable quasi-emperor pressure descended, making the ground tremble. Tian Mian immediately screamed, Senior Huang Shen, save me! Someone wants to kill me on your territory. He frantically begged for mercy, while Zhenbei Wang's pupils trembled. There's really a quasi-emperor existence. Qi Mengdi looked up in astonishment. This is a quasi-emperor aura. How did that rebellious genius stir up such immense pressure? Amidst a night sky ablaze with thunder and lightning, over a bottomless, black divine lake, a forbidden zone no one dares tread, suddenly, an immense pressure, heavy as a meteor, descends from the heavens, crushing the calm lake surface into violent, surging ripples. A voice booms from the void, shaking souls to their core. Who dares cause trouble in my divine lake? Tian Mian, terrified, bowed his head, clutching it as he fell to his knees, shouting, Senior Huang Shen, please spare my life. Meanwhile, Zhu Long's heart felt like it was gripped by an invisible hand. His face went ghastly pale, cold sweat drenching him. He cried out in terror, Huang Shen actually exists here. He immediately trembled, trying to suppress his panic. His voice hoarse, he cupped his hands and bowed, saying, Please forgive me, Senior Huang Shen. This person and I had a grudge, and I acted rashly, disturbing a venerable sage like yourself. This level of pressure even made Peak Master Yun He shudder, making him wonder, is this the pressure caused by Tai Su Saint Sun? How could he do this? The young woman beside him also changed expression. If I hadn't known the plan beforehand, I absolutely wouldn't doubt that this is a quasi-emperor. That powerful voice boomed once more. Only this once. If there's a next time, this venerable one will slice you down without mercy. The crowd behind them also shouted with relief. So Huang Shen really is still alive. We're saved this time. As long as His Majesty Huang Shen is here, those black monsters won't dare take half a step. HMPH, with a quasi-emperor blessing us, we'll definitely be safe. Zhu Long, upon hearing this good news, smirked inwardly. Huangshen Island has a quasi-emperor. I must quickly transmit this crucial information to my master. Qi Mengdi, seeing this, couldn't help but muse. This rebellious disciple's trickery is getting more and more refined. After Chu Xiu and the others finished tricking Zhu Long, they let him leave. Then, Peak Master Yun He and his group also departed, leaving only Chu Xiu sitting in the middle of the divine lake. Our boy sat there, continuously activating the divine talisman in his hand. He looked at it with admiration. Who knew Aunt Luo's jade talisman could be used like this? Miao Shaoqi, lazily sprawled across his lap, let out a soft meow. Chu Xiu clenched his fist, deep in thought. Tian Nu is cunning and suspicious by nature. Knowing Huang Shen is alive will definitely make him hesitate. If he doesn't find a way to verify Huang Shen's true existence, he probably won't be able to sleep well, huh? That way, I'll have time to find Dao Yuan and prepare for my next plan. Meow meow. Shaoqi lazily chimed in to Chu Xiu. But now isn't the time to get smug. Meow. That old monster Tian Nu has been alive for who knows how many years. He won't be easily trapped. A while later,
Chu Xiu returned to the palace in the middle of the divine lake. He sat quietly before the palace, his gaze distant, looking ahead. Just then, Shi Mengdi gently walked over, carrying a tray with a warm teapot. She softly asked him, "How did it go?" He smiled faintly and said, "Tian Nu has ordered his weaponized minions to accelerate the collection of life essence." Oh. She wasn't surprised, and gently sat beside Chu Xiu. He continued, "This proves our initial intimidation plan was successful. Tian Nu is panicking." He raised the steaming teacup, full of praise. "This Shang Shu Ming Shen Long Shi Tan tea is truly delicious." After finishing his sip, he gently placed the cup down. Then, he gently embraced Shi Mengdi's waist and said, "Master, please stay on Huangshen Island. Don't go anywhere." Hearing this, she gave him a cold look and said, "Let me go, you rogue." He continued, "Huangshen Island hides many secret scriptures and cultivation insights from seniors. You can cultivate here in peace." At this, her eyes filled with worry as she said, "You must be careful. Don't push yourself too hard, and absolutely don't die here." Chu Xiu's eyes twinkled slightly. "Are you cursing the father of your child?" Shi Mengdi blushed and snapped, "Don't talk nonsense." "What nonsense did I talk, you rogue? Let me go." Chu Xiu immediately pushed her down to the ground, then pressed himself against her, saying, "Venerable master, it's been a long time since you've imparted any lessons to your disciple." Shi Mengdi became a bit flustered and snapped in rebuke, "You rogue! What are you trying to do? We're outside. You're shameless." "Master, you're about to part ways with your disciple. Shouldn't you take advantage of this time to give me a lesson?" He reached out his hand to her belly, then let his hand wander elsewhere. This made her utter soft whimpers, the true reason for which few fully understood. Suddenly, Chu Xiu froze his hand, his eyes becoming serious as he asked. Startled by the abrupt halt, she flusteredly asked, "What's wrong?" He softly asked, "If we, will it not affect the baby, right?" He then quoted a proverb, "A filial child is forged under the family stick, right?" Chu Xiu's eyes were utterly mischievous. Shi Mengdi blushed, shyly snorting, "You rogue! What kind of filthy words are you spouting? Can't you be serious for once?" Then she touched her belly. "I suppose there shouldn't be a problem. That's good." Delighted, he quickly picked her up. "Take it easy." He slowly carried her into the room. What followed were several hours of arduous cultivation for Chu Xiu. He was so overexerted he slept for quite a while before finally waking up. Shi Mengdi later emerged from the room as well. Her cheeks were flushed bright red, her lips tightly bitten. She grumbled, "HMPH, that rogue got his way again." But finally her voice softened, as if she couldn't bear it. "That rogue must return safely." The scene shifts to the flying ships in the middle of the divine lake. From within, the loud voice of Tian Mian, true monarch, resounded. "What? Chu Xiu wants me to transform into a Tian Nu weapon and secretly infiltrate the Tian Nu's lair? No way, I'm not doing it. It's so dangerous out there right now. You guys just want Tian Mian to die." Seeing this guy's dissatisfaction, Shi Mengdi's gaze turned cold as she sternly said, "It's not just you. Everyone else has their own mission too. We not only have to find the Tian Nu's lair, but also find other outsiders and combine all our strength to fight against the Tian Nu. What? Are you unwilling?" After hearing these words, a wave of fear instantly surged in Tian Minian's heart. He felt that if he didn't comply, the consequences would be even more terrifying if Chu Xiu got angry. After Shi Mengdi dropped some serious threats, Tian Mian Zhenjun went silent for a few minutes, clearly stewing in his thoughts. The woman behind Shi Mengdi gave him a death glare that would make most cultivators fold. His face immediately went pale. With humans flexing their power and our demon race basically living off their scraps, fighting back isn't an option. He knew, no. And that female knight would whip out her ultimate weapon and turn him into minced meat. And just like that, he gritted his teeth, simmering with resentment. "Alright, fine, whatever. I agree, happy now." "Okay." Shi Mengdi and her enforcer bounced. Tian Mian Zhenjun was left clenching his fists, seething. He mumbled, "Oh, so you're old Six Chu's master, big deal, huh?" 3 days later, out of nowhere, a tall, slender figure in a black robe popped up in the sky. Dude was moving so fast and so stealthily, not even a single NPC noticed him. In his hand he held a glowing gold jade slip. Finally here, he thought, the slip hinting at a Dazo origin hiding somewhere. Chu Xiu followed the directions to a mountain peak, only for his eyes to pop wide open at the sight of lightning raining down from the sky. Staring at the scene from afar, his pupils literally trembled. For tens of thousands of miles, all he could see was a desolate wasteland, utterly devoid of any life force. Above, crushing thunder and lightning roared like an endless downpour, mercilessly scouring the land.
Chu Xiu stood there, eyes narrowed. Tian Yuanzi chimed in, "Bro, this place used to be prime real estate. Dragon veins. Rich spiritual energy. A rare blessed land on Taiji Ancient Star. How did it turn into this desolate mess? Can we even find a Dao origin here? Let's check it out first," Chu Xiu thought, channeling his inner Sigma. "I'm not even scared of heavenly tribulation. What's a little lightning gonna do to me?" Chu Xiu, face colder than your ex's heart, slowly floated forward. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the lightning itself. "Yo, this is our clan territory, outsider. You might want to back off before you mess around and find out." From the depths of the thunderclouds, a stream of pure lightning coalesced into the form of a woman. Her hair billowed, her eyes were ice cold, and her entire body was literally made of lightning. This wasn't just borrowing power. She was the lightning. Her name? Lei Xin, from the legendary Lei Shen clan. Seeing her, Chu Xiu's eyebrows shot up. Hold up, I couldn't even sense her? No, this absolute unit must have merged with the frickin' lightning itself, her aura. At least a 6th layer great saint. Damn. Chu Xiao stood his ground. You from the Lei Shen clan? Lei Xin's eyes flickered, locking onto Chu Xiao. Yeah, outsider. This is a forbidden zone. Cultivation ain't easy, so don't go courting death. Get out, or I won't be holding back. Chu Xiao seriously didn't expect the Lei Shen clan to have claimed this whole spot. The Lei Shen clan, hailing from Taiji Ancient Star, were like the direct descendants of Lei Shen, one of the 5 primordial deities. According to ancient texts on the Tianqiang continent, these guys were hardcore warriors. When they bathed in lightning, their combat power could jump 50%, even double. Yet Chu Xiu remained completely unbothered. He cupped his hands, calm as ever, and dropped the bomb. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Chu Xiu, the new owner of Huangshen Island. The woman froze. Her eyes darted, sizing Chu Xiu up and down. Then she scoffed with a cold smirk. Your aura is only at the divine ability realm, yet you're claiming to be the master of Huangshen Island? Do I look like an NPC to you? With a whoosh, a stream of blinding golden light flared in Chu Xiu's hand. He revealed a token covered in ancient inscriptions. Her face blanched instantly, eyes wide with shock. The Huangshen token? You're actually the new master of Huangshen Island? Chu Xiu, with a poker face and absolute certainty, confirmed, yeah, for real. He looked chill on the outside, but inside he was like, bro, why is she freaking out so hard? Lei Xin took a deep breath, collecting herself. Then, to Chu Xiu, she said, alright, in that case, follow me. She raised her hand. And the freaking void ripped open with rumbling lightning, creating a path. Just to be safe, Chu Xiu discreetly palmed a vial of magic pills, ready for any sudden betrayals or power-ups he might need. Moments later, in the depths of the Lei Shen Forbidden Zone, the ancient, thunder-patterned stone gate creaked open. Lei Xin turned her head, finally introducing herself. My name's Lei Xin. I'm taking you to meet my Gramps. He's the current clan leader of the Lei Shen clan. Chu Xiu just nodded, keeping his thoughts to himself. Bro, this desolation. The Lei Shen clan did this? Why? Are they after the Dao origin too? His mind was already cooking up theories. If the Dao origin is already with the Lei Shen clan, how am I gonna flex and take it back? Lei Xin just nudged the door, and it swung open. Chu Xiu, being the MC, naturally followed her inside. Stepping inside, the scene before his eyes completely blew Chu Xiu's mind. Bro, before him was just a super normal, chill village. He couldn't help but be shocked. Wait, Taiji Ancient Star still has places like this? Lei Xin turned back, clearly asking. Surprised? Much? Chu Xiu took a deep sniff of the floral scent in the air, then just gave a subtle nod and a soft, Lei Xin explained. This whole space is like His Majesty Lei Shen's personal mini-world, managed by every clan leader since. Now follow me. Chu Xiu, being the silent observer, just slowly followed her lead. A moment later, they arrived at a surprisingly humble house. We're here, Lei Xin announced. She opened the gate and yelled, Gramps! Following her voice, the old man turned around. The moment he saw Chu Xiu, he immediately scolded Xiner. Why on earth did you bring an outsider in? This grumpy old man was none other than Lei Yuan, the clan leader of the Lei Shen clan. She quickly explained. Gramps, his name is Chu Xiu, and he's got the Huangshen token. Hearing that, the old man shot up like a startled squirrel, completely flabbergasted. Lei Xin, what the hell did you just say? Lei Xin happily repeated. He has the Huangshen token, Gramps. He's the new master of Huangshen Island. The two then devolved into excited chattering. Seeing them like this, Chu Xiu couldn't help but chime in. He frowned slightly, thinking, y'all are so hyped up, are you seriously planning to harvest my kidneys? I'd advise you to calm down a bit. The two of them were inwardly cackling with joy right then. Realizing their massive gaffe, the old man cleared his throat. Ahem, then said, "My young Taoist friend, please, take a seat, let's talk." After feeling a bit too hyped, the old man quickly composed himself, then flashed Chu Xiu a bright smile. Lei Xin then brought out a wooden stool, inviting Chu Xiu to take a seat. Chu Xiu, after taking his seat, stayed silent, patiently waiting for the elder to speak. The old man, with a slightly awkward chuckle, began. "Young friend, this old man's name is Lei Yuan, the current clan head of the Lei Shen clan. I wonder if you would be kind enough to let me inspect the Desolate God token." Chu Xiu simply nodded, pulled out the Desolate God token, and casually tossed it to Lei Yuan. Upon seeing it, Lei Yuan's eyes instantly sharpened. His hand trembled ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly, and his eyes widened, practically burning a hole through the token. It's really the genuine Desolate God token. After confirming its authenticity, Lei Yuan handed the Desolate God token back to Chu Xiu. And with that, the old man didn't forget to remind Chu Xiu to keep it safe and sound. Then, the old man settled back onto the wooden stool, took a drag from his pipe, looking incredibly sagely as he asked, "Young friend, you must be very curious why we're so hyped to see you, right?" Chu Xiu nodded, his lips curving into a slight smile. "Honestly, I am super curious. Is this like the Desolate God Island? Is someone here also setting up an opportunity for me? If not together. If so, then that's just too good to be true. A free opportunity? It'd be a waste not to take it." The old man looked up, gazing into the distance at a towering, pitch-black mountain amidst the sky, then said, "Young friend Chu Xiu, before you entered Lei Shen village, you must have noticed that black mountain at the center of the Lei Zhe, right?" Chu Xiu subtly nodded, his eyes narrowing. Could that mountain possibly have something to do with me? Or perhaps connected to the Desolate God? The old man slowly explained. Actually, the Lei Shen clan's original territory wasn't here. This place wasn't always a Lei Zi. It was once a blessed land, full of vitality, a region of dragon veins. 10 million years ago, just like now, the Taiji ancient star was in an open phase. Many cultivators from the Tiancong continent came to the Taiji ancient star seeking opportunities. The locals living on Taiji ancient star, despite their dissatisfaction, didn't really resist. After all, the Taiji ancient star would open up again in a few years, and these folks would just go back to wherever they came from. But what they never expected was that this time, not only cultivators from the Tiancong continent arrived, but also a bizarre race from deep within the cosmos. Those two humanoid beings were unbelievably powerful, at least quasi-emperors. Quasi-emperors? Chu Xiu asked, utterly astonished. How could they possibly bypass the heaven-earth restrictions to enter the Taiji ancient star? The old man didn't hide anything, simply replying, "Indeed, quasi-emperors. We just don't know why they could come here." Chu Xiu pressed on. "According to you, those two are connected to that massive black mountain in the middle of the Lei Zhe." Lei Yuan took a puff from his pipe, nodding as he said, "They're sealed at the peak of that big mountain." Hearing this, Chu Xiu was startled and uncertain, immediately asking, why were they sealed here? He absolutely never imagined the Taiji ancient star would have quasi-emperors sealed away, let alone two of them. The old man, with drooping eyes, said, "It's a long story. These two quasi-emperors came from deep within the cosmos. After arriving at the ancient star, they sparked a sky-high massacre. They wiped out all the cultivators from the Tiancong continent, and didn't even spare the locals living on the Taiji ancient star." Hearing that, Chu Xiu's face filled with surprise, and he asked, "Did no one resist? Where was Longshen?" Lei Yuan shook his head with a slight sigh, replying, "At that time, Longshen was still in its nurturing stage. It couldn't make a move." Oh right, at that time, Longshen was still just an egg. And just then, somewhere far away, Longshen let out a mighty sneeze, as if sensing he was being talked about. Back to the present, Chu Xiu chuckled and asked, "Without Longshen's help, how did you guys stop them?" Those two supreme beings not only didn't annihilate the Taiji ancient star, but they ended up getting sealed instead? At this point, Lei Xin interjected. Our Lei Shen clan's patriarch of that generation made his move. He heard that outsiders were slaughtering local life, so he broke through his seclusion and went 1 versus 2. However, even though our Lei Shen clan's patriarch at the time possessed extraordinary combat power, those two quasi-emperors were incredibly strange. No matter how the patriarch attacked, or what powerful divine abilities he unleashed, he just couldn't kill them. It was like they were unkillable. Hearing that, Chu Xiu was utterly astonished. Immortal. Unkillable. Could it be? His brows furrowed, as if something suddenly clicked in his mind. She continued,
Facing an opponent that couldn't be killed, even someone as powerful as our patriarch was eventually dragged to exhaustion and death. At that critical moment, a woman appeared, carrying an ice crystal longsword. Dressed in a white gown, with powerful and overbearing methods, she tore open the Taiji Ancient Star's Heaven-Earth blockade. Upon hearing this, he was even more astonished. Who was she? To be able to forcibly tear open the Taiji Ancient Star's blockade? Lei Xin looked at Chu Xiu, her red lips parting slightly. It was Taisu Dizun. The Lei Xin clan's patriarch at the time joined forces with her, using his own Dao rhythms to supplement the seal's energy. Only then were those two quasi-emperors finally sealed. This is the origin of the thunder swamp outside, and also the reason that massive black mountain was formed. After hearing all this, Chu Xiu's expression shifted slightly, and he chuckled, asking, "This story is certainly interesting, but what does any of it have to do with me?" Lei Yuan put down his pipe, his cloudy eyes staring intently at Chu Xiu as he gritted out each word. Because 10 million years ago, Tai Su Dizun once said that 10 million years later, the new master of Desolate God Island would be able to resolve these two dangers. Hearing this, a string of questions instantly popped up in Chu Xiu's mind. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. "No way! How could Tai Su Dizun possibly know me?" Lei Yuan shook his head in reply, "I don't know either. That's just what's recorded in the ancient texts." Before Tai Su Dizun left the Taiji Ancient Star, that's exactly what she said. Oh, right. Before she left, she also mentioned something in passing. She asked our Lei Shen clan's patriarch to inquire on her behalf if the new master of Desolate God Island had obtained the skull pendant yet. If you have it, remember to keep it safe. Otherwise, the old man's words trailed off, and his eyes, now filled with solemnity, stared at Chu Xiu, filling our boy's face with dread. Otherwise, what? Deep down, a confusing thought flickered. How did Tai Su Dizun know I possessed the skull pendant? This chick knows way too much. Lei Yuan's serious demeanor made Chu Xiu break out in a cold sweat. Lei Yuan's expression grew progressively stranger. He scrutinized Chu Xiu from head to toe for a long moment before slowly stating, Tai Su Dizun said, "If you don't keep the pendant safe, the next time she sees you, she won't just spank your butt. She'll do it 100 times, then another 100 times, until even leaning on a wall won't save you." Hearing this, Lei Xin immediately thought of something, and her face instantly flushed bright red. Chu Xiu, his head swirling with questions, was utterly dumbfounded. Then he finally panicked. "Oh my gods, is Tai Su Dizun a pervert? But have I ever even heard of her? Her tone makes it sound like we're super close. Did I transmigrate or something? No way!" Seeing Chu Xiu fall into a daze, Lei Yuan lightly coughed. "Young friend, recently the seal has been acting up more and more erratically. I suspect those two quasi-emperors might be about to break free. If they escape, the Taiji Ancient Star will definitely face another storm. I hope, young friend, you'll give face to Tai Su Dizun and make a move to save the countless lives of the Taiji Ancient Star." At the end of the last episode, Old Man Lei Yuan spilled all the tea about Tai Su Dizun and spilled info on the two pseudo-emperors that the Lei Shen clan had sealed and guarded outside, to Chu Xiu. Because he sensed the seal was getting weaker and weaker, Lei Yuan humbled himself, begging Chu Xiu to respect Tai Su Dizun's legacy and lend a hand to the Lei Shen clan, as well as countless beings on the Taiji Ancient Star, to completely deal with those two pseudo-emperors. What happens next? Y'all cultivators better stick around for this episode. Only after a good while did Chu Xiu finally snap back to reality. He let out a heavy sigh, then cast his gaze upon Old Man Lei Yuan and his granddaughter. Old Chu's voice calmly echoed, "This situation is way too dangerous. I'm not getting involved in this murky mess." The moment Chu Xiu's words dropped, both Lei Yuan and Lei Xin's expressions instantly shifted. A clear sense of despair painted their faces. If Chu Xiu didn't make a move, how were they supposed to resist those two pseudo-emperors? The moment that seal breaks, the Lei Shen clan would be the first to face disaster. After that, the entire Taiji Ancient Star would be annihilated. "Young friend," Lei Yuan, face flushed with urgency and sadness, was just about to plead when Chu Xiu stopped him with a raised hand. "For me to go to that sealed place, it's highly likely I'd have to directly confront two pseudo-emperors. You guys must know how dangerous that is, even more so than me." M.N. Lei Yuan choked on his words, nodding, his aged face stiff and unable to refute. True, Chu Xiu wasn't wrong. He had absolutely no obligation to risk his life for them. In that instant, both Lei Yuan and Lei Xin's gazes couldn't help but dim, their expressions growing much gloomier. But then, Chu Xiu's tone suddenly shifted. We only saw the corner of Chu Xiu's mouth curl into a slight, calm, and gentle smile as he spoke. "If you guys are willing to hand over something called Dao Yuan, then I might just take that risk. It's not entirely out of the question." Upon hearing this, Lei Yuan's expression immediately became awkward. He forced a smile onto his face and gently said, Dao Yuan, young friend, I'm afraid the information you received is mistaken. There's absolutely no such thing as Dao Yuan here.
What?
Chu Xiu's face stiffened, his eyes wide as he stared unblinkingly at Lei Yuan, clearly wanting to confirm the truth of his words. At this moment, Lei Xin, standing beside them, seemed to recall something, and interjected. Oh right, Taisu Dizun once said that, in the future you would come here for Dao Yuan's. So before she came to the Taiji Ancient Star, she left a jade slip, detailing the Dao Yuan's location.
Then sealed it within the residence of a self-proclaimed old tortoise.
Chu Xiu, did you perhaps get your info from that tortoise? Chu Xiu's face twisted, speechless. The image of Tian Yunzi instantly flashed in old Chu's mind. He secretly thought, the tortoise Taisu Dizun mentioned? No need to guess. It's obviously that little sneaky Tian Yunzi. HMPH, well played. Taisu Dizun, you really know how to scheme, even planning this out for me. Chu Xiu's heart roared with silent curses towards Taisu Dizun. He then let out a cold snort, turning to walk straight out of the courtyard. Old Chu's voice was indifferent. I've always had one principle. If there's no benefit for me, I truly cannot help you. Farewell. Seeing this, Lei Yuan hurriedly reached out, calling, Young friend, wait! Hearing that, Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly, killing intent faintly appearing around him. His voice was filled with an icy chill as he replied,
You want to force me to stay? You better think this through.
No, young friend. You've misunderstood. Lei Yuan frantically waved his hands, his face contorted as he quickly explained.
Chu Xiu, young friend, although there's no Dao Yuan here, I know another place that has it.
As long as you're willing to lend a hand, I will immediately tell you that location. I, Lei Yuan, swear on my Dao heart, to the heavenly Dao, this information is absolutely accurate. This old man wouldn't dare to lie even half a word. For real? Lei Yuan swore to the heavenly Dao, his tone decisive, his expression solemn, making even listeners feel a sense of trust. And this scene? Somehow it just felt familiar?
Chu Xiu stood still, his eyes subtly scanning Lei Yuan, already vaguely guessing Taisu Dizun's true intentions, though she never explicitly stated it. From her cryptic words, it was clear that the two pseudo-emperors on top of Zhu Yushan would very likely be suppressed by his Dao seed. Just for that alone, even if Lei Yuan hadn't come begging, our boy would have sought out that place to investigate himself.
Back then, his Dao seed devoured that blood-colored vertical eye, leading to a massive breakthrough. Now, with two genuine pseudo-emperors right in front of him, it was like two massive, live experience packages placed directly before him. If he didn't seize the opportunity, would he still be worthy of being called Old Chu? As for faking his departure earlier,
that was just a tactic to maximize his gains, obviously. Sure enough, old man Lei Yuan, with his honest nature, got flustered the moment he heard Dao Yuan hastily making promises, and inadvertently revealing his weakness. The moment Lei Yuan's heavenly Daoyuo oath was complete, Chu Xiu's serious expression immediately transformed into a bright, joyful smile. Old Chu's face-changing speed was faster than flipping a rice paper pancake. He casually turned back, pretending to be shy as he scratched his head and said, Aya, old sir, you really are something. How can an oath to the heavenly Dao be uttered so easily? Look, you're making even me embarrassed for you. After speaking, Chu Xiu casually plonked himself down onto a chair. He even chuckled softly, his face carrying a hint of shyness, as if he genuinely felt a bit apologetic. Alright, let's continue our discussion. Witnessing Chu Xiu's epic face switch, both Lei Yuan and Lei Xin's mouths twitched uncontrollably. This kid really knows how to play the game. He plays the villain, he plays the hero, and he plays every role so convincingly it's scary. Lei Yuan grumbled silently to himself, but outwardly he maintained his composure, also sat back down, and gently opened with, Since that's the case, let's discuss this frankly. Chu Xiao, young friend, do you have any questions? Feel free to speak. This old man will certainly tell you everything I know. Without holding back a single word, Chu Xiao nodded slightly, unceremoniously asking what concerned him most. Senior Lei Yuan, can you absolutely confirm that those two pseudo-emperors haven't escaped the seal yet? If, by any chance, I step foot on Zhu Yueshan and get pounced on by the two pseudo-emperors before I'm even ready,
then even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Lei Xin, holding a tea caddy, replied with a serious expression. You can rest assured, I can confirm that they haven't escaped the seal yet. The moment she finished speaking, Lei Yuan flicked his sleeve, and from his spatial ring, a transparent glass orb, the size of Mengdai's pomelo, instantly flew out. The orb glowed with snow-white light, Dao rhythm flowing within, constantly swirling with ethereal radiance. If one looked closely, they'd see countless hair-thin cracks densely covering the surface of this glass orb. Chu Xiu, his face full of doubt, asked, This is? Lei Yuan patiently explained. Chu Xiu, young friend.
This item was left behind by Taisu Dizun back then. It's specifically used to monitor the status of the Grand Sealing formation on those two pseudo-emperors.
Once the seal is broken or shows signs of shattering, this orb will instantly shatter as well.
Currently, though it's still intact, dense cracks have appeared on its surface, indicating that those two pseudo-emperors are about to break free from their predicament.
According to my estimation, at most 2 years from now, the seal will lose its effectiveness. By then, they will be able to break through the seal and escape. At that point, whether it's the Taiji Ancient Star or the Tiangong continent, both will likely fall into an apocalyptic calamity.
Chu Xiu nodded slightly, secretly praising in his heart. Looks like Taisu Dizun's preparations weren't half-hearted at all. Thinking this,
Chu Xiu continued to pose a few more questions. You two, tell me some other details. Alright, Lei Yuan, indeed, held nothing back, explaining every single detail thoroughly.
Before long, a good while passed, and all the doubts in Chu Xiu's heart were resolved.
At this point, Lei Yuan stood up, his face full of solemnity, then clasped his hands and bowed deeply towards Chu Xiu, saying, Young friend Chu Xiu,
for what comes next, we're relying on you.
Once you safely return, I will definitely tell you the exact location of the Dao Yuan, not missing a single word. Lei Xin also bowed, her clothes fluttering in the wind, her expression solemn, as she showed profound gratitude towards the future savior of their entire clan.
Chu Xiu stood tall, casually accepting their respects.
Old Chu's heart, at this moment, swelled with a few hints of mockery. His eyes met the expectant gazes of Lei Yuan and Lei Xin, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl slightly. He smirked sardonically, thinking, who would have thought that I, old Demon Chu who has committed countless evil deeds, would one day have to play the hero and save the world? What utter irony. It's just too hilarious. Well, whatever. Thinking about the ultimate benefits, I guess I'll have to make this trip. Whoever said old Demon Chu was a good guy anyway?
Under the respectful farewells of old man Lei and his granddaughter, Chu Xiu slowly departed from Lei Shen village.
The spatial gate once again opened, thundering energy surging around the illusory entrance. Young friend, this item might just help you at a critical moment, Lei Yuan said, then placed the glass orb into Chu Xiu's hand. Old Chu didn't refuse. He casually reached out and took it, turning his head for one last look at the village. Like a hidden paradise in the mortal world, a complex gleam appeared in Chu Xiu's eyes. It was unclear if it was sentiment, hesitation, or pity. In the end, he didn't say another word. He turned and stepped into the spatial gate, then vanished.
The gate slowly closed behind him, leaving only flickering afterimages amidst the thunderclouds.
Lei Xin stood silently for a long time before letting out a soft breath, her voice whispering, Grandpa, do you think he can succeed? Lei Yuan was silent for a moment, then gently shook his head and sighed.
I don't know either, but if it's Taisu Dizun's arrangement, then it should be possible.
If even he fails, then our Lei Shen clan, and the entire Taiji Ancient Star, will face nothing but annihilation.
Hearing this, Lei Xin's eyes showed unconcealed fear. Her voice, kinda pissed off, replied, Grandpa, the dragon god of the boundless great marsh is out. You're telling me even she can't handle this?
Old man Lei Yuan slowly shook his head. Even if she's a bit stronger than the old clan leader, it's just a bit. The clan leader got ganked till he was exhausted. The dragon god's fate won't be much different. Right now, our only hope is this young bro Chu Xiu. Let's just pray he can successfully turn the game around. Meanwhile, with our boy Chu Xiu, boom! Amidst the pitch-black ground, lightning torrents cascaded from the sky like waterfalls, crackling energy coiling like electric serpents through the void.
But Chu Xiu,
this absolute unit, just casually strolled through the lightning storm, like he was taking a walk in his own backyard.
Our man Chu kept his steps steady, body completely unfazed.
Every lightning bolt hit him directly, echoing with world-shaking explosions, but couldn't even singe a single hair on his head. His robe still flapped like a boss, hair pristine, body solid as a cosmic mountain. In his left hand was that snow-white spherical artifact old man Lei Yuan just handed him. His right hand clutched a skull-shaped piece of black jade, radiating bone-chilling cold. That skull felt heavy as lead, but it also had this weird, spooky majesty that made your gut clench. Chu Xiu peered down at the item, his eyes flashing with contemplation, muttering to himself.
Taisu Dizun told me to guard this thing well. What is it? And why can't I see through its true essence? Couldn't figure it out, couldn't even guess. Chu Xiu lightly shook his head, finally stashing both items back into his spatial ring. No time to ponder this stuff now. The main quest is to deal with those two quasi-emperors sealed on that giant, black peak. If they break free, we all know it's gonna be bad. Forget the bigger picture, just my master and my future kid wouldn't stand a chance. HMPH. When you threaten the people I care about, and I've got a chance to wipe you out, then sorry fam, I'm just gonna send you straight to the afterlife. Chu Xiu looked up, piercing through layers of lightning, vaguely seeing a colossal black rock mountain looming in the center of the Thundermarsh. It was just a faint glimpse, but enough to send shockwaves straight to your soul. Compared to this, the old Taisu Peak would probably be called a total noob. Following Old Man Lei Yuan's route, Chu Xiu moved along the lightning currents, step by step, slow but absolutely unstoppable. Half an hour later, he hit the base of the giant peak. No rush to climb though, just in case Chu Xiu decided to prep a little before facing whatever was waiting up there. Obviously, with his current poison arts and formation arts, he was still light years away from threatening a quasi-emperor. So, for a worst-case bailout plan, he'd already set up a one-way teleportation formation at the mountain's base. Just activate it. He could instantly bounce back to Desolate God Island. With that island's protective restriction active, even if a quasi-emperor broke the seal, they wouldn't be able to touch him for a while. Our boy's got layers, literally. Just then, Miao Xiaoqi's tiny figure shimmered into existence in the lightning glow. She gently landed beside Chu Xiu. Meow meow, I'm back. You finally showed up, MC. Miao Xiaoqi couldn't hide her absolute glee, casually wrapping both her arms around Chu Xiao's arm. Our boy Chu glanced at her, then asked in a low voice. So, what did the dragon turtle say? Miao Xiaoqi tossed her chin, wagged her tail, and replied in a soft, lazy purr. The dragon turtle said she'll be watching this spot. If things go sideways, she'll jump in. Meow. Chu Xiu gave a slight nod, looking satisfied. He reached out and gave Miao Xiaoqi a few good head pats as a reward. Our boy Chu secretly let out a sigh of relief. If running was the worst option, then the dragon god was his ultimate trump card. With her backing, his win rate just skyrocketed. Preparations complete, Chu Xiu wasted no more time. He boldly reached out and gave Miao Xiaoqi's seat a pat, then grinned and said, "Follow me up the mountain, let's check it out." Miao Xiaoqi was startled. Her face instantly went crimson. Then she let out a satisfied meow. Miao Xiaoqi lightened her form, sticking close to Chu Xiu's heels. Both lightly landed on the Black Rock Mountain slope, officially starting their climb to the top. Main quest activated. Up on the mountain, layers of killing formations and restrictions stacked up like a cosmic spiderweb, occasionally radiating gloomy blood-red light that made your skin crawl. Traps were hidden everywhere. One slip-up was enough to take down a saint. Without a clear guide, even a Saint King would bite the dust at the base. Luckily, Chu Xiu had that map from Old Man Lei Yuan. He followed it, dodging every dangerous killing aura. The path was treacherous, but he was smooth sailing. His climbing speed slowly picked up. Half a day later, he hit the halfway mark. Standing on a round rock jutting into the air, he scanned his surroundings. Up here, the lightning was even thicker, bolt after bolt threatening to tear space itself apart, a savage power maxed out. But for Chu Xiu? Nah, just another Tuesday. The lightning clinging to him wasn't just harmless. It actually formed a shimmering layer of lightning armor, making him look like a total god, walking straight out of a thunder sea. Talk about an OP entrance. Chu Xiu slightly furrowed his brow. His body vibrated just a tad, and all that lightning glow on him, poof, exploded into tens of thousands of scattered lightning bolts. He looked up ahead and mumbled. This place is slammed with restrictions. No way to tear space for a quick teleport. Otherwise, I'd have been at the top ages ago. At this rate, it'll probably take another whole day to reach the target. The lightning here is practically maxed out. If some great saints, like the Tianxing Fengzhu, came here, they'd be dusted within half an incense stick. The closer we get to the truth, the heavier the air, the pressure just stacks up. A full-blown storm was about to pop off. Seriously. It's wild to imagine how busted the Thunder God clan patriarch was back in the day. To leave behind such a terrifying forbidden lightning zone, even after kicking the bucket and ascending to Dabio. The heavenly might here is seriously crushing my divine sense. Miao Xiaoqi was also pretty awestruck by this savage mountain. But, since she's a spirit being, she wasn't affected like Chu Xiu. The duo kept moving for another half an hour. Miao Xiaoqi suddenly froze, pointing her tiny finger towards the mountain peak ahead, eyes wide with surprise. Chu Xiu, check that out! What is that? What appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes, way up on the mountain peak, were two human-shaped stone statues. Bet they're not friendly NPCs. Our boy Chu couldn't hide his shock. In a flash, he was right next to one of the statues. Chu Xiu carefully checked it out but found zero abnormalities. Sketchy. Miao Xiaoqi also darted to the other statue to check it. After a quick look, she piped up. This might be what they used to seal those two quasi-emperors. The seal's probably still working, 'cause I'm not sensing any dangerous vibes leaking out. Chu Xiao gave a slight nod.
He then boldly placed a hand on the statue to give it a poke. What could go wrong? The exact moment his foot hit the ground, SHT suddenly hit the fan. The whole scene of dense lightning everywhere just got erased by some invisible hand, vanishing layer by layer. What unfolded before his eyes was a drastic, world-shattering transformation. The unique black rock ground slowly shifted, morphing into soft, fertile soil from the earth. Tiny grass sprouts broke through and grew like crazy, as if time itself here was being turbocharged to the max, spinning in circles like a literal time-lapse vortex. Trees bloomed, birds soared, butterflies flirted with flowers, spirit beasts frolicked. Every living thing popped up one after another like a literal dream sequence. In just a few breaths, not just the peak, but millions of miles of the surrounding thundermarsh totally transformed. The rolling sea of thunder vanished, replaced by a world absolutely bursting with life. Watching this, Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed. Bro had never seen a transformation this wild before. Miao Xiaoqi was also stunned, speechless, jaw dropped at the sight. "Oh Miao, it's so beautiful." Miao Xiaoqi couldn't help but gasp. In just a blink, the apocalyptic vibe around them transformed into a land absolutely overflowing with life. Lush green grasslands, beasts frolicking everywhere, spiritual energy surging. It was literally a paradise dropped straight into the mortal world. And that's a wrap for episode 100. Catch you next Wednesday, fellow Taoists. Don't forget to drop a like and a heart in the comments if you enjoyed it. Much love, fam. Chu Xiu and Miao Xiaoqi, after reaching the mountain peak, both unconsciously touched two stone statues, and then something wild went down. Around the Lei Zebing, a 100,000 li radius suddenly transformed into a plain overflowing with life. This is seriously mind-blowing. Both Chu Xiu and Miao Xiaoqi couldn't believe it. What in the world just happened? What's next for our heroes? Find out with this narrator in this very episode. At this moment, after just a few breaths, the vibrant green fully enveloped the entire vast plain surrounding the mountain peak. Miao Xiaoqi joyfully bounced around. "Whoa, this is totally magical. The scenery here is just too beautiful." Chu Xiu turned, scanning the surroundings, and as his gaze swept past an old pine tree with dense branches, his eyes suddenly froze. What he saw appeared right before Chu Xiu's very eyes. Right now, beneath that ancient pine tree, a man and a woman sat facing each other, leisurely playing a game of chess. Both had youthful appearances, around their 20s. One wore white robes, exuding a peerless aura, while the other wore long blue robes, possessing an elegant and ethereal temperament. As if noticing Chu Xiu's intense gaze, the man in white robes set down the chess piece in his right hand. He slowly turned his head to look at Chu Xiu, his blue eyes like bloodstones gently shifting. A gentle smile played on the corner of his lips as he said, "You've arrived." The voice that came out was incredibly ancient, a stark contrast to his youthful face, sending shivers down Chu Xiu's spine. Chu Xiu said nothing, a glint of blood-red light flashing in his eyes as he thought to himself, "This guy looks young, but his voice is ancient and coarse." From what he said, it's like he knew I was definitely coming. At this moment, the woman in the slit blue dress also turned her head to look at Chu Xiu, her lips subtly curling into a sarcastic smile. But in a flash, that smile morphed into deep resentment, like a forsaken waifu. Her deep eyes glowed crimson, like blood filled with murderous intent, as she stared at Chu Xiu. Her crimson lips parted, uttering a sorrowful lament. "Chu Xiu, you made us wait a full 100,000 years. This girl's heart truly aches." Her voice was enchanting and mesmerizing, making anyone who heard it feel as if they were sinking into a trance. Unconsciously, the sharp allure and captivating charm in her eyes were truly mesmerizing. Chu Xiu's eyes twitched, and he unconsciously took a step back. Miao Xiaoqi was also spooked by the woman's gaze, instinctively scrambling to hide behind Chu Xiu. "Meow meow, that woman is way too scary." Chu Xiu still tried to maintain his composure. If he still couldn't figure out who these two were by now, he'd officially have brain damage. Old Chu casually murmured, "They must be the two people sealed on this mountain peak that Lei Yuan mentioned." Having said that to Miao Xiaoqi, Chu Xiao immediately turned to face the two, asking in a deep voice, "When did you break the seal? And how in the world do you recognize me?" The distance between old Chu and those two was now only about 5,000 zhang, close enough to be suffocating. If he wanted to run now, it was probably already too late. Miao Xiaoqi's fur stood on end. She stared intently at the man and woman, silently communicating to Chu Xiu through spiritual transmission. "Chu Xiu, I'm so sorry. I used some divine ability to enchant me, and I carelessly fell into their trap." Chu Xiu gently shook his head in reply, "Don't panic. They probably haven't fully broken the seal yet. They can only unleash a fraction of their power, which is what created this weird spatial phenomenon." Old Chu thought to himself, Lei Yuan's glazed bridge hasn't shattered yet, which means they probably haven't completely broken free from the seal. This must just be a fraction of their power leaking out, creating this anomalous spatial phenomenon. Otherwise, why bother with all this small talk? In front of them, I'm just an ant. They could have ended me the moment we met. At this moment, facing old Demon Chu's question, the woman in the blue dress suddenly stood up. She smiled subtly, but that smile was as cold as bone-chilling snow. Her eyes seemed to burn with the desire to incinerate souls, her killing intent surging in waves as she spoke. Your name, Chu Xiu, old Demon Chu, echoes throughout the entire starry cosmos. Back then, you blood-bathed my clan, devouring even my home planet. Even if you turned to dust, I would still recognize you. The moment she finished speaking, the woman in the blue dress instantly appeared right in front of Chu Xiu. Old Chu didn't flee. He stood his ground, motionless, staring at her without wavering. Miao Shaoqi was utterly worried, frantically hugging Chu Xiao's waist, ready to jump into battle mode at any second to protect him. The woman in the blue dress, her eyes brimming with murderous intent and hatred, glared at Chu Xiu. She gritted her teeth and continued, My master, my kin, my friends, they all perished by your hands. I hate that I can't devour your flesh and drink your essence blood to appease the spirits of my clansmen. Chu Xiu watched as she grew more agitated with each word. He couldn't help but frown and ask, Did I do something so terrible that I can't even remember causing such a huge calamity? Why do I have no recollection of any of this? Let me tell you, don't casually slander innocent people. Be careful, I could sue you for defamation, you know? Old Chu's voice was as calm as ever, but beneath his skin his aura was slowly surging, ready for a bloody showdown. After hearing all of Chu Xiu's denials, the woman in blue robes paused for a moment. It was as if she had just realized something. Hesitating in silence for a brief instant, the woman in the blue dress lightly gritted her teeth before coldly stating, Right. You still haven't recognized us yet, have you? At this moment, the man in white robes also slowly rose, facing Chu Xiu. A faint smile still played on his lips, his expression as calm and unhurried as an autumn breeze sweeping over water. He spoke in a deep, steady voice. Chu Xiu, with your intellect, surely you've already figured out where we're from? Hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression shifted slightly, and a flash of inspiration ignited in his mind. He replied in a deep voice. You came from the Honghuang starry sky, the Wanzhou Hao Ji of the cosmos, aren't you? What was the meaning behind those strange, perplexing words you just uttered? Don't tell me you crossed the river of time just to kill me. Clap, clap, clap! The man in white robes clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his voice full of admiration. Aha! Truly worthy of being the Demon Lord whose very name makes 10,000 races shiver in their boots. Old Demon Chu. Suddenly, the handsome, pale face of the man in white robes twisted. His expression instantly turned fierce and savage, killing intent like a cold knife piercing through the void as he stared at Chu Xiao. He sneered. Old Demon Chu, do you know the immense price we paid to return to the past and kill you? We didn't hesitate to undergo the Shengyuan baptism, all so we could crush you before you even formed, burying you in your cradle and wiping you out. Chu Xiao immediately frowned, thinking to himself, Shengyuan baptism? What the heck is that? Although the full story isn't clear, I can guess that their immortal bodies must be related to that ritual. As for why they crossed the river of time just to off me, this venerable one can totally understand. It must be because my future self was so unbelievably powerful that it drove them to despair. With no other choice, they had to find a way to return to the past and try to nip me in the bud. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu continued to press with questions. If you wanted to take my life, then why did you end up 100,000 years in the past and get sealed in this place? Hearing this, the man in white robes threw back his head and laughed wildly like a madman. The woman in blue robes also crossed her arms, a subtle smile on her face, her graceful figure trembling slightly like a flower petal in the spring breeze. After a moment, the man in white robes finally stopped laughing. He coldly looked at Chu Xiu and said, Don't tell me you actually thought our first stop after crossing the river of time was 100,000 years ago? Truth be told, our very first landing point was this current time. The woman in the blue dress interjected. For various reasons, we couldn't enter the Tianqiang continents. And since you, at this very moment, were on the Taiji ancient star, we simply descended directly here instead. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's pupils slightly constricted, his face full of disbelief. He looked at the two and asked suspiciously, So, you've already been to the present time once before? The woman in blue robes replied with a faint smile. Looks like you finally caught on, didn't you? So why did you two come here, 100,000 years ago? Chu Xiu pressed, a bold guess slowly forming in his mind. The blue-robed woman unexpectedly reached out, stroking Chu Xiu's chin, a faint smile playing on her lips as she casually explained, Because you ran away. You used a time shuttle to cross the river of time and return 100,000 years into the past. To chase you, we could only follow you back to that exact point, 100,000 years ago. You even used an insidious scheme to create the false impression that you were still on Taiji Ancient Star, making us think you were still here, only for us to fall into your trap when we stepped onto the Taiji Ancient Star of 100,000 years ago. As she spoke, the blue-robed woman's hand dared to brush against Chu Xiu's cannon. Her action caught him completely off guard. Things moved too fast. Old Chu genuinely couldn't react. He could only stand there stunned, praying this woman wouldn't damage his flirting tool. But life ain't no fairy tale, and what you fear most always comes true. That cannon, hidden in Chu Xiu's pants, was now tightly gripped in her hand. The blue-robed woman then leaned her mouth close to Chu Xiu's ear and chillingly stated, "You even teamed up with a female quasi-emperor named Tai Suzi, arranging for her to instantly descend upon Taiji Ancient Star and seal us here. It's truly you, old devil Chu. When it comes to sinister schemes, you truly are number one." Having said that, the blue-robed woman showed no mercy. She decisively crushed the carrion chicken Chu Xiu had nurtured for so many years. I wouldn't say it stings or hurts at all. Old Chu's face went pale. Even with his astonishing regeneration secret art, he couldn't help but let out a cry of agony. This was precisely why, after he matured, whenever he met the blue-robed woman's clansmen, he would act so decisively and ruthlessly. Chu Xiu's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. After hearing her words, everything in his mind finally clicked. Old Chu, trembling from groin pain, thought to himself, even if she hasn't undone the seal, just a bit of externalized power, and her grip is this strong. No wonder Tai Su Dizun could arrive just in time to seal these two. No wonder she knew about me. So it turns out I really did cross the river of time, returning 100,000 years ago. The only thing that still bothered Chu Xiu was, why, after returning 100,000 years ago, did I not immediately descend upon Taiji Ancient Star with Tai Su Dizun? Why didn't I use the properties of the one true Dao seed to directly devour those two? Thinking this, he asked his question in a deep voice. As for the opponent knowing his one true Dao seed secret, Chu Xiu wasn't surprised. The blue-robed woman had already said his planet mother had been completely devoured by him, not a speck of dust left. The white-robed man appeared very patient, slowly opening his mouth. Time is a tangled mess, like a ball of yarn. If someone secretly crosses the river of time to hunt down an opponent with overly great strength, they will be rejected by the heavenly Dabio's laws, possibly even annihilated on the spot. And a cautious person like you, how could you take such a risk? You would surely arrange for your future self, from 100,000 years later, to return and devour us, minimizing all risks. It's just that you didn't foresee that our speed in breaking the seal would be much faster than you anticipated. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed, finally understanding everything. Old Chu coldly glared at the two from head to toe, then chastised them in a deep voice. To destroy me, you two truly plotted hundreds of schemes and thousands of stratagems. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the time heavenly Dao? The blue-robed woman had now returned to the white-robed man's side, covering her mouth and giggling. Her laughter was crisp, yet her face was as emotionless as ice, sending shivers down listeners' spines. Her blood-red eyes stared intently at Chu Xiu. She gritted her teeth and said, "As long as we can kill you, who cares if we're erased by the laws of time? Everything is worth it." Chu Xiu took a deep breath, pondering, and continued to ask, "According to your description, if my future self is truly that powerful, then aren't there ways to counter time-traveling sneak attacks like yours?" No sooner had he finished speaking, a trace of doubt flashed in old Chu's eyes as he thought, could it be that my future self could only stand by and watch myriad races time travel to kill me before I even matured? No, that's impossible. If there is a future, my present self will surely overcome this calamity. Time is inherently a continuous loop without gaps. Someone destined to defy the heavenly Dago, like me, cannot possibly die for no reason while still developing like this. The white-robed man sighed softly, then shook his head, saying, "To seek the Dao of Quasi-Emperor, you disappeared. No one knew where you went. Your traces vanished from the entire universe. That's why we saw our opportunity and came up with this plan." Hearing this, Chu Xiu's heart stirred slightly as he thought, these words truly contain too much crucial information. It also means my future self hasn't yet stepped through the gate of Quasi-Emperor, but my strength was already enough to sweep across the heavens, making the starry sky of myriad races stained with blood. And when I suddenly disappeared from the universe, it was precisely to seek an opportunity to break through to Quasi-Emperor. Thinking this, Chu Xiu's eyes quietly darkened. He vaguely guessed where he had gone. If not staying in the grand desolation starry sky, then there's only one possibility. I found a way back to Blue Star, returned to that place, cultivated techniques, and undertook the most crucial breakthrough of my life, because I once surmised that the heavenly Dasao couldn't interfere with Blue Star. And if that's the case, then that place would be the safest location to break through to Quasi-Emperor. A myriad of thoughts surged in his mind. Step by step, Chu Xiu deciphered the entire karmic maelstrom engulfing him. My future self cultivated into a saint king, sweeping across the starry sky, making myriad races dare not raise their heads. Then, when I disappeared to seek Quasi-Emperor, these two in front of me seized the opportunity, using a grand time art to secretly cross the river of time and return to the past, aiming to nip me in the bud. At that time, my past self was on Taiji Ancient Star, besieged by two quasi-emperors. Unable to resist, I had no choice but to crush the time shuttle, traveling back 100,000 years ago. Those two also chased after me. I don't know how, but I befriended Tai Su Dizun, asking her to help me come to Taiji Ancient Star and seal these two individuals. Then, 100,000 years later, I would return to this place to complete the devouring. Indeed, worthy of me. Chu Xiu broke into a slight, insidious smile, secretly marveling at his own profound schemes so deep that his current self couldn't help but admire them. Thinking of this, old Chu slightly tilted his head towards Miao Xiaoqi and transmitted his voice. Miao Xiaoqi, has my past self refined the innate sword embryo yet? Has he obtained the heavenly emperor's sword after fusion? Because that is the true key. Miao Xiaoqi gently shook her head, her low yet clear voice resounding in Chu Xiu's sea of consciousness. You must remember, innate treasures are the most special existences in the heavens and earth. They are fundamentally unaffected by the river of time. Across countless points in time, there can only ever be one innate supreme treasure. This is an eternally unchanging principle. If your future self already possesses an innate treasure, then your current self naturally cannot have it. Now that the treasure is in your hands, there's only one possibility. Your future self never possessed this item, and you being able to obtain it now is very likely due to your future self's deliberate arrangements. He must have encountered an obstacle during his quasi-emperor breakthrough, which is why he needs you now to seize these supreme treasures and help him overcome this calamity. Miao Xiaoqi sighed. It's just that your future self is truly terrifyingly powerful. He clearly didn't have an innate supreme treasure in hand, yet still, in his Saint King body, rampaged through the universe, unrivaled in the starry sky. Chu Xiu mumbled to himself. So, it's very possible that even that black-bone talisman, my future self, never possessed it either. An idea flashed, and his mind instantly cleared. Now wasn't the time to think about such distant matters. Chu Xiu slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as winter ice, sweeping towards the two people standing silently beneath the ancient pine. He spoke in a calm, steady voice. You've talked enough, and you've stalled for enough time. Now, it's time to send you two on your way. Old Chu's ice-cold voice echoed throughout the space. The blue-robed woman chuckled coldly, her arrogant expression utterly unmoved. Chu Xiu, do you really think your current self is qualified to face us? If I wanted to take your life, it would be no different from crushing a chick. Chu Xiu, I'll give you one last half incense stick's time. Any final words before you meet your end? This chick really gave Chu Xiu half an incense stick's time to spit out his last words before he bit the dust. She's playing innocent, but she's actually just stalling to break the seal. How will Chu Xiu deal with these two? Get ready, fellow Taoists, and let's find out in this episode. Just then, Miao Xiaoqi gently clutched Chu Xiu's arm, then carefully sent a telepathic message. Chu Xiu, you gotta remember one thing. The Tiandijian is an innate treasure, the most special existence in all of creation. It's totally immune to any laws or rules, even the mighty river of time itself. Across countless points in time, from the present to the future, only one Tiandijian, the innate supreme treasure, can exist. This is an eternal, unchanging truth. If your future self already possessed that innate treasure, then your present self couldn't possibly have it. But now, this treasure is in your hands. That means there's only one explanation. Your future self never truly owned it. The fact that you can seize it now, it's very likely that your future self deliberately set this up. Why would your future self set things up this way? My guess is he definitely hit a major roadblock while trying to level up to Quasi-Emperor. That's why he needs you in this timeline to snatch these treasures, to help him overcome that brutal tribulation. It's just that your future self is seriously terrifyingly powerful. Dude didn't even have the innate supreme treasure, yet he still roamed the universe as a saint king, absolutely unrivaled across the starry sky. Miao Xiaoqi said this, her eyes brimming with admiration, never once leaving Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu slightly frowned, thinking to himself, wait, so my future self probably never even held that mysterious black-bone talisman either? A flash of thought, and Chu Xiu's mind snapped back into focus. Now wasn't the time to deep dive into distant theories. If he couldn't figure it out right away, he'd shelf it. The immediate, urgent task? Dealing with these two clowns. Chu Xiu slowly swept his ice-cold, razor-sharp gaze toward the two figures standing frozen beneath that ancient pine. His entire being erupted with sky-high killing intent, and he let out a cold laugh. "All right then, before you two even think about lifting that seal, I'll deal with you first. You've stalled enough. Now it's time to send you to the afterlife." Lao Chu's voice, thick with murderous intent and icy coldness, echoed ominously throughout the space. The blue-robed woman heard this, and let out a soft, cold laugh. Her face full of utter disdain, she stared at Chu Xiu, her arrogant expression totally unwavering. She sneered. "Ha ha, Chu Xiu, you think you're our opponent now? Chu Xiu, do you really believe you're qualified to stand against us? If I wanted your life, it'd be like crushing a tiny ant." Hearing that, Chu Xiu curled his lips into a sneer, his eyes blazing with undisguised contempt. "Cut the act," he scoffed. "A pathetic, clumsy performance like that, and you actually dare put it on for me?" With that, Chu Xiu slowly lifted his foot and stepped forward, his aura like a towering mountain. Each deliberate step he took caused the surrounding space to visibly tremble. The blue-robed woman subtly frowned. She quietly glanced at the white-robed man beside her and whispered, "How are the preparations coming along, though?" The white-robed man gently shook his head, his expression grim and solemn as he replied, "Almost there, just a little more. If we can stall for another half an hour, we can shatter the seal, and then we can immediately move to take his life." Right at that moment, the space above Chu Xiu's head suddenly warped and twisted. Sky-high blood kwai exploded forth, and with it, a blood-red planet slowly materialized in the void, painting the entire sky a desolate, blood-scarlet hue. Seeing this horrifying sight, Bai Zi's and Lan Dai's eyes instantly constricted, their bodies trembling slightly. This was the raw instinct of their souls, recoiling in terror before a true powerhouse. This very blood-red planet had once devoured countless worlds, countless members of their own race. It was a nightmare carved deep into the very core of their beings. At this very moment, right in the center of that blood-red planet, a throne condensed from pure blood essence gradually materialized. Upon the throne, an illusory figure, clad in imperial robes, sat in silent majesty. His colossal form was like an ancient deity amidst the boundless universe. Even if the cosmos crumbled, he would remain calmly seated, single-handedly shouldering the heavens and earth. His eyes shimmered with golden light, like a divine emperor high above the 9 heavens, looking down upon all living beings with supreme arrogance, suppressing the 9 continents, and encompassing the myriad worlds. Bai Ze's body couldn't help but tremble. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward, shielding Lan Dai. He then raised his head, glaring at the figure on the blood throne, his voice thick with hatred and sorrow. "Chu Xiu, there will come a day when the heavenly Tao judges you. A heretic like you is absolutely unforgivable." Hearing that, the illusory figure of Chu Xiu on the blood throne curled his lips into a cold, mocking smile. "The heavenly Tao? That isn't even qualified to judge me yet. There will come a day when I step above the heavenly Tao itself." As he finished speaking, Chu Xiu's figure suddenly stirred. He slowly raised a single hand, his palm pointed directly towards Bai Ze and Lan Dai. Bai Ze was horrified by this, his eyes flaring with rage as he roared, "What are you doing?" The illusory figure of Chu Xiu in white robes also extended its hand. Countless blood threads shot out from his body. These blood-colored spiritual threads looked just like threads of fate, slowly coiling towards the two standing below. "Bai Zen, he's coming! If this keeps up, even we'll be devoured by that monstrous fiend," the blue-robed woman urgently transmitted. Her eyes were wide with unmasked worry. The white-robed man clenched his right hand, his left tightly grasping Lan Dai's hand, as if he had just steeled his resolve. Bai Zi spoke in a deep, resolute voice. "For the heavenly Tao's cycle, for the future of the myriad races, for our homeland that has rotted away in the river of time, we must eliminate him. He is an anomaly. The heavenly Tao will not tolerate him." Bai Zi then sent a solemn telepathic message. "Lan Di, you must remember, at this exact moment, Chu Xiu is still very weak. He can only devour us one by one. Next, I'll do my absolute best to delay the speed at which he deploys his Davio seed. You must seize that chance to shatter the seal. Once you succeed, immediately strike and take his life." When Bai Zi said this, Lan Dai's nose suddenly stung, and tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Bai Zi with raw, heartbreaking sorrow. 100,000 years. Living and dying together for 100,000 years. Even stones can develop feelings, let alone two beings who can laugh and feel pain. All right, Lan Dai, you absolutely must destroy that Demon Lord Chu Xiu. We cannot let history repeat itself. Chu Xiu must go meet the King of Hell. Bai Zhen, gently reached out and embraced Landai one last time. He knew that after this, he would no longer be by her side. 100,000 years together, and making this decision was the one thing he least wanted. He held her close in the bone-chilling cold, his heart wrenching, unable to let go for one final agonizing moment. She choked back a sob, her eyes blurred, unable to utter a single word, only able to silently watch him go. While the two were exchanging their telepathic farewells, Chu Xiu had already halted at a distance of 500 zang. His eyes, brimming with utter indifference, swept over both of them. Seeing them speechless, Lao Chu's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. "Looks like my guess wasn't wrong after all," he drawled. "You two are already panicking, aren't you? Strong on the outside but absolute frauds on the inside. Truly, all bark and no bite. Trying to conjure up a pocket dimension like this is your current limit, right? Old Demon Chu, don't get too complacent. You seriously think your current strength is enough to just gobble us up?" Bai Diazine let out a cold sneer, his tone absolutely thick with sarcasm and provocation. He added, "You're too weak as a newborn chick. You're not even worthy to carry my damn cultivation manuals." Bai Zhen's one simple goal was to absolutely enrage Chu Xiu, to force him to strike and devour him first, thereby creating an opening for Landai to shatter the seal and seize a chance at survival. But Chu Xiu wasn't triggered at all. He simply flicked a glance at Bai Zhe, his eyes as indifferent and cold as thousand-year ice. Lao Chu then curled his lips into a small, mocking smile and simply replied, "Oh, really now?" At that very moment, those blood threads weren't aimed at Bai Zhen at all. Instead, they swerved around him, heading straight for Landai, who was standing helplessly behind him. This unexpected turn of events was completely outside Bai Zhen's calculations. In a flash, Suo Xiu's blood-red spiritual threads tightly bound Lan Diep. This waifu struggled fiercely but couldn't break free. Lan Diep, face aghast, whispered, "Bai Zhe." A sliver of despair rose in her bloodshot eyes. "Lan Diep!" Bai Zhe screamed in panic, reaching out to save her, but Suo Xiu's blood-red spiritual threads instantly threatened him. Our boy could only watch, helplessly, as his beloved was devoured by Suo Xiu. Suo Xiu sneered with a wicked grin. "What a pair of lovebirds, truly overflowing with affection. Don't worry, she'll be comfortable soon. In fact, she'll enjoy it immensely." The moment Suo Xiu's words left his lips, Lan Diep's body immediately began to tremble violently. She writhed and struggled non-stop, as if something was terribly wrong. Who knows what dark magic old Suo Xiu used to make her squirm like that? "Let her go! If you've got guts, come at me!" Bai Zhe roared, his face twisted with hatred and despair. Behind him, Lan Diep's screams of agony continued without end. Her suffering only fueled Bai Zhe's desperation. At this moment, Suo Xiu suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, his cackles echoing across the heavens and earth. "Haha, you think I didn't see through you? You provoked me just now. Wasn't your goal simply to let that woman survive? Too bad, I just won't let you have your wish. Hehe, are you mad? You guys get it now, don't you? Whether it was 100,000 years ago or 100,000 years from now, relying on you two fundamentally means you can't do a damn thing to me." Suo Xiu laughed loudly, each word a mocking jab, trampling on Bai Zhe's heart. "You want to provoke me, huh? Fine, let's see who breaks first." Bai Zhe's eyes were bloodshot as he watched Lan Diep slowly being encased in blood threads, forming a crimson cocoon. 2 lines of bloody tears streamed down his cheeks, his voice hoarse with hatred. "Demon Lord Suo, I swear I will devour you whole, drink your vital essence dry, and burn your very soul for 10,000 years, never allowing you to reincarnate." Suo Xiu remained silent, his expression outwardly cold, but internally he was devouring Lan Diep with all his might. Bai Zhe's frantic efforts made him realize the two were dangerously close to breaking the seal. If even one of them escaped, it would be an unpredictable, catastrophic disaster for him. The stakes had never been this high. Bai Zhen stopped talking altogether. He had to pour all his strength into breaking that seal. "The seal is almost broken! If I'm fast enough, maybe I can save Lan Diep. Faster! Faster!" he urged himself. Meanwhile, Suo Xiu, while continuing to devour Lan Diep, sneered at Bai Zhe. "The karma of today will be reaped tomorrow. You dare defy the heavens, crossing the river of time and space just to take my life? If I don't die today, when I achieve the invincible Saint King realm, I will hunt down your clan's ancestral grounds deep within the universe, destroy them one by one, and finally, wipe you all out. I'll eradicate your lineage root and stem, scour your ancestral lands to dust, and pour oil on your very foundations. Rest assured I won't leave a single living soul behind. Haha." All the while, Lan Diep continued to writhe and struggle, her face a mask of absolute torment. Meanwhile, Suo Xiu's blood-chilling words sent shivers down Bai Ze's spine, every hair on his neck standing on end. He didn't doubt a single syllable, knowing full well this demon in front of him would absolutely make good on his threats. Bai Zima's mind began to churn in chaos, and his speed in breaking the seal noticeably slowed. "Holy crap, I can't focus," he cursed silently in desperation. Seeing Bai Zi tremble, Suo Xiu's lips curled into a cold, unending smirk. He was inwardly ecstatic, thinking, "Idiots. You want to play mind games with me? You're not even close." At the same time, a fierce earthquake suddenly rocked Li Shen village, throwing everything into chaos. Villagers tilling their fields stopped dead in their tracks, looking up at the sky with uncertain dread, their eyes wide with panic. What's going on? Has something happened out there? Only Lei Yuan and his grandchild in Lei Shen village knew what was truly unfolding. At this very moment, a monumental event concerning the life and death fate of the myriad spirit heaven and earth within the primordial Taiji star was happening outside. "Suo Xiu, little friend, you must succeed." Lei Yuan was drenched in sweat, his expression extremely tense as he stared skyward. In a Saint King realm powerhouse was agitated with worry, a testament to the sheer gravity of the situation. Lei Xin clenched her fists, mumbling as if in prayer. "Fellow Taoist Suo Xiu, you must succeed. You absolutely cannot let anything happen to you." Elsewhere, within the vast expanse of the Dragon God Palace on the primordial Taiji star, Long Kui suddenly opened her golden dragon eyes. A powerful aura diffused throughout the palace, like divine might itself descending. Her voice, low and majestic, resonated. "Has it begun?" Long Kui murmured, her eyes carrying a hint of worry. "He cannot be allowed to fail. I'd better go see for myself." With that, Long Kui immediately transformed into her true form, a magnificent golden dragon. She slowly lifted a colossal dragon claw, gently swiping it forward. With just that single gesture, a massive rift tore open in space, golden light pouring out like a tide. Her colossal dragon body then transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished into it. After her departure, the spatial rift immediately closed, the area becoming as quiet as if nothing unusual had ever occurred. Now the scene shifts back to the primordial Taiji star, to a thunderswamp region shrouded in flickering lightning and boundless killing intent. On a towering peak, standing like a thousand zang black mountain, a fragment of an illusory spatial anomaly quietly manifested. This was a deadly forbidden zone, the silent battlefield of two quasi-emperors. Suo Xiu stood with hands clasped behind his back in the void, his gaze as cold as frozen bone, watching Bai Zi desperately burning his vital essence, relentlessly attacking the seal. By this point, Lan Diep was almost entirely covered by Suo Xiu's blood-red spiritual threads. Just a little more, and her body would transform into a captivating, crimson mummy. A flicker of interest gleamed in Suo Xiu's eyes as he observed Bai Zi. Then he softly asked, "I'm genuinely curious. You clearly didn't seal yourselves, so how did you manage to survive for a grueling 100,000 years?" Hearing this, Bai Zi's expression instantly changed. His brows furrowed tightly, as if etched with an ancient curse. He gritted his teeth and coldly retorted, "You think I'd ever tell you?" As he finished speaking, Bai Zi's gaze involuntarily flickered towards the cocoon behind him. Floating there was a bizarre blood-red cocoon, the very place where Lan Diep was being refined by Suo Xiu's secret technique. Burning rage flared in Bai Zi's heart. He hated that he couldn't endure the torment in her stead, but he was utterly powerless. Suo Xiu gave a soft, taunting chuckle, his tone playful like a predator toying with its prey. "How about this? You tell me that secret, and I'll release her, deal?" Hearing this, Bai Zi let out a cold laugh, his voice hoarse and low like rolling stones in a chasm. "You think I'd trust you? Ooh, who doesn't know you, old demon Suo? You're a faithless oathbreaker, a sinister schemer, a truly great evil, a man whose word means absolutely nothing, a despicable scoundrel, an unforgivable villain." Bai Zi's words were utterly foul, yet they didn't anger Suo Xiu in the slightest. He merely sighed softly, replying with a feigned regret, "Ah, if you won't say it, then so be it. Even without your words, I've already pieced together quite a bit. That so-called saint origin baptism must be closely linked to the immortal matter found in the outer heavens. It's said that any cultivator who enters the outer heavens can achieve true immortality. That must be the key." Bai Zi truly lived up to his reputation as an ancient cultivator who had survived for 100,000 years. Even under such intense questioning, he revealed no flaws, neither admitting nor denying a thing. Suo Xiu, appearing calm, then softly smiled and mused. "Interesting. So,
What kind of place is this outer heavens, really? On Taiji Ancient Star, in the Thunder Swamp, atop a massive black mountain, the life and death struggle between Xiao Lao Mo and Bai Zhe has fallen eerily quiet. One side fully refining Lan Diep, the other relentlessly burning his essence blood to shatter a seal. Both sides are in a desperate, evenly matched standoff. Our boy Xiao Xiu closed his eyes, clearly feeling his Daoyo seed absolutely devouring a unique energy from Lan Diep. This power surged into his Dao seed, making the great Dao he cultivated rapidly expand, and his strength was skyrocketing. This feeling was insane, sending Xiao Xiu into a euphoric trance like he'd found paradise. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is great!" The faster the refining, the more massive the sense of achievement. No wonder she's a full-fledged quasi-emperor expert. At this rate, after devouring Lan Diep, my 5 elements might even reach the Great Saint realm. And if I devour Bai Zhe too, my 9 origins will level up to Great Saint. Could my strength then contend with a Saint King? Thinking this, Xiao Xiu's eyes on Bai Zhe practically glowed with desire. He unconsciously licked his lips. Mine. All mine. Time ticked by, and the assimilation speed grew faster and faster. The blood-red phenomenon above Xiao Xiu's head also underwent some freaking astonishing changes. Above the blood-colored throne, a blood river suddenly appeared. This was the manifestation of the Tao of Unity. It looked somewhat similar to the surging blood river projection that appeared in the sky of Heavenly Firmament Continent when he crossed his saint body tribulation. Only this blood river above Xiao Xiao's head was much, much smaller. 4 thumb-thick blood threads hung down from the blood river, extending into the void. Nobody knew where they ended, but only Xiao Xiu was in on the secret. Those 4 blood threads were directly connected to Ai Kun, Tushan Yu, Tushan Qingshu, and Ming Yaozi. Right at the moment of extreme fluctuation, a crisp crack echoed from above. Both Xiao Xiu and Bai Zhe instinctively looked up at the same time, their gazes locking on to the blood-red cocoon. The crack on the blood-red cocoon gradually spread, shaking violently before shattering into countless strands of blood-red liquid, scattering in the air. Lan Diep simultaneously stepped out from within the cocoon. Seeing her, Bai Zhe's face was a mix of shock and pure emotion as he exclaimed, "Lan Diep, she's out of the cocoon!" Lan Diep remained completely still, her eyes tightly shut. She was unchanged, as beautiful and alluring as ever. Blood flames erupted around Bai Zhe, his whole body trembling as he stepped forward. He reached out a trembling hand as if to catch Lan Diep. "This is great!" "Lan Diep, you're not hurt. Are you okay?" Lan Diep didn't say a single word. Her vacant eyes flickered slightly, then she straight up ignored Bai Zhe's gaze. She simply took a step, heading straight to where Xiao Xiu was standing. This move left Bai Zhe completely frozen in place, stunned into silence. Immediately after, Lan Diep respectfully knelt down before Xiao Xiu and bowed. "Thank you, Master, for helping me reconstruct my body. Please accept Lan Diep's kowtow." Witnessing this scene, Bai Zhe's face absolutely froze. He glared at Lan Diep, eyes bulging, and screamed, "Lan Diep, what the hell are you doing?" Lan Diep just straight up ignored Bai Zhe, not heeding a single word. She stood up and walked right over to stand beside Xiao Xiu. In a sweet, shy voice, she called out, "Master." Our boy Xiao Laolu reached out, pulled Lan Diep close by the waist, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he nodded contentedly. He smiled and said, "I won't bring up the past anymore. Just make sure you serve your master well from now on." Without a beat, Xiao Lao Mo immediately reached out and gave Lan Diep a pat on her firm backside, making her jump. Lan Diep's face blushed hard, and she shyly leaned her head into Xiao Xiu's shoulder, softly replying, "Yes, master." This sight literally made Bai Zhe go absolutely feral. He was trembling all over, mouth agape as if to speak, but his throat was hoarse, only letting out soft, choking sounds like a wounded beast's roar. Blood tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes. 100,000 years of companionship, just to be forgotten, to become intimate, adoring, and subservient to his mortal enemy today? Bai Zhe clutched his head in agony, his face etched with extreme sorrow, his voice filled with pain echoing non-stop. Why? Why is this happening? Why? As Bai Zhe was still reeling from his ultimate sorrowful question, Lan Diep, with zero chill, walked up to him and spoke. "Bai Zhe, considering our past relationship, I advise you to quickly let go of your grudges with Master and accept Master's transformation." Hearing these words, Bai Zhe absolutely exploded in rage. "Lan Diep, what in the world are you saying? You want me to bow down to Xiao Xiu and call him Master? Well, why have you forgotten our clan's extermination grudge? Snap out of it!" "Xiao Xiu, how did you brainwash Lan Diep? What unspeakable filth did you do to her?" Xiao Xiao stood nearby, watching this clown break down. He lightly licked his lips, his cold gaze sweeping over Bai Zhe, who was falling into the depths of suffering, then revealed a gentle smile and said, "Don't be sad. No need to be afraid. I'll let you two reunite real soon. He he he." Xiao Xiu didn't hesitate. The blood-red phenomenon above his head began to spin, and strands of blood-red energy, like spirit snakes, slithered down from above, silently crawling towards Bai Zhe. Xiao Xiu understood the principle very well, that villains die from monologuing, so our boy Xiao Lao Mo was not about to let anyone flip the script when he had the advantage. However, Xiao Xiu was half a second too slow. The blood-red threads hadn't even reached Bai Zhe's body before they were blocked by an invisible wall of power. Bai Zhe slowly lifted his head. Underneath his wild silver hair, a ferocious face filled with venomous resentment was revealed. "Xiao Xiao, I'm ending you today." As soon as he spoke, boom! The lapis lazuli orb within Xiao Xiu's spatial ring shattered into pieces. At the very moment Bai Zhe raised his head, Xiao Lao Mo immediately knew he had escaped the seal. Xiao Xiu's pupils instantly contracted, his terrified eyes locked on Bai Zhe as he thought, "Did the seal just break out of nowhere? GTFO, my life comes first." With the seal shattered, the illusory realm of vitality created by Bai Zhe vanished in a flash. Everything before his eyes snapped back to the thunder swamp. The gigantic black mountain crumbled, raging thunder, roaring heavenly might. The scene was utterly apocalyptic. Xiao Xiu's face twisted in alarm, and he groaned softly. "Plot armor activate. Are you really the MC or something? And you can burst out with power at the most crucial moment?" Having escaped the seal, Bai Zhe's aura exploded, like a roaring mountain and a raging sea. He pressed closer to Xiao Xiu step by step. Even if he'd been sealed for 100,000 years, as a quasi-emperor, his foundation was still solid. Even if weakened, he was not in the same league as Xiao Xiu. "Xiao Xiu, I already said it. I want to eat your flesh, drink your essence blood, burn your soul for millennia, making you never, ever reincarnate." Bai Zhe's voice was hoarse, ancient, and absolutely dripping with venom. And honestly, it made sense. His waifu was just devoured by someone else right in front of him, who wouldn't lose their mind. Xiao Xiu had no hesitation. He grabbed Miao Xiaoqi, and following a pre-existing route, jumped off the mountain peak. His figure, like a ghostly phantom, nimbly glided through the chaotic thunder rocks. While running, he turned his head back, and, with a straight face, said, "My dude, you're a literal quasi-emperor expert. Why are you losing your damn mind over a girl like this? Is she even worth it? Maybe we can negotiate? How about this? I'll help you find some prime waifus. Peerless beauties, gentle, and they know how to serve. You let me go, what called you say?" Even if Xiao Xiu used his full speed, Bai Zhe stuck to him like glue, following closely behind. The reason the opposite didn't immediately make a move was largely because he needed a guide to leave this mountain. After all, this place was littered with killing formations and deadly traps. Even as a freshly unsealed quasi-emperor, Bai Zhe was suppressed to the Saint King realm by the heavenly laws. Without a guide, he'd walk straight into traps if he wasn't careful, certainly suffering serious injuries, or even perishing. Bai Zhe's face was expressionless. Facing Xiao Xiu, he acted cold, silently following closely behind, his face darkening with rage, his killing intent chilling to the bone. He shouted, "Xiao Xiu, I'm taking your life today. Lan Diep, stay back, don't get involved. Xiao Lao Mo, prepare to die." As Bai Zhe spoke, he unleashed a torrent of blue sword qi, swinging them directly towards Xiao Xiu. Swish! 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 A literal rain of sword qi poured down. Xiao Lao Lu, using his agile movement secret art, was desperately trying to outrun him down the mountain, all while sweet-talking the opposite. "Bro, you really don't believe me? I can swear on the freaking heavenly Dapio, I'll find you." White skin, beautiful, hot bods, long legs, totally pliant, and gentle. "Shut up!" Bai Zhe was beyond annoyed. His roar echoed like thunder, his face cold as a demon, and his crimson eyes blazed with cold light. "Xiao Lao Mo, I told you, I'm taking your life today." Another chillingly sharp rain of sword Q once again swung out, raining down on Xiao Xiu's head. Xiao Lao Lu leaped, dodging the dense, sharp rain of sword Qi pouring down, his body shooting out like an arrow from a bow, long black hair flying. He narrowed his eyes and sent a mental message to Miao Xiaoqi. "Did Long Shen get here yet?" Miao Xiaoqi shook her head, a hint of unease in her voice. "I don't know either. The cat can't even climb this mountain. Even if she came, she'd have to wait at the base." Xiao Zhu's face went pale. He glanced at Bai Zhe, who was chasing behind. Terrifyingly calm, not a flicker of emotion, his steps leisurely as he pursued. Xiao Zhu softly muttered, "This dude is too scary. Unstable as hell, he clearly could have ended me right after breaking the seal.
Yet he's still enduring just to find an exit from this place. Bad move on my part. I didn't expect the seal to be shattered so fast. Miao Xiaoqi pouted, giving Xiao Xiu a side-eye, and said with a hint of annoyance, "Isn't this all because you wanted to piss him off? Now look where that got us." Xiao Xiu was running and forcing a bitter smile. My plan was to slow him down. Who knew this dude would just turn grief and indignation into pure power, going berserk at the drop of a hat. Now, go check if Long Shen has arrived yet. If she hasn't, I can only use my trump card to deal with this absolute madman. Miao Xiaoqi also knew the urgency of the situation. She nodded, then instantly reverted to her true form. "Wait for my signal! Meow!" The figure of the black cat vanished in a flash right there. After the little black cat zipped off, Xiao Xiu kept hauling ass down the mountain. Bai Xing kept up fierce attacks, but never went for the kill. This raised some red flags for Xiao Xiu. This dude still hasn't made a move to kill me. What's he holding back for? Suddenly, Lei Xin, looking stressed, urgently sent a sound transmission to remind him. "Taoist friend Xiao Yu, listen up. You absolutely must not go down the mountain." Although the seal in Lei Zi has been removed, there's still residual power suppressing Bai Zi's strength. If you go down, Bai Zi's power will be exponentially higher than it is now. Hearing that, Xiao Xiu slammed on the brakes, then decisively spun around to look towards Bai Zi. So that's it. The only reason Xiao Xiu wasn't completely panicked was because he still held the quasi-emperor jade talisman Luo Yi left him. Seeing Xiao Xiu suddenly turn around, Bai Zi blinked, a little surprised as he asked, "Why aren't you running down the mountain anymore?" Xiao Xiu's eyes were filled with gravity as he cursed internally. "Going down the mountain is a death sentence. Staying here, maybe there's still a sliver of hope." Bai Zi's blood-red eyes drilled into Xiao Xiu's, fleeing back. "Lan Diep, just wait a little longer. I will definitely avenge you. There's only at most less than an hour left until I can leave this damn mountain. By then, I will no longer have any effing scruples about dealing with Xiao Lao Mo." Of course, Bai Zi still had another option. Capture Xiao Xiu alive, forcefully search his soul, and thereby seize the safe route down the mountain. But doing so would bring great danger. What if Xiao Xiu just self-destructs his soul out of spite? His escape route down the mountain would be toast. Xiao Xiu has a trump card, so he can gamble. Bai Zi can't. The human heart is inherently greedy. Bai Zi not only wanted revenge for Lan Diep, but also his own freedom. He was sealed for 100,000 years, struggled like hell to escape his predicament and regain freedom. No way he's dying here. Moreover, he was absolutely confident he could handle Xiao Xiu after going down the mountain, so keeping Xiao Xiu for another hour wouldn't derail his plan at all. At this moment, Miao Xiaoqi, who went down the mountain to find Long Shen, also just returned. She immediately reported, "Xiao Xiu, this isn't good." Long Shen didn't show up at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Xiu frowned, hurriedly asking, "Did she not want to come, or could she not come?" Miao Xiaoqi's voice, full of worry, replied, "She probably couldn't make it. Even though Long Shen's temper is a bit bad, she promised, and she absolutely won't break her word." Hearing Miao Xiaoqi say this, Xiao Xiao frowned, pondering, why couldn't she make it? Could it be that she was stopped? Who could it be? On Taiji Ancient Star, currently, the only one who could stop Long Shen is a single person, Tian. Seeing Chu Xiu lost in thought, Mu Xiaoqi, with a worried look, continued to transmit his voice, asking, "What do we do now? If we go down the mountain, that dude will definitely move to kill you. If we don't go down, there's a chance they'll capture us alive anyway. We're in a total no-win situation, so what's the play here?" Chu Xiu, do you have any more ace cards? Are you sure you can deal with the one pulling the strings behind us? In response to Mo Xiaoqi's frantic questions, Chu Xiu remained utterly silent. Our boy stopped, his body standing on a rock. And at the same time, he turned his head back, speaking to Lan Dai. "Lan Dai, quickly find somewhere to hide. Don't get caught in the crossfire." Hearing Chu Xiu, Lan Dai softly nodded, letting out a faint hum. Seeing Chu Xiu suddenly halt, Bai Zi immediately stopped his pursuit. His figure hovered thousands of feet above. His eyes, blood-red and shining with a cold light, stared intently at Chu Xiu. Bai Zhen curled his lips into a cold smirk, then asked, "What's wrong? Did old man Chu tell you to give up the struggle? Not gonna resist anymore, huh?" Chu Xiu assessed Bai Zi from head to toe. After a moment, he spoke in a deep voice. "Sealed for 100,000 years, Bai Zi? How much of your peak power do you actually have left? Today, I want to test just how strong you are." As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson blood energy boiled around Chu Xiu's body, rising like smoke, surging straight upwards. His long black hair whipped in the wind, carrying an overwhelming battle intent. Seeing this, Bai Zhen flinched slightly, stunned for a brief moment. But Bai Zhen quickly recovered his senses, bursting into loud laughter. He looked at Chu Xiu with eyes full of utter disdain.
Haha, old devil Chu. I admit you have outstanding talent, but the current you is simply too weak. So weak that I could just gently blow on you and end your life. And you actually want to fight me? Talk about overestimating yourself. Chu Xiu coldly snorted, his right hand hidden in his sleeve, clutching the sands of time, which radiated a seven-colored glow. Beneath the sands of time was the purple jade talisman Luo Yi had given him. He curled his lips into a provocative sneer. Can't you live without bragging? Come on then. If you've got the guts, let's have a real fight. A duel like true men. Bai Zi flashed a chilling smile. If you're so eager to court death, then I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, Bai Zi raised his right hand high, slowly condensing a blue energy orb, radiating a terrifying aura, ready to hurl it at Chu Xiu. Seeing this, Chu Xiu hastily raised a hand to stop him. Hold up, fam. Easy there, tiger. If you've got the guts, duel me in the same realm. Using your quasi-emperor cultivation to suppress someone, what kind of man is that? Bai Zi fell silent. He then flashed a cold smile, his figure gradually advancing towards Chu Xiu, intending to capture him alive. At this moment, Chu Xiu suddenly waved his hand, throwing a tiny thumb-sized jade vial towards Bai Zi. Go get him! The jade vial immediately radiated violent energy fluctuations. Bai Zi frowned slightly, leaning aside to dodge. The jade vial instantly exploded as it hit the cliff face. Boom, boom, boom! The shockwave spread for thousands of feet, rising up like a crimson mushroom cloud. Bai Zi's eyelid twitched. You think these little toys can actually hurt me? Chu Xiu curled his lips into a sneer. How would you know if you don't even try? With that, Chu Laoliu continuously swung both hands, throwing jade vials at Bai Zi. His hands were so fast they created afterimages, and he kept throwing them while loudly shouting, "Get out of the way! Don't come near me!" Chu Xiao thought to himself. Good thing I prepared a ton of self-defense weapons before coming here. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering explosions continued, wave after wave. Bai Zi was initially still dodging, but after a while he got annoyed and tired. So he just decisively grabbed them with his palm, crushing them directly. Bai Zi's killing intensified even further. He angrily roared at Chu Xiu. Enough! Do you think this is some kind of game? Chu Xiu remained silent, but he kept throwing the jade vials at Bai Zi, tirelessly. Finally, Chu Xiu managed to make Bai Zi's blood boil. His killing intent surged. He just wanted to instantly crush Chu Xiu into fine powder. But Bai Zi held back, still intent on capturing him alive. Suddenly, Bai Zi's eyes fixed on Chu Xiu's sleeve. Upon realizing something, he glared at Chu Xiu and roared. Are you hiding the sands of time in your sleeve, old devil Chu? Could it be you're trying to use this method to distract me? Seize the chance to crush the sands of time? And cross the time barrier to escape? Hearing Bai Zi, a fleeting look of horror flashed across Chu Xiu's face. He stiffly denied. I'm not. Stop guessing wildly. Bai Zi was furious, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. His figure shot towards Chu Xiu like lightning. Old devil Chu, you truly are a sinister and cunning bastard. This time, I absolutely won't let you escape. Seeing this, Chu Xiu curled his lips into a devious smile. The time has come. It's time to send you on your way. Take this blow from me. As soon as his words fell, a dazzling purple light erupted from behind Chu Xiu, shooting straight into the sky. The purple jade talisman instantly flew and hovered right above Bai Zi's head. It radiated boundless purple light like a hanging sun. Quasi-emperor pressure spread everywhere, an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. In this instant, it felt as if everything in the world fell into complete silence. Seeing this, Bai Zi's pupils instantly constricted. He cried out in terror. This is a quasi-emperor-grade jade talisman. How could you possibly have such a thing? He frantically retreated, wanting to escape, shouting non-stop. No, no, run, quickly run. But it was already too late. The jade talisman fully activated, its aura locking onto his body. The purple light converged and condensed, forming a slender, fair white arm, delicate as a lotus root. Even without seeing the true person, one could guess a peerless, city-toppling beauty. The arm slowly stretched out, the sound of bones cracking ringing out. Bai Zi, his eyes filled with horror, frantically ran towards the mountain peak. Suddenly the hand moved slightly, slowly revealing its index finger, pointing directly at Bai Zi's forehead, accompanied by a message. A little lazy, a little vague, but utterly captivating. Kill! The arm, carrying that voice, uttered a single, concise word, then instantly vanished. In the very moment those words were spoken, Chu Xiu witnessed a series of bizarre changes. First he saw Bai Zi, who was fleeing, suddenly stop, his body stiff, standing motionless on the spot. Chu Xiu was still astonished, wondering what had happened, when he witnessed a horrifying scene unfold before his eyes. This was merely seeing Bai Zi's head suddenly vanish.
fresh blood gushing out in torrents. Next was his neck, then his chest, both arms, his entire upper body. As if an invisible, translucent creature was slowly devouring Bai Zi's body piece by piece. Chu Xiu even heard ghastly chewing and swallowing sounds. Witnessing this directly couldn't help but horrify Chu Xiu. He unconsciously retreated, watching Bai Zi completely devoured in just a few breaths. Chu Xiu sighed, thinking to himself, what a pity. If I could have devoured Bai Zi too, then my cultivation would definitely level up even further. Oh well, can't be too greedy. Devouring Lan Dai was already a huge harvest. After returning, if I seclude myself for a few days, I can break through to the Great Saint Realm. While Chu Xiu was still heartbroken about not being able to devour Bai Zi, Mu Xiaoqi spoke with a worried expression. Chu Xiu, what just happened? Why is a quasi-emperor aura appearing on you? Are you okay? Meow, Chu Xiu calmly replied. It's no biggie. I just used a quasi-emperor jade talisman to deal with Bai Zi. Hearing that, Mu Xiaoqi urged, Hurry! The quasi-emperor aura is spreading. It's definitely going to alarm Tian Nu. It'll absolutely come to check things out. If we run into it, we're in big trouble. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. You go down to the foot of the mountain and wait for me. Mu Xiaoqi obediently replied to Chu Xiu. All right, meow. As Chu Xiu turned to leave, Lan Dai suddenly appeared. She hastily reached out and called him back. Master, you can't leave just yet. Chu Xiu turned back, asking Lan Dai with a puzzled look. Why? Lan Dai began to explain. Don't forget, why did Tai Su Dizun seal Bai Zi and me here all those years ago? Explain. It's because our physiques are extremely special. We fundamentally cannot die. We are inherently immortal and indestructible beings, so even a quasi-emperor jade talisman would find it hard to truly kill him. Chu Xiu was a bit surprised, letting out an oh. Chu Laoliu quickly recovered his senses. He reached out, wrapping an arm around Lan Dai's slender waist, pulling her closer, and sneered as he asked, So that's how it is. Then, why was he so scared when he saw the quasi-emperor jade talisman? Lan Dai didn't dodge Chu Xiu's embrace. She looked at him with a serious expression and replied, An immortal body definitely has its price. Each time it's killed, it becomes weaker. And now he's just escaped his seal. Already very weak. Being killed one more time means he'll probably be even weaker than before. As she said this, Lan Dai showed a pitiful expression, pleading with Chu Xiu. Master, for the sake of my past with Bai Zi, please help him complete his transformation. Lan Dai is willing to repay you with my body. Master, you can make me do anything you want. Chu Laoliu heard the sweet voice and compliant expression of a quasi-emperor, and he was absolutely delighted, bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, all right then, I'll listen to you. As Chu Laoliu spoke, he reached out and embraced Lan Dai's perfectly round peach. After saying this, Chu Xiu transmitted a message to Mo Xiaoqi. Mo Xiaoqi, come up here for a second. Mao Xiaoqi, in his true form, immediately ran up from the foot of the mountain and asked, Why did you call me? Meow. Chu Xiu flashed a cunning smile, speaking to the little black cat. Take this, and go over to Bai Zi. When he revives, feed him everything in this bag. As Chu Laoliu spoke, he took out a cloth bag filled with porcelain vials containing all sorts of poisons, hanging it around the little black cat's neck. The little black cat was puzzled. Are all these things poisons? Meow. Chu Xiu reached out and patted the little cat's head, casually saying, Don't worry, he won't die. I'm just preventing him from retaliating later. Go on now. Mu Xiaoqi smiled. Kid, you're cunning enough, and cautious enough. With that, the cat demon leaped up, soaring towards where Bai Zi lay. Xiao Miao swiftly reached the unconscious Bai Zi. She then meticulously arranged a collection of poison bottles around him, clearly just waiting for him to wake up so she could force-feed him. Suddenly, a weird blue light pulsed from between Bai Zi's brows. Zhao Heimiao's brain immediately blue-screened with a million questions. That blue light swiftly morphed into a terrifying green axe, thin as a cicada's wing but sharper than any blade, emanating a killing intent that ripped through the very fabric of space. As Zhao Heimiao was still trying to process what the heck was going on, that green axe was already heading straight for her head. Zhao Heimiao, quick as lightning, just raised a paw and swatted the axe right back. Our furry fiend was perfectly fine, not even a single cat hair out of place. Talk about an L for the axe. Xiao Miao was not having it. Her sharp eyes flared as she glared at Bai Zi, roaring, You little punk! You still got the audacity to try a sneak attack? Shameless doesn't even begin to cover it. And with that, she started smacking Bai Zi's face repeatedly, leaving a fresh set of plum blossom-shaped paw prints all over him. What followed was a literal rain of cat claws, absolutely mangling Bai Zi's face. He barely managed to gasp out, You!
before passing out cold from pure terror, his face now a canvas of intricate claw marks. Oof, talk about getting bodied. From a distance, Chu Xiu watched the spectacle and finally chimed in. Alright, this kid's already taken enough L's. He won't survive if you keep this up. Just force-feed him the meds already. Xiao Miao reluctantly gave a nod. A scowl etched onto her face as she popped open each poison bottle and directly poured them down Baizin's throat. And just to make sure he swallowed, she even threw in a few heaven-defying kicks to his chest. Good thing Baizin's cultivation was high, otherwise his internal organs would be absolute mush right now. After making sure Baizin wasn't waking up anytime soon, Chu Xiu's gaze turned solemn as he looked into the distance, his voice dropping low. I've got a bad feeling. Tiannu is coming. This place isn't safe. We gotta bounce now, and pray Longshen can hold Tiannu off. With that, Chu Xiu grabbed Baizin by the leg and dragged him, bolting down the mountain. Xiao Miao let out a meow, then launched herself after Chu Xiu. Just like that, Chu Xiu, Lan Dai, and one very unbothered cat disappeared into the mist, Chu Xiu's heart pounding from the danger surging behind them. It's about to blow! Get out, now! If we get caught in that explosion, even my divine physique might end up critically injured, or even dead. The seal had shattered. The colossal black mountain, from its peak to its base, instantly began collapsing at an absolutely horrifying speed. The summit, riddled with cruel, icy forbidden arrays, unleashed a terrifying aura of destruction, like a sun star about to supernova. In an instant, this place transformed into a true forbidden death zone. Anyone daring to approach would be utterly reduced to dust. The trio quickly made it to the base of the mountain. Xiao Miao then piped up, So, are we hitting up Lei Shen village, or heading back to Huangshen Lake? Chu Xiu, with a flick of his wrist, moved to a teleportation array. As he tossed out a formation flag to activate the grand array, he stated, I need to devour Bai Zi, so Lei Shen village is a no-go. I don't trust those guys. The moment the words left his mouth, the grand array flared with blinding white light. Spatial energy enveloped Chu Xiu's crew, and in the blink of an eye, the three individuals and one cat vanished from the area. At that exact moment, the Black Mountain finally entered its ultimate destruction phase. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the heavens. A colossal mushroom cloud, crackling with lightning, soared upwards, eclipsing the entire sky as dust choked out thousands of miles in every direction. Simultaneously, over half the living beings on the Taiji ancient star felt the ground violently tremble beneath them. Scene shift to Huangshen Island. A wooden palace nestled in a square at the mountain's base. The area was a refreshing lush green, interwoven with vibrant reds from countless fragrant flowers. Birds chirped melodiously, harmonizing with the graceful dance of fluttering butterflies. Immortal fairy Qi Mengdai was currently meditating calmly, soaking in the surrounding Dao insight before the palace gates. Suddenly, her elegant eyelashes subtly fluttered. She opened her eyes, tilting her head towards the black stone pavilion several thousand meters away. There, a dazzling white light flashed, and Chu Xiu stepped out of the teleportation platform, casually slinging an unconscious man over his shoulder. The dude was foaming at the mouth, his face plastered with bizarre plum blossom-shaped marks, intermingled with cat claw scratches. A truly pathetic sight. Spotting his master, Chu Xiu cheerfully waved, "Master, I'm back!" Seeing this absolute chaotic display, Qi Mengdai couldn't help but frown, muttering softly, "This rebellious disciple. You're back already?" With that, Qi Mengdai instantly rose, slowly approaching Chu Xiu. Her icy gaze swept over Chu Xiu's group as she coolly asked, "Who are they?" Chu Xiu flashed a gentle smile, pointing his left hand towards Lan Dai. "This is a new maid I just picked up," he began, "and this," he gestured to the unconscious Bai Zi, "is my prey." As Chu Xiu spoke, he casually hoisted Bai Zi's unconscious form, a smug grin spreading across his face. Prey? Qi Mengdai looked utterly bewildered. Her gaze scanned Chu Xiu, and when she saw her, rebellious disciples, eyes gleaming, fixed on the unconscious man, his lips unconsciously curling as if he was practically salivating with desire, her master's mind went into absolute overdrive. My precious disciple and that weird-looking guy, taking off their clothes, followed by utterly unacceptable scenes, truly horrifying. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Her red lips pursed tight as she glared with icy disdain. Chu Xiu, you! If you dare to lay a hand on that man, don't ever show your face to me again. Chu Xiu, witnessing his master's furious demeanor and blatant threat, Chu Xiu's smug smile froze solid. His mind reeled with questions. If I don't touch him, why the hell did I even bring him back? Do I look like I'm trying to raise a pet here? Hearing this, Qi Mengdai's face flushed crimson, her phoenix eyes turning icy as she trembled. Oh, you're just great. You truly are a rebellious disciple. You're that kind of person? Not just trash tier, but a perverted, sick monster.
Finishing her rant, immortal fairy Qi Mengdai immediately pulled down her sleeve, covering her fair arm, which was now covered in goosebumps. Her elegant face contorted with clear disgust. She stumbled back several steps, unconsciously rubbing her hands together as if she'd touched something utterly repulsive. Chu Xiu let out a startled, "Huh?" Then, a light bulb suddenly went off in his head. He stared at his precious master, his face darkening. Qi Mengdai, what the hell is rattling around in your brain? What twisted fantasy are you cooking up right now? Being yelled at by her rebellious disciple, his master was instantly stunned speechless. In a flash, her phoenix eyes, now glistening with angry tears, glared furiously at Chu Xiu, her voice laced with indignation. "You dare to yell at me, you rebellious disciple?" Chu Xiu could only clutch his head, letting out a bitter laugh. "Ha ha, women, am I right? Master, just step back a bit. I'm too lazy to explain. Just watch closely, and you'll get it." As he spoke, he waved his hand, signaling Qi Mengdai to move away. "Don't get in my way." Qi Mengdai's mind was reeling. You actually want this master to stand outside and observe your unsightly deeds? You rebellious disciple, how can you be so utterly despicable? Our boy, Chu Xiu, shot his beloved wife a glare, now too exasperated to even bother scolding her further. Just then, the space above him suddenly warped. A blood-red starry sky, a blood-red throne, and a surging, crimson blood river appeared one after another. After devouring Lan Dai, that blood river already stretched 999 meters in length, but its width hadn't increased. Who knows how much it'll grow after he devours Bai Zi. Chu Xiu clasped his hands, eyes tightly shut, and softly commanded, "Begin." Above Chu Xiu's head, the blood-red starry sky began to spin clockwise, countless blood-red energy tendrils cascading down, wrapping around, completely engulfing Bai Zi's body. Bai Zi, already utterly drained and now pumped full of poison by Zhao Miao, was completely immobile, yet his consciousness was still perfectly clear. His body, however, was utterly helpless, unable to resist. Bai Zhen's eyes were wide with sheer despair as he watched each blood tendril slowly creeping closer, ensnaring him. He wanted to struggle, but his entire body was paralyzed, powerless to escape his fate. Bai Zhen's heart was overflowing with bitter regret. If I had only known it would come to this, the moment I escaped captivity, I should have just ended Chu Xiu right then and there. If only I'd known, I never would have risked my life crossing the river of time, just to hunt you down and die by your hands like this. Waves of regret crashed through his mind. Staring at Chu Xiu's high and mighty, almost contemptuous posture, Bai Zi struggled to open his mouth, his voice barely a whisper, lost to exhaustion. Chu Xiu, I beg you to spare my clan, please. They are innocent. Don't worry, be a good boy. I promise I'll find your entire race, and then exterminate every single one of them. Those seemingly kind words held an ultimate coldness and cruelty. Hearing this, Bai Zhe's heart turned stone cold, his pupils trembling. You, Chu Xiu, you won't have a good end. Before he could even finish his last word, Bai Zhe's entire body was tightly bound by blood-colored threads, transforming into a blood-red silkworm cocoon. Chu Laomo's face was full of malice, a cold smile curling his lips as he gazed at the blood-thread cocoon with eerie eyes. I guarantee your whole family will be complete. Absolutely won't let you feel lonely. You hear? The blood-colored star enveloped the blood-red silkworm cocoon, floating in midair. The devouring process had begun. Standing nearby, Qi Mengdi saw this scene, her face immediately flushed red as she shyly turned away. In this moment, she realized she had misunderstood. Her naughty disciple didn't bring this guy back for some unspeakable purpose she had imagined earlier. The real goal was to use his Dao seed to devour the opponent's cultivation. But a Master Bao Bao is still a Master Bao Bao, and with her sundered personality, she would never admit she was wrong, no matter what. Qi Mengdi immediately cut him off, swiftly changing the subject. Who is this man anyway? Hearing this, Chu Xiu glared at her, showing his displeasure. But Qi Mengdi calmly met his gaze with a challenging look. She crossed her arms, as if saying, What? You got the guts to scold this old lady? Go on, try me. At this moment, where was her previous noble, fairy-like demeanor? Chu Xiu could only shake his head with a bitter smile. This woman is truly too unruly. Let's go. I'll tell you slowly later. Master, haven't seen you in a few days? Did you miss your disciple? Qi Mengdi pouted, shyly retorting, Who would miss you? And just like that, the two went straight into the room. Only then did Chu Xiu relax, laying his head on Master Bao Bao's lap. He slowly recounted everything about Landai and Bai Zhe. After hearing it all, Shi Mengdi's red lips slightly parted. Her beautiful eyes filled with surprise as she exclaimed, "He exhausted all his efforts, risked his life to secretly cross the river of time, just to kill you?" Mengdi Xianzi attentively observed her naughty disciple, unable to help but praise him, a strange look appearing in her eyes. "Naughty disciple, I never expected your future self to be so powerful, able to sweep across the universe, invincible in the starry sky, purely by your own strength." Chu Xiu curved his lips into a smug smile, gesturing with cupped hands in the air, and whispered, "Humble. I must be humble, woman. Right now, aren't you secretly worshipping me in your heart? Even more enamored with me, loving me?" Seeing Chu Xiu's narcissistic expression, Shi Mengdi shot him a side-eye, coldly scolding, "Pah! You're truly shameless and despicable. Who would admire you? Who would love you? We are pure and innocent. Don't you dare talk nonsense." Chu Xiu burst out laughing, a mischievous teasing expression on his face. "Oh my, we've even had kids already, and you're still talking about being pure?" He leaned in. "With Master Bao Bao always on top, tell me, can anyone really be pure anymore?" "Master, you're truly vigorous." Tsundere Master Chi Mengdi was instantly speechless, huffing a few times. She felt her rebuttal was far too weak. All she could do was angrily glare at him, her fair cheeks flushing red. Seeing his waifu ruffling her feathers, Chu Xiu immediately wrapped his arms around her waist. He gently smiled at his Bao Bao, then changed the subject. All right. It'll take some time for me to devour Bai Zhe. Don't sit there being angry at me, okay? Any gains from your cultivation recently?" Qing Mengdi nodded slightly, replying in a clear voice, "My gains have been quite abundant. I've also gained a clear understanding of my future path." Hearing this, Chu Xiu slightly narrowed his eyes, a pensive look on his face. He secretly pondered whether he should reveal the matter of the heavenly Tao to Shi Mengdi. Forget it, he thought. Don't tell her about the heavenly Tao for now. If she knows too much, her Tao heart will collapse, and she'll undergo Tao transformation right on the spot. As the system once said, sometimes knowing more isn't necessarily a good thing. Sometimes, not knowing is simply happier. It's better to wait until my cultivation reaches a higher realm. I'm sure I'll find a way to bring the Davo of all human cultivators onto my unified path. After all, I can reform the demon race, the barbarian race, and the human race. I just don't know if, after integrating with my Davio, they'll end up like those reformed little fox girls, kneeling in submission, worshipping me like a god. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu sighed softly, his mood becoming more complicated. He didn't want that to happen. Even though he called himself a demon lord and had done many evil deeds, his essence was still that of a living, breathing human, not some unfeeling, senseless being. He particularly disliked fanatical piety. If it were outsiders, it might be acceptable, but if his closest companions blindly worshipped him, that feeling would be extremely uncomfortable. If everyone around him only saw him as the sole god, without any other thoughts, he would surely be left with ultimate loneliness. Thinking of that scenario, he couldn't help but recall the great emperors who had once vanished. Had they been enslaved by the heavenly Dagayo? Or had they voluntarily sacrificed themselves for something nobler? If it was voluntary, how did they overcome their attachments? And why did they ultimately choose to leave? Tai Su Di Zun, you once said your Tao was wrong, so where did you go in the end? How did you find the light behind that darkness? I truly wish I could cross the river of time, go back to the past, and ask you a single question. As Chu Xiu was lost in thought, a smooth, white hand suddenly appeared before him, waving to pull him back to reality. Shi Mengdi looked straight into Chu Xiu's unfocused eyes, asking, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Chu Xiu snapped back, shaking his head, shooing away his rambling thoughts. At this moment, from within his spatial ring, Chu Xiu took out a gourd, which contained Wu General Shen Shui. He smiled and said, "It's been quite a while since you last drank the Wu General Shen Shui. Now, use it to break through your realm." As Chu Xiu spoke, he handed the gourd to her, so Mengdi didn't refuse. At this moment, she desperately needed such rare heaven and earth treasures to achieve a breakthrough in her cultivation, and of course, she didn't feel shy about receiving such a precious item from her disciple. After all, her naughty disciple was essentially her, and she was essentially her naughty disciple. Chi Mengdi glanced at the blood-colored star and the blood-red silkworm cocoon floating in the air, then frowned and asked, "You don't need me to stand guard for you." Chu Xiu gently shook his head, replying with a smile, "No need. The devouring process has already begun. Bai Zhen no longer has any chance to escape." Master Bao Bao, you should also go into seclusion for cultivation. Don't waste any more time. The Taiji ancient star is becoming increasingly dangerous. Gaining an extra bit of strength sooner is an extra guarantee for your life later. Master, you think your disciple is wrong, right? Chu naughty disciple said, a mischievous smile spreading across his face.
Qi Mengdi realized Chu Xiu's intention.
She immediately glared at him, coldly scolding. HMPH, naughty disciple. Do you ultimately want to strengthen your power? Or do you want to take advantage of your master? Master Bao Bao had barely finished speaking when Chu naughty disciple answered her question with practical action. He used both hands to push her down onto her back. The action was so swift that Qi Mengdi had no time to react.
She was now completely pinned down by Chu Xiu, lying on her back on the bed, her flushed face showing a hint of a pout.
Chu Xiu reached out and gently stroked Qi Mengdi's small chin. He smiled and said, of course, it's killing two birds with one stone. With that said, Chu Laoliu embraced Master Bao Bao, teasing her as he pleased, deploying all his bindas techniques. After a few days away from his waifu, Qi Mengdi, like always, protested verbally,
naughty disciple, quickly release your master.
But her body, on the other hand, very honestly cooperated smoothly with Chu Xiu.
Seeing this, Chu Laoliu gently whispered in her ear,
Master, you must fulfill your duty and experience for your disciple, all right? And just like that, the two continued, both sparring and intimately chatting, blended with gasps and the sounds of echoing throughout the room. A few hours later,
her appearance exhausted, fainting from sheer depletion, the Fiao battle between master and disciple finally ended. Chu Xiu had a refreshed expression. He gently stroked his Bao Bao's hair, looking at her tenderly, and smiled. Master, you're truly getting more and more skillful. Suddenly, at this moment, the one-eyed old man sent a strand of divine sense sound transmission from outside the courtyard. He knew Chu Xiu had returned but didn't dare to step into the inner palace area without Chu Xiu's permission. He could only use divine sense to transmit. Master, that guy who calls himself Tianyan Zhenjun wants to see you. Chu Xiu slightly furrowed his brow, a little surprised in his heart.
Oh, wasn't that guy just sent out on a mission? Why does he want to see me so quickly? The one-eyed old man immediately recounted everything Tianyan had brought back, from beginning to end, to Chu Xiu.
Chu Xiao immediately got off the bed. He adjusted his clothes, then transmitted back to the one-eyed old man, I'll go meet that guy now.
Chu Laoliu walked out of the room with a satisfied expression. He curled his lips into a happy smile, thinking to himself, he found the heavenly slave's lair so quickly. Not bad. This guy truly has some skills. This person is indeed very capable. Looks like I'll have to find a way to reform him a bit, so he serves me even better. Right then, outside the divine lake, Tianyan Zhenjun's face was twisted. He felt shivers down his spine, an uneasy feeling in his heart. I keep feeling like someone's plotting against me. As he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Tianyan, long time no see. Found anything yet? Hearing the voice, Tianyan Zhenjun was a bit startled.
He turned around only to see Chu Xiu with a sly, cunning smile. A wave of unease washed over Tianyan Zhenjun. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Chu Xiu, why's this old fox smiling like such a weirdo? Forget it, let's get to the main point.
Thinking so, Tianyan Zhenjun casually extended his index finger, beckoning Chu Xiu over. You, come here for a second. I need to discuss something with you.
The words barely left his mouth, and Chu Xiu, without much thought,
immediately approached Tianyan, curiosity clear on his face. Tianyan didn't hesitate, bringing his hand to his mouth and leaning close to Chu Xiu's ear, whispering, I have a plan. After hearing all the details of Tianyan Zhenjun's plan, Chu Xiu frowned, thinking to himself, oh my god, what a terrible plan. And this old geezer actually came up with it? But compared to mine, it's still a bit lacking. After a moment of thought, from his spatial ring, Chu Xiu took out a small piece of paper, clutching it in his hand. He glanced at Tianyan Zhenjun and said, take this, it'll guarantee your success. Seeing this, Tianyan Zhenjun reached out to take it, his voice full of confidence as he replied, just wait for my good news. Holding the piece of paper, Tianyan Zhenjun read through the words written on it. Main materials: uranium, bruto, deuterium, and tritium. His face immediately filled with bewilderment, and he exclaimed, wait, what even are these things? Can't you just use normal words I can actually understand?
Chu Xiu cracked a smug smile.
I knew you wouldn't get it. Tianyan, didn't you want to destroy Tiannu's stronghold? Just combine the power of divine abilities with these minerals, and you can create a nuclear bomb. Its power will be 100 times stronger than any regular bomb. Hearing these words, Tianyan Zhenjun's eyes lit up. He was so excited his body trembled. Old Six Chu, I never thought you could pull off something like this. You're truly a twisted genius. As he said this, Tianyan Zhenjun raised the paper to hide his cunning smile, thinking to himself, Chu Xiu, that old fox is truly a sicko. He actually thought of combining divine abilities with minerals to create this. Tokoi, if there were enough of these, even mortals could casually wipe out cultivators. If I used this against old Six Chu, would I have a chance to finish him off? Haha, if I used his own invention to kill him, he'd definitely be so mad he'd spit blood. Just thinking about it gets me hyped. Seeing right through Tianyan Zhenjun's thoughts, Chu Xiu let out a cold laugh. Tianyan, I advise you not to play with fire. I know exactly what you're thinking. This thing is far too dangerous, and you might not be able to control it. So, after the deed is done, if you somehow don't bite the dust, I'll personally make sure your memories are wiped. Hearing this, Tianyan Zhenjun couldn't help but explode in anger. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, Damn it! Old Six Chu, are you seriously not even giving me a chance? After leaving Tianyan Zhenjun's spot, Chu Xiu returned to the main courtyard in front of his grand hall. By now, Chu Xiu's blood-colored spiritual energy had completely enveloped Bai Zhe, forming a crimson silkworm cocoon. Gazing at the blood-colored cocoon, Chu Xiu silently sensed it, and was slightly surprised, muttering inwardly, almost fully absorbed. I can feel my cultivation reaching its limit. Truth be told, devouring Bai Zhen right now is a bit wasteful. The best way to benefit would be to devour him after I break through. But I'm uneasy. If Bai Zhen recovers even a fraction of his power, I won't be able to control him. Better to just devour him now, and deal with the consequences later. Worst case, I'll just use breakthrough points to compensate for the shortfall. Thinking this, Chu Xiu lightly nodded. He immediately sat down, placed a hand on the blood-colored cocoon, and began devouring Bai Zhe's crimson energy. The surging crimson energy coursed through his arm directly into Chu Xiu's body. Old Six Chu couldn't help but be shocked, thinking inwardly, Is Bai Zhe really that strong? If I can absorb all his cultivation energy, I'll reach Saint King battle power. Several hours later, Bai Zhe's body gradually vanished. Chu Xiu had finally finished devouring this quasi-emperor. Chu Xiu's entire body surged with crimson energy. He called out loudly, System, help me break through! The system immediately displayed a notification. Host has begun secluded cultivation for breakthrough on Desolate God Island. You have chosen to cultivate in seclusion on Desolate God Island, attempting to break through to 9 origins and enhance insights. Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken through to 9 origins. 9 origins has reached the Great Saint Realm. The 5 elements tide surged like an ocean, carrying immense heat. Trees within 1,000 miles were incinerated. Steam rose, creating a mist that filled the air. Chu Xiu remained seated motionless amidst the 5 elements tide, allowing it to wash over his body. The blood-colored river above Chu Xiu's head continued to rise, and his power increased simultaneously. Countless insights surged into Chu Xiu's mind like massive waves, making him dizzy and his body tremble slightly. It took a long while for him to gradually digest them. 1,000 years of insights now poured directly into his sea of consciousness. Just as Chu Xiu was frantically absorbing these insights, the system issued a warning. Attention, the tide phenomenon will descend in 20 breaths. Host, please prepare yourself. Cackle cackle. As the system's words finished, Chu Xiu slightly closed his eyes, inspecting his inner self, and feeling his power continuously increase. As 20 breaths passed, the heavens and earth suddenly turned gloomy, and the sun and moon lost their light. A crack suddenly appeared in the firmament. The 9 origins tide, and the 5 elements tide, simultaneously poured down through the crack, like a world-ending flood, their might 10 times greater than before. This tide not only cleansed Chu Xiu's body and soul, but also purified the Tao seed within his spirit. The blood-colored spirit and the throne continuously grew. The 9 origins and the Tao of the 5 elements fused, converging into one, then transforming into primordial chaos. From this, all myriad things were born, forming an endless, self-sustaining cycle. At the same time, within the Dako Palace in his Dantian, a galaxy expanded outwards from the center, giving birth to countless new star systems. This made the Dao Palace resemble a true universe, with the blood-colored spirit at its very core. This kind of heaven-shaking phenomenon during Chu Xiu's breakthrough immediately attracted the attention of many people on Desolate God Island. Even One-Eye, Sword Maiden, Kill Maiden, and Elder Yuan were shaken by the phenomenon caused by Chu Xiu's breakthrough. Sword Maiden frowned slightly and murmured, What realm has Master finally reached? The more I look, the less I understand. One-Eye's face couldn't help but reveal a look of terror. I feel like I'm no longer Master's opponent now. HMPH, of course you're not his opponent. That's the aura of a Saint King. Could Master have already broken through to the Saint King realm? One-Eye's face was full of doubt. When Master arrived at Desolate God Island, his aura was still at the Divine Ability realm.
How did he suddenly become a Saint King? Sword Maiden's face was expressionless as she lightly said, "To become the master of Desolate God Island, he is naturally no ordinary person. Don't forget, back then, under the prophecy of His Majesty, the Desolate God." At this point, Sword Maiden suddenly stopped. Both she and One Eye understood the unspoken meaning, and they both fell into silence. Scene change. Inside the grand hall, a familiar figure stood silently by the window frame. Qi Mengdi gazed at the strange phenomenon in the void, and at the imposing figure on that blood-colored throne. No one else. It was her rebellious disciple, Chu Xiu. An indescribable feeling swelled in Qi Mengdi's heart. She mused. Chu Xiu's appearance has transformed. He no longer carries the look of Cloud River Peak's top disciple, but rather the imposing figure of old demon Chu Xiu. Though still somewhat similar, his features have shifted. Broad shoulders, slender waist, a face like jade, a high, straight nose, sword-like brows and bright eyes, all adding to the resolute look of his somewhat pale face. Having reached his current realm, old man Chu Xiu no longer needed to hide himself. On the blood-colored throne, Chu Xiu's phantom slowly raised a hand, grasping at the void, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he murmured, "Is this the power of a Saint King? Not enough. Still not enough. I, Chu Xiu, want immortality. I want to grasp my own destiny." With that, Chu Xiu opened his mouth and swallowed the entire tide of the 5 elements' 9 origins, beginning to refine it. The Heavenly Emperor's sword flew out from Chu Xiu's divine platform, its body growing with the wind, its tip pointing down, hovering before the blood throne. Chu Xiu then spat out a stream of vital essence from the refined 5 elements' 9 origins, pouring it directly into the sword. The blade glittered brightly, harmonizing even more tightly with Chu Xiu's aura. Miao Shaoqi emerged from within the sword. She hugged the Heavenly Emperor's sword tightly, a look of excitement on her face, moaning and giggling. "So hot, so comfortable. More, more. Ah, Chu Xiu, keep leveling up. This feels so good. More, more. Hurry, don't stop." Hearing his waifu, Chu Xiu's lips curved slightly, and he spat out another mouthful of vital essences. Miao Shaoqi let out another cry of absolute bliss. 7 days quietly passed. The strange phenomenon covering the sky above Desolate God Island gradually dissipated, and Chu Xiu's realm completely stabilized at a blood river depth of 2,000 meters. According to his calculations, a 2,000-meter blood river was equivalent to breaking through to the early-stage Saint King realm. As for his specific combat power, since he had never fought an opponent of the same level, he honestly wasn't clear. However, facing a quasi-emperor suppressed to a half-step quasi-emperor by the laws of heaven and earth, he probably had a certain degree of resistance. After 7 days of intense cultivation with Chu Xiu, Miao Shaoqi was completely exhausted. She simply let go, lying within Chu Xiu's divine platform. Miao Shaoqi had also fully broken through, a look of serenity on her face. A moment later, Chu Xiu retracted his blood-colored mental energy, the blood river, and the Heavenly Emperor's sword. He changed into clean robes, took a light step forward, his figure completely blending into the void, then returned to the square in front of the main hall. At this moment, Yin Yan and Jiannu, 2 peak great saints, also appeared. Both were intelligent golems. As soon as they saw Chu Xiu, the 2 great saints cupped their hands and respectfully saluted. "Congratulations, Master, on your cultivation advancement." "Congratulations, Master." They were genuinely happy for their master from the bottom of their hearts. As for Chu Xiu's somewhat changed appearance, they didn't care at all, because as long as Chu Xiu was still their master, that was enough. Chu Xiu stood with his hands behind his back. He looked towards Yin Yan and Jiannu, gave a slight nod, then asked Yin Yan, "How many cultivators from Heavenly Dome Continent have been found?" Yi Yan bowed and replied, "Reporting to Master, 47 people have been found. The human and demon races each account for half. 37 deaths have been confirmed, and the whereabouts of the remaining people are unknown. We are still continuing the search." Chu Xiu nodded, his brows slightly furrowed, a cold smile playing on his lips as he said, "Arrange tasks for the newcomers. Those who want protection from Desolate God Island must work seriously. We don't support slackers." Yi Yan cupped his hands and asked again, "The human race as well?" Chu Xiu nodded, his voice serious as he replied, "Treat them equally. The Grand Purity Sacred Land and Jade Pond Sacred Land can be given a little leeway." "All right, you 2 are dismissed to handle things." "Yes." Yin Yan and Jiannu bowed and accepted the order. After the 2 golem great saints left, Chu Xiu turned and stepped inside the main hall. Qi Mengdi also flew down from the rooftop, hiding herself in the void. Sensing the familiar scent and aura of his beloved waifu, Chu Xiu gave a faint smile and said, "Come out." Qi Mengdi immediately emerged from the void, only to see a figure before her that was both familiar and strange.
The master's expression was filled with confusion.
You broke through to Saint King?
Chu Xiu nodded slightly, smiling as he hummed in affirmation. Qi Mengdi's heart was a chaotic mess of indescribable emotions. Who could have imagined that her rebellious disciple, in just 2 short years, had grown to a level that countless cultivators couldn't even dream of reaching? If this news got out, no one in the world would believe it. She was both happy and bitter about Chu Xiao's growth. After all, she had been surpassed by her rebellious disciple. From now on, what kind of master would she be? Thinking of this, the immortal master Qi Mengdi's face flushed crimson, secretly scolding herself. What am I thinking? No, I must cultivate diligently. Having made up her mind, Qi Mengdi tried to regain her composure. She cleared her throat with 2 coughs, and said in a deep voice, "If so, then this master congratulates you. If there's nothing else, I'm going into secluded cultivation." With that, Master Waifu turned and left. Watching her retreating back, old man Chu Xiu's lips curved into a mischievous smile, and he said, "Master, please stop. Master, actually, my aptitude is truly too poor, not even reaching divine grade. It doesn't match my current cultivation at all. Master, please help your disciple improve his cultivation aptitude." Hearing this, Qi Mengdi immediately turned around and refused. "Rebellious disciple! No! It's still daytime!" Master Waifu's heart was in a panic as she secretly cursed. This rebellious disciple's cultivation is so high now. A great saint like me can no longer take the initiative against a saint king. I can't listen to you on this one. As rebellious disciple Chu Xiu spoke, he unleashed his saint king aura. He extended his hand and suppressed Master Waifu. Qi Mengdi's body stiffened, standing rooted to the spot, unable to move. Before she could even react, the room door was sealed shut by Chu Xiu's formation. As soon as the 9 peaks sealed, Chu Xiu immediately moved to Qi Mengdi's side, gently wrapping his arm around her soft waist. He smirked, a faint smile playing on his lips, and said, "My darling, your disciple has been patient for way too long. Today is my day of revenge." His warm words, whispered next to Qi Mengdi's ear, made her ears and cheeks flush. She trembled as she stammered, "You rebellious brat, you're practically flipping the heavens. How audacious." Before Qi Mengdi could even finish speaking, Chu Xiu swept her into his arms. His figure vanished in a blur, entering the bedchambers. And just like that, this master and disciple duo dove headfirst into an intense, dramatic battle royale, which lasted until the next day. Immortal Master Qi Mengdi was now fast asleep on the bed. A rebellious boy, Chu Xiu, lay beside her, gently stroking her hair. He gazed at her, smiling to himself, and murmured, "My dear master, sleep well. Last night must have been rough for you. Wait for your disciple to return." With that thought, Chu Xiu immediately got out of bed, carefully adjusted his clothes, and prepared to leave. Before heading out, he didn't forget to gaze tenderly at Bao Bao. Even in her sleep, she was still stunning and captivating, enough to make anyone mesmerized, wanting to gaze at her forever. After Chu Xiu had left for a moment, Qi Mengdi opened her eyes and sat up on the bed. Her face was set in a pout, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance, as she silently cursed. That rebellious brat just left without even a goodbye. The more she thought about it, the angrier Qi Mengdi got, silently declaring, "Damn it, starting today, I'm going into secluded cultivation. I must surpass that rebellious brat, so he knows who the real master is." After devouring 2 quasi-emperors, Bai Ze and Lan Dai, the issues on Taiji Ancient Star were temporarily resolved. Our boy Chu Xiu quietly left Barren God Island solo. His destination? Thunder God Village. He needed to grill Lei Yuan for intel on the Dao origin, and only by finding it could he truly chill out against the Heaven Slaves and wait for the next Taiji Ancient Star opening. Chu Xiu traversed layers of void, and after his breakthrough, his understanding of the spatial Dao's self-sealing mystery deepened. Not only could he mysteriously travel through space and time, but the distance he could cover also increased significantly. Before, reaching Thunder God Village took a day or two. Now, just a few breaths and he was there. But just as he was about to exit the void, Chu Xiu sensed something. His expression flickered, and he froze. He bowed his head, his gaze piercing through layers of space, and he gasped in surprise. Below, the ground rumbled. Rumble, rumble. The heavens and earth shook, tremors intense enough to shatter mountains. Chu Xiu carefully observed the ground below, where thousands of Heaven Slave war weapons stood. They were relentlessly assailing the spatial barrier outside Thunder God Village. The spatial barrier pulsed and shimmered, like delicate glass shards about to shatter over a mound. 100 miles away, one Heaven Slave war weapon stood out, dominating the scene. Its entire body was a dark red. In its hand, it clutched a blood-colored flag, continuously waving it, commanding the Heaven Slave War Weapon Legion to attack the spatial barrier with uncanny rhythm and efficiency. Witnessing this, Chu Xiu muttered to himself. Heaven slave war weapons are usually dumb as rocks, so this kind of anomaly shouldn't be happening. With that thought, Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed, a flash of blood-red light glinting within. He smirked, a faint smile playing on his lips, and thought to himself, chances are, it's that guy, Tian Mian. With that thought, our boy Chu Xiu immediately sent a telepathic message, softly calling out, Tian Mian, is that you? Hearing the familiar voice, the blood-red-skinned heaven slave froze for a split second, but quickly regained its composure, kept waving that flag, and transmitted a reply. Old Six Chu, what are you doing here? Chu Xiu smirked and sneered. It really is this guy. Tian Mian, you're something else. You really climbed the ranks to command the heaven slave war weapons without saying a peep. Truly worthy of you. True Lord Tian Mian, still waving the command flag, secretly replied, stop spewing nonsense. The heaven slave war weapons are watching. I can't act too out of character. Hearing these words, Chu Xiu immediately rolled his eyes with a look of utter disdain at True Lord Tian Mian, cursing silently. Heaven slave war weapons are watching, huh? You can't act? Too out of character? Bro, just look at yourself. You're radiating abnormality from head to toe, you kidding me? This dude is seriously a beast. He's disguised himself as a heaven slave war weapon so perfectly even they couldn't tell. And he even got promoted to commander. Naturally, this made Chu Xiu curious. So he asked True Lord Tian Mian, Tian Mian, seriously, how are you thriving like a fish in water right under the heaven slaves' noses? True Lord Tian Mian sighed, replying, what's there to say? Just 2 days ago, the heaven slaves got bored. They wanted to watch us war weapons hunt living beings for some entertainment, and they ended up sensing something was off about me. The reason? Simple. My performance was too damn smart. It couldn't not make them suspicious. So, the heaven slaves immediately made their move and captured me for the dream tribulation interrogation. At that moment, I, Tian Mian, thought I was a goner, filled with endless regret. If I'd known, I wouldn't have rushed to command my little bros to mine raw materials for crafting nuclear bombs. Just when I thought death was knocking, the heavens took pity on me. The heaven slaves not only didn't notice anything unusual, but they were actually impressed with me, seeing me as a genius. So, they assigned me to lead today's assault on Thunder God Village's barrier. Chu Xiu subtly furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, muttering to himself. The heaven slaves didn't detect Tian Mian's disguise? That's genuinely bizarre. Makes no sense. Could it be? Seeing Chu Xiu deep in thought, True Lord Tian Mian quickly broke the silence, asking, Old Six Chu, what do you think is the problem here? Let's analyze this. It'll help me with my next move. Chu Xiu thought for a moment, then gave his judgment. It's probably Grand Emperor Tai secretly helping me out. True Lord Tian Mian's face turned pale with shock, exclaiming, What? Grand Emperor Tai is still alive? And he's on Taiji Ancient Star? Chu Xiu let out a cold chuckle and replied, Grand Emperor Tai is indeed still alive, but he's barely clinging to life, just enough to suppress the heaven slaves. If it wasn't for him, you'd probably be a goner by now. True Lord Tian Mian flashed a cunning smile and declared, Oh, I know exactly what to do next. With Grand Emperor Tai on our side, what else is there to fear? Once we take this place, I'm gonna start mass-producing nuclear bombs. Sooner or later, I'll send the heaven slaves' main lair straight to heaven. Just then, True Lord Tian Mian suddenly looked at Chu Xiu with a puzzled expression and asked, Oh right, Chu Xiu, what are you doing here? Chu Xiu's expression turned serious, and he replied, I have something important to do inside Thunder God Village, and I just happened to run into you guys attacking it. True Lord Tian Mian immediately chimed in to warn him. Old Six Chu, I'd strongly advise you not to play dangerous games. The heaven slaves could turn their attention here any second. Plus, the heaven slaves have Saint King realm war weapons. If these current war weapons take heavy casualties, the Saint Kings will get involved. Chu Xiu frowned, thinking to himself, just as I predicted, if this keeps up, I might not even get the Dao origin intel from Lei Yuan before that old man gets obliterated by the heaven slaves. With that thought, Chu Xiu turned to True Lord Tian Mian and asked, Little Tian Mian, do you have a way for me to discreetly approach Thunder God Village's spatial barrier without anyone, not even ghosts, noticing? True Lord Tian Mian heard that and let out a cold chuckle. You trust me that much? Not worried I'll get you killed? Chu Xiao scoffed in response. Bro, we're in the same boat now. Harm me, and you harm yourself. I don't think you're that stupid, are you? Besides, you don't even have the skills to hurt me. True Lord Tian Mian heard this, shot Chu Xiu an angry glare, and stayed silent. A moment later, Tian Mian unexpectedly spoke to Chu Xiu. Alright, here's the deal. I'll transfer a transformation divine ability to you. Use it to turn into a heaven slave war weapon, then sneak into Thunder God Village. That way,
The heaven slaves won't detect you. Chu Xiu gave a slight nod, agreeing with True Lord Tianmian's genius plan, and his figure promptly vanished into the void. At the same time, inside Thunder God Village, under the external assault of the Heaven Slave war weapons, over 500 villagers gathered at Patriarch Lei Yuan's house. They were dressed in simple clothes, looking like ordinary farmers, clutching hoes, sickles, and shovels. They looked quaint, and a bit funny, but their cultivation realms were not low. Most were great saints, a few minor saints, and some even radiated powerful auras, clearly peak great saints. Just then, a voice rang out. "Patriarch, let's fight!" If this keeps up, our Thunder God Village's spatial barrier will definitely be breached by those monsters. Another villager chimed in. "Exactly, Patriarch. We can't just sit here and watch those monsters burst in. Even if we die, we must protect Thunder God Village. As long as we can get the children out safely, our deaths will be worth it." With the entire clan's battle intent soaring to the heavens, Lei Yuan stood before them all and let out a soft sigh. The Thunder God clan is currently in decline, and my own cultivation is only at the peak Saint King realm. Given the current situation, if we open the gates to fight the Heaven Slave war weapons outside, the entire clan will surely be wiped out. Lei Xin stood beside him, a worried look on her face. "Grandpa, we can't wait any longer. Please make a decision." Lei Yuan's expression was pensive as he thought to himself, "Looks like I can't wait for young friend Chu Xiu after all. I won't be able to personally hand him the clue to the Dao origin now." With that thought, Lei Yuan immediately pulled a jade token from his spatial ring and handed it to Lei Xin. "Those two quasi-emperors from deep within the universe have been eliminated. The promise we made to young friend Chu Xiu, our Thunder God clan, must keep it. Jincare, after everyone escapes and is confirmed safe, immediately head to Barren God Island. Give this item to young friend Chu Xiu for me, and tell him it contains the information he needs." Receiving the jade token in her hand, Lei Xin's eyes welled up with tears, and she choked out, "Grandpa, what about you?" Lei Yuan reached out and patted his beloved granddaughter's shoulder, forcing a smile as he said, "Jincare, I have to fight for our people." Hearing this, the Thunder God clan villagers below immediately shouted, "Patriarch, just let us great saints go! Exactly! You are the hope of our clan. Nothing can happen to you." Lei Yuan closed his eyes, a determined look on his face, and declared, "Everyone must leave. The Heaven Slave war weapons are too numerous. If you all go, it'll just be a suicide mission. I'll hold them back. You all escort the clan members out first." Hearing his words, Lei Xin sobbed, choking out, "Grandpa." She wiped away her tears, hating that her cultivation wasn't strong enough to fight alongside her grandpa. Lei Yuan tried to appear cold, his old face darkening as he softly scolded, "You foolish child, how old are you? Still crying like a baby." He reached out, gently caressing his beloved granddaughter's cheek, comforting her. "You must live well, understand? Only if you survive will my death have meaning. The future of the Thunder God clan rests with you." With those final words, Lei Yuan resolutely turned his back and walked away, determined to use his own body to hold back the Heaven Slave war weapons. Just then, a voice rang out. "Old Master Lei Yuan, I think I might be able to help you all." Lei Yuan was startled, and immediately whipped his head around. Recognizing that familiar voice, Lei Yuan quickly snapped back to reality. Joy bloomed on his face, and the old man loudly cried out, "Young friend, Chu Xiu!" With the unrelenting assault of the Tianu soldiers from the outside world, the space within Leishen village violently shook. Mountains and rocks crumbled non-stop, destroying many homes of the Leishen clan. Chu Xiu stood in mid-air, gently stepping out from the void. He cast his gaze towards Lei Yuan. Seeing Chu Xiu, clan head Lei Yuan slightly trembled, quickly asking, "Young friend Chu Xiu, you said you have a way to save my Lei Shen clan? Is this true?" Chu Xiu gave a subtle nod, replying with a hint of difficulty in his voice. But this is extremely difficult. Old Master Lei Yuan, you must have seen those black monsters. If I act, the risk is enormous, and I might even be targeted." Chu Xiu intentionally said this, because if he easily helped others, they wouldn't remember it deeply. Instead, by showing a hesitant demeanor, willing to help despite difficulties and dangers, the other party would be more grateful, and remember it deeply. Hearing this, Lei Yuan and the Lei Shen clan members showed grim expressions, mixed with hesitation and awkwardness. Clan head Lei Yuan understood Chu Xiu's concerns. Those black monsters were truly terrifying, let alone Chu Xiu. Even a powerhouse like himself couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine upon seeing them. Seeing this, Chu Xiu smirked with a meaningful smile, sending a voice transmission to True Monarch Tianmian. "Tianmian, make a huge move on the Lei Shen clan for me." Receiving Chu Xiu's voice transmission, True Monarch Tianmian was startled, responding in surprise. He secretly thought, "Oh my, What kind of trick is this old fox Chu Xiu trying to pull now? Following Chu Xiu's orders, Tian Mian, from the outside, used a mechanism to signal the Tianu soldiers to furiously attack the Lei Shen clan. Within the Lei Shen clan, dense lightning bolts, like wandering lightning serpents, covered the sky, bringing resounding thunder that poured down like rain, terrifying everyone endlessly. Seeing this, clan head Lei Yuan didn't hesitate for a moment, cupping his hands and bowing towards Chu Xiu. Young friend Chu Xiu, please lend a hand to my Lei Shen clan. We will never forget this kindness from young friend Chu Xiu. Although it's difficult, as long as you are willing to save my clansmen, just name your conditions, young friend. I, Lei Yuan, swear on the name of the Lei Shen family, I absolutely will not go back on my word. Lei Shen, seeing this, also cupped her hands and pleaded, Chu Xiu, we're relying on you. Standing in the air, Chu Xiu smirked, secretly thinking, this is exactly what I was waiting for. Done thinking, Chu Xiu flew down to the ground, standing before Lei Yuan and all the Lei Shen clan members. He showed a gentle smile, saying, what conditions? Old Master Lei Yuan, you're being too polite. Desolate God Island and the Lei Shen clan have been friends for generations. I am the master of Desolate God Island. How can I stand by and watch the friends of the Lei Shen clan perish here? Hearing this, Lei Yuan couldn't help but rejoice, happily laughing and saying, good, 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 it's great that young friend Chu Xiu is willing to act. Many thanks. Just as clan head Lei Yuan finished speaking, a mischievous expression suddenly appeared on Chu Xiu's face. He smirked and said, but I know your personality, old master. You don't like owing favors. If I don't state conditions, you will surely feel dissatisfied and angry in your heart. How about this? I'll just state 3 conditions. Lei Yuan's eyelid twitched slightly, secretly cursing in his heart. Chu Xiu is truly thick-skinned, acting like he understands me so well. Who said I don't like owing favors? Who said I, your old man, would be dissatisfied or angry because of it? While thinking this, Lei Yuan still highly regarded Chu Xiu's abilities and strength. Moreover, this was also someone praised by great ancestor Taisu. Okay, 3 it is. Young friend Chu Xiu, I agree. Young friend, tell me, what do you plan to do? How should we cooperate with you? Chu Xiao replied with a cold smile. Very simple. You don't need to do anything, just stand still, don't disturb those monsters. Once they make a move, it's all over. Old Master Lei Yuan, you need to go out and attract the attention of those Tianu soldiers. Once I've set up the teleportation array, I will teleport all your Lei Shen clan members to Desolate God Island. Old Sixth Chu secretly thought. The Tianu feared Desolate God Island. They absolutely wouldn't dare to invade. By then, with the addition of the Lei Shen clan, our side's strength will be further consolidated. In the future, when directly confronting the Tianu, our chances of winning could significantly increase. After that, I'll figure out a way to lure and guide the Lei Shen clan to the Tianqiang continent, making them a force under Chu Xiu's command. Thinking this, Chu Xiu felt incredibly refreshed. It was truly a perfect plan. In the void, Chu Xiu formed hand seals. A strange ripple spread out, and his body transformed, instantly taking on the appearance of the Lei Shen clan. On his body, lightning serpents coiled occasionally, as if a god had descended. Right at this moment, true monarch Tianyan, who was outside, hurriedly sent a voice transmission to remind him. Old Sixth Chu, what kind of trick are you pulling now? Hurry up and tone it down a bit, absolutely don't mess up. The Tianu have already dispatched 2 Saint King realm weapons here. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression became serious, and he immediately spoke to Lei Yuan. Old Master Lei Yuan, you must be careful. Outside, the Tianu have dispatched 2 Saint King realm weapons. Lei Yuan nodded lightly and replied, young friend Chu Xiu, you can rest assured and set up the array. I know what I'm doing. Young friend, how long will the array take to complete? Chu Xiu decisively replied, half an hour. You just need to hold on for half an hour, and I will definitely teleport you all out of here. Lei Yuan nodded. Good. Then I entrust all my Lei Shen clan members to you, young friend. With that, Lei Yuan went out alone to meet the enemy. At this moment, 10 lists outside Lei Shen village. Tens of thousands of Tianu soldiers swarmed like black water. But what truly terrified people was the colossal figure standing tall before the Tianu army. It was a humanoid monster, hundreds of feet tall, carrying a pair of jet black ram horns on its head. Its body was sturdy, its skin blood red, and blood red flames burned around its body. The high temperature flames distorted space, annihilating all things. Its arms were thick and strong, and a surging, murderous aura of a Saint King permeated the air like a blazing sun. On the left shoulder of the Saint King monster sat a little girl, around 11 or 12 years old, with shoulder-length blonde hair tied into twin pigtails. She wore a tight blue dress, further highlighting her fair skin.
Her small, delicate face had large, sparkling round eyes, making her incredibly adorable. This doll-like beautiful girl was also a Saint King realm expert. Lei Yuan, a Saint King powerhouse, faced 2 Saint Kings and tens of thousands of Tianyu soldiers. The overwhelming disparity made people despair. Both Saint Kings gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Even fighting one Saint King alone, he would have difficulty securing victory. Now facing 2 Saint Kings, it was even more difficult. He knew he was no match, and would likely be killed. At this moment, the little girl sitting on the Saint King's shoulder, her whole body glowing blood red, suddenly rushed towards Lei Yuan. Clan head Li Shen didn't retreat an inch. Holding a long spear that immediately crackled with flickering lightning, he stabbed towards the little girl. The little girl's figure appeared in an instant, stepping onto the long spear. She stuck out her tongue, giving a mocking smile. "Ha ha, old man, you're too slow and too weak." Finishing her words, golden flames erupted all over her body, and her blood energy surged like a fiery cloud reaching the sky. Her tiny figure neither dodged nor avoided, directly kicking out with one leg, striking Lei Yuan's Saint King long spear. Lei Yuan was kicked flying by her, his entire body plummeting to the ground, causing the ground to explode and shatter into many pieces. Lei Yuan tasted the metallic sweetness of blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze couldn't help but become serious as he assessed the little girl. This little girl has some skills. I never expected her body to be so formidable. Lei Yuan composed himself, once again unleashing terrifying lightning. With his long spear in hand, he charged towards the little girl. "Come on." The little girl, seeing this, pouted and said coldly, "Old man, I don't have time to play with you. Deploy the army. Meet the enemy." As she spoke, she clapped her hands a few times. As soon as her voice faded, tens of thousands of Tianyu soldiers immediately charged towards Lei Yuan. Facing the horde of Tianyu soldiers using sheer numbers to suppress a mid-stage Saint King realm expert, Lei Yuan continuously retreated. Fresh blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. Just then, Chu Xiu sent a voice transmission. "Old master, just hold on for a few more minutes, I'll be done soon." The little girl smiled at Lei Yuan and said, "Old man, fighting us alone, you're truly courageous. Ha ha. But it's just futile resistance. In the end, you'll be crushed by my great army. Once we deal with you, we'll send your clansmen down to keep you company." The Tianyu soldiers, with bloodshot eyes, ferociously continued to charge and attack Lei Yuan. Inside the Lei Shen clan, Chu Xiu suddenly shouted loudly, "It's done!" The entire space within the Lei Shen clan vibrated violently. The Lei Shen clan quickly gathered inside Chu Xiu's teleportation array. A towering white light pillar rose. The spatial Dagyo laws instantly activated, transforming into light that enveloped all the Lei Shen clan members. In just a blink, they turned into phantoms, disappearing without a trace. Lei Yuan, who was outside, was also enveloped by a strange spatial energy. With a flash, Lei Yuan was also teleported away right before the eyes of the Tianyu soldiers, making them stunned. In the distance, true monarch Tian Mixian was still waving his array flag. Witnessing Chu Xiu and the Lei Shen clan disappear, he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Tian Minyan secretly thought, "Holy shish, I thought Lei Shen village was done for. Old 6th Chu is such a G, he actually snatched people right under the Tianyu's noses." At the U-shaped divine lake on Desolate God Island, the space here, previously in stillness, suddenly rippled violently. Boom! A white pillar of light shot up from the lake, its radiance piercing the 9 heavens, shaking the sky of Desolate God Island. The guardians of the divine lake were already mentally prepared, and the corpse puppets led by the Killing Maiden were not surprised either, because they knew their master had activated the grand teleportation array. But the cultivators from the Tianqiang continent didn't know this. They were startled, thinking the Tianyu soldiers were once again hunting them, wanting to wipe them out completely. More than 10 great saints immediately entered a state of alert, ready to engage in battle. One great saint quickly realized, hurriedly saying, "This is a teleportation array, everyone don't panic." I guess it's people from the Divine Lake Force teleporting back. Other great saints chimed in, "We don't even know who's back. Such a grand formation, it must be some important figure returning, right?" A white-bearded great saint from the Ji clan stepped out of the ranks, his eyes glinting sharply. He was Ji Changshu, an acquaintance of Chu Xiu. Previously, during the Saint Song ceremony, he represented the Ji clan at the event. Now, they meet again under completely different circumstances. Currently, there were 16 great saints present on the island, belonging to forces like the Endless Sword Domain, the Ji clan, as well as the Silver Moon Butterfly Mountain, and the Jiaozi Sacred Temple. Most of them bore injuries, so on one hand, they were not allowed to go out to work, but stayed here to recuperate. "Look, isn't that Chu Xiu?" He's the Tai Su Saint's son. Feeling the aura of these people, Ji Changshu's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "My heavens, almost all of them are great saints, and the two leading figures, they seem to be saint kings." Amidst the murmuring discussions, the white light gradually faded. Chu Xiu and a group of people appeared in the middle of the lake, a total of over 400 individuals, including men, women, old, and young. All wore battle armor, held lightning spears, were covered in blood, and exuded a sky-high murderous aura, clearly having just escaped a battlefield. Chu Xiu appeared calm, smiling gently at everyone and softly saying, "Everyone, hurry and follow me into Desolate God Island. Healing is more important." Lei Yuan cupped his hands in gratitude. "Many thanks, Island Master, for your timely rescue." Witnessing this scene, Ji Changshao, the Endless Sword Domain, and Saintess Qi Meng of the Jiaozi Sacred Temple all sensed the powerful aura from the group, and each couldn't help but be stunned, standing motionless. What? Why has Chu Xiu become the Island Master of Desolate God Island? Am I hearing things? What kind of terrifying force is this? Where did they come from? These great saints before them were completely different from the corpse puppets guarding the lake. They were all living beings, true cultivators, with wisdom and independent will, far different from soulless puppets. Someone whispered, "Among them, one Saint King is severely wounded, and all the great saints bear blood-soaked marks on their bodies." What kind of calamity did they face to fall into such a miserable state? Could it be those Tiannu soldiers again? Are they really that terrifying? At this moment, the cultivators from the Tianqiang continent looked at each other, their eyes filled with horror. They felt that the waters of the Taiji ancient star were getting deeper and deeper. Right at this moment, Desolate God Island suddenly vibrated violently, and a surge of quasi-emperor aura descended from above. In the sky above Desolate God Island, the dragon god appeared in her true form as a colossal golden dragon. Her voice was cold and full of majesty, speaking to Chu Xiu. "Desolate God, I have arrived. Hurry up and open the door to welcome me." The great saint cultivators of the Tianqiang continent, whether human or beast, all felt a wave of terror at this moment. "This is the Dragon Clan. It's the Dragon God." Chu Xiu turned around to look at the Dragon God in the sky. He smirked, smiled, and calmly replied, "Come in." The cultivators from the Tianqiang continent were utterly stunned witnessing this scene, looking at Chu Xiu, stammering, He's really the Desolate God? Is his relationship with the Dragon God that good? Just how much plot did we miss?" Huangshen Island, nestled between a courtyard and a palace, overlooking a mountain-foot plaza shrouded by endless peaks. Chu Xiu casually waved his hand. A wisp of flame danced out, sparking the brazier to boil water for tea. Across from our boy, old Chu 6, sat Long Shen, chilling like a true waifu, legs crossed at a stone table in the pavilion. Long Shen's eyes scanned her surroundings. "So this is Huangshen Island?" she thought. Being her first visit, everything on the island totally piqued her interest. Chu Xiu, teapot in hand, poured Long Shen a steaming cup. A faint smile touched his lips. "Looks like even you, Long Shen, are interested in the tea with the Lei Shen clan, huh?" Long Shen turned, propping her chin in her hands, a mischievous smirk playing on her lips as she eyed Chu Xiu. "You used a teleportation array to pull the Lei Shen clan out of the battlefield, right? That royally pissed off Tiannu, who then chased you down personally. Good thing this dragon god stepped in and stopped it. Otherwise, your little life would have been forfeited, bro. So, aren't you gonna thank me?" Chu Xiu's lips curved into a cold smirk. He replied nonchalantly, "It wouldn't dare step foot on Huangshen Island, but still, appreciate it. Us working in sync like this will definitely make it even more cautious." As he spoke, Chu Xiu offered the jade teacup to Long Shen. She gave a slight nod, a soft, escaping her lips. Accepting the teacup, Long Shen gracefully took a small sip. "It'll think Huangshen Island and I have teamed up. From now on, it probably won't dare act so brazenly. But a threat is just a threat. Without enough power, we can never truly deal with Tiannu." A worried frown creased Long Shen's forehead. "I've basically made an enemy of it now. I've clashed with those Tiannu monsters before. They're no joke. The scary part is, the more life essences Tiannu hoards over time, the stronger it gets. There'll be a day when I won't be able to stand against it anymore. And by then, not just me, but the entire Wu Jin Great Swamp will be wiped out." Chu Xiu's face grew serious. "Taiji Ancient Star reopens in 2.5 years. You could take your Shui clan and bail, relocate to the Tiankong continent. But for now, how long can we even hold out? Maybe I have a way to handle Tiannu. It's simple, actually, just like how I dealt with Baizhe and Landai, directly using the Gi Dao seed to devour it. But there's a catch." At this, Chu Xiu mused silently. Someone has to be able to frontally suppress Tiannu's moves. Only then can I get a window to unleash the Yi Dao seed and devour those abominations. Too bad on this Taiji ancient star nobody can face-slap Tiannu head-on, not even Luo Ji. Hold up. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered. Thinking of Luo Ji, he secretly wondered, Miao Xiaoqi, if I let Long Shen borrow the Tiandi sword, does she stand a chance against Tiannu? Inside Chu Xiu's mind palace, Miao Xiaoqi, who was currently napping on the Tiandi sword, stirred. Her voice echoed in his mind. The Tiandi sword already recognizes you as its master, idiot. It's your exclusive artifact. Outsiders can't wield it. Even trying to force it won't unleash its power. It'll probably just backfire and kick their asses. Chu Xiu couldn't hide his disappointment. If that's the case, then no one in this era can stop Tiannu. Man, if only a great emperor still existed, that'd be awesome. Too bad. The only known Tai Yi Di, who knows what happened to him? Dude couldn't even protect himself. While Chu Xiu was lost in thought, Long Shen shrugged. She said with a helpless sigh, if things keep going south, we might just have to bolt. I don't give a damn about this strong cultivator, prestige crap. If you can't win, run. Survival is key. There's zero shame in that. As soon as she finished, Long Shen suddenly remembered something, turning to Chu Xiu to ask, oh, right, did Miao Xiaoqi tell you yet? Chu Xiao, looking completely lost, stared at her in confusion. Tell me what? Seeing Chu Xiao's blank stare and words, Long Shen instantly knew Miao Xiaoqi had pulled a fast one. She instantly sprang up, her aura growing majestic, a hint of fury coloring her face as she glared at Chu Xiu. She didn't tell you what I asked her to pass on? Old Chu 6, seeing Long Shen's pissed-off look, knew she was mad. This woman was a crucial ally. He couldn't let some stupid misunderstanding mess up their vibe. He immediately reached out, yanking Miao Xiaoqi, who was still lazily snoozing inside his mind palace, right out. The black kitty was absolutely not having it. She begrudgingly opened her eyes, fur bristling in annoyance. Meow, 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 this is so annoying. Always disturbing my beauty sleep. Can't you guys just not? Long Shen was absolutely fuming. She instantly grabbed Miao Xiaoqi by the ear, her voice glacial. I told you to deliver a message, and you dared not tell him? Ack. Ow, what the hell are you doing? Meow, let go of me now. Miao Xiaoqi finally remembered, blinking innocently, then forcing an awkward laugh. Aha, I forgot. Meow. Chu Xiao's face was dead serious. He took a sip of his tea, then looked at Miao Xiaoqi. Aren't you gonna apologize right now? Is this how you treat my VIP, you little brat? Don't you want to eat Ling Miao anymore? Don't you want to nap in comfy spots anymore? Hearing this, Miao Xiaoqi instantly turned to Long Shen. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Meow. I'll tell him right now. With that, the black kitty turned to Chu Xiu, stammering. She wants you to help her. Have a baby. Meow, what? The words had barely left her mouth when the tea Chu Xiu had just sipped immediately shot right out of his mouth. Splattered tea rained down on Long Shen's pristine jade-like face. Her expression didn't even twitch. She calmly dabbed the tea from her cheek with a cloth. Old Chu 6 wiped his mouth, his eyes full of suspicion as he stared at Long Shen. Long Shen, big sis, are you messing with me? Long Shen's face was dead serious as she nodded. That's right, no joke. I genuinely want to have a child with you. What's your take? She said this without a hint of embarrassment, as if it were the most critical matter, a matter of personal responsibility. The Dragon Clan's bloodline could not end with her generation, and Chu Xiu, in her eyes, was the absolute best pick. Seeing that Long Shen was clearly not messing around, Chu Xiu's face scrunched up. He took a deep breath, cursing silently. Holy SHT. After Jiao Qi holy sight. I'm dealing with this now? Do I really look like some kind of breeding stallion? Long Shen's piercing gaze locked onto Chu Xiu. What do you think? Chu Xiu's face was a mess of awkwardness. He waved his hands frantically. Look, you're a dragon. I'm a human. Our races are different. It's not compatible, really. It just won't work. Long Shen's face remained utterly serious as she looked at Chu Xiu. You're special. If we could procreate, our bloodline would be incredibly powerful, perhaps even surpassing my current strength. At this, Long Shen's presence intensified. Delicate hand slammed down on the table. She practically snarled. Or maybe you just don't find me appealing? Are you looking down on me? Chu Xiu forced a strained smile. It's not about that. Aren't we, like, good bros? Old Chu 6 hadn't even finished his sentence before Long Shen cut him off. She reached out, grabbed Chu Xiu's chin, and lifted it, her full aura exploding forth, instantly suppressing our boy. A manly man acting so wishy-washy? Where's the swagger of the Huangshen Island master? Chu Xiu's eyes bugged out. He instinctively tried to fight back, but his entire cultivation was locked down by Long Shen's quasi-D aura, rendering him utterly immobile. He stared at Long Shen, wide-eyed and terrified,
stammering, What? What? What are you trying to do? Don't be rash. Think rationally for a second. You're using quasi-D aura to suppress me? That's straight up messed up. Longshen didn't bother replying. She just grabbed Chu Xiu by the collar and dragged him, just like that, straight into the palace. Crash! The door slammed shut, and Chu Xiu's desperate screams immediately erupted from inside. Today I refuse. HMPH, I absolutely won't let you defile me. Miao Xiaoqi, witnessing this whole spectacle, let out a wicked cackle. This girl's got some serious balls. Looks like Chu Xiu's gonna be drained for a while this time. Good. Then nobody will bother my sleep anymore. Meow meow meow. Meanwhile, inside the palace, in a private chamber, Chu Xiu lay naked and bound on the bed, courtesy of Longshen. His eyes wide with utter panic, he pleaded, Longshen, please, calm down, just a little. Longshen sat above him, a cold smile gracing her lips. Big bro! Her eyes, full of possessive fire, bore into Chu Xiu, who was desperately trying to resist beneath her. Wait! Old Chu Xiu's eyes went blank. Stunned, he lay motionless, feeling like this woman was about to suck him dry. Longshen, riding high and mighty, completely ignored Chu Xiu's feelings, passionately galloping towards the peak. Amidst heavy, ragged breaths, several hours later, Chu Xiu lay stiff and lifeless on the bed, his face pale, eyes dull and vacant. His body seemed utterly devoid of strength, trembling intermittently, looking truly pathetic. Old Chu Xiu sighed inwardly. To think I, old devil Chu, am cunning as hell, priding myself on my heaven-defying talent, handsome and suave, unrivaled under the heavens. Back when my cultivation was weak, being bullied by my master was one thing. Now, after finally hitting Saint King battle power, I still can't escape this fate of being topped, with Longshen on top. Even if I'm nailed in a coffin, strung up on a pyre, I'd still scream it. Old Devil Chu has truly had enough of these days. Dressed neatly now, Longshen sat by the bed, calmly brushing her long, silky hair. Her eyes swept over Chu Xiu, who lay critically damaged and unmoving on the bed. She said, Didn't expect you to know quite a bit, huh? But I can sense this experiment wasn't a total success. The maiden's face was flushed. She leaned in slightly, her slender, soft hand gently caressing Chu Xiu's cheek. Bending down, her red lips parted, she whispered into his ear, her tone silken. Next time, we continue. Chu Xiu's face instantly went dark, his whole body trembling, his expression turning utterly horrified. He tried to speak, gathering his last vestiges of strength to protest. You! But his words were cut short, as Longshen's index finger pressed against his lips, and the pressure was not light. She said coldly, I'm warning you, don't act all innocent and pure after getting such a sweet deal. Look at the state you're in. My Longshen clan has been matriarchal for generations. Our status is beyond precious. Being with me is a massive opportunity for you. You must have realized that by now, right? Our boy Chu Xiu slowly pushed his battered body up, his face all twisted up. Figures, he thought. There was no hiding anything from her. Thinking that, old Sixth Chu immediately checked his soul C. He instantly felt a surging tide of primordial energy within, slowly transforming into Saint King power. Before this, Chu Xiu had already reached the Saint King threshold, but because his soul C was too vast and his primordial energy too potent, the transformation was agonizingly slow. Not even his system could speed things up. Yet, after a night of struggling with Longshen, the speed of his Saint King power transformation suddenly shot through the roof. His soul C was also ridiculously wider than any regular cultivator's, and the primordial energy surged with an unbelievable ferocity. Initial estimates said it would take years to fully convert, but now? He could wrap up the Saint King power transformation in just about a year? But the real kicker was the anomaly emerging within the transforming power. According to ancient texts, the primordial energy of the desolate ancient holy body was golden, and its Saint King power should be a similar golden hue. But Chu Xiu? Nah. Our boy was built different. What he was transforming wasn't just ordinary golden Saint King power, but actual streams of Saint King power taking the form of lifelike golden dragons. Compared to regular Saint King power, this stuff was way more potent and condensed. When he unleashed his divine abilities, not only did their might multiply, but the activation speed absolutely blew past normal cultivators. Don't you dare underestimate this small difference. In a clash between powerhouses, even this tiny edge can flip the entire situation, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Suddenly getting such a massive benefit? Chu Xiu would be lying if he said he wasn't ecstatic. But the price he paid? Old Devil Chu was definitely feeling some serious internal damage. Seeing our boy just spacing out, silent as a statue, Longshen gently rose, brushing back her long golden hair. A smug smile played on her lips as she spoke.
Looks like you've realized it then. Watching Long Shen make her move, Chu Xiu quickly spoke up. Are you leaving already? His mouth was polite, but inwardly our boy let out the biggest sigh of relief. Thank the heavens she's finally going. I genuinely couldn't handle this dragon waifu for another second. Long Shen turned her head back, her delicate, fair face blooming with a smile as she replied, I need to return to the Wujin Daze to prevent Tian Nu Cheng from stirring up trouble while I'm gone. As for you, Her eyes flickered, a moment of thought passing. After some time, I'll come find you. If you need any help before then, just send word. With that, she turned and slowly drifted out the room. Her long, golden hair, falling to her waist, swayed gently with every step. Watching Long Shen's graceful figure disappear, Chu Xiu softly mumbled, Yeah, just a woman. As if she'd heard him, Long Shen paused. A smirk played on her lips as she replied, You're mistaken. I am a dragon maiden, not just any woman. With those words, she dissolved into a streak of golden light and shot into the sky. After Long Shen was gone, Chu Xiu painstakingly hauled himself up. He raised his right hand, performing a seal to cleanse his body, then swapped into some fresh, clean clothes before finally leaving the room. Old Sixth Chu, still looking utterly pathetic, leaned a hand on the door for support, his trembling legs barely dragging him forward. But just as our boy Chu Xiu finally made it to the doorway, his eyes darted sideways to see a familiar figure planted right outside the door. None other than Miao Xiaoqi. Seeing Chu Xiu's utterly miserable and wasted state, the little black cat couldn't help but cover her mouth, a bizarre smile spreading across her face. Little Chu, you're not looking so hot, huh? Chu Xiu's eyelids twitched. He knew damn well this lazy cat had been eavesdropping on every single thing in his room all night, but at this point, our boy had zero energy left to squabble with her. He could only let her stand there, still cackling, as if suddenly remembering something important. Miao Xiaoqi hastily reminded Chu Xiu, Oh, Lei Xin said she has something for you. Go quickly. Time, a fickle mistress, flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this period, Chu Xiu ventured deep into the forest, heading towards the Lei Shen tribe's settlement. In the gloom of the ancient woods, Lei Xin stood quietly by herself, waiting. Seeing her melancholic expression, Chu Xiu asked, Have your grandpa's injuries been taken care of? Lei Xin gently nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Grandpa is currently in seclusion, healing his injuries. We're incredibly lucky you were here this time. Otherwise, my Lei Shen tribe would have faced complete annihilation, I'm afraid, she continued. This is something Grandpa told me to give you before he went into seclusion. As Lei Shen spoke, she handed Chu Xiu a palm-sized black stone slab. Its cold surface shimmered with a metallic glow under the moonlight, covered in mysterious ancient inscriptions. Grandpa said this stone tablet records information about the Dao Yuan. I heard that place is incredibly dangerous. You absolutely must be careful and never underestimate it. Lei Shen's words were heavy with gravity, her expression showing deep apprehension. Chu Xiu, hearing this, also grew serious. He wasn't arrogant. In fact, he was meticulously cautious, almost to the point of being obsessive. If even Lei Yuan, a Saint King powerhouse, showed such fear, then that place must be truly terrifying. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, replying, Many thanks for the reminder. I'll definitely be careful and only act after thorough preparation. Lei Shen's gaze softened, a hint of relief in her eyes, seeing Chu Xiu had taken her grandpa's words to heart. Initially, her grandpa worried that Chu Xiu, being young and hot-blooded, might grow arrogant due to his profound cultivation, and flip his boat if he wasn't careful. Looks like Grandpa worried too much, she thought. Lei Xin then relayed another message to Chu Xiu. If you, Chu Xiu, have any requests, feel free to make them at any time. When that time comes, my grandpa will definitely emerge from seclusion to assist you. Chu Xiao smiled. Just let the old man recover in peace. Other matters can wait. Along the winding path, in the silent night forest, layers of peculiar green moss on either side glowed with various fluorescent colors under the moonlight, crafting a shimmering, mystical scene. Lei Xin gently tilted her head, her deep blue eyes fixed on Chu Xiu as she asked, Fellow Taoist Chu Xiu, after the Taiji Jiyu Xing reopens, will you return to the Tianqiang Dalu? Chu Xiu nodded, giving a casual smile as he replied, I'm originally from the Tianqiang Dalu, so of course I'll go back. At this point, for Chu Xiu, once he had clues about the Dao Yuan and could actually reach the Dao Yuan, his interest in the Taiji Jiyu Xing had vanished. Old Six Chu decided to return and dive straight into the Honghuang for training, both to devour the power of the Wanzhu to bolster his own strength, and to search for traces of Zhu Biyu. Now, at the Saint King realm, Chu Xiu was far more confident. no longer fearing encirclement by numerous powerful forces. Hearing Chu Xiu's unhesitating reply, Lei Xin's eyes momentarily dimmed with sadness, but she still managed to smile. You're right. The Tai Ji Ji Yu Xing truly is too small. The heavens chosen like fellow Taoist Chu should absolutely roam and conquer the vast greater world. Chu Xiao met Lei Xin's gaze directly. The Tai Ji Ji Yu Xing is inherently dangerous. I suggest you all come with us to the Tiancheng Dalu. Lei Xin's eyes immediately brightened. She didn't explicitly agree or refuse. I'll go back and discuss it with Grandpa. After seeing Chu Xiao out of the forest, Lei Xin watched his figure slowly vanish into the night. A lingering surprise stirred within her. He invited us to live on his home planet? She mused. Time, a fickle mistress, flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this period, Chu Xiu had prepared himself with more than a few trump cards, formation flags, poisons, spirit medicines, just to handle any situation that might pop off. His master was still in seclusion, cultivating hard, and he didn't want to disturb him. So our boy decided to quietly slip away from Huangshen Dao and head into the Shenhu. Chu Xiu planned to search for the Dao Yuan ahead, while also scouting the area to prevent any issues from flaring up in his absence. What truly made him breathe a sigh of relief was that within hundreds of thousands of miles around the lake, there was still no trace of Tiannu's weapons. Instead, he stumbled upon Tian Mianjun, a dude he hadn't seen in ages. This absolute clown was slinking towards the Shenhu, looking incredibly sus, when Chu Xiu yanked him straight out of the void. Tian Mian shrieked in terror. Old Sixth Chu, don't be afraid. It's me, Tian Mian. Chu Xiu, ever so casually, just tossed him to the ground. Our boy, Tian Mian Zhenjun, saw Chu Xiu looking way thinner, face pale, like his energy was completely drained. He couldn't help but frown and ask, Chu Lao Lu, did you go messing with some innocent girl again? Chung Xiu shot back. Pissed, I didn't. That's not me. Don't just spout nonsense. But Tian Mian totally ignored Chung Xiu's protests, his face turning grim. He stared our boy down, then sneered. You finally showed your true colors. Chu Lao Ma, Chu Lao Lu, Chu Xiu? It was all you, wasn't it? As he spoke, Tian Mian Zhenjun's face froze solid, his jaw dropping as he sensed Chu Xiu's aura. His expression was pure disbelief. Hold up! You? You became a Saint King? Chu Xiu waved his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Heh, just barely. Humble, humble. Seeing Chu Xiu's absolute humble-bragging display, Tian Mian couldn't help but boil with rage. He gritted his teeth. Then finally, looking utterly defeated, slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon. No wonder you're ballsy enough to show your true face. With your current power, you can literally do whatever the hell you want. Alright, that's enough, Chu Xiu said, giving Tian Mian a solid kick in the butt. Spill it. What do you want from me? What the hell happened to you? Tian Mian's face twitched, flushing red then paling white. He looked utterly miserable, hugging his knees for a long time before finally mumbling, If I wasn't in deep SHT, I swear I wouldn't have come to you. This time, I'm truly screwed, bro. Chu Lao Lu frowned, curiosity piqued. Huh? What do you mean? Tian Mian then spilled everything that happened to Chu Xiu, holding nothing back. After hearing it all, Chu Xiu's expression turned peculiar. He stroked his chin, staring at Tian Mian Zhenjun. So let me get this straight. That little girl taught you some transformation technique, but you somehow reverted to your true form. Then you transformed into whatever you are now. And then she was completely captivated by your skills and fell head over heels for you. Couldn't get enough? Bro, your taste is wild. Even a heavenly slave weapon, you can actually handle that? You're truly built different, aren't you? Chu Xiao couldn't help but give Tian Mian a thumbs up, a look of mock admiration on his face. Tian Mian's face twisted into a grimace, looking like he wanted to cry but couldn't. Bro, I didn't want this. You have no idea how twisted she is. I literally can't take it anymore. If I wasn't truly at my breaking point, do you think I'd willingly crawl to you for help? Chu Xiu nodded, a picture of false understanding. He flashed a smile and said, Bro, I feel you. I totally get it. So about that, Chu Xiu said, his eyes darting around before landing on Tian Mian. Why exactly did you come crawling back this time? What can I possibly do for you? Tian Mian gritted his teeth, his voice laced with pure killing intent. I came back for your poisons. You gotta hook me up with some deadly concoctions. I'm gonna off that monster. If she doesn't vanish, my master plan is toast. Chu Lao Lu, you don't want my grand scheme to fall apart, do you? Chu Xiu let out a long, theatrical sigh, his voice dripping with mock wisdom. Bro, one day as husband and wife, 100 days of kindness. Is all this really necessary? As he spoke, Chu Xiu slowly reached into his robes, pulling out over a dozen jade bottles, and casually tossing them into Tian Mian Zhenjun's palm. Heavenly slave weapons have crazy strong poison resistance, so you gotta play the long game. But don't sweat it, these poisons are super subtle. Invisible, tasteless, totally undetectable short term. They'll only detonate at the perfect critical moment. After that, Chu Xiu went on to explain each poison in detail, then turned around, waved his hand dismissively, and walked off. I'm busy. Take care. Inwardly he sneered, Tian Mi-xian, this idiot just handed me a massive gift, is just about to deal with a saint body, and he basically brought me a pillow. Once she's poisoned, taking her down will be 1,000,000 times easier. Chu Xiu licked his lips, his eyes glinting crimson. Just imagining devouring that little lowly, his saint blood couldn't be contained, and began to boil spontaneously. In the void, Chu Xiao's figure shot across the sky like a flash of light. In his hand, he held the ancient black stone slab Lei Jin had given him. Carved into its surface was a line of archaic script. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shi, Tai Su, Tai Ji. Chu Xiu frowned. These words rang a bell, reminding him of many things. Tai Yi, Great Emperor, Tai Su, Imperial Venerable, and even the very place he was currently on, Tai Ji, Ancient Star. It felt like they were all intimately connected to something profoundly mysterious. These characters also made Chu Xiu remember the legends of Blue Star. In Taoist philosophy, there are 5 fundamental states. Were these 5 states linked to the 5 supremes in Blue Star's Taoism? Did they hold the same meaning? Why would a legend about Blue Star appear on this ancient slab? Could Blue Star have had a deep connection with this vast starry universe all along? A flurry of hypotheses swirled in Chu Xiu's mind, but no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't reach a definitive conclusion. Then, he shifted his gaze to the back of the slab, where a shimmering, door-like shape was carved, and it simultaneously pointed Chu Xiu towards the southernmost reaches of Taiji Ancient Star. Following the cryptic markings on the slab, Chu Xiu finally arrived at the southernmost point of Taiji Ancient Star. Bro, this place was a boundless, desolate sea of ice, battered by blinding winds and snow. The endless white ice stretched to the horizon, and the temperature was terrifyingly brutal, plummeting below -100 degrees. A mere mortal showing up here would instantly freeze to death in just a few breaths. Chu Xiu's figure materialized from a spatial vortex in the void. Looking down, he mused, this cold current hitting absolute zero. This is a legit forbidden zone. No wonder no living creature would ever willingly set foot here. But is the Dao Yuan really in here? As that thought crossed his mind, a sliver of doubt began to creep into Chu Xiao's heart, but he still decided to step onto the ice, walking straight into the howling wind and snow. The icy snowflakes cut down like tiny razors against skin. But Chu Xiu remained utterly unfazed, feeling absolutely nothing. With his current cultivation, this bit of cold was literally nothing more than a gentle breeze. After days of trudging through the immense white sea of snow, Chu Xiu finally stumbled upon a 2-meter-tall door. The entire thing was an ancient gray-black like primordial stone, completely covered in archaic script. The door itself was both tangible and insubstantial, flickering in and out of existence, radiating an ethereal 7-colored light. A gentle, divine aura wafted from it, accompanied by sounds like the distant roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes echoing from within. Chu Xiu stood a fair distance away, his sharp gaze silently scrutinizing it for a long time. Only after confirming there was no immediate danger did he slowly begin to approach. Is the Dao Yuan really in there? Without another word, Chu Xiu reached out and pushed the door open. An intense burst of white light erupted from within, forcing Chu Xiu to squint. His divine sense instantly spread out, probing the area, and only then did he cautiously step inside. This place is... Chu Xiu murmured to himself. The door slammed shut behind him, and the chilling aura vanished instantly, returning utter tranquility to the small island. Chu Xiu now found himself in a vast, boundless space, utterly saturated with white light, with a path of jet-black flagstones stretching into infinity. He spun around, only to realize the door he entered through had vanished. Only the path forward remained. The surrounding scenery was static, just an endless expanse of white, causing him to lose all sense of time. Chu Xiu continued to walk, unsure how much time had elapsed, until old Chu's vision slowly began to clear. Before his eyes stood a ruined grand hall, completely shrouded in an aura of desolation. Cobwebs draped every corner of the hall, and on the dilapidated throne sat a stunning woman. She sat there silently, as if she had been waiting for his arrival all along. Sensing Chu Xiu's aura, she immediately opened her eyes. her voice a captivating blend of surprise and anticipation. "Oh, someone's finally here. Immortal, Lai Wangchao, we've finally been waiting for you." Chu Xiu subtly frowned, exclaiming with a hint of surprise in his voice. "Immortal, Li Wangchao, you got the wrong guy, right? Where am I? Which Li Wangchao? I've journeyed all over the Tiankong Dalu and Tai Yu Xing, but I've never heard that name." As he spoke, Chu Xiu subtly glanced at the woman before him. She was clad in a crimson dragon robe, over 30, with an oval face and fair skin. Her beauty and aura were both exquisite, radiating a power that screamed, "Conquer me." Behind her, a bunch of people dressed like high officials were reverently kneeling on the ground. Chu Xiu spoke up. "You're the ruler of this place?" The queen respectfully nodded, replying, "Reporting to the Supreme Immortal, this humble one's name is Xin Gui Li, the 357th queen of the Lai Wangchao. This place is Lanxing, the final dynasty of the Huaxia people. Please, Immortal, follow me to the side hall, and this humble one will slowly explain everything." Hearing this, Chu Xiu's pupils instantly constricted. His Saint King Shen Nian spread across heaven and earth, surveying the entire region. After a long investigation, he let out a soft breath, thinking, "Just a coincidence of names, not the familiar place from my memories, but she's already leading me to a side hall on our first meeting, and even calls herself an Empress." As he pondered, old Six Chu pulled out a bottle of poison pills, the Shijiang Ruan Ji Yu San, clutching it in his palm. "Good thing I came prepared for the after-party." In Shu Yinzai's mind, an image of Queen Xingui Li appeared, knocked out cold by his Shijiang Ruan Ji Yu San, looking utterly tantalizing. With that thought, Chu Xiu curved his lips into a wicked smirk. Let's just see how things play out first. A short while later, Queen Xingui Li led Chu Xiu into a large room. Inside, aside from a chipped wooden table in the very center, there were 0 other furnishings. The sheer destitution, decay, and utter desolation made Chu Xiu furrow his brow, thinking, "This place is way more run down than any human dynasty on the Tiankong Dalu." He watched Xingui Li, who was sitting opposite him brewing tea, and thought to himself, "She doesn't look that old, but I bet her skills aren't half bad." Who knows what skills brother Chu Xiu was thinking about, but his eyes were definitely glued to the queen's ample melons. After brewing the tea, Xingui Li presented the cup to Chu Xiu. With a look of apology, she respectfully said, "Please, Supreme Immortal, as you can see, the Lai Wangchao is in extreme hardship, oppressed by 4 other races. We truly have nothing better to offer you." Chu Xiu smiled, replying, "It's fine. I've never been one for an easy life anyway. I've been through too much back in the day, so my demands for material luxuries aren't high. Besides, Old Devil Chu didn't come here to enjoy life, but to snatch the Dao Yuan." Chu Xiu raised the steaming teacup, taking a sip. He thoughtfully mused to himself, "This tea tastes just like Lanjing tea, no poison, and while the quality is a bit lacking, her tea-making skills really aren't bad." Chu Xiu snapped back to attention and asked the queen, "You guys set up an altar to summon me, didn't you? What's your goal?" "What did you mean the Lai Wangchao is waiting for an immortal?" Xingui Li respectfully replied. "Reporting to the Supreme Immortal, according to the ancestral prophecies, you are the one we've been waiting for. An immortal who can save our Lai Wangchao." Chu Xiu waved his hand, giving a dry laugh. "Heh, I'm not an immortal yet, just call me Chu Xiu. Now tell me about the difficulties the Li Wangchao is facing." Queen Xingui Li nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, great one. This all concerns the Dao Yuan War. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago, when Lanxing was born, the great land split into 5 different continents. At the same time, a wise race was born on each one. Specifically, the Huaxia continent in the east, home to the Renzu, the Tianxing continent in the north, home to the Monuzu, the Qingyi continent in the south, home to the Gizu, the central continent, home to the Jingshenzhu, and the Xingyuan continent in the west, home to the Shaorenzu. The wise beings of these 5 continents, each race received a divine oracle from Lanxing. On Lanxing exists a supreme treasure called the Dao Yuan, and in the future, outsiders will come to claim it. The mission for each continent is to develop their race and summon one of these outsiders, aka an immortal, to their side. That immortal will then lead their race to war. The ultimate victor among the 5 races will receive the Dao Yuan, the most precious treasure Lanxing has ever revealed to the world, and take it for themselves. Simultaneously, the winning race will earn the protection of that region's heaven and earth, becoming the strongest race in existence. After the queen's explanation, Chu Xiu had a rough idea of what the Dao Yuan War was. He asked Xingui Li, "So how are victories and defeats determined? You don't mean totally wiping out the enemy race to win, right?" Xingui Li shook her head.
Not exactly. If annihilating the enemy was the only way to win, then I'm afraid our people would have been wiped out long before Great One Chu Xiu even showed up. Chu Xiu subtly frowned, curiously asking, "So how is victory and defeat decided?" Qin Gui Lai's crimson lips slightly parted. "Great One Chu Xiu, when you arrived, did you happen to bring a stone tablet with you?" "A stone tablet? You mean this?" Chu Xiu said, casually reaching into his robes and pulling out a black stone tablet. Qin Gui Li's eyes lit up instantly. Seeing the black stone tablet in Chu Xiu's hand, she nodded repeatedly. Yes, this is the crux of the Dao Yuan War. To achieve ultimate victory, you must collect all 5 stone tablets. Chu Xiu, feeling suspicious, thought to himself. Collect all 5 stone tablets? For what? To summon a Shenlong or something? Qin Gui Li's expression turned serious. Pointing at the stone tablet, she continued. All 5 stone tablets are currently held by the immortals of the other factions. The only reason the other races haven't wiped out our Renzu is because they're waiting for our immortal to arrive in this world. Hearing this, Chu Xiu finally grasped the situation. Looking at the tablet in his hand, he stroked his chin and calmly stated, "In other words, the 5 of us will have to use this world as our battlefield, fighting to the death to snatch these stone tablets." Qin Gui Lai nodded. "Exactly, Great One Chu Xiu. Do you know why the winning side gets to become the strongest race in this world?" Chu Xiu offered a faint smile, replying, "Nope. Are we talking about some massive rewards or something?" Qin Gui Lai explained. "Great One Chu Xiu, you've probably already noticed that this heaven and earth has certain restrictions. The rules of this world limit native beings, meaning we can only cultivate to the Da Shengjing at most. As for what cultivation level is above a great saint, we can't even fathom it. Our boy, Chu Xiu, must be that level of existence, right?" She stared at Chu Xiu, her eyes full of scrutiny. "So that's how it is." Chu Xiu nodded slightly, taking a sip of his tea before saying, "It also means that for the winning side, heaven and earth won't restrict their cultivation, allowing the victors to become the absolute strongest." Qin Gui Li suddenly stood up, her expression reverent, bowing to Chu Xiu as she declared, "Precisely because of this, I, Qin Gui Li, Queen of the Liwang dynasty, on behalf of the entire human race of Blue Star, wish Great One Chu Xiu ultimate victory. For the continuation of our human race, this servant humbly begs you, Great One, you must win." Chu Xiu didn't reply to Qin Gui Li's words or actions. He just silently watched the bowing queen before him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Don't you worry. Even if you didn't ask me to take the Dao origin from here, I would still find a way to win this battle." Hearing Chu Xiu say this, Qin Gui Li let out a sigh of relief, the heavy stone in her heart finally dropping. The fear of this immortal getting angry slowly faded away. She picked up the teapot, refilled Chu Xiu's cup, and then declared with a serious tone, "Great One Chu Xiu, from this day forward, all the clansmen of the Liwang dynasty will follow your commands. Anyone who dares to defy them, you may deal with as you please, including this servant." To the south of Blue Star lay a vast coastal continent, its sky perpetually shrouded in dark clouds and bone-chilling mist, creating an eerie, gloomy atmosphere. This continent was called Qinggui, and its center was the royal city of Fengtu. 1,000 years ago, when the immortals departed, the Gyua clan seized the opportunity to develop rapidly. Their population quickly soared, reaching well over 10 million. The Gi clan's royal city was incredibly vast, spanning millions of miles. Gi clan architecture was bizarre and distinct from that of the human race. They used a material called Gi stone to construct their buildings. Gai stone was as white as the bones of the dead, making their architectural marvels appear to be sculpted from actual bone, giving them an icy, sinister, and evil appearance. Inside the imperial palace stood a grand and magnificent hall, at least from the Giwai clan's perspective. This palace was built from colossal skeletons. Seated on the white bone throne was a towering Gi clan male with green skin, yellow fangs, and 2 horns sprouting from his forehead. This absolute unit stood 10 to 13 meters tall, his entire body exuding a savage and fearsome aura. Suddenly the male opened his eyes, and a dark, eerie light shot from his black pupils, twisting the very void in front of him. Below the grand hall was a beautiful Gui clan female official, the manager of this palace. The two seemed to be discussing something. Just then, a talisman appeared from the void, slowly descending and flying into her hand. The moment the talisman appeared, it immediately caught the Giwang's attention. After the Giwai female finished reading the contents of the talisman, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Then she joyfully announced, "Your Majesty, Gui Xian, the Saint King of the human race has finally descended. The true Dao origin war is about to begin." At the same time, in Tiankong City on the Tianxing continent within the royal city of the Monu clan, a colossal city floated, suspended in the air.
Outside the imperial palace, a woman draped in a black gold cloak looked up at the darkening sky. Her pale, enchanting face revealed a hint of curiosity. She delicately licked her plump red lips, then let out a delighted giggle, saying happily, "Heh, I've waited 1,000 years and you've finally arrived. Pass down the order for the entire clan to prepare for war. Looks like this femme fatale will have to contact that Guixian guy as well." Scene change. On the Jingyuan continent, in the Xiaoren clan's royal city of Demei, a massive city built in the middle of a plain. Inside the luxurious rooms surrounding a circular coliseum, a burly, shirtless male with wild, disheveled hair, like a true savage, threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Haha, it's here! It's finally here! The war is about to begin! I've waited far too long, and it's finally arrived." On the central continent, the spiritual Xianren clan also simultaneously sensed the immortal's descent. In an instant, Blue Star was swept by raging winds and clouds, with all races stirring at once. Scene change to the Huajia continent in the east. Specifically, Liwang's city of the human race. Unlike the other continents, 1,000 years ago, the human race had no immortal descent, leading to their decline. Their territories were seized by other races. The Gi clan, Xiaoren clan, Monu clan, and Jingshen clan all established their powers in the east, both monitoring the human race and devouring their resources. Facing these tyrannical oppressors, the human race was helpless. They had resisted before, but against Saint King level power, the outcome was always national annihilation. The once mighty human race was left with only the Liwang dynasty, barely clinging to life until now. Their land and resources had all been encroached upon, to the point where the current Liwang dynasty was pitifully impoverished. If not for the 4 immortal races, needing the human race to summon an immortal to descend and kick off the Great Dao Origin War, the human race would have probably been wiped out long ago. At this moment, news of an immortal's descent spread throughout Liwang City, and the common people were overjoyed. They ran everywhere spreading the news, some kneeling on the ground, others with tears streaming from their eyes, continuously kowtowing. An immortal! Our human race finally has an immortal descending. Haha, from now on, we won't have to suffer humiliation from other races anymore. We'll reclaim our territories, reclaim our resources. Our human race is finally rising again. Just then, a Guai clan individual suddenly appeared in the sky, hovering in midair. He looked down at the crowd below with a face full of disdain and sneered. "Ha ha ha, so the human race is immortal, is that strong? The immortal emperor of my Giwi clan could crush him with a backhand. A dead immortal isn't an immortal anymore." Hearing this, everyone in Liwang City simultaneously looked up, their faces flushed with rage, yet no one dared to utter a word, because this clown was a great saint, and they were no match for him at all. After years of oppression, they had grown accustomed to enduring, unconsciously losing the will to resist. What no one realized at this moment was that our true MC, Chu Lao Mo, had quietly appeared within the crowd. He gave a cold smirk, thinking to himself, "Gi clan's Gi Xian, huh? The first one I'm killing is him." Chapter 143 ends here. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel to motivate me to continue reviewing. Hope you enjoyed the review. See you next time. After casually slapping that annoying Ghost Clan fodder into the underworld, Ye Chen successfully intimidated the foreign invaders lurking around Liwang City into retreating in pure terror. Moving like lightning, our boy tears through the void, heading straight for the Qingcui continent. His original plan was to target the Succubus clan first, since they were closest to his location, but who would have thought the Ghost clan would jump out to start drama? This made old Demon Yi absolute furious, so he pivoted his strategy to wipe out the Ghost clan first. In a literal flash, Ye Chen crosses the endless sea separating Huaxia continent and Qingcui continent. Hovering high in the air, he casts his gaze over the Qingcui lands. The mountains and terrain here are shrouded in dense, thick fog, radiating a bone-chilling underworld aura. Ye Chen smirks with an evil grin, thinking to himself, "So this is where the Ghost Clan resides. It really has that authentic underworld smell." With that thought, his figure vanishes in an instant, continuing to push forward toward Fengdu City. Meanwhile, inside the Fengdu Royal Palace, Kui Xian has zero clue that Ye Chen is pulling up to cause trouble. He's just lounging lazily on his throne, enjoying the music and waifu dances. Suddenly, a female ghost speaks up to the ghost immortal. "Your Majesty Kui Xian, the human immortal has descended and war is about to erupt. How should we prepare for the human counterattack?" Based on reports from Liwang City, that immortal seems to have a terrible temper. Qingcui only dropped a few taunts, and he got slapped to death on the spot in front of 10,000 people. Hearing this, the ghost immortal glances over at the female ghost, and lets out a cold laugh. "A terrible temper? Ha ha, how could the dignity of our Ghost Clan be trampled by anyone? If you dare to provoke this seat, you better be ready to get clapped. Relax, what even are humans? Once their supreme immortal falls, the human race will be wiped out in an instant. Years ago, I made a pact with the succubus supreme immortal. If a human upper immortal descends, we join forces to jump them first before dealing with the other two clans. I've already sent a message to the succubus, and as soon as she replies, we'll march toward the human realm together to execute that so-called immortal. I've waited way too long for this day, and it's finally here. Once we win this final war and claim the Origin Dao, I can leave this trash-tier mini-world, return to my clan, and use the Origin Dao to break through to Quasi-Emperor, or even Great Emperor. The more Chu Xiu thinks about it, the more he trembles in pure excitement. The royal hall fills with ambient music, as every ghost clamors for the Ghost Immortal's victory, since only then can the Ghost Clan rule this world and step out of this domain, venturing into the vast, infinite universe. But right as they're completely immersed in their delusional fever dream, a calm, clear voice suddenly echoes through the hall. Just a third-tier Saint King. No wonder you need to jump me with a succubus to even dare make a move. As expected, only the weak love to stack up in parties. The moment these words drop, the faces of every ghost in the palace turn pale. Even Chu Xiu, sitting high up on his throne of raw white bones, feels his blood-red pupils shrink violently as cold sweat drenches his back. He panics internally. What terrifying stealth stats! He's this close and I couldn't even sense his aura. If he launched a surprise attack, I'd be critically injured on the spot. Luckily, this fraud didn't strike directly, and chose to drop trash talk instead. HMPH. An arrogant fool like this is just courting death. He can't sense where the intruder is hiding at all, failing to pinpoint him even after tearing space open. Clearly, this is a entity far above a Saint King. A supreme immortal. Thinking this, the Ghost Immortal panics even harder, shouting out, "Who's there? Who are you?" Ye Chen's ice-cold voice echoes once again. "Who am I?" "I'm the human immortal you were planning to jump with your succubus waifu." Hearing this, the Ghost Immortal waves his hand, forcing his face back into a calm expression as he lets out a cold laugh. "Human powerhouse, since you're already here, why act like a sneak and hide your head? Just show yourself." Normally, if a Ghost Immortal spoke like this, any opponent would reveal themselves to flex. Too bad he calculated wrong. The guy pulling up isn't some normal opponent, it's Ye Chen. Old Demon Yi has zero intention of showing his face yet. He stays hidden in the void, quietly deploying his formation mastery to hijack and rewrite the trap formation Chu Xiu had set up in the palace. Old Demon Yi laughs inwardly. "Once I finish setting up this lockdown kill formation, I'll reveal myself. By the time this idiot realizes what happened, it'll be too late." The trapped domain Ye Chen is setting up around the Ghost Palace barely reaches the Tier 8 low-grade level, but relying on his cracked formation stats and the Quasi-Emperor formation board in his hands, Ye Chen takes full control of the trap, boosting its power straight to Tier 8 mid-grade. That taunt earlier, and revealing his presence on purpose, wasn't a flex. It was a distraction to draw the Ghost Saint King's attention, masking his real setup. Trapping the dog behind closed doors to beat it is the real meta play. A moment later, within the hazy void, Ye Chen holds the Quasi-Emperor compass, tossing formation flags in all four directions like a madman. He lets out a devious smirk. "You call yourself Chu Xiu? Yet you actually pretend to be an immortal? Don't tell me you really believed you were a god just because these local NPCs called you one? Talk about pure delusion." Ye Chen's voice drips with absolute disrespect. Instead of throwing a tantrum, Chu Xiu actually bursts out laughing. "Fellow Taoist misunderstands. My actual name is just Chu Xiu and I'm not trying to be arrogant." As he speaks, his right hand hidden beneath his royal sleeve frantically weaves hand signs, preparing to activate the palace's grand formation. The Ghost Immortal laughs internally. "Ha! Before I could even hunt him down, he walked right into my trap. Once I trigger the grand formation to lock him in, I'll team up with the succubus and clap him." Ye Chen flashes a radiant smile, his tone dripping with fake cheerfulness. "Ah, so that's how it is. My bad, I totally misjudged you, bro." Hearing this, Chu Xiu laughs out loud. "Why hide in the shadows, fellow Taoist? Why not come out and meet me face to face?" Hearing that, Ye Chen instantly claps back with pure sarcasm. "Ha ha, a second ago you were planning to jump me with a succubus, and now you want a face-to-face meetup? Do you think I'm a total NPC or what?" Chu Xiu puts on an embarrassed look, laughing. No, you got it all wrong, bro. There are no permanent enemies in this world, only permanent benefits. We hit it off so well. If you and I team up to wipe out that succubus instead, it's totally doable." The moment the Ghost Immortal finishes his line, the palace falls dead silent. Ye Chen doesn't reply immediately, his face twitching internally. Bruh, this clown isn't just arrogant, he's straight up brainless. How did he even level up to Saint King tier? Seeing Ye Chen stay quiet, the Ghost Immortal sneaks a cold laugh inside, assuming his opponent is actually considering the deal. "Yeah, keep thinking, take all the time you need. My grand formation is almost charged up anyway.
When it locks down, you won't even be able to run. Today I'm giving you a lesson you'll never forget. Ye Chen's calm voice echoes from the void. You're right, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent benefits. I like the way you think, bro. Fine, I'll show myself to meet you. The moment his words drop, ripples wave across the void above the palace. Ye Chen steps out with a tall, slender physique, handsomely carved features, star-like eyes, and a gentle smile gracing his lips. Seeing this, the grin on the Ghost Immortal's face widens even more. He slowly rises from his bone throne, his mountain-like body towering over, as he cupped his hands in greeting. Kui Xian greets fellow Taoist. How should I address you? Ye Chen smiles back, casually cupping his hands in return. Since I was a kid, I've always had a bright and optimistic personality, so everyone calls me the Sunshine Boy. Hearing this name, the Ghost Great Saints all put on weirded-out expressions, frantically covering their mouths to hide their giggles. Sunshine Boy? What a garbage name. Do humans really suck this bad at naming things? Kui Xian twitches his mouth into a creepy smirk, making his monster face look straight out of a horror movie. His eyes flash with a sinister green light as he glares at Ye Chen, dropping his tone ice cold. Well then, Sunshine Taoist, you're way too cocky and way too stupid. Do you really think I was talking with you all this time just to discuss a deal? Ye Chen's expression instantly changes as he puts on a masterclass of fake panic, frantically looking around with terrified, shocked eyes while backing away. Bro, you tricked me? Is this a trap? Kui Xian laughs maniacally, his eyes overflowing with pure disrespect. Haha, you are way too naive. This is my main lair. How could I not lay down a trap formation? You are guaranteed to die here today. The great saints standing behind Kui Xian glare at Ye Chen with mockingly pitying eyes, feeling like this human supreme immortal is about to get clapped on the spot. Oscar winner Ye Chen puts on a panicked face, turning around to sprint away at top speed. If that's the case, this little bro takes his leave first. Seeing this, how could Kui Xian let his prey slip away? He immediately weaves hand signs, roaring in a deep voice. Grand formation, activate! Yet the entire royal hall remains dead silent, with absolutely nothing happening. Kui Xian and the Ghost Great Saints stare at each other in utter disbelief, complete confusion written all over their faces. Watching this hilarious clown show, old Demon Ye covers his mouth with his hand, trying his best not to burst out laughing. The Ghost Immortal is totally lost, still failing to grasp the situation, as he frantically weaves signs again and shouts, Grand formation, activate! The Ghost Hall remains dead quiet. In this exact moment, panic overflows in the eyes of Kui Xian and the Great Saints, as anxiety grips their hearts. What on earth just happened? Why isn't His Majesty taking action? That human is about to run. But when they look back, they're shocked to find Ye Chen still standing in the exact same spot. A gentle smile graces his handsome face as he casually flicks his right hand, sending a formation flag flying out to stake itself into the void. With a deafening rumble, a pillar of bloody light soars into the sky, fully activating the Tier 8 mid-grade trap-kill formation as heaven and earth change colors and the void splits wide open. Before Kui Xian can even react, he gets completely locked down by Ye Chen's trap formation. The Tier 8 mid-grade trap-kill formation erupts with apocalyptic force, shooting bloody arcs of lightning out from the formation flags, blasting directly into the Ghost Immortal's body. He screams in agonizing pain as ghost blood pours continuously from all 7 orifices. Witnessing this horror, the 5 great saints inside the hall panic, rushing toward Kui Xian, who has collapsed onto the floor. Your Majesty! Flash! In a split second, Ye Chen vanishes and reemerges right beside a female ghost great saint. Here, he wraps his arm around her waist, flashing a smirk. Little beauty, don't get involved in a brawl between men. Careful my moves don't accidentally hurt you. Dropping those words, Ye Chen's figure blinks across thousands of feet, appearing right in front of the Ghost Immortal. He raises his right leg and stomps hard onto his opponent's chest, his long black hair fluttering without wind. Old Demon Ye glares down at Kui Xian with deep, dark eyes, his lips curling into a gentle yet chilling smirk as he whispers, Bro, we hit it off so well. Are you satisfied with this huge gift I prepped for you? You guys have been invincible in this world for way too long. You've even forgotten how to fight opponents in your same tier. But your suggestion wasn't half bad. Since it's inconvenient to kill you right now, I've decided to turn you into my own puppet. That way, not only can we trick the other 3, but I also get a free meat shield worker. Hee. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing Ye Chen's ruthless expression, and hearing the devious implications in his words, Kui Xian panics hard, frantically shouting, What are you gonna do to me? Old Demon Ye's play is not only fast, but brutal and decisive, giving the Ghost Saint King zero chance to react as he releases a bloody orb of energy. Strands of eerie red light drape down,
slowly wrapping around the ghost immortal's body to form a bloody cocoon. The brainwashing process begins as countless memories of Cui Xian flood into Ye Chen's mind. Closing his eyes, he casually flips through those memory fragments, learning that his target hails from the deep starry sky as a member of the 10,000 races. His homeworld is an ancient star named Yin Huang Star, ruled by a dominant overlord faction known as the Ghost Clan. As a supreme prodigy of the Ghost Clan, Cui Xian roamed the primordial lands early on, snatching a black stone slab during a lucky encounter. Chasing after the origin Dao Yo, he decisively stepped into Earth.
Ye Chen doesn't care much for these memories.
What he actually cares about is the combat power of the remaining three. From Cui Xian's memories, old Demon Ye discovers that the Succubus clan has a waifu whose stats match Cui Xian's. Both are Tier 3 Saint Kings. That's why the two decided to team up to avoid getting jumped by the other two boss monsters. The Beast Emperor of the Beastmen is slightly stronger at Tier 4 Saint King. Meanwhile, the Spirit Race is the absolute final boss among the four, reaching the Tier 6 Saint King realm. A few hours later, the bloody cocoon violently shudders, spilling waves of red energy into the surrounding area. Following a series of non-stop cracking sounds, the bloody energy cocoon wrapping around Cui Xian finally tears open a massive hole. The ghost immortal steps out of the bloody cocoon with a dark expression, and the moment he lays eyes on Ye Chen, he instantly drops to his knees, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Master!" Seeing this mind-boggling scene, the 5 ghost great saints are completely horrified, their minds shaking violently as the words choke in their throats. What the hell just happened? Why is His Majesty acting so respectful toward this human? He even called him, "Master, shut your mouth." Cui Xian barks softly, releasing his Saint King pressure to force all 5 great saints onto the cold palace floor. The ghost immortal locks an ice-cold glare onto the great saints, his voice turning deadly. "Anyone who disrespects Master deserves to die." Hearing this, the 5 great saints turn pale as paper, their eyes wide like thunder just clapped inside their heads. Ye Chen completely ignores their mental breakdown, casting a cold gaze at the ghost immortal. These 5 are core officials of your ghost clan. If they suddenly get wiped out, it'll raise suspicion among the other races. At least before we wipe out the succubus, we shouldn't reveal our connection. Get it? Kneeling on the hall floor, Cui Xian speaks with a voice filled with shame. This subordinate failed to think it through. "Please punish me, Master." Ye Chen waves his hand, asking directly, "Cui Xian, can you bait that succubus waifu over to Fengdu?" The ghost immortal shakes his head slightly, replying respectfully, "Master, the succubus is extremely cautious. Ever since we formed an alliance 50 years ago, she's never stepped foot into Fengdu. Of course, I never dared to enter her sky city either. Our meta was absolute secrecy and mutual understanding. If I randomly invite her over, she'll definitely suspect a trap." Hearing this, old Demon Ye strokes his chin in deep thought, his eyes darting as devious schemes surge like undercurrents, forming a ruthless plan in his mind in just a split second. A cold smirk instantly flashes across his face as he turns to Cui Xian and asks, "In that case, how do you usually?" After devouring the 5 great ghost saints in the main hall and entrusting the plan, Chu Xiu took the presented Soul Immortal Stele, left Fengdu City, and returned to Huaxia continent. In the void, Chu Xiu took out 2 stone slabs he held. As he meticulously observed them, he was astonished to find that the 2 slabs were identical in every aspect. The calligraphy, patterns, and even the traces of wear were the same. What's more, when placed next to each other, they immediately vibrated and emitted dazzling immortal light. Our boy Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel excited, secretly thinking, "Heh, good treasure. Once I return from my research, I must quickly snatch up the remaining pieces." 2 days later, across a vast and boundless ocean, at the border between Qingqi continent and Huaxia continent, the clear, deep blue sky suddenly cracked open with a 1,000-meter-long rift. The void trembled, and violent winds howled. From inside the rift stepped out a young woman with long, pale white legs. She wore a black robe, her head covered by a wide hat, hiding her face and only revealing her delicate white chin. Her figure was graceful and full, her lips blood red, and her long bluish-green hair swayed with the wind. She raised her head and looked around but didn't see the person she was supposed to meet. She softly snorted, her voice carrying a hint of reproach. "Men, none of them are any good." Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from afar. "Ha ha, Monu, I'm not really late, am I? Is there a need to curse like that?" As soon as the words fell, the figure of Cui Xian appeared clearly on the horizon 100 miles away. Monu curled her lips into a cold smile. "You should have been here waiting for me. You men never keep your word, that's why I hate men." Saying this, the demoness glanced back at Cui Xian, snarling,
Chu Xiu, you've gotten even uglier compared to decades ago. I suggest you cover your face with a black cloth so I don't see it and get nauseous. Every word was like a knife, directly piercing Chu Xiu's pride. He could only helplessly look at the demoness, sighing. So many years, and your temper hasn't changed at all. Mo Nu coldly waved her hand, not bothering to correct her sharp tongue. She cast her gaze afar, coldly smiling. You got defeated so easily? I suggest you train more. All right. I'm tired of wasting words on you. We should go to Liwang City to meet that human race holy king. Chu Xiu nodded. Sounds good to me. The two figures simultaneously tore through the void, flying directly towards Liwang City. With their Shangwang speed, in less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the Shanlin region, 100,000 miles from the city. Although the demoness had a venomous tongue, she was extremely cautious in her actions. Even though they had two Shangwangs traveling together, she didn't recklessly rush into the city but rather concealed herself to observe. Only after confirming there were no traps would she make a move. A thunderous strike descended. The demoness focused her gaze forward, her divine sense constantly narrowing, finally settling on a black-haired young man, dressed in a black robe, with fair skin and a handsome appearance, sitting in an old tea house in Liwang City, looking like an ordinary mortal. He was laughing and chatting with the surrounding common folk, looking no different, leisurely enjoying his afternoon tea. Mo Nu subtly licked the corner of her lips, a faint voice emerging. I see him now. He is indeed the human race immortal. His true form is even more beautiful than I imagined, and he's so young. It almost makes me reluctant to kill him. In Chu Xiu's eyes, killing intent was clearly revealed, his whole body overflowing with murderous aura. The demoness immediately turned her head to glare at him. Don't get excited. Pull back your killing intent or we'll be discovered. Let's be patient a bit longer. Don't let us capsize the boat. Chu Xiu sneered. You're right, let's wait a bit longer, as long as he doesn't escape. The demoness lightly nodded. That's acceptable, just follow my instructions. Half an hour of silent observation passed. The demoness and Chu Xiu directly tore through the void, appearing before Chu Xiu. Seeing Chu Lao Liu leisurely enjoying his tea, seemingly unaware of their appearance, the demoness faintly smiled and softly said, He truly is too young. He hasn't set up any countermeasures or ambushes around here. Does he really think we wouldn't dare come to Liwang City to kill him? Seeing that the prey had taken the bait, Chu Lao Mo glanced past Chu Xiu, his gaze lingering on the black-robed woman. He couldn't help but curl his lips, revealing a smile full of profound meaning. Seeing Chu Xiao's smile, the demoness's willow-like brows immediately furrowed. Her nature was to be suspicious, so a layer of vigilance unconsciously rose in her heart. But she didn't think too much of it, because she currently had Chu Xiu allied with her. The demoness calmly walked up to Chu Xiu, casually saying, Little brother, big sister is here to kill you, aren't you afraid? Here. Trisk Chisk little brother is so fair-skinned, it's quite a pity for him to just die like this. Seeing Chu Xiu's courting death demeanor, Mo Nu Mui was slightly surprised. She lightly caressed Chu Xiu's chin, then flashed an alluring smile, coldly asking, Or perhaps you don't know who we are? Chu Xiu gave a radiant smile, calmly replying, You are the demoness, and the one behind you is Chu Xiu. The demoness was slightly startled, her eyes full of doubt as she looked at Chu Xiu and asked, If you've recognized who we are, why are you still so calm? Saying this, her heart couldn't help but feel uneasy, secretly thinking, Could it be that he already knew we were coming? Chu Xiu slowly stood up, sneering, So what if I recognized who you are? After saying that, Chu Lao Liu boldly wrapped his arm around the demoness's shoulder, firmly pulled her closer to him. His face grew colder as he said, Actually, I wanted to play along with your little act, but unfortunately, I don't like wasting words. Wei said, So there's no other way, I can only invite you to die. The demoness heard this, slightly startled. Purple gold lightning sparkled from her palm, and she immediately launched a palm strike directly at Chu Xiu. She sneered, How laughable, little brother. Haven't you grasped the situation? We are two Shangwangs working together. What makes you think you can contend with us? Chu Xiu's face remained calm, as he lightly said, Goodbye then. As soon as his words fell, a thud sound echoed in the air. On the demoness's chest, a crimson blood flower bloomed, and the intense pain that followed made her unable to stop herself from screaming. She lowered her head, and was shocked to find that her back had been pierced by a sharp, pitch-black, ghostly hand, and blood flowed continuously. The one who launched the sneak attack was none other than her comrade, Chu Xiu. The demoness's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and blood continuously flowed from the corners of her mouth. She gnashed her teeth like a mortally wounded beast, roaring in grief and indignation. Kui Xian, you bastard, what are you doing? Kui Xian, you two were allied from the start, how shameless. Haha, it's because of your venomous tongue. I've wanted to deal with you for a long time. Kui Xian coldly laughed, suddenly retracting his hand. In his palm he held a heart, still beating, which he crushed in an instant. Fresh blood and flesh splattered everywhere in the void. The demoness cried out miserably, her body swaying, almost falling. At the same time, the scenery before her eyes began to change. There was no longer any tea house in Liwang City. Her surroundings had transformed into the mountain forest where she and Kui Xian had previously hidden to observe Chu Xiu. The demoness immediately understood everything, so these two had been allied for a long time. Deliberately setting a trap just waiting for her to take the bait, the demoness gritted her teeth. A pale green aura emanated from her body. The hole in her chest was visibly closing at a speed discernible to the naked eye, but her heart was gone, her body heavily damaged. Now facing two Shangwangs, she knew clearly that she had no chance of victory. I am not these two's opponent. I must quickly leave this place. If I linger, the outcome will surely be death. Thinking this, the demoness immediately shot into the air to flee. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiu was startled and exclaimed in shock. What the actual cultivation? She still didn't die, even after her heart was ripped out? Kui Xian, quickly catch her. Kui Xian nodded in response. Yes, master. The demoness flew into the sky, desperately trying to tear open the void to escape. But nope, she found the space before her as hard as a celestial meteorite. Utterly impossible to open a path. Despair instantly set in. Her opponent had already laid down a top-tier grand formation, sealing the entire area. Her only escape route was blocked, cornering her. The demoness immediately summoned a massive lightning orb into the air. This giant fire orb emitted terrifying heat, scorching the very air, making everything around it warp and distort. The demoness screamed madly, "Go die!" After that enraged shout, she decisively hurled the lightning orb straight down. In just a flash, the fire orb plummeted like a falling star, crashing to the ground. Chu Old Six's face instantly dropped. He cursed under his breath, "Is this demoness seriously trying to take us all down with her? Even if it won't kill me, getting injured is just bad vibes." Boom, boom, boom! An earth-shattering explosion, enough to shatter mountains and crack rivers. Even the starry sky seemed to tremble. It was an apocalyptic scene of destruction. For 100-mile radius, demonic aura and mist covered everything. Fierce winds howled, and sorrow echoed across heaven and earth. The battlefield Chu Xiu set up was a mere 100,000 li from Liwang City. The clash of Saint Kings was creating some truly soul-shaking commotion. Even with barrier formations in place, intense fluctuations faintly spread to Liwang City. 4 human race great saints immediately sensed it, simultaneously soaring into the sky, gazing into the distance. Among them was a woman, none other than the queen of the Liwang dynasty, Qin Gui Li. She stared at the giant, gloomy orb 100,000 li out there. Qin Gui Li's eyes were filled with terror, her crimson lips trembling slightly. She cried out in shock, "This power! It must be an existence above the great saint level! Senior Chu, you absolutely must win. Others can fall, but you, master, cannot afford to face any trouble." For the Huaxia human race, Chu Xiu is far too important. The entire race's fate and destiny rested on him alone. If Chu Xiu falls, that means the Blue Star human race would forever lose their chance to ever rise again. But if Chu Xiu could win all the way to the end, the human race would completely escape the suppression of heaven and earth. They could fully ascend, reclaim their mastery, and no longer be oppressed by other races. This whole situation was so critical, it had everyone on edge. After half an hour, the light from the gray orb gradually faded. Inside the orb, space grew quiet. Kui Xian slowly descended from the void. One hand holding the defenseless demoness, he brought her before Chu Xiu. He spoke with utmost reverence. "Master, your subordinate did not fail the mission. I have captured the demoness." Chu Xiu clasped his hands behind his back, a faint smile playing on his lips, and said casually, Well done." The demoness was barely breathing, hanging on by a thread, fresh blood staining her entire body. Hearing Kui Xian call Chu Xiu master, her heart couldn't help but tremble. Her hood had been shattered in the battle, revealing her alluring face. By Chu Xiu's aesthetic standards, this demoness was pretty attractive, beautiful, and seductive, like a dark elf queen straight out of a painting, the kind you'd fight over in conquest games. Chu Xiu gently raised the demoness's chin, smirking, "Trusk, so fair-skinned. It'd be a waste to let you die like this." Chu Xiu's mocking words, every single one, were returned to the demoness. But she didn't care about these words. She subtly shifted her gaze to Cui Xian, asking weakly and confused, Cui Xian, why do you call this human master? And why has your power advanced so much? Cui Xian looked at her with a fanatical, reverent expression and replied, bathed in the master's glory, my strength naturally soared. The deep benefits within. A low tier like you has no right to know. Chu Xiu waved his hand. All right, no more wasting time, let's begin. Old Demon Chu didn't hesitate. His long black hair billowed without wind. The void above his head began to twist. A blood-red spiritual entity and a blood-red throne slowly appeared. A rolling blood river, transforming from illusory to real, coiled around the spiritual entity and throne. The blood-red celestial body slowly descended, strange blood-colored energy threads slowly reaching towards the demoness's body. Seeing these blood-colored energy threads, the demoness felt a primal fear from the depths of her soul, as if facing an ancient savage beast. Her eyes wide with terror, she screamed with a trembling voice, What? What is this? No, don't come near me. What kind of monstrous thing is this? Stay away! Her beautiful, alluring face twisted with fear. Cui Xian stood behind her, sneering. To become nourishment for the master, that is your greatest fortune. Demoness, you shouldn't be so ungrateful. Chu Xiu put a finger to his lips, shushing her, and sneered. Shh, don't talk. I'll make you comfortable very soon. The blood-red spiritual entity began to spin, threads of bloodlight cascading down, enveloping the demoness's body, forming a blood-red silkworm cocoon. This blood-red cocoon slowly floated and merged into the blood-red river. The transformation officially began. Chu Xiu closed his eyes, casually flipping through the remaining memories in the demoness's soul. Thousands of years of cultivation insights, divine abilities, saint origin energy, her very soul, even her every whisper, all became the foundation for Chu Xiu to advance further on his path to becoming a powerhouse. Every moment passed. The blood-red long river continuously extended. 2,700 meters, 2,800 meters, 2,900 meters, 2,999 m. Chu Xiu's strength rapidly increased accordingly. However, at the 2,999 meters mark, a huge threshold appeared, as if heaven and earth were intentionally blocking Chu Xiu's steps, preventing him from breaking through further. Time continued to pass, until the demoness's entire power, body, soul, and everything else was completely devoured. Only then did he overcome the final barrier and extend the blood river to 3,000 meters. The blood-red river reached its full number, becoming vividly red, its size expanding from a few meters to tens of meters. Simultaneously, its tributary branches also grew significantly. Cui Xian immediately sensed it, his whole body trembling, shouting with ecstatic delight, Master, I'm about to break through to the fourth layer of Saint King. It wasn't just Cui Xian, but also in the distant Tiankong continent. Tu Shanyu and her crew also simultaneously felt the signs of a breakthrough. It's Master, I'm about to level up again. This, folks, is the sheer terror of the Gi Yi Dao. It doesn't just help Chu Xiu devour the power of 10,000 races to strengthen himself. Even those he's transformed will simultaneously advance step by step. You could say, when one person achieves enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. After many hours passed, the blood-red energy cocoon surrounding the demoness's body finally completely shattered, revealing the demoness standing inside, with a transformed aura. She was still beautiful and alluring. The demoness awoke. The look in her eyes was no longer the same. Instead, it was intimate adoration for Chu Xiu. In her eyes, Chu Xiu was no longer an ordinary person, but a creator god. Immediately after, the demoness respectfully knelt before Chu Xiu and bowed. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me a new life. Chu Old Six nodded slightly, smiling at the demoness with satisfaction. Stand up. Cui Xian now bowed slightly, and respectfully said to Chu Xiu, Master, your subordinate will return to Fengdu City to enter seclusion, to avoid suspicion. At the same time, Chu Xiu's restless hand was already exploring and massaging the demoness's ample assets. He smirked triumphantly and said to Cui Xian, in 3 days, follow me to Xingyuan continent to eat beast emperors. Yes, Master. Cui Xian nodded slightly, took his leave, and departed. After devouring the demoness, Chu Xiu returned to the imperial palace of Liwang City. Our boy Chu Xiu leisurely strolled through the imperial gardens, a happy thought brewing in his mind. Gotta stash that demoness in a mountain cave for now. First, her disappearance will be the perfect bait to lure out the beast emperor. And second, well, it's just too convenient. As that thought crossed his mind, a wicked smile played on Chu Xiu's lips, an image of the demoness in her most provocative state flashing through his head. Just then, Qin Gui Li happened to walk over. She sensed Chu Xiu's aura and gasped softly, Lord Chu Xiu. His hair was neat, clothes spotless, looking like he'd just returned from a leisurely trip outside the city, all relaxed and carefree. Qingui Li couldn't help but be astonished, thinking to herself, Lord Chu Xiu isn't injured, and his robes are spotless. Could we have sensed wrong just now? Did Lord Chu Xiu not engage in combat with anyone earlier? No way. I'll just ask him to clarify. With that thought, Qingui Li, followed by two maids, immediately walked over to Chu Xiu. They bowed slightly with cupped hands, respectfully saluting, Lord Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, casually leaning back against an ancient peach tree. He smiled and asked, Why the rush, ladies? Qingui Li, her voice tinged with a probing tone, asked, Chu Xiu, Lord Chu Xiu, did you just engage in combat with someone outside the city? Chu Xiu replied with a faint smile. You sensed correctly. It was indeed me who fought. And the demoness? She's been dealt with. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Qingui Li and the two maids were all completely stunned. But then, joy erupted, and radiant smiles broke out on their faces. Congratulations, Lord Chu Xiu! Congratulations! Cheers echoed throughout the palace. Chu Xiu slaying the demoness was incredibly uplifting news for them, boosting their confidence in his strength. Humanity hadn't seen such a glorious victory in far too long. Qingui Li, trembling with emotion, declared, I'll immediately have someone spread this amazing news far and wide. The entire human race will be shaken to its core by this, and all our past grievances will be wiped clean. Chu Xiu waved his hand, smiling at the three women. Now, we're all in this together, so just understand the implications. You ladies can head back. I need to enter secluded cultivation. Understood. Qingui Li and the two maids respectfully accepted the order, bowing in unison before retreating. Scene changed to Chu Xiao's living room. Our boy Chu Xiao reached out, simultaneously pulling out 3 stone slabs from his spatial ring. He placed the 3 slabs next to each other, and immediately, dazzling immortal radiance erupted from their surfaces, along with an unfathomable, mystical aura. Chu Xiu cracked a smile, thinking, got 3 black stone slabs now, but what the heck are these things for? System, scan item info. The system immediately chimed in. Item info search complete. Item name, Realm Gate. Item type, Special Spatial Teleportation Device. Effects. 1. Gather Dao Origin. Collect 5 pieces of the Realm Gate for a chance to obtain Dao Origin. 2. Consume enough Divine Origin Stones to open the Realm Gate, allowing you to travel anywhere within a specific realm, but not teleport outside of it. For example, if the host is on Blue Star, you can only teleport within Blue Star. If you're on Skydome Continent, you can only teleport freely across Skydome Continent. The Realm Gate is currently incomplete. Effects 3 and 4 are obscured and cannot be determined. This is a mysterious item from the dawn of the universe, its value rivaling innate supreme treasures. If fully repaired, it can help you return to your true home. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's heart thrummed. This supreme treasure was beyond heaven-defying. Its first function helps him get Dao Origin, but the second function? Bro, that's literally a cheat code. It's so ridiculously overpowered it makes no sense. Go anywhere you want. From now on, even if his opponents hide in their deepest layers, protected by layers of ancient formations, he can just use the Realm Gate and teleport right in. Plus, when he ventures into Honghuang for tempering, with the Realm Gate in hand, even if besieged by an army of quasi-emperors, he can still escape with ease. Not only that, the Realm Gate can bypass mysterious ancient restrictions in primeval locations. This means he can infiltrate treasure troves others can't even dream of reaching, scoring massive hauls. Just thinking about it made Chu Xiu practically vibrate with excitement. In his eyes, this Realm Gate could even rival the legendary Heavenly Emperor's sword. He reached out and caressed the stone slab, asking the system, so I can go anywhere I want? That sounds truly insane. Alright, let's test it out at the most heavily restricted place in the royal palace. The moment his thought sparked, a 7-colored immortal radiance instantly flared. And just like that, Chu Xiu's figure vanished from the room. In just a single breath, our boy Chu Xiu appeared inside Qingui Li's room. He casually scanned his surroundings, a hint of confusion in his mind. This looks like a woman's boudoir. Judging by the decor, the occupant probably isn't some low-tier NPC. Is this Qingui Li's room? Oh right, her room is the most heavily restricted place in the entire palace. Just then, the sound of splashing water echoed from behind him, accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance wafting right into his nose, instantly startling Chu Xiu. He immediately whipped his head around, only to find a bathtub right behind him. In the warm water, strewn with rose petals, Qingui Li, her jade-like body soft and delicate, was completely immersed, only half her head visible. Her wet hair draped down, her beautiful face flushed crimson, as she softly uttered with a trembling voice, "Oh, Lord, you." Chu Xiao's face twisted into a grimace. Internally, he was so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole and disappear, thinking, as long as I don't get embarrassed, someone else will. Thinking this, Chu Xiu, with his thick-skinned audacity, pointed directly at Qingui Li and questioned, "What are you doing bathing in broad daylight, huh? You're a cultivator. Do you even need to bathe?" Inside the bathtub, Qingui Li almost buried her entire head underwater. She was both embarrassed and furious, but couldn't refute a single word, only able to curse in her mind. This guy just pops into my room for no reason, no explanation, and then has the audacity to ask me why I'm bathing in broad daylight? When I bathe is my personal business, alright? Even if he's Lord Chu Xiu, he can't be this unreasonable, right? Gurgle. Qingui Li submerged half her head in the water, creating tiny ripples. The whole situation had just become impossibly awkward. After a beat, Chu Xiu cleared his throat, his voice suddenly stern. Ahem, you just continue with your business. I still have some things to do. With that, our boy Chu Xiu immediately turned and strode towards the nearest door. Qingui Li also simultaneously poked her head out of the water, her face still flushed. She pointed towards another door, hurriedly reminding him, Lord Chu Xiu, that's the door to the inner chamber. If you want to leave, you need to go right. Chu Xiu's steps faltered slightly, his serious face almost freezing. The moment he'd seen Qingui Li in the bathtub, he'd hastily withdrawn his divine sense, not daring to probe. Not knowing the exact exit was actually pretty normal under these circumstances, but man, this was just peak awkward. In moments like these, our boy Chu Xiu could only force out an embarrassed laugh to clear the air. Haha. He laughed, then changed direction, heading to the right. Watching Chu Xiu's figure disappear into the distance, Qingui Li finally let out a long, relieved sigh. She placed both hands on her chest, feeling her heart pound wildly, her face growing hotter and hotter. She couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Why did Lord Chu Xiu suddenly appear in my room? Was it on purpose? If Lord Chu Xiu really did it intentionally, then what should I do? Should I make a move, or not? Should I have been a bit more proactive just now? As that thought crossed her mind, an image of herself ambiguously embracing and kissing Chu Xiu flashed vividly in Qingui Li's head. One day later, the Beast Emperor, Lin Kuang, ventured alone to the Green Ghost continent. He stopped in the void, millions of miles away from Fengdu City. He didn't have to wait long. The space tens of thousands of miles ahead suddenly warped, and Kuxian's figure appeared. Sensing the aura radiating from Kuxian, the Beast Emperor's giant, bell-like eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. His voice tinged with surprise, he said to Kuxian, "Kuxian, you actually leveled up to Saint King Stage 4? Truly congratulations." Kuxian faintly smiled. "Just luck, that's all." "Lin Kuang, what brings you to my Green Ghost continent?" Lin Kuang looked at Kuxian with a grave expression and asked, "You and the demoness are allies? Don't tell me you don't know what happened to her?" Kuxian nodded, his expression turning serious. "This news has spread far and wide, of course I've heard." The Beast Emperor stared at Kuxian, asking sharply, "She went to the human continent? And she didn't ask you to come along?" Don't let Lin Kuang's tall, rough, barbarian-like appearance fool you. In reality, this dude was meticulously calculating. The moment he heard about the demoness's disappearance, he instantly suspected Kuxian. Kuxian feigned a soft sigh. "The demoness did come to find me. Unfortunately, I was at a crucial breakthrough moment then, and simply couldn't leave." Saying this, he shifted his gaze back to the Beast Emperor, asking, "You didn't come all this way just for this, did you?" The Beast Emperor shook his head, stating his true purpose. Jing Shen. That human Saint King's strength is still unclear, but it's highly likely the demoness fell by his hand. If you could silently eliminate the demoness, then your strength is definitely above mine. And Jing Shen has been a Saint King Stage 6 for 1,000 years, just one step away from late stage Saint King. Compared to those two, our combined strength is clearly inferior. Right now, Xing Shen wants to start a decisive battle. "Kuxian, what's your game plan?" Kuxian's expression also turned grave. Xing Shen is powerful. He fears nothing. But our cultivation is only at Saint King Stage 4. If we carelessly jump into this battle, our chance of death is 90%. The Beast Emperor nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. "So how about we form an alliance then?" Kuxian laughed in response. "I was thinking the same thing. Only by temporarily joining forces can we hope to turn this tide. Otherwise, forget about getting Dav origin. We'll be the first ones to bite the dust." Kuxian involuntarily let out a surprised Huh? He saw Lin Kuang's hair stand on end, his entire body's muscles bulging, his form continuously growing until, in a flash, he transformed into a 100-meter-tall giant, exuding a rampant, violent aura that spread everywhere. He roared, "Beastman's battle art! Beast Emperor's fist!" His fist, as massive as a small mountain, pierced through tens of thousands of miles, carrying sky-high killing intent, and slammed down ferociously towards Cui Xian. Cui Xian let out a cold laugh. "Beast Emperor, you truly are devious." As he spoke, Cui Xian's hand transformed into a gigantic, sky-shrouding ghost claw, and savagely swatted downwards. The fist and claw slammed together, boom, boom, boom! An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the void, causing it to collapse, and countless black holes to violently erupt, savagely sweeping away everything within a 1,000,000-mile radius. The two faced each other within the chaotic whirlwind, their robes fluttering wildly, as the Beast Emperor casually burst into laughter. "Whoa there, don't get so agitated. I just wanted to test your current strength a bit, that's all." Cui Xian let out another cold laugh. He didn't believe a single word the Beast Emperor said. This guy looked all rustic and honest on the outside but was utterly insidious on the inside. Testing, huh? That's hilarious. That punch just now was clearly going straight for my jugular. Suddenly, Cui Xian sensed something. Overjoyed, he secretly transmitted his voice. "Master, you're here, Master!" The Beast Emperor suddenly ambushed me. Now that Master's here, this Beast Emperor is definitely dead today. Chu Xiao's voice echoed in Cui Xian's mind. "You and the Beast Emperor are clearly sparring. You're thinking too simply, my guy. He sees your current strength, yet he still dares to attack you. Where do you think he's getting that kind of confidence to kill you?" Cui Xian's eyes widened. "Are you saying he might have already allied with Xing Shen?" "You mean Xu Huang and Jing Shen actually allied? But how dare he?" Cui Xian grew more and more doubtful as he spoke. Jing Shen's strength is way beyond his. Allying with her is basically befriending a tiger, Chu Xiu calmly analyzed. It's highly likely he's got a trump card against Jing Shen. Otherwise, if he isn't completely brain-dead, he wouldn't cooperate with her. "You better be careful, I suspect Jing Shen is lurking nearby." HMPH, these old geezers really are scummy. They clearly said the decisive battle was in 3 days, yet today they're already impatient to kill me. Absolutely no integrity, I truly despise them. Hearing Chu Xiu, Cui Xian nodded in agreement. I also figured Xu Huang had an ace up his sleeve, and Jing Shen surely guessed it too. But why does she still want to cooperate with Xu Huang? Is she really that confident? Chu Xiu chuckled. Without confidence, how could one become a true powerhouse? Alright, just focus on your fight, Cui Xian asked, startled. Master, aren't you going to help me deal with Xu Huang? He originally thought his master would team up with him to quickly take down Xu Huang, never expecting his master had no intention of moving. Chu Xiu calmly said, "It's not that I won't act, it's that Jing Shen has already arrived." Cui Xian panicked. "Master, do you need my help?" He was worried about Chu Xiu's safety. After all, Jing Shen is a 6th-layer Saint King, which is 2 minor realms higher than Master. Chu Xiu casually replied, "No need, just focus on your opponent." Cui Xian reluctantly accepted the order. "Yes, Master." Outside the void, hundreds of thousands of miles away, Chu Xiu stepped on the void, looking up at the vast blue sea in the distance. Suddenly, the heavens and earth darkened, and strands of starlight fell from afar. A woman wearing a starlight mask, tall and slender, seemed to step on starlight as she arrived. Her figure was ethereal and transcendent, like a celestial maiden descending to earth. The aura she emitted wasn't overtly powerful, but deeply reserved and profound, as calm as the void itself. Her eyes, deep as a sea of stars, subtly shifted to look at Chu Xiu. Her clear voice, echoing high above in the void, devoid of any emotion, rang out. "Human powerhouse! I didn't expect you to appear here too." Chu Xiao's lip curled into a sneer as he said to Jing Shen, "Didn't we say we'd gather in 3 days? What's up? Are you that eager to kill Cui Xian already?" Jing Shen didn't answer, because the answer was already too obvious. No words were needed. She meticulously observed Chu Xiu, a hint of surprise flashing in her deep, quiet eyes as she spoke. "Judging by your bone structure, your cultivation time definitely doesn't exceed 500 years. To possess such strength at such a young age truly surpasses my imagination. Even among the myriad races with countless geniuses, you'd be ranked as a peerless, monstrous talent. It would truly be a pity to die in this place." Her voice, filled with confidence, calmly continued, "Just retreat, and I can promise not to kill you today." Chu Xiao's lips curved, a demonic blood-red glint flashing in his eyes. He brazenly stared directly at Jing Shen and said, "Kill me? If you were a late-stage Saint King, maybe I'd be wary. But you're just a 6th-layer Saint King, woman. What makes you think you can kill me?" As soon as he finished speaking,
Chu Xiu's figure suddenly vanished on the spot, reappearing elsewhere in a flash. He executed the swiftness secret, unfolding his time domain, which covered tens of thousands of miles. Jing Shen immediately felt a peculiar time law enveloping her entire body, and her own actions were forcibly slowed by two parts. A hint of shock flashed in her eyes, and she softly exclaimed, "This is a time domain." In her impression, only quasi-emperors could wield such a divine ability. She never thought a mid-stage Saint-King human could manifest time laws. This absolute unit was truly an anomaly. While Jing Shen was still pondering, Chu Xiu's figure had already appeared right in front of her. Holy flames blazed around his body, and behind him, a fiery red phantom of the human emperor, wearing an imperial crown, manifested majestically. The human emperor's fist descended, shattering the void, and imperial might surged, suppressing all directions. Jing Shen's eyes remained as calm as water. She raised her right hand, her fair index finger lightly flicking out, and countless starlight gathered, transforming into hundreds of stars that blasted towards Chu Xiu. This move of hers seemed casual, yet it possessed immense power, to the point that within a million-mile radius, even the heavenly and earthly Davio laws had to avoid it. Chu Xiu sensed the dangerous aura from those stars. He immediately switched from offense to defense, launching a single punch. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen or so stars exploded, like fireworks erupting in mid-air. The void trembled, and smoke and fire spread everywhere. Jing Shen seized the opportunity to retreat hundreds of thousands of miles away. Between her brows, her divine altar shone brightly with immortal light, and a starlight scepter shot out. She gripped the scepter with her right hand. Through this brief exchange, she had somewhat grasped Chu Xiu's fighting style. This guy is incredibly ferocious in close combat, with a physical body that is peerlessly powerful. If he gets close, even a slight mistake from her would lead to injury. Therefore, she absolutely had to maximize the distance. Thinking this, she raised her scepter high. 17 astral gems embedded on the scepter's tip all shone brilliantly. Above the high heavens, a rift suddenly tore open. A colossal celestial body, tens of thousands of miles in diameter, crashed down. Seeing this, our boy Chu Xiu's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of amusement. He unleashed a punch, directly striking the astral light. Chu Xiu was immediately sent flying backward tens of thousands of miles by the celestial body. Jing Shen calmly spoke. "Your physical body is incredibly strong, but it's a pity you can't reach me. It's all useless. Go die." As she finished speaking, Jing Shen raised her scepter and swept it down powerfully. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal celestial body descended, crushing tens of thousands of smaller stars into exploding starlight points. Jing Shen stood high above, looking down at the colossal astral shadow. Chu Xiu stood motionless, a confident smile playing on his lips. Her voice, carrying a hint of smugness, declared, "This is a grand divine ability I comprehended. After achieving minor accomplishment in the Tao of Strength, combined with my star race's innate talent, even opponents of the same realm will be suppressed by gravity, unable to move. Then, the celestial body crashes down, and the opponent either dies or is severely injured. You are merely a fourth-layer Saint King. Even if your physical body is stronger, you will ultimately be buried beneath my astral body." The colossal golden celestial body flew towards Chu Xiu, and a terrifying gravitational force pressed down from above, locking his entire body in place. Our boy Chu Xiu slowly raised his head, meeting Jing Shen's gaze. His long black hair flew wildly, and his eyes blazed with a blood-red light. Holy flames erupted all over his body, and his vital energy surged like fiery waves reaching the sky. Around his body the void twisted, and chaotic light billowed. Immediately, above Chu Xiu's head, chaotic aura erupted from the void. A natural black lotus transformed from illusion into reality, forming the saint body phenomenon of a primordial chaos black lotus. The moment the primordial chaos black lotus appeared, all gravity suppression on our boy was instantly shattered. The phenomenon also rapidly merged into Chu Xiu's body, and his aura surged wildly, like an incessantly inflating balloon. He stretched his shoulders, and continuous cracking sounds echoed crisply. Immediately after, Chu Xiu looked up, and unexpectedly unleashed a punch, directly striking the colossal celestial body descending upon him. It was just a normal punch, without any divine ability, yet it unleashed world-destroying might, its power twice as strong as before. The colossal celestial body, 1,000,000 miles in diameter, shattered in an instant, transforming into countless motes of stardust that filled the sky, then scattered down into the vast ocean. Witnessing this scene, Jing Shen's pupils immediately constricted. She looked towards the blurred figure amidst the dust and smoke, her expression becoming extremely solemn. Clearly, Chu Xiu's strength had far surpassed her expectations. Jing Shen felt a trace of fear in her heart, secretly thinking, I underestimated him. Thinking this, she immediately raised her scepter, preparing to make another move. However, Chu Xiu's speed was even faster than hers. Our boy Chu Xiu unleashed the peerless swiftness secret, closing in on Jing Shen in a flash, his fingertip pointing directly at her glabella. A ferocious smile appeared on Chu Xiu's face. Let me send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, heavenly and earthly Dalo laws frantically gathered at his fingertip. A 9 bends yellow river appeared, the conceptual divine ability, Finger of Oblivion. Jing Shen's gaze instantly froze, her consciousness gradually blurring. Within the illusion of the River of Oblivion, she saw the figures of her loved ones, her master. In that very instant, Jing Shen was forcibly dragged into an illusionary realm. Even a powerhouse like her couldn't avoid the attack. She basically couldn't escape in such a short time, so she could only watch helplessly as Chu Xiu gathered power to unleash his move. The finger was less than an inch from her glabella, yet Jing Shen still felt a piercing pain there. A strong sense of danger made her whole body tremble, her hair standing on end. Only one thought remained in her mind. Avoid it. Absolutely must avoid it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Xiu roared in a deep voice. True martial god-slaying finger. Boom! A wave of energy carrying a destructive aura shot out from Chu Xiu's fingertip. The blood-colored energy formed a straight line, directly piercing towards Jing Shen's glabella. She frantically twisted her body, lifting her head to dodge the strike. Her starlight mask let out a tearing sound before shattering, metal fragments mixed with fresh blood scattering everywhere. Her body was blasted away, heavily crashing down onto a distant island, tens of thousands of miles away. Boom! 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 Jing Shen's body plunged completely into the deep sea. Chu Xiu's figure flickered, immediately pursuing to where Jing Shen had fallen. He frowned slightly, silently observing from above. She still didn't die. At the very last moment, this woman actually managed to dodge my attack on her vital spot. Splash, splash, splash! Jing Shen burst out of the sea. Her entire body was drenched, her hair matted, and her starlight mask was shattered. Vital blood and seawater mixed as it streamed down, revealing streams of immortal light from her glabella divine altar. Jing Shen's heart was filled with fright as she secretly lamented. Good thing my reaction was quick enough to tilt back half a centimeter in time, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If my divine altar were shattered, even an immortal Saint King would be powerless to resist. Thinking this, Jing Shen turned her deep, cold eyes towards Chu Xiu. The wounds on her face were already recovering on their own. This was the terrifying self-healing ability of a Saint King powerhouse. As long as no vital spot was hit, no matter how severe the injury, it could quickly recover. Chu Xiu, executing the true swiftness secret, stepped closer. He looked at Jing Shen with a faint smile and said, Not bad? I actually thought you were dead for sure. Jing Shen's voice was still clear and agile, but her tone was no longer as arrogant as before. She said to Chu Xiu, You truly are very strong. After directly clashing, she realized that this young human's combat power was in no way inferior to her own. Chu Xiu's figure flickered, appearing right in front of Jing Shen in an instant. He raised his right hand and drew out a treasured sword. Heaven-slaying sword intent spread rapidly, and Jing Shen's pupils constricted. She hastily leaped out of the water, her voice tinged with a few hints of fright. You're actually a sword cultivator? Chu Xiu's lip curled into a cold sneer. Did I ever say I wasn't a sword cultivator? Our boy Chu Xiu pressed closer to Jing Shen, his arm immediately chopping down, relentlessly chasing and slashing at her. Jing Shen hurriedly tilted her body to dodge. Her forte was great powerful spell arts, but she wasn't skilled in close combat. Now, with Chu Xiu clinging to her, relentlessly attacking, she temporarily couldn't escape to counterattack, because to cast her spells, she needed time to gather power. And Chu Xiu had grasped this point. Of course, he wouldn't give her a chance to unleash her ultimate spell. Just then, Xu Huang, his entire body stained with fresh blood, stepping on a sea of corpses and blood, rushed over from afar. Jing Shen, I'm here to help you. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiu frowned, secretly thinking, Kui Xian, did he get killed by Xu Huang that quickly? With Xu Huang's help, Jing Shen's lips subtly curled. She glanced at Chu Xiu and indifferently said, Xu Huang, you came just in time. This human's strength is extremely formidable. How about we team up and kill him first? Xu Huang chuckled. No rush. He looked at Chu Xiu and continued. Human powerhouse. I don't know why Kui Xian allied with you and abandoned Mo Envy, but now he's dead, and I can't find the stone tablet. I've thought it over and over, but it doesn't make sense. So I'll ask you, is Kui Xian's stone tablet in your hands? Facing Beast Emperor Lin Kuang's grilling, Chu Xiu didn't even flinch. Our boy just calmly nodded and dropped the bomb. Yep. That Kui Xian stone tablet?
Totally in my possession. Hearing that, Beast Emperor just cackled like a madman. Ha ha, so that demoness? Was she also wiped out by you? Chu Xiu curled his lips into a sneer. And if it was? What then? And if it wasn't? Beast Emperor's grin slowly dropped. He sized up Chu Xiu, then shifted his gaze to Jing Shen. I've got a little proposition. Curious if you two are interested? Jing Shen's brows immediately furrowed. What are you getting at? She asked, even though it looked like she'd already figured out Beast Emperor's shady intentions. Chu Xiu subtly curved his lips, a knowing smirk playing as he mused. Proposal, huh? I'm just dying to see what kind of wild scheme this beast is cooking up. Beast Emperor, looking all sincere, told Chu Xiu and Jing Shen. Honestly, my real aim isn't the Dao origin. I just want a shot at getting into that secret realm. Hearing that, Chu Xiu immediately scoffed, his eyes practically dripping with contempt as he internally roasted Beast Emperor. Who on earth believes that? You really think we're dumb enough to buy your BS? Beast Emperor, looking absolutely desperate, raised 2 fingers to the sky, his face dead serious. I know you two don't trust me. I, Lin Kuang, swear on the heavenly Tao itself that all I want is to enter that secret realm. I literally have zero interest in the Tao origin. All I need is for one of you to temporarily hand over a stone tablet as collateral. Once we've collected all 5 tablets and you get me into that secret realm, I'll team up with you to take down the other guy. That Tao origin energy will be yours. If I go against this oath, may the heavenly Tao backlash obliterate my soul under a lightning tribulation. Boom, boom, boom! The very heavens shuddered. A blinding white lightning bolt ripped through the sky, slamming down. This was the heavenly Tao stamping its approval, sealing the oath. No takebacks now. Seeing this unfold, Chu Xiu and Jing Shen's faces both subtly changed. Both of them wondered, is Beast Emperor seriously not after the Tao origin? Could this guy actually be telling the truth? Beast Emperor kept a straight face, but inside he was chillingly laughing, thinking, my goal isn't the Tao origin? Poofed, hilarious. If I wasn't here for the Tao origin, why would I even bother with this cursed place? To lay some eggs? Haha. You fools will never guess that I've got a secret treasure that can nullify one heavenly Tao backlash. And that's not all. Back when I was bossing it up in the primordial world, I stumbled upon a jade talisman crafted by a great emperor, packing 5 whole shares of his peak power. That's why I'm bold enough to take on Chu Xiu and Jing Shen simultaneously. Any saint king who got hit by this thing, 10 out of 10 would be dead, and their spatial ring would be vaporized. And that's why I demanded to hold on to the allies' stone tablet temporarily. I can't have them turning traitor after we team up, and then having to activate this jade talisman on a friend. Its power is so insane, it'd even smash the stone tablet inside their spatial ring. What a waste. Jing Shen's eyes gleamed. After a moment of deep thought, she gritted her teeth and pulled out her own stone tablet, telling Beast Emperor, Beast Emperor, we're both from the 10,000 races, born as sworn enemies of the human race. Imagine how much stronger we'd be if we teamed up. She knew perfectly well she couldn't take down Chu Xiu alone, so she decided to make a deal with Beast Emperor. As long as Beast Emperor could hold Chu Xiu off for a bit, she'd have enough time to unleash a grand art and obliterate him. Maybe even take out Beast Emperor too. She wasn't bound by any heavenly Tao oath, so she wasn't scared of any backlash. By that point, whatever schemes Beast Emperor had cooked up, the Daklao origin would still end up hers. Lin Kuang's gleaming golden fangs immediately stretched into a blinding smile. He didn't even bother replying to Jing Shen, turning to Chu Xiu and asking instead, Human powerhouse, you've got 3 stone tablets. Your influence clearly outweighs Jing Shen's. So I gotta ask, wanna team up with me? Hearing that, Jing Shen's brow subtly furrowed, the pain from the wound on her face making her suck in a sharp breath. She secretly fretted. Will this human actually agree? But the outcome totally blew Jing Shen's mind. Chu Xiu, with a serious face, looked at Beast Emperor and replied, Fellow Taoist Lin, we're practically besties already. I'd love to team up, it's just I don't actually have the stone tablet on me right now, so I can't exactly hand it over. Beast Emperor guffawed. Well, if that's the case, I guess I'll just have to team up with Jing Shen. Fellow Taoists, you wouldn't mind, right? Hearing Beast Emperor, Jing Shen practically melted in relief, a smirk she couldn't hide blooming on her face. She internally roasted Chu Xiu. This dude is way too naive, trying to fleece Beast Emperor with nothing? You think Beast Emperor is some kind of idiot? No way he's agreeing to that. Just as Beast Emperor was about to seal the deal with Jing Shen to take down Chu Xiu's pale, handsome face flushed scarlet. He frantically waved his hand at Beast Emperor. Hold up, I can't take on both of you by myself. Team up with me. Once this is all over, I swear I'll hand over the stone tablet. Or even better, I can make an oath before the heavenly Dato. Oh?
Beast Emperor Lin Kuang's massive, bell-like eyes twitched ever so slightly. He looked intrigued. Fellow Taoist, I can accept that proposal, but I get to dictate the oath. Chu Xiu nodded seriously. Naturally. Beast Emperor roared with hearty laughter, declaring loudly, You swear that once this is all done you won't use any method to attack me. If you violate this oath, you will suffer heavenly Dao backlash, your soul utterly shattered and gone. As he said this, Beast Emperor was practically vibrating with glee inside, almost breaking into outright laughter. This human is such a fool. As long as he makes this oath, I can then annihilate him without worrying about any payback. Who cares if he's stronger than me? He'll still end up dead by my hand. This way, I save my great Emperor Jade Talisman trump card, and I get all 5 stone tablets. It's too perfect. Lin Kuang fixed his gaze on Chu Xiu, waiting for him to swear. Jing Shen, meanwhile, was on absolute pins and needles. Taking on Chu Xiu alone was already a nightmare. With Beast Emperor joining in, she'd be dead for sure, no question. Jing Shen silently begged. Don't agree. Please don't agree with him. But Chu Xiu's next move completely froze her. Chu Xiu decisively raised his hand, pointing straight to the heavens, and declared, I, Chu Xiu, swear before the heavenly Dao, that as long as fellow Taoist Lin Kuang cooperates with me to eliminate Jing Shen, once that's done, I will absolutely not attack fellow Taoist Lin by any means. If I violate this oath, I will suffer heavenly Dao backlash, my soul shattered and gone. Our boy Chu Xiu looked dead serious, but inside he was coldly laughing, thinking, Heh, heavenly Dao backlash you say? I, Chu Xiu, absolutely do not fear heavenly Dao backlash. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening thunderclap ripped through heaven and earth. While the spectacle was less intense than Beast Emperor's previous oath, it still proved the heavenly Dao had officially sanctioned it. Beast Emperor practically vibrated with excitement. Ha ha ha, finally, success! That fool will never guess I have a trump card to nullify one heavenly Dao backlash. I can't wait to see his terrified, furious face when it happens. Done thinking, Beast Emperor threw his head back and bellowed with laughter. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Chu Xiu, happy cooperation, let's do this. He was trembling with excitement, the Dao origin almost in his inventory. But he still had one last little secret thought. Before wiping out Jing Shen, he absolutely couldn't let Chu Xiu figure out the real plan. Realizing the game was rigged, Jing Shen immediately unleashed a torrent of starlight and bolted. As she fled, she couldn't help but whip her head around, snarling, Beast Emperor! I can't believe you actually teamed up with a human. Aren't you scared of the 10,000 Races Council coming for your head? Beast Emperor completely brushed off Jing Shen's threats. He just laughed. Haha, Jing Shen, don't blame me. I just want to live long enough to get into that secret realm, that's all. Chu Xiao, meanwhile, dropped his voice to a grave tone. Fellow Taoist Lin Kuang, stop wasting breath on her. Finish Jing Shen off quickly. If we let her retreat to her lair, things could get messy. Beast Emperor roared with laughter. Got it! 1 fleeing, 2 in hot pursuit. They ripped through the void, covering tens of thousands of miles. Just as they were about to hit the central continent, Chu Xiu and Beast Emperor finally managed to corner Jing Shen. Whack! Without a single extra word, Chu Xiu unleashed a killing move. Exhausted from defending, Jing Shen finally showed a crack in her armor. Chu Xiu seized the opportunity, punching like lightning and piercing straight through her chest. Her starlight-bright eyes dimmed, and her body began to tremble, powerless. Chu Xiu used his other hand to clamp down on her neck, domineeringly funneling Saint King Dragon Force into Jing Shen's body, completely sealing her cultivation. Our boy Chu Xiu's lips curled into a gentle smile. There, it won't hurt anymore soon. Beast Emperor's brow furrowed in suspicion. He was so sure of his win, and he definitely didn't want any loose ends. Fellow Taoist Chu Xiu, why didn't you just finish her off? Chu Xiu subtly shook his head, a knowing, deep smile playing on his lips. Hold your horses, fellow Taoist. I'm not in a rush to strike because, well, she's still got some use for us. The moment he said it, our boy Chu Xiu casually scooped Jing Shen right into his sleeve. Beast Emperor then flashed a fake smile at Chu Xiu. Fellow Taoist Chu Xiu, Jing Shen is totally under wraps now. And just as he finished, Lin Kuang's body began to swell up like a giant. From tens of thousands of miles away, he launched a punch straight for Chu Xiu. You can kick the bucket now too! Boom, boom, boom! The fist print descended like a colossal mountain, packing enough power to shatter worlds. Golden Dao runes flashed beneath our boy Chu Xiu's feet, his figure flickering as he effortlessly dodged the attack. His face contorted with feigned rage, he bellowed, Beast Emperor, why are you attacking me? Are you seriously going back on your oath? Beast Emperor bared his razor-sharp fangs, grinning sinisterly. Haha, breaking my oath? So what?
You already swore before the heavenly Dayo, what can you possibly do to me now? Back when I was bossing it up in the primordial world, I conveniently snagged a supreme treasure forged by a great emperor. It lets me tank one heavenly Dao backlash. Human, compared to this venerable one, you're still a total noob. Chu Xiu tried to look panicked. Aren't you afraid I'll just release Jing Shen? She hates your guts more than mine. She'll definitely go all out to kill you. Beast Emperor scoffed, his voice icy. Don't forget, you swore to the heavenly Dako not to use any means to attack me. If you release Jing Shen to fight me, you'll be hit with that heavenly Dao backlash. Haha, I'm the one who wins in the end. Your Dakleo origin, your magic treasures, your resources. It's all mine. Our boy Chu Xiu's eyes suddenly glinted, and he let out an unexpected, cold laugh. So that's your game, daring to pull the same stunt as me, just for a one-time heavenly Dabio immunity card. But who ends up dead in whose hands? That's still up for grabs. The moment he finished speaking, a crimson human emperor's punch blotted out the entire sky, hurtling towards Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor's pupils instantly constricted. He shrieked in absolute horror. What? You have a death wish. How dare you? Boom, boom, boom! Chu Xiu's single punch literally blew up the sky vault, tearing the void to shreds. Beast Emperor was sent flying 100,000 miles, crashing straight into the deep sea. In that single, fleeting moment of clash, victory and defeat were already decided. Chu Xiu gave his opponent 0 chances. From his glabella, a golden light flashed, and a hiltless mini-sword shot out, growing massive as it flew. Swish! A heavenly emperor's sword slashed down, cleaving the very ocean in half, waves parting like a curtain. Rocks erupted tens of thousands of zang from the seabed. Beast Emperor let out a cry of pure agony, and his body, along with his scream, was neatly sliced into 2 halves by the sword. Chu Xiu subtly frowned, a flicker of genuine surprise in his eyes. He thought, wait, he's still not dead after that? Our boy Chu Xiu immediately locked his powerful divine sense onto Beast Emperor, trying to get a clear read on his situation. And sure enough, his life force was freaking off the charts. His body and soul were sliced clean in half, right down the middle. Yet he was still alive. That kind of life force is just ridiculously heaven-defying. Beast Emperor's 2 halves of a body trembled. He struggled to lift his head, his cloudy eyes fixing on Chu Xiu, and rasped, You really aren't afraid of heavenly Daoyuo backlash? Haha, so that's it. No wonder, Chu Xiao chuckled softly, his voice surprisingly gentle. Fellow Taoist Lin, we met like soulmates. Why put yourself through such torment to die? Thanks for putting your trust in me. I'll send you off on your way. Rest easy. Beast Emperor coughed violently, his face twisting into a hideous snarl as he laughed. Haha, Chu Xiu, you think you've already won? If I can't live, then you're coming down with me. With that, an illusory, shimmering golden talisman ripped itself from Beast Emperor's 2 halves of a divine soul, hurtling straight for Chu Xiu. The instant that talisman appeared, a chilling dread shot down Chu Xiu's spine, his pupils snapping shut. An extreme sense of mortal danger absolutely engulfed his heart. He frantically wondered, what the hell is that thing? Miao Shaoqi suddenly materialized, her face etched with panic, screaming, Chu Xiu, run! Get out of there! That's a Great Emperor Jade Talisman. It's got a Great Emperor's full power. You can't block it. You can't dodge it. If that thing hits you, you are absolutely dead. Chu Xiu's face instantly went pale, he thought. A Great Emperor Jade Talisman? What the hell do I do now? How do I get out of this? That terrifying attack. There's no way I can tank it. Luo Yi once told me, if you ever face a Great Emperor-level divine soul attack, trying to run is the stupidest move. You'll get hit no matter where you go. Right now, there are only 2 options. Either find someone in the same realm as me, imprint my divine soul mark on them, and have them block this attack for me, or just off myself right here, hoping for a resurrection. Chu Xiu's eyes darted. In this entire damn world, who else is even in the same realm as me? Do I have to seize Beast Emperor and slap my life's mark on him? No way. If I even think about turning back, that Great Emperor Jade Talisman will be on me instantly. Am I seriously only left with the option of suicide? Xiao Xiu remained silent, eyes cast down at the Heaven Emperor's sword in his hand, his gaze filled with pure unwillingness. Am I really gonna end up like I did back on Gihunyai all those years ago? Even though he'd prepared for reincarnation, he couldn't accept this fate. The sense of impending danger pressed in. Xiao Xiu gritted his teeth, clenching his fists until fresh blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. I'm a lesser ancient saint body, with a path of infinite potential, accompanied by the Heaven Emperor's sword and a boundary gate treasure. How could I possibly just accept death here? I can't. I simply can't. The Beast Emperor Lin Kuang roared with laughter, his voice echoing.
Haha, Xiao Zhu, what good is your unwillingness now? So what if you're a peerless genius, a rare one at that? Yet you're still dying by my hand, aren't you? With a strong expert like you accompanying me, I won't be lonely on the Yellow Springs. Hearing the Beast Emperor's frenzied laughter, Xiao Zhu sighed softly. Fine, as long as the Green Mountain remains, why worry about firewood? Saying this, Xiao Zhu brought the Heaven Emperor's sword to his neck, his heart set on self-termination. Suddenly his expression shifted slightly, his eyes flashing. Wait, did my brain just blue screen? I clearly forgot I still have another trick up my sleeve. My spirit Dao seed can not only devour and transform cultivators, but it can also revive them. Right now, I can revive Cui Xian. He once linked his life imprint to me, and he can totally take this tribulation in my stead. Thinking of this solution, Xiao Zhu laughed out loud, a blood-colored star immediately appearing above his head. His gaze fixed on Cui Xian's life imprint. This time, the blood-colored spirit was completely different from usual. When it devoured and transformed, it always moved clockwise, and very slowly. This time, it was moving counterclockwise. As the revival process began, the blood-colored energy was consumed rapidly. The blood-colored star gradually faded from deep red to a lighter shade, eventually becoming pale red. In just a blink, a gigantic phantom of Cui Xian slowly materialized, sensing that Yufu Dadi was growing ever closer. Old Six Xiao's face was brimming with excitement. Faster! Even faster! Revive, my subordinate! Very quickly, Cui Xian's form was completely consolidated. Xiao Zhu had successfully reversed life and death, bringing Cui Xian back from the dead. This technique was truly heaven-defying. After being revived, in less than a single breath, Xiao Zhu explained his entire plan to Cui Xian. But Cui Xian didn't utter a single word of complaint. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately stood in front of Xiao Zhu, his hands clasped over his chest, his eyes filled with fervent bloodlust. He respectfully roared, "To be loyal to my master is this subordinate's honor. Master, I go now." Boom, boom, boom. A massive explosion rocked the void, smoke and fire billowing everywhere. Cui Xian had actively taken the full force of Yufu Dadi's attack. At the center of the deep-sea continent, Beast Emperor Lin Kuang's body was split into two halves. Upon discovering Cui Xian, who he'd just killed, had been revived, his eyes widened and his mouth hung agape in terror. What? That's Cui Xian! Impossible! How could he be revived? Xiao Zhu. It must be Xiao Zhu's doing. What on earth did he do to Cui Xian? How could he come back to life? What kind of technique is this? The Beast Emperor's mind was reeling with shock. Even if he didn't want to believe it, Cui Xian truly stood revived before his eyes. It was an undeniable truth. The moment his words finished, the Beast Emperor's body immediately sank into the deep-sea continent. In his desperation to activate Yufu Dadi, Lin Kuang had almost completely exhausted his own life force. Swoosh! The Beast Emperor's black stone tablet also shot up from beneath the seabed. Xiao Zhu immediately reached out and snatched it. Miao Xiaoqi also flew out from within his sea of consciousness at this moment, her cat face solemn. If Cui Xian can't stop Yufu Dadi, what do you plan to do? Xiao Zhu lowered his gaze, answering in a deep voice. Everything that could be done, I've already done. If the outcome can't be changed, I'll immediately take my own life. Miao Xiaoqi remained silent for a long time. Her voice, tinged with a hint of longing, said to Xiao Zhu, "If you fall, I will wait for you to return to it too. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you." Xiao Zhu tilted his head, looking at the lazy cat. The corner of his mouth curved slightly as he reached out and stroked her head. Miao Xiaoqi gently scratched Xiao Zhu's shoulder with her small claws and said seriously, "You have too many attachments. If you die here, there will certainly be many people heartbroken and grieving. Especially that girl Qi Mengdi, and also that girl Long Shen. She hasn't even given birth yet." Meow. Xiao Zhu squinted his eyes and burst out laughing. To be a bad guy, a villain, yet still cause others such heartbreak and grief over my death, that's a bit of a letdown. As he said this, images flashed through old Devil Xiao's mind. His master, Bao Bei, with a big belly, along with Hua Jiji suffering Dao injuries. Luo Yi and Luo Jiji were waiting for his return, and there was Zhao Binyu, lost in the Honghuang. Unconsciously, he had become bound to too many people. Miao Xiaoqi softly reminded him, "All right, go on. Go deal with Xing Shen." A short while later, Xiao Zhu returned to his private chambers within the Liu dynasty. Old Xiao flicked his sleeve, a cold smile curling his lips. "Come out now. It's just you and me left." Sheng Shen immediately appeared. She looked around, her expression filled with shock, and asked in a trembling voice,
You killed the Beast Emperor? Disbelief flashed in Xingqian's eyes. She thought to herself, if I remember correctly, didn't he swear to the Heavenly Tao that he wouldn't attack the Beast Emperor in any form? How can he still make a move? Doesn't he fear the Heavenly Tao's backlash? Xiao Xiu looked directly at Xingqian with a profound gaze. He gently caressed her hair with one hand, then offered a faint smile and said, Don't rush. I'll take you to meet him immediately. Xingqian's face turned pale, her whole body trembling, her eyes filled with a desperate plea for life. Xiao Xiu, I can give you the stone tablet. Seeing Xingqian's earnest appearance, Xiao Xiu's lips curved slightly into a sarcastic smile. His narrow, long pupils observed her from head to toe with interest. Catching Xiao Xiu's profound gaze, Xingqian's heart stirred slightly, and at the same time, a hint of secret joy rose within her. Why is he looking at me like that? Does he want to? No matter what, as long as I can survive, I'm willing to do anything. Xiao Xiu laughed. You're not bad. You've got strength, you've got the body, you've got the looks. Hearing this, Xingqian's cheeks immediately flushed red. She shyly asked, What do you want to do with me? Old Six Xiao flashed a brilliant smile and said in a cold voice, Haha, what do I want to do? I'll spare your life. Just in time. My child will be born soon, and I think you're perfectly suited to be a nanny. Xingqian froze, her mind filled with confusion. What does your child being born have to do with me? And what kind of job is a Mao nanny anyway? While Xingqian was still bewildered, a blood-colored star immediately appeared above Xiao Xiu's head. The moment the blood-colored spirit emerged, Xingqian instinctively felt a surge of fear in her heart. Despite trying to suppress her emotions, she couldn't help but shiver, all the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. Xingqian asked tremblingly, What is this? Xiao Xiu gave a cunning smile. He put a finger to his mouth, signaling silence. Following a soft hissing sound, strange blood-colored threads began to emanate, directly wrapping around Xingqian's body. Xingqian was absolutely freaked out, backing away and yelling non-stop. What the hell do you want? Let me go! Su Xiao looked down at Xingqian's terrified face, his voice surprisingly gentle. You'll find out soon enough. Don't worry, it might sting a bit at first, but after that, you'll be super comfy. The blood-red orb above her head started to spin, blood-colored threads cascading down, forcefully wrapping around Xingqian's body, dragging her into the orb. The transformation officially began. At first, Xingqian struggled like crazy, but it wasn't long before she calmed down, a look of pure enjoyment spreading across her face. Bro, is she enjoying this? A few moments later, those blood energy threads had almost completely encased Xingqian, slowly forming a blood-red cocoon. Xingqian's glow-up lasted a solid 2 hours, a whole hour longer than Kui Xian's. Meanwhile, Su Xiao was busy scanning her memories. And guess what? Our boy was pleasantly surprised to find that Xingqian also had an emperor's inheritance. A complete emperor scripture, even though the Xingqian emperor scripture wasn't a human race OP cultivation technique. For Su Xiu, that thing was going to be huge for him to deduce and perfect his own OP cultivation techniques later on. Su Lao Mo cracked a devilish smile. Ha ha ha, what an unexpected W. Ever since I dropped into this world for the Davio Origin War, I've just been collecting wins. Not only did I snag a 6th tier Saint King waifu, but I also scooped up a complete Emperor scripture. The Dao Origin is practically mine, and I even stacked up enough Boundary Gate fragments while Jing Shen was still out cold. Su Xiu pulled out the 3 Boundary Gate fragments he'd already merged, plus 2 more he'd snatched from Xiao Huang and Jing Shen. The 5 pieces of the puzzle were finally all together. Immortal light immediately flared, and the fusion process kicked off. In just moments, the fusion was complete. Easy peasy. Right then, the system dinged and popped up, a mischievous chuckle practically audible. Looks like the Boundary Gate has some new features. Host, would you like to drop 20 million Divine Origin Stones to explore? Item name: Incomplete Boundary Gate. Type: Special Spatial Transmission Artifact. Grade: Immortal Artifact. Status: Damaged. Function 1. Dao Origin Collector activated. Host can open a portal to any Akuken at will, anytime. Function 2. Teleportation on demand. Consume enough Divine Origin Stones, and the wielder can literally go wherever they want. Function 3. Time-Space Shroud. Carrying this bad boy lets you traverse the river of time itself, nullifying all heavenly and earthly rules. You can literally alter the course of history. BUT, the price? Your life essence, host. Warning. Messing with major historical events or the destiny of important figures will drain a huge amount of your life essence, leaving you super weak. Use with extreme caution. This is just a bonus feature, not the Boundary Gate's ultimate power. Function 4. Incomplete. Cannot be determined at this time. Note:
This boundary gate has a seriously mysterious origin. It's an item born from the very creation of the universe itself, on par with a primordial treasure. If fully completed, it might just help the host return to their original world. Right now, though, it's still incomplete, missing a crucial core component. So, no ultimate functions for now, champ. Staring at the boundary gate in his hand, Chu Xiu frowned slightly. All 5 pieces had merged, and it was still incomplete? Seriously? Pondering this, Chu Xiu immediately hit up the system. What's the core? What in the world is the boundary gate's core? The system, ever so helpful, promptly replied, "This system is just a tool, not some all-knowing god, you know? You gotta figure this one out yourself, host." However, this system can drop a hint. Hey, after some serious deduction, this system reckons you might just find crucial clues in Hong Huang. Hearing the system's cryptic message, Chu Xiu cracked a knowing smile. Hong Huang, huh? Looks like after this I definitely need to make a trip there. As for finding the boundary gate's core, well, that's all up to fate and my plot armor, baby. Suddenly, Miao Xiaoqi popped up on Chu Xiu's shoulder, purring with a smile. Why the rush, boss? You're literally carrying the blood-red destiny of the human race. Your luck is already off the charts. Whatever you want, you'll basically get it, Miao. Chu Xiu gave a slight nod, thinking to himself, you know what? She's not wrong. Right then, the blood-red energy cocoon around Jingshen's body suddenly started to crack. After a series of relentless shattering sounds, the blood-red cocoon split right down the middle, revealing Jingshen, utterly still, eyes closed tight. What's her new power level? Simultaneously, the sky above the human race suddenly shifted colors, 7-hued clouds surging towards the east. A majestic voice boomed across the entire frickin' world. The Dao Origin War is over. The victor, Huajia continent, the human race, the Huajia continent, the human race, had finally claimed ultimate victory in the Dao Origin War. The 5 continents, with their 5 most intelligent races, fell into absolute silence. This abrupt end to the Dao Origin War left every intelligent being completely stunned, their minds utterly blank. Did they just win? The East, the human race, absolutely erupted. Memories of 1,000 years of dark, miserable days instantly flooded their minds. For countless years, foreign races had massacred and plundered the human race without mercy, mocking and looking down on them with pure arrogance. In this very moment, masses of people couldn't hold it in, dropping to their knees, sobbing their hearts out. Our human race immortals won. From this day forward, our human race will never suffer oppression again. From now on, our human race will dominate this blue star. It's too good. Too damn good. This old man finally lived to see this day. In Liwang City, people were crying tears of pure joy, running around and cheering like crazy. They busted out all the fancy food and rare wines they'd usually never touch, throwing a massive party to celebrate the victory they'd waited millennia for. Mortals and cultivators alike, everyone was going wild at this grand feast. From the imperial palace walls, Qingui Li stood, her eyes red-rimmed, watching the wild party in the city. She softly choked out, "Royal father, your daughter didn't disappoint you. I led our people, holding on strong until Great Lord Chu Xiu descended. Do you see it? Our human race won. Great Lord Chu Xiu won." Her emotions were absolutely surging as she thought back on 1,000 dark years. She wished she could just bawl her eyes out like the common folk. But she was the queen of the human race. She couldn't afford to lose her queenly composure. Qingui Li took a deep, steadying breath. Then her voice rang out, filled with solemn authority. "My people, our victory today was hard won. The one we owe the most gratitude to isn't me, nor anyone else in Liwang City. Our descendants, for generations upon generations, must remember the name of Great Lord Chu Xiu. He and he alone single-handedly reversed the fate of the human race, bringing us this glorious, final dawn." Her voice echoed through Liwang City and simultaneously boomed into the minds of nearly every human race member. "Great Lord Chu Xiu! Great Lord Chu Xiu! Long live the human race!" Tens of thousands of people dropped to their knees, unanimously chanting Chu Xiu's true name. Talk about a main character moment. Far away, Chu Xiu vaguely felt something. He turned his head, gazing towards the east. Before old Su's eyes, the system was spamming notifications. Human race blood-colored destiny plus 10,000. 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 Human race blood-colored destiny. Chu Xiu's lips curved into a subtle smile. The waves of chanting from the east echoed in his ears, a flicker of complex emotions in his eyes. "So, I'm a hero now, huh?" Miao Xiaoqi snuggled closer to Chu Xiu's shoulder. a very human-like smile gracing her face. Nah, boss. To them, you're an immortal. Immortal Su, revered by everyone. Great, Immortal Su. The one who saves them from all suffering and disaster.
Right then, Jing Xian regained consciousness. Thanks to Chu Xiu's reformation, every single injury on her body had vanished. She stood respectfully before him, a tall, slender figure with delicate, supple curves, now clad in a tight-fitting robe embroidered with star patterns. Her skin was like pure jade, her neck long and elegant, her face an exquisite oval, and her long, silky hair flowed naturally down to her tiny waist. Her deep, shining eyes glowed like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Starlight practically rained down around her, making it impossible to look away. Chef's kiss. A mature beauty, calm, mysterious, and powerful. Definitely not bad. Su Laoliu gave a slight nod, clearly satisfied with both Jing Shen's newfound strength and her stunning appearance. Jing Shen bowed respectfully, her gentle voice ringing out. Qinlan greets master.
Her voice was still clear and ethereal. But that high and mighty vibe was completely gone, replaced with pure respect and absolute submission to Su Xiao.
Su Xiu gave a slight smirk and a casual, He thought to himself, alright, the Tao Origin War is wrapped up. Time to hit up some other continents, devour some foreign powerhouses, and pump up my cultivation even more, right?
Suddenly, a majestic voice, as if from a distant cosmic realm, boomed directly into his mind.
Trialist, you have exactly 15 minutes to prepare.
After that, you will be teleported through the boundary gate to a different dimension to claim the Dafo origin. Once that's done, you can bounce back to your starting point via the boundary gate.
Chu Xiu heard that and frowned slightly, sighing. Bro, what can I even do in 15 minutes? My whole master plan is cooked, isn't it? Guess Li Wangcheng will have to mop up the rest of these chumps.
That was Chu Xiu's spirit artifact. Miao Shaoqi obviously heard that voice too and asked him, "You're dipping out Churetta here already? You're not going to say peace out to Qingili? She totally vibes with you? Just ghosting her like this? She'll be crushed, bro."
Chu Xiu just chuckled. Nah, I'm just a temporary player here, popped in and popped out. Like a true Chad, I'm leaving with nothing, not even a wisp of cloud. That's how it is.
Miao Shaoqi just nodded, resting her head on Chu Xiu's shoulder, gazing into the horizon.
15 minutes flew by in a flash. Chu Xiu, Miao Shaoqi, and Xinlan went through the interdimensional gate, flying straight into that weird space containing the Tao source. After Chu Xiu dipped in the eastern sky of the Huaxia continent, a crazy, bright, pulsating light appeared. A god-tier voice boomed across every inch of this blue star planet. The Tao Source War is over. The human immortal has returned, and just dipped from this world. The moment the voice cut off, billions of humans in Li Wangcheng were absolutely floored. They didn't expect Chu Xiu to have actually yeeted himself out kita here. The whole place went dead silent. Everyone simultaneously dropped to their knees, showing mad respect and gratitude for Chu Xiu. They hollered in unison, "Safe travels, Lord Chu Xiu. Farewell, human immortal." The sound rocked the very heavens. On the city wall, Qingili looked up at the sky, her eyes glistening with unshed tears and pure longing, her fists clenched tight, her lips barely parted. The day humanity unites, I'll drop these responsibilities and peace out from this world. Lord Chu Xiu, our paths will cross again. In a bizarre space filled with pure chaotic energy, Chu Xiu, Miao Shaoqi, and Xinlan just kind of floated there. Our boy Old Six Chu frowned, scanning his surroundings. The moment he entered this space, he felt super messed up, like a polar bear suddenly dropped into a sauna, couldn't adapt for SHT. Chu Xiu glanced at Miao Shaoqi and Xinlan, only to find that not only were they not uncomfortable, they actually looked super chill. So bro was the only one having a bad time. Chu Xiu mused internally. This is probably all about the Tao source. The Tao source is something crystallized from the primal essence of the nascent universe, the closest thing to the heavenly Tao itself. My Unity Tao is basically beefing with the heavenly Taoist, so just stepping in here without getting yeeted directly by the heavenly Tao is already a huge W. So how the hell could I expect to be comfortable? With that thought, Chu Xiu stared into the darkness ahead, his brow furrowed in confusion, and murmured, "Is this really where the Tao source is?" After sensing for a while, Xinlan calmly stated, "The heaven and earth laws here are super primitive, like from the dawn of time, and the spiritual energy is incredibly dense and pure. If one cultivates in this space, they will certainly get double the benefits." Chu Xiu nodded. Except for him, this place was an ultimate cultivation hotspot for any cultivator. A once-in-a-lifetime cheat code. Alright, let's check it out. And so, the trio kept moving forward. Chu Xiao's divine sense stretched out, and he instantly knew this strange space was way bigger than he ever thought. With his current divine sense, he couldn't even find its boundaries. This had Chu Xiao frowning. This place was probably just as massive as the Sky Dome continent. So immense. Finding the Dario source here is going to be like trying to find a specific pixel in a 4K image. After thinking for a moment, Chu Xiu whipped out his spatial gate to jump around. But the spatial gate couldn't pinpoint the entire area of this space, so he had no choice but to drag Xinlan and Miao Xiaoqi along, activating the moving character secret technique, constantly using their escape arts to zip around. It wasn't until a good 30 minutes later that the three arrived at the target coordinate on the spatial gate. 1,000 meters ahead, a massive, chaotic, egg-looking thing hit their sight, glowing with dazzling brilliance. Super pure heaven and earth elemental qi oozed out from inside it, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance that, with just one sniff, made you feel like you were about to ascend straight to heaven. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled. He paused, staring at the golden egg, thinking to himself, what in the cultivation realm is this golden egg? Why does it look so sus, yet so familiar? The surface of the golden egg was covered in black, inverted triangle patterns. He kept feeling like he'd seen it somewhere, like a recurring NPC. Chu Xiu cautiously approached for a closer look and realized this egg was identical to the golden egg he snagged years ago from Ye Fan's quasi-emperor treasure in the desolate demon secret realm, except that one was way smaller than this absolute unit. Wait, is this his, little chicken's, long-lost fam? Old Six Chu instantly poured his Saint King-level divine sense, trying to pierce the shell and scope out what was inside, but the second his divine sense grazed the shell, the massive golden egg started rumbling wildly, and an angry, booming voice yelled from inside, "Who the F? Who dares to touch this grandpa's egg? You got a death wish or something? Watch it, or this granddaddy will gobble you up." Xinlan's gorgeous eyes instantly went wide as she looked towards the golden egg. Killing intent just gushed out. She snapped angrily, "Who dares disrespect my master?" The moment she finished, Xinlan turned her head to Chu Xiu. "Master, want me to crack this bad boy open?" She was already flexing her hands, ready to throw down. Chu Xiu quickly waved her off. Then, asked the egg directly in a deep voice, "Chicken nugget, is that you little punk? In there?" The golden egg went silent for a beat upon hearing that. Then an absolutely shocked voice boomed out. "Hold up, why does that voice sound so familiar? Wait, is that Chu Xiu, you little punk? You made it here too. Haha, you're also stuck in here, huh? No biggie, this granddaddy's here to keep you company, you won't be bored to death." Chu Xiu smirked, a hint of annoyance in his voice as he asked, "So, you suddenly ghosted from Shangjing City back then, was it to come here?" The chicken nugget inside the golden egg let out a big sigh. Back then in Shangjing City, Grand Saints were throwing hands, and the collateral damage was insane. A special void rift ripped open, packed with pure heaven and earth elemental qi, and fully formed heaven and earth laws. You know, I was in my glow-up phase back then. How was I supposed to resist that kind of ultimate temptation? So I dove right in. Duh. But during that time, I got smacked by a void storm, got seriously ranked and blacked out. Next thing I knew, I woke up in this place. Chu Xiu nodded, finally got why the chicken nugget just vanished back then. Old Chu, our resident troll, kept prodding the giant golden egg. "Okay, so you've been exploring for 2 whole years in here, found nothing, and turned into a giant egg? You should just stick with your big bro, and I'll get you out of here." The moment he said that, Chu Xiu just straight up grabbed the massive golden egg and started dragging it along. The chicken nugget inside the egg said through gritted teeth, "This place is infinitely vast. There's absolutely no exit, and aside from this chaotic energy, there's literally nothing here but empty space. And what the heck do you mean turned into an egg? This granddaddy found a major cheat code. I was just cruising around here a few days ago, then I stumbled into that chaotic mess and saw 2 glowing orbs, one blue, one red, giving off this insane, irresistible fragrance. I couldn't resist for even a second and just chugged the red one down, and boom, I slowly started turning into an egg. Hee hee. But after eating the treasure, I was purified by some weird energy that totally regecked and rebuilt my bloodline and cultivation foundation. My cultivation is soaring like a rocket, and when this granddaddy busts out of this shell, I'm probably going to be a Saint King. Easy. Haha, little Chu. Just stick with me from now on, and we'll dominate the world together. With this granddaddy protecting you, I guarantee no one will even think about bullying you. Hehehe. After listening to the chicken nugget's whole spiel, Chu Xiu finally pieced together why it became an egg. That chicken nugget definitely just chugged some Dalio source. This is an absolutely insane opportunity. Just to accidentally wander into this space and then legit stumble upon the Dalio source? That's some seriously broken, heaven-defying luck. Meanwhile, on the Taiji Ancient Star, Northern Continent, inside Desolate God Island, our girl Qi Mengdi is deep in cultivation by the Divine Lake. Suddenly, Tian Mian True Lord just pops out of nowhere, stepping straight from the void. Anxious AF, his face screaming worry, he urgently asks Qi Mengdi, Chu Xiu's been gone for over a year now, when's he finally coming back? Qi Mengdi's phoenix eyes slowly fluttered open, revealing a gaze so serene, yet radiating a powerful, dominating pressure. Bro. It's clear her cultivation has skyrocketed since Chu Xiu dipped. Tian Mian True Lord observes Qi Mengdi for a bit, then he's utterly shook, mumbling to himself. Her realm has shot up ridiculously fast this year, already at Great Saint 5th tier, practically on the verge of leveling up to the 6th. Even I, Tian Mian, with all my cheat codes and taxing that desolate ancient saint body, Lu Lai, for resources, only just scraped into Great Saint 5th tier recently. What kind of secret technique is this woman hiding? Qi Mengdi slowly rises, giving Tian Mian True Lord a quick glance. You came to find me in such a rush, she says. Is something brewing? Tian Miqian True Lord sighs. I just got reliable intel, he says. In the next 2 days, Tian Nu is highly likely to launch an offensive, simultaneously striking Desolate God Island and the Endless Swamp. Hearing this, Qi Mengdi's pupils immediately constrict, her body trembling ever so slightly. Attack Desolate God Island and the Endless Swamp at the same time? How dare it? Tian Mian replies, his voice grim. Over the last year, Tian Nu has basically blood-bathed almost every living soul on the Taiji Ancient Star. Who knows how much life essence he's absorbed, or how much raw power he's stockpiled in that period. What's more, given his usually cautious nature, daring to move against 2 major powers at once means he's got absolute, rock-solid confidence. Qi Mengdi gives a slight nod, a soft, escaping her lips as she gazes into the distance. All she wants right now is for her troublesome disciple, Chu Xiu, to hurry his ass back. Seeing Qi Mengdi stay silent, Tian Mian True Lord presses again. Seriously, when is Chu Xiu coming back? With him gone, I can't shake this bad feeling. Immortal Qi Mengdi, her eyes filled with a hidden worry, shakes her head faintly, gazing into the distance. I don't know either, she replies. He said he'd be back quickly before he left. That brat, Mengdi thinks to herself. It's been over a year on this trip, and not a single piece of news. If I wasn't still holding his soul token, I'd probably think he'd already gotten himself into trouble. Tian Mian True Lord furrows his brow, scrambling for a counter-strategy. Qi Mengdi, he asks, with Chu Xiu gone, can you command the Desolate God Island's automatons? And what about the Thunder God tribe? Will they actually listen to you? Qi Mengdi replies, I can command Desolate God Island's automatons, but the Thunder God tribe isn't under our jurisdiction. Whether they'll listen to me or not is a toss-up, but I'll try to persuade them first. Chu Xiu isn't here, so I absolutely cannot let Desolate God Island fall. Tian Mian True Lord nods, his voice stern. Then go persuade the Thunder God tribe first, and get ready for war. My million-pronged master strategy needs to be deployed now. Damn it, Chu Sixth. When are you finally coming back? Wait for my intel. I'll coordinate with you guys with everything I've got. With that, Tian Mian True Lord vanishes into the void. This place isn't safe for long. He can't risk exposure. Right after, Qi Mengdi's figure also flashes, flying towards the deep forest where the Thunder God tribe makes their home. Everyone knows she's Chu Xiu's master, so the Thunder God tribe naturally wouldn't dare disrespect her. Qi Mengdi quickly meets with Lei Yuan and Lei Xin. Her face dead serious, she cuts straight to the chase. The situation is critical. I'm here today to tell you to prepare for war. No one on the Taiji Ancient Star can avoid this conflict. We all must unite. Otherwise... Before Qi Mengdi could even finish her thought, Lei Xin already understood her meaning. The enemy was simply too powerful. If they didn't unite, everyone was doomed. Taking a deep breath, she looks at Qi Mengdi and declares, Immortal Qi, rest assured, our Thunder God tribe will absolutely go all out to protect Desolate God Island. Whether it's for our own survival, or to repay Lord Chu Xiu's massive favor, the Thunder God tribe will give our all in this war, to defend Desolate God Island. Qi Mengdi nods. Thank you all, she says. I'll take my leave now. She breathes a silent sigh of relief, thinking, with the Thunder God tribe agreeing to join forces, our collective strength will definitely get a significant boost. That means we've got a much better shot at winning this. Just as Qi Mengdi turns to leave, Lei Xin suddenly calls out, Immortal Qi, please wait just a moment. Qi Mengdi turns back, her eyes full of confusion. Fellow Taoist Lei, she asks, is there something else you wanted to add? A blush creeps onto Lei Xin's face. She shyly bows her head, whispering, Immortal Qi, Lord Chu Xiu has been gone for over a year. Do you know when he'll return? I don't know if he's still safe. Lei Xin's bashful yet anxious expression leaves Qi Mengdi momentarily speechless, her delicate brows immediately furrowed. What is this woman hinting at? She thinks, a storm brewing in her mind. Is she trying to steal my man now too? A slight sigh escapes Qi Mengdi's lips as she replies, I also don't know when he'll return, but you can rest easy.
I can confirm he's not in any danger. He's perfectly safe. Lei Xin lets out a deep sigh of relief. That's great then. As long as nothing happened to him, it's all good. Qi Mengdi says nothing more, turning her face away, a complex expression etched upon it. Is that damn rascal really that good, she thinks? Every woman he meets just seems to get charmed by him. Meanwhile, in some peculiar dimension, our boy Chu Xiu suddenly lets out a big sneeze. He immediately rubs his nose, an annoyed expression on his face as he mutters, "That's weird. Why's my nose itching like crazy? Did I catch a cold? Nah, impossible. How can a cultivator even get sick?" Qin Lan, standing nearby, narrows her eyes with a playful smile. "Master," she teases, "could it be someone's thinking of you?" Miao Xiaoqi lets out a sarcastic chuckle. "Thinking of him? Nah, more like they're cursing him out," she retorts. "Been gone so long? Isn't he worried his harem is going to burn down the backyard?" Hearing Miao Xiaoqi's jab, Chu Xiu can't help but shiver, then sneezes again.